Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 801, Chapter 801 Clear Mind. Kisuke immediately looked up as soon as he felt a strange presence appearing on top of his head, so even the manifestation of the legend is the same. Then I'm more inclined to believe that the names aren't a coincidence. Kisuke dodged the angry cats and they went on to continue their journey to the bottom of the lake where Freya is. But instead of an explosion of power like Kisuke was expecting, only a flash of bright light occurred. Soon after, the gigantic magic circle that continuously cast death magic on the region disappeared. Well, it isn't really effective against me, so it's just a waste of effort for her. Though the cleanup afterward is going to suck. Do I have a purification tool? I would also have to accelerate the repopulation of marine life. Kisuke's worries, however, were proven to be useless because another flash of light emerged from within the lake, and this time, the light caused him to feel the warmth of life, a stark contrast to the overwhelming aura of death from earlier. The lake's water returned to its former shine and the marine life was instantly restored to its healthy state. But it didn't just stop at that, as the downed trees and vegetation have begun wriggling and fixed themselves. The restoration didn't stop until the region flourished more than before their battle. What a wonderful sight. The miracle of a deity, huh? How interesting. Kisuke thought to himself as he watched Freya serenely emerge from the lake without a drop of injury, grime, or water on her body. But more than her flawless body, what caught Kisuke's attention was the white and gold armor set she's wearing and the lustrous silver kite shield and a short sword that matched her hair. Kisuke thought that the Freya right now, along with her demeanor, was truly a goddess of war and beauty that he had imagined. After thinking for a few moments, he concluded that her current equipment right now was the chariot and cats that had just descended. Kisuke got ready because he knew that this is where the real fight would start. However, his opponent didn't have the same idea and turned her head towards Urahara. Kisuke hastily checked the surrounding barrier and found them to be working as intended. She was able to see through it. Nevertheless, instead of being disappointed, Kisuke was happy to have found this problem this early on. All in all, he just needed a few more pieces of information from Freya to make the necessary adjustments. He's just worried that the latter won't be cooperating anymore. How should I piss her off this time? Should I call her ugly? Before he knew it, Freya's shining purple eyes were already locked on him. Aren't you thinking of something very rude? And without hesitation, Kisuke replied, yeah. I'm thinking of saying how ugly you are inside and out. With a response that she was not expecting, Freya almost tripped over nothing. The corner of Freya's eyes twitched before she could say back with a slightly forced smile, am I so nothing changed for you, huh? You're really pulling my confidence down here. Freya thought that Kisuke was taking back what he just said when he suddenly gave her a thumbs up and a wink when he actually said, don't worry, I can assure you that you're still ugly on the inside. Freya felt the veins on her forehead pop out, but she took a deep breath to calm herself down. She has a feeling that only now that she met the true Kisuke. Having a hunch that she would just further be infuriated, Freya changed the topic. Why did you do this? You're not going to ask how I did this. I want to know that too, since it's an ultimate game changer for us deities if we can use our powers within the lower world. However, I doubt I could hear an answer from you, so at least, I wish to know your intent behind this. Freya recalled the last instance they exchanged words. It was a very memorable day for her because it's also the day that she started doubting her eyes, ultimately pushing her to do the extreme just to validate her already shaking beliefs. Is it because you're against what I want to happen? Kisuke immediately shook his head. Don't get it wrong. What you're doing was, at most, kidnapping, and I'm no hero or law enforcer that would go after you. As for ultimately what your goal is, I have a vague idea, though it still isn't my right to step in. As I've mentioned before, I won't force my beliefs on you and just suggest something universal. Look through another lens. Let's see. As for the main reason I'm doing this, let's say you're standing dangerously close to a line that shouldn't, by any means, be crossed right now, so I'm here to stop you and make sure not to do anything similar in the future. I see. Freya nodded in understanding. I must say, it was really threatening, and I have no intention of doing something similar in the future if it incurs your wrath. You had undoubtedly already achieved your goal, but what else do you want? You didn't have to let it reach this point. I'm a man of curiosity. I wanted to know what a god can actually do. You could also say that I wanted to test my skills by challenging a deity, since it isn't every day that I could. But I guess this is where the fun ends. Since she didn't have any further reason to continue this fight, Kisuke prepared to take down the barrier once Freya severed her connection to her real body. It's a shame, but it looks like I won't be able to coax her by just pissing her off. However, Freya became silent and Kisuke wondered what she's thinking about. After a few seconds of staring at each other, Freya proposed, today is really such a unique day, so ending it here would be unfortunate. How about this? If you can defeat me, I would do any one thing you ask as long as it's within my ability. It was Kisuke's turn to be silent and gave her a stare full of suspicion. And when I said anything, I meant it. Whether it's lending you my children or having fun with me for a month or two. Without pause, Kisuke replied while raising his hand, I'm sorry but I'm neither interested in either of the two. Guh. Freya staggered, he could have at least pretended to hesitate a little. But what made it worse was the fact that right now, Kisuke is making a face that as if he would even pay her not to do any of those. Am I that bad in his eyes? Freya could feel her confidence plummet. Among those who are watching, everyone was speechless, with each of them having a differing impression of the conversation, except for Loki, who's laughing her ass out loud. Fwahaha. I've never thought Freya could make a face like that. Way to go, Kitan. It's an achievement never before seen even in heaven. Though I'll admit that it's a very appealing proposal, Kisuke continued, but what price do you want from me? Your experience. Chapter 802, Chapter 802 Negotiation and Flashback. Kisuke thought about it for a bit and said, you want to go through my memories? But even then, that wouldn't count as experience. Kisuke thought to himself that's why he's not sure what she exactly wants. Though he already has a vague idea what she's going to say next and he's already not liking it. You just said that it would be a good idea to experience the world from a different lens, so if I win, not just your memories, but your feelings and what you're going through on that exact instance. You could say it's the first step towards that wonderful advice of yours. Kisuke's smile disappeared and without any word, he snapped his fingers, activating another barrier that would slightly distort the images that are going out and block the sounds entirely. Freya looked around and tried to figure out what the barriers were for. However, she was already expecting this and didn't ask about it. Instead, she raised 3 of her fingers and said, then how about 3 favors from me? Kisuke massaged the bridge of his nose and sighed. Then 5. I believe that's more than sufficient price. Kisuke then raised his head and looked at her. He knows that she couldn't really blame Freya, but he still couldn't help but feel disappointed. You don't have any idea how enormous the price you're asking for. Even if you raise all of your fingers, that would be nowhere enough. And even if I can assure my victory, I can't just devalue my experience like that. After all, even I have a pride that I want to keep. This time, Freya raised her brows in wonderment. Although she knew she's asking for something steep, she didn't think that the latter would still not allow it even with all the favors she could offer. Is he undervaluing my favors or is he overvaluing his few years of experience? I won't deny that he's truly a unique existence and his experience could be said the same. However, an agreement or contract of permanent non-disclosure could be made so anything about him would still be safe with me. To think that we couldn't even reach that part. But since he blocked the sound from going out, this at least meant that negotiation is still on the table. Freya thought about it for a moment and instead of making an offer of her own, she asked, what do you suggest I should put on the line? You. Huh. Freya wanted to believe that she heard him incorrectly. Only when you can offer your whole self that I'll think about it, Kisuke clarified. Freya glowered at Kisuke's preposterous words. If you wanted to refuse, you could just have said it. In what world some experience and that of a single person could become equal to one of the highest seats of this world? Do you know how ridiculous your words are just now? Of course, Kisuke knew that no matter how precious his experiences are, there's no way it could be equivalent to Freya's life in her own eyes. With that said, he himself still believes that his experience is more valuable than Freya's entire being, but he wouldn't be able to negotiate with the greatest possible benefits if he doesn't start high. More than his pride, the safety of those around him takes priority. She could easily prove the value of her existence, but how should I prove mine? Kisuke thought about it while Freya silently waited for his answer. As much as she wants to dismiss Kisuke's claims, there's a nagging feeling that makes her want to continue listening. After a little bit, Kisuke finally made a move and took out a blue polished crystal card etched with various runes and patterns from his inventory and placed it on his forehead before closing his eyes. Freya watched in curiosity and saw that the card slowly changed its color until it was red and the writings on it turned golden. This should be enough for a teaser. I should be able to at least get her cooperation for most things, thought Kisuke as he opened his eyes and said, within this card is a portion of my memories. Sadly, I have no way of including what I'm feeling at that moment, as of now. But this should give you a rough idea of what you're asking for. Kisuke then threw the card towards Freya after saying, but I'd like you to promise first that you won't reveal anything that you'll see. Freya caught the card and inspected it for a few moments and deciding, I promise on my name that I won't reveal whatever I'm going to see. The moment those words left Freya's lips, her whole body glowed but that shine also instant went away. How do I use this? Kisuke nodded in satisfaction and answered, bring it on your forehead as I did and inject your aura into it. Just make sure that you don't reject anything that comes from it or most of the information would be lost. Freya was suspicious, but she could at least tell that Kisuke wasn't lying. After hesitating for a few seconds, Freya finally did as Kisuke instructed and in the next instant, she was taken to another world. This is... Freya was taken aback but immediately calmed down after figuring out that it was just a fake world created through magic. She looked around the barren land and what initially caught her attention were the 2 strange men standing and facing each other from a certain distance. Freya wanted to move closer but found out that she can't move anything aside from her head. She looked down and saw the familiar green motif Eastern attire and wooden sandals, so I'm standing in his place. Now that she knew she couldn't do anything else, Freya refocused her attention to the men that seemed to be gearing to fight each other. I wonder what's so special about this. Of the two, Freya first looked at the man in white that seemed to sprout multiple butterfly wings stacked together on his back. But as she narrowed her focus, she shuddered at the concentrated aura that was around the men. The intense unknown aura that Freya felt made her want to hurl and flee the scene. What's that? She only stopped her attempt when she recalled that this is just a memory and she couldn't even move in the first place. If it were me in my original body, I would be hurt just from prolonged contact with that thing. She then turned her eyes to the other one, who seems to be a young man with bright orange hair and wears a similar attire as Kisuke, just black overall. Contrary to the white man, this young man doesn't emit anything. It's as if he's not even there. Freya couldn't observe any further as the young man started talking. Let's get started, Aizen. I'm gonna finish this in a blink of an eye. Although the language was unknown to her, Freya could understand him without any problem and just attributed it to her standing in Kisuke's place. Finish this in the blink of an eye. I see. Now I understand, Kurosaki Ichigo. I understand the reason why you no longer possess Ryatsu. It's not that you've lost it, but you discarded it. The white man named Aizen started talking. I do not know what method you used, but you converted all of your Ryatsu into physical strength. Arm strength, leg strength, grip strength, throwing strength, running strength. You discarded your Ryatsu in order to dramatically increase all of your body's capabilities because you gave up on the idea of fighting me with Ryatsu. Spreading his 6 pairs of butterfly-like wings, Aizen's aura further intensified. However, you should abandon all of your hope. I will show you that even this strength that you placed all your faith in is far below that of my own. Chapter 803, Chapter 803 Settlement. Kisuke didn't have to wait long until Freya finished the memory. Since it's just a bunch of information, the card was able to transfer everything within just a few seconds before it disintegrated into ash, permanently destroying any records after its one-time use. Kisuke was about to say something to start the negotiation but held his words back when Freya looked at him with eyes filled with fear. Was it that bad? Since the only thing I did there was seal the temporarily weakened Aizen, she must have been terrified by both Aizen and Kurosaki-san. And Kisuke was right, mostly. The moment the battle started, Freya could only silently stare in fright as the terrain changed with each of their clashes. It is not to say that gods aren't capable of such feats, but to obliterate an entire mountain with something as casual as a simple swing of a sword was beyond her realm of understanding and possibility. In addition to the blinding speeds that she could barely catch with her eyes and instant teleportation that's impossible to predict, Freya, even at her full strength and original body, would just be a mere child in front of them. And that became even more apparent when the white man used a spell that encloses the target within a dark void. Just from the fluctuation from it, Freya presumed that she would be reduced into a mangled piece of meat if she were to be trapped within it. When Aizen transformed into a monstrous being, Freya could feel the aura around him disappear. But a few moments later, she figured out that it didn't disappear, but Kisuke couldn't perceive it anymore. At that point, her mind already stopped working as the battle raged on. After the whole thing, she mostly forgot what she had seen because of 3 key moments that occupied everything in her head. What was that? Is something like that even possible to exist? In the end, she didn't know what she's even scared of the most. Whether it's the last attack of the young men that seemed to not just physically cut the target but also their past, present, and the future, the monster that survived it, or the man who's capable of sealing such a being, she didn't know what terrified her the most. A final attack that's capable of cutting the fabric of reality itself. A monster that survived an attack that could even kill immortals with ease. And a man that the monster viewed as his equal and was able to seal the latter. These powerhouses that shouldn't exist are within his memories. I see. So that's how it is. As she managed to rearrange her thoughts and calm herself down, Freya finally had the time to properly look at her opponent. Kisuke then noticed a shift in how Freya looked at him. At first, Freya looked at Kisuke as a mortal. No matter what he does, it's still within the realms of mortals. After their fight, she finally viewed him as a threat and an equal. But now, Kisuke couldn't exactly tell how it changed yet again, as it was a mix of various emotions. Even Loki was startled at how Freya changed in front of him. What happened to her? What are they talking about? Though that change wasn't noticed by anyone else. However, what happened next almost made Loki kick the table away, if not for her immediate self-control, because others might notice her reaction. Way odd. Why did Freya bring that down? What's really happening over there? On the screen, everyone could see Freya raising her arms up before summoning a white orb that emitted a faint light. On the surface was a symbol that looked like interlacing lines that formed a 3-point shape. Ever since the sound disappeared and their lips blurred out, everyone has been wondering what the two are talking about, and that curiosity only increased with the appearance of the orb. Loki-sama, do you know what that orb is? The elf Hayden asked. A divine item. There's no point in further explaining what it really is. Loki kept her calm as she answered, but more questions kept popping up in her head on why Freya brought down her own heart. Just bringing it down already risks her of disappearing forever. What on earth really happened for her to take on that risk without any hesitation? What is that? Asked Kisuke after guessing that it wasn't an item used for battle. My everything. Freya looked at him with a small smile. My heart. Take this, and I'll be yours, forever. Kisuke was taken aback. He honestly didn't expect that Freya would agree to his first term. However, he was still suspicious of the veracity of her words and kept quiet. Guessing what's on his mind, Freya continued, you can confirm it, Loki. And Kisuke did as she has said, securing a telepathic path to Loki. Loki-sama, mind telling me what's on her hand right now? But Loki remained silent even after waiting for a minute or two. Her reluctance became obvious to Kisuke, so he added, I'll tell you what's going on later. Loki was silent for a few moments but eventually spoke, a deity's heart. More specifically, Freya's heart. So that's the source of her power? You can take it out. No. That's different from our divine core. It's something that usually sits on the deepest depths of our souls. It's something more important to us than our power. Destroying that won't kill Freya. Instead, what makes Freya will cease existing. It'll regenerate over time, but it'll never be the same. I get it. That's her will, ego, and consciousness. You better keep your promise. Kisuke didn't say anything else to her and terminated their connection. Since you took it out, I assume that you're betting with it. Freya nodded, certainly. I've never thought that you'd agree so easily. Freya chuckled and said, I'm of the same opinion, but after what you showed me, it would be an injustice to you. Though I do have an additional condition. What is it? With a beautiful and radiant smile that could capture anyone's heart, Freya responded, regardless of the result, I'd like you to take me on a date somewhere far from here. So that's what tipped the scale. Of course, Kisuke knew how not to accept her words at face value and easily found out the hidden meaning behind them. Since he already concluded that deities of this world can't leave because of the shackles known as the heaven, freedom for them was an impossible thought. For Freya, just being presented with the possibility of shaking off these shackles and experiencing a world beyond her recognition and imagination was enough for her to bet her life on. Kisuke thought about it for a little while before giving a reply while scratching his head, you do know how strict your parents are, so I can't really promise. But you can count on me to give it some effort if that's fine with you. Contrary to how Kisuke predicted she would respond, Freya nodded happily and said, that's more than enough. How desperate are you? Kisuke internally thought as he realized how important freedom is for these bored deities, though it might not just be Freya, if the others want something similar, I can use this as leverage. Chapter 804, Chapter 804 The greatest practitioner of the cedar magic and a loss. Freya placed her heart on her chest and fused with it, now that the terms have been established, let's do our best. After confirming both of their oaths, Kisuke prepared himself. But before they could start, Freya added, a prolonged battle between us would only uselessly exhaust us both, so here's another proposition. If you can take on my strongest attack, I'll admit defeat. How about it? Kisuke didn't think too deeply about it and nodded, if that's what you want, then I have nothing against it. Out of all the remaining things he wanted to measure, it's her maximum raw power. Freya's smile deepened as she released the shield and sword from her hands. The weapons momentarily transformed back into cats before they transformed once again. This time, as a pair of metallic silver wings on her back, emitted motes of glittering light. Kisuke could feel the surrounding magic power rush towards her and be converted to divine power just as fast. If not for him manually keeping the barriers, it would have been destroyed a long time ago. He then saw her raise her right arm once again and felt something descend once more. As he looked up, Kisuke saw a 10-meter-long and 4-meter-wide pure white armored boar dashing straight to Freya with a loud roar that one could never believe came from a boar. Halfway through, however, the boar began shrinking until it became a sleek and gleaming white spear that landed on Freya's hand. This is Hildisvini, my most prized and most powerful weapon. It's also a weapon that wouldn't lose to Gungnir or Mjolnir. Freya then lowered her stance and pulled back her arm that's holding Hildisvini, getting ready to throw it at Kisuke. Unlike Gungnir that always strikes true wherever the target is, however, mine would only go in a straight line. Then I guess it won't stop at any obstacle and would pierce through anything, replied Kisuke with a chuckle and relaxed his control over his power, letting it quietly run wild inside his body. If he wanted to release the vast majority of his hollow powers, controlling his base power would only limit it. Even though there's just a paper-thin division between his Shinigami and hollow side, it's still a cliff-like separation. He already concluded that he could fuse these two powers and without any doubt, he'd attain power that of a transcendent like what he had always wanted. However, he didn't choose to do so because he had a feeling that he would just throw Hugyoku's final efforts into trash. More than that, he also has an inkling that he might lose Benihime like how Aizen lost his Zanpakuto despite keeping its powers. He doesn't exactly know what he's waiting for, but he's willing to use any time to bid for that exact moment that he could break through the invisible barrier of his existence as he wanted. I feel that I still need to go through many things before I could reach that state. I just wish I would never be backed into a corner that I would have to resort to something irreversible. Freya, on the other hand, also felt Kisuke's aura shift and stopped speaking to focus. The memories that Kisuke showed didn't reveal anything pertaining to his real strength. If he had to stand on the sideline as those two battled, I can assume that he's not on the same level. The main reason Freya proposed this kind of battle is to increase her chances of winning. Although Kisuke isn't on the same level as those ridiculous monsters, she couldn't forget Aizen's last words to Kisuke and how the former was tricked into receiving a sealing spell without his knowledge. She knew that if it's a normal battle, Kisuke's superior intellect would take her down as it prolonged. But even if she was able to force him into receiving her most powerful attack, she's still not very confident that she could win. So in addition to her spear, she commenced employing her magic to augment her spear further. As the greatest and most powerful practitioner of cedar magic, Freya's forte isn't about the manipulation of elements nor the conjuration of mysteries, but the discerning the flow of time and working within its structure to bring about change, which was done by symbolically weaving new events into being. The sole reason why Freya could see through Ichigo's Mujetsu. That's also the reason why she was so terrified of that attack and the being that survived it. It's because Mujetsu doesn't bring any changes, instead, it brought forth nothingness. After charging the Hildisvini with as much power as she can, Freya diverted the rest of her divine power to her magic, which resulted in a golden magic circle behind her, infinitely more complex compared to everything that she has shown until now. Borrowing and converging all the future that she saw into one event, Freya locked Kisuke into one singular result of him being pierced through by the spear powered by all the realities that she saw. As Kisuke looked at this, a single drop of cold sweat ran through his back and he thought while his movements were being restricted by some invisible force, I've never thought that she would suddenly pull out a reality warping spell. I could understand the restriction of my movements, but where the hell is this additional power coming from? From his point of view, it's as if multiple Freyas were stacked together, raising the power gathering within the spear exponentially. And Kisuke's wild guess was correct. After collapsing the possible futures into one, the Freya of that timeline didn't disappear but temporarily migrated into Freya's position. It is a grand magic with power so great that it would render Freya's divinity almost non-existent for a period of time after this instance, and further stay on the lower world would risk her of its dangers since she wouldn't even have enough divinity to return to heaven if her avatar were to be killed. In the event that Freya did actually die in this state, her consciousness would scatter without the guide of her divinity. While she won't truly die, it would take countless years before she could wake up again. This is truly her everything in one attack. While it didn't normally happen, Kisuke became excited at this sight. Looks like gaining power meant one wanting to test it every now and then. Although only slightly, I can understand how Kenpachi feels all the time. Freya saw a deep smile crept on Kisuke's face and couldn't help but be bothered by it. Underestimating me, she thought and said, be careful. I won't be able to receive my reward if you were to die. That looks really powerful. But I think I would have to disappoint you with an anticlimactic ending. Freya didn't say anything else and just threw the spear saturated with divine power, Hildisvini. But before the spear could leave her hand, Kisuke disappeared and suddenly reappeared in front of her. For a split second, however, she thought an entirely different person appeared as the man in front of him had light blonde long hair that reached his hips. But that's the least surprising as he also grew a white angular horn pointing upwards on the left side of his head along with eyes with the blackened sclera and golden pupils. Before Freya could react any further, Kisuke raised his left arm that was coated with hollow material that reached his shoulder and grabbed the tip of the spear with his bare hands. Freya watched her spear and Kisuke's hand made contact with unbelieving eyes. Releasing a bright white light, the shockwave that resulted from the collision of two forces instantly disintegrated all the barriers around, including the eyes that were capturing their image. It didn't stop there as another wave of shockwave blasted almost half of the lake's water into space. Thankfully, Freya's spear was pointing towards the vast sea as most of the force left that way and Melon and Orario were spared from total destruction. Thanks to the disappearance of the barriers, Freya's massive divine aura spilled throughout the entire region, catching all the deities' attention within it and making all of them release their own divine aura before making haste towards the source, except for Loki who's patiently waiting in her seat and Arenas who couldn't leave in the first place as he had to strengthen his prayers, so this divine power wildly spreading wouldn't reach the depths of the dungeon. Normally, most of the gods would have already recognized the source of divine aura as Freya, however, another unknown aura that was much more terrifying distorted any recognizable parts of the former. This unknown aura that was as strong as a deity's aura if not stronger is more of a reason why everyone was scrambling to get to the lake. They wanted to know what ungodly being could be compared to a god. Despite the blinding light, Freya could still see clearly what's going on and could only watch in disbelief as her spear's power slowly dissipated until there's only 1/1000000 of it remained, leaving only some bleeding cracks on Kisuke's arm. Freya's remaining divine power was exhausted and her armor, wings, and spear disappeared in a flash of light, returning where they came from, leaving behind the naked and unmoving goddess to fall from the sky while muttering, "So you're just as ridiculous as them." I was scammed. Kisuke swooped her in while taking out a spare green Haori and wrapping her with it before scooping her on a princess carry. That's not my fault and I'm not on their level. Not yet, anyway. Chapter 805 Chapter 805 Discovered Hidden Danger. With a small pout, Freya took out her heart and brought it close to his chest, I would have asked for more demands if I knew it would be as one-sided as that, but before the orb could touch Kisuke, multiple intricate barriers covered the object. Aren't you being too careful? This thing would do anything to you. Kisuke nodded and said, that's true. At least, that's what you believe is the truth. However, you didn't create heaven, so there's no way for you to actually know everything there is to it about deities. Whether there's a hidden truth or not, it doesn't hurt to be careful. I guess you reached this level because this is how you do things. After the barriers were fully established, Freya pushed the covered orb and it disappeared in Kisuke's chest, letting it sit on the outermost corner of his soul. Kisuke and Freya disappeared from the lake, and a few minutes later, numerous concerned and curious deities arrived at the shore of the Lalag Lake, only to witness the devastation that they have left but nothing else. After using Flash Step a few times, Kisuke and Freya arrived at the room where the executives of both Loki and Freya Familius gathered, and each one of them was looking at them with trepidation. Not because of the battle which ended they didn't see, because everyone's memories have already returned to normal. It's largely because of Kisuke's current appearance, closer to a monster more than a human he claims to be. Kisuke ignored them for a moment and asked Freya, can you stand? Freya nodded and Kisuke gently placed her down. She didn't wait for anything else or even greeted Loki and her children. Freya just started walking towards the exit while beckoning her children, we're done here. Let's go home. Everyone from the Freya Familia kept what they were thinking to themselves and followed their goddess without any questions. Out of everything that has transpired, they are just glad that she's safe and sound. It was also then that they noticed that despite her apparent weakness, her steps are light as if an invisible burden has just left her shoulders. While they were leaving, they came across Gareth's group that has been trying to enter the area since earlier, but thanks to one of the Loki Familia members who came out with them to explain the situation, no clash happened. It also didn't take too long before Kisuke's rampant power calmed down and slowly returned to her previous form. After changing his clothes through magic, Kisuke tipped his hat towards Loki and said, well then, Loki-sama, everyone. Thank you very much for your reception, but I won't be staying long. I hope you have a good day. Wait. You haven't fulfilled your promise. Ah, that. It's really nothing special. Freya-sama wanted my experience, and I showed her some of my memories. She then used her orb as a stake. Loki clicked her tongue and sat back down. That's essentially telling me nothing by leaving out the most important parts. But I've fulfilled my promise, so I don't have any other duty to answer your curiosity. Kisuke didn't say anything else and directly disappeared in a blink of an eye. Loki, Finn called out to her. Loki was able to easily figure out what's on everyone's head and said, what? You're bothered by the form he took. Since Loki knew that they couldn't possibly tell the difference between Freya's aura and Kisuke's aura, their attention was caught by Kisuke's inhuman form. Silence from the surrounding was all the answer she needed, and she couldn't help but sigh. How is he any different from Filvis? And besides, many gods themselves have horns on their original bodies, and some of them even have extra limbs and eyes. Loki then stood up and left the room, intending to catch some rest. But unlike Freya, who left on a happy note, Loki is feeling disappointed that her children seem to be not at all capable of escaping the common knowledge that they have despite being presented with evidence. Fighting monsters all these years and avoiding conflict with people seems to have taken a bad influence in their minds. Even though they knew that people are much more capable of evil compared to unthinking monsters. As soon as Kisuke exited the city, Yoruchi appeared beside him. Why did you come to watch? Were you that worried? Kisuke jokingly asked. Unexpectedly, however, Yoruchi nodded seriously. Kisuke stopped walking and faced her. Why? Aika gave me a heads up. She didn't know what it was, but she told me that something dangerous might happen to you. Since we can't really categorize her ability anymore, I couldn't take that warning lightly. Dangerous. Kisuke resumed walking, but his mind was running at full speed, trying to find a clue what the danger could actually be. Alas, despite spending some time contemplating on it, he couldn't think of anything. Though that itself is a clue, since it meant that he either can't sense this danger in the first place, overlooking something, or something beyond his control was moving. And considering that Aika felt it on himself, there's only one that comes to his mind. Tapping his cane, Kisuke sent a thought, you're awake, huh? Since when? And why are you hiding it? Though he was just guessing and tricking her to reply, Kisuke indeed got a response, because I was bidding for my time. Since you responded, does that mean you gave up? What for anyway? With a light-hearted tone, Benihime replied, examination. Kisuke was startled and stopped walking, which prompted Yoruchi to ask in concern, what's wrong? Thank you for coming. Looks like I was really in danger. There's only one instance that Benihime referred to something as examination, and that's when he tried to achieve his Bankai. Due to his Zanpakuto's nature and ability, he almost died before passing her test. And until now, he firmly believed that Benihime would have been fine with it even if they both perished that day. Chapter 806, Chapter 806 Perceived Hidden Danger. Yoruchi closely examined Kisuke and figured out that he was having a conversation with his Zanpakuto. Having recalled his relationship with Benihime, she asked, should I set up a barrier? Kisuke shook his head. Don't worry. It won't come to that. Not now. Yoruchi sighed in relief and remained silent. As far as she knows, the only Zanpakuto that is as sadistic as Benihime was Shuinsue's Kaiten Kyukatsu, which was already famed for always putting its owner at the same risk as his enemy. So why didn't you continue? Kisuke asked Benihime. Because you are not yet ready, Benihime answered briefly. As much as I want for both of us to attain a higher level, you need to have an actual chance to proceed. After all, the power we're talking about is something beyond Bankai. And you also know that for me to achieve that, I have to advance beyond the limits of my origin and existence. The constraints of a name, huh? After moving out of the disrupted zone of the battle, Kisuke began setting up the teleportation magic that would take them back to the Dazara region. By the way, how's Medusa? He asked while preparing. Yoruchi thought about the scene she had seen for a few moments before Aika contacted her. It looks like it'll take some time. It's not going well. When has something like that ever gone well? So the situation is bad enough for you to say something like that? Need help? Yoruchi shook her head. Your help would be immensely useful right now, but it would be detrimental in the future. And yeah, the situation is bad enough that the older sisters are accumulating hate towards you with each passing day, so it would be better not to show your face to them until this is over. Not that you'd care even if they hated you to the bone. Kisuke was in silent agreement. Either way, it's good that you've changed your plan since I want to watch over them myself. And although things are quiet right now, I have a feeling that something dangerous is developing beyond our surveillance. Connecting the coordinates, the two teleported and reappeared near the city of Pandemonium and started walking towards it. Is it about the Aruna Familia? Asked Kisuke. Yoruchi nodded. Yeah. They are strong, but only within this world's common sense, so there should be nothing of concern about them even though their current quiet behavior was not like them and attracting a lot of attention from others. However, there's this nagging feeling that it isn't as simple as it seems, so I tried investigating their god, Aruna. But surprisingly, I can't get close without being detected. Kisuke's eyes widened in surprise. He can detect you. Yoruchi nodded once again. That's right. Though I don't exactly know how he's doing it, I'm certain that I would only be revealing myself if I stay around him for a certain period of time even with Kuroka's help. And thanks to that failed attempt, even though they have no way of identifying us, they became even more careful and quiet. Kisuke was about to say something but Yoruchi interrupted him. I know what you want to say. Kidnap and extract information from one of them, right? Kisuke became silent as that's indeed an option they can explore. Sighing, Yoruchi continued, I wouldn't blame you for your excessiveness since I know what you went through. Nevertheless, we can be cold but never cruel. Kidnapping one of them because of some simple suspicion is still cruel in my book. And you do know that the chances of getting any actual information from one of his children are nil since we've learned how a deity could easily fool a child. That's true. But I still think bringing in one of them is a reasonable method. I'm sorry that I can't change this. All of a sudden, Yoruchi gave Kisuke a loud slap on his back. Although it only tickled him, Kisuke couldn't help but give her a puzzled look, to which Yoruchi replied, you did nothing wrong, so don't apologize. Our differing opinions are not your fault because none of us truly knows the correct answer in every situation. And most importantly, you don't have to change, not forcefully anyway, as that should come naturally and I'll welcome it. But if I do think that you're straying too much, I'll be the first one who's going to drag you back. Kisuke smiled and looked forward, then I'll do the same. If I think you're straying, I'll be the first one to drag you. At that point, Yoruchi started chuckling. What now? There's nothing funny with what I just said. No. I'm just glad that the girls are with us. So even if both of us strayed apart, it'll be up to them to do what they think is right. In hindsight, each one of us is compensating for each other in what we lack, especially to the two of us who lack the normality of life. They arrived at the gates of the city and Yoruchi added, in any case, leave this to us and just focus on what you want to do on the other side. You don't have to worry since contact is now possible. Kisuke then produced a terminal and passed it to Yoruchi. Here is the list of barriers and formations I've placed on Pandemonium, Orario, and the tower. I've categorized and tagged them so it'll be easy for you to look for what you need. Just use the search bar at the top. Yoruchi received the terminal and turned it on. But the moment her eyes landed on a certain metric on the board, a minor headache came rushing in, 9,936 entries. This is beyond overdoing it. I wasn't joking when I said you can search for whatever you may need. Though a third of that was for sealing the dungeon from outside interference and influence from divine power or soul power. If it's outside the dungeon, you can go all out. Chapter 807, Chapter 807 Going Back. If there's this much, there shouldn't be any big problems even if a god or two suddenly goes rogue and unleashes their divinity. Yoruchi took one final peek before keeping the terminal within her inventory. Since most of these are magic-based and key-based, I'll pass this to Seraphal, Kuroka, and Medusa too for good measure. So are you going to leave now? Yoruchi asked. Yeah. After saying my goodbyes. Aika's preparations should be done too, though she won't really be using any of those when we go back. Yoruichi looked him in the eyes and asked, I had my suspicions, but are you planning to leave her there? Kisuke became silent for a few moments before answering, that was supposed to be the plan and only take her back once she's ready and becomes more experienced with how the supernatural world works. Then what changed? I thought I should trust her a little more. I'm going to seal her abilities and senses and send her back to the secular world. Whether she truly wanted to continue this arduous and unforgiving journey or not, it'll be up to her. Yoruichi also became silent and sighed. As they walked through the road she muttered, even I don't know what should be done so I don't really have an opinion about it. It's just that it's really surprising how we are treating her so differently compared to when we dragged Inoue and Sato to a war that they shouldn't have been part of in the first place. At the top of the tower that Kisuke built, except for Medusa and Yoruichi who were busy with something, and Akino and Irina, that could hardly stay awake for a few minutes each day since their souls haven't fully adapted to the changes within their bodies, everyone else had gathered to see Kisuke and Aika off. While Kisuke was wearing his usual attire, Kisuke asked Aika to wear her school uniform and the latter didn't question it. Hestia-sama, Artemis-sama, please take care of things here for me. Hestia pouted her mouth at her ever-so-busy child that he couldn't even make some time for her. I'd do just that even if you didn't tell me. Artemis, on the other hand, could only smile wryly, just promise us that you'll contact us every now and then. I promise. Kisuke and Aika then proceeded to say their farewells to the rest of the crew. Sona wanted to boldly kiss Kisuke in front of everyone, but her sister's burning stare ultimately discouraged her from doing so. After giving his reminders to the child group since they were tasked in taking care of Akino and Irina, Kisuke returned to Hestia and Artemis. Hestia-sama, Artemis-sama. I would like to request the two of you to meet and mingle with the other gods of the region, especially those who are sitting at the top of the power hierarchy. Why? Hestia asked, because all this time, aside from Astarte and Astrea, they refuse to meet other gods because there's no real benefits in doing so. In fact, they'd only be putting themselves in danger because they knew how much worse the power struggle within this region was compared to that of Orario's. Despite the alliance looking good, it was striped with inner conflicts that each and every day, there would be small-scale conflicts within the shadow of pandemonium. I want you to keep an eye on them and tell Yoruichi or Seraphol your impression of them. You want us to gather information among the circles of gods? Asked Artemis. But Kisuke shook his head, no. That would be too dangerous. I just want you to interact with them normally and just keep an eye out on their behavior without eliciting their suspicions. Since you're asking us this, there must be something weird going on. Shouldn't we actively gather information despite the danger? No. Actual information gathering would be handled by Kuroka and Yoruichi. I just want you to give them your impressions of each notable god, because that's what they needed the most to make sense of the situation. That's easy. Leave it to us. Hestia proudly proclaimed while striking her chest, there will be a banquet hosted by Luff 3 days from now on. We intended to ignore the invitation as usual, but I guess this will be a good opportunity. That's great. With that said, always bring Seraphol and Sona with you. If children are not allowed to follow you, Kuroka and Kaneko will hide within your shadows as your guards. I won't allow any compromises on this. It was a quarter of an hour later before Kisuke could finish his reminders to others that Aika couldn't help but comment, are you a mother? With a final wave, Kisuke and Aika disappeared from the tower and arrived in the desert that became Seraphol and Sona's venue for their training. Ensuring that his anchor was functioning properly, Kisuke opened a rift in space using his cane, hold my hand tightly and never let go. Aika did as Kisuke instructed and the both of them jumped into the void. Chapter 808, Chapter 808 A very late apology. Unlike his previous trips, the journey through the void this time was a lot more stable due to the countermeasures that he'd prepared. This is my 4th time going through this. I'd be ashamed if I still couldn't figure out how to travel safely even after having all of that data. Kisuke estimated that it wouldn't be too long until he's able to develop a stable pathway between the two worlds, but before that can happen, I first have to get Chaos permission or take him out. I don't know which one is easier, though. When they arrived, Aika looked around with a puzzled face. Where are we? She asked after seeing the sci-fi themed room. She thought that they went back to the tower, but she clearly remembered going through the void and she didn't recall a room like this within the tower she'd explored multiple times. Before I answer that, take this. Kisuke tossed her a small candy. Although confused, Aika popped the candy into her mouth without a second thought. What's this for? But before she could hear his answer, a massive headache attacked her consciousness and she almost fell to the floor from dizziness. What? The confusion further clouded her mind as she tried to make sense of what was happening while holding her head in pain. Before she completely lost consciousness, she heard Kisuke's voice echoing as it fades, slowly but surely, it'll all return to you. Until then, enjoy your life and I'll wait for your decision. Aika tried to fight back the drowsiness and struggled to open her eyes, and no. But as much as she wanted, she couldn't resist the call of darkness. Kisuke caught her and carried her towards one of the rooms of the facility before he went out to prepare the rest of Aika's normal life. Let's see. explaining it to her parents, creating a backstory for the lost memories, and enrolling as a third year. I guess that should do it. Leaving the Mars facility that was built by automated bots through teleportation, Kisuke returned back to Earth with an urgent goal of meeting Aika's parents and accepting their wrath. In a normal house in the corner of Kuo Town, Kisuke was facing the Kiryu couple in the living room. After the people of the supernatural world investigated them due to their interest in their daughter and finding out that they have nothing to do with their world aside from Aika possessing a failed sacred gear, the couple were left alone. Of course, that didn't mean that someone who had no pride wouldn't take advantage of their relationship with Aika to lure her out, so extensive security from the shadows was arranged by the Belial house and Grigori for their safety. Sitting in front of him was a middle-aged man with a large build, tanned skin, short black hair, and black eyes looking sternly at him, expressing wrath and discontent. He was Aika's father, Kiryu Haruto. Aika's mother, on the other hand, had a very mature build, light skin, straight long brunette hair, and golden eyes which her daughter had inherited. From the kitchen, she asked, "Is barley tea fine?" Contrary to her husband, Kiryu Anoka had a gentle smile plastered on her face, but Kisuke could feel similar emotions hiding behind that smile as her husband's. In fact, it was much more intense than Haruto's, only it was contained. Kisuke nodded while keeping his hat to the side. That would be fine. Much appreciated. For the next minute, only Anoka's steps and the sound of cold barley tea trickling were heard for a minute or two. Thank you. Kisuke expressed his gratitude and was about to take a sip on the offered drink when the father suddenly stopped him from reaching out to it. Wait for a moment. Yes. Kisuke looked up and saw a fist bearing down his face. Of course, the moment Haruto had these intentions, Kisuke already detected it as they are only normal people. To him, Haruto's fist moved at a snail's pace, but he didn't do anything about it and just waited for it to reach his face while relaxing all of his defenses. The fist landed and Kisuke tilted his head to the side to avoid breaking the man's fist. Honey. Anoka immediately reprimanded her husband. But Haruto ignored her and took his fist back. Seeing that he couldn't even leave a mark despite dislocating his fingers, because it felt like he'd hit a concrete wall, he could only sigh, I already heard about you and what you can do from your mother, but to think I can't even scratch you. Kisuke slowly turned his head back and replied, you can continue hitting me and I won't say anything if that's a way that I can placate you. But I highly suggest against it, because you won't be doing any harm to me. Then what do you suggest we do to you? Haruto asked while Anoka sat beside him. Kisuke became silent for a few moments. Strangely enough for him, he couldn't seem to find the right words for this occasion. He could try explaining himself but that only felt like running away from his responsibilities, so he refused to do so. There's actually nothing. I can only apologize for all the things that have transpired. Bowing his head, he continued, I ask for your forgiveness. Chapter 809, Chapter 809 A Very Late Apology Part 2. Aika's parents remained silent as they looked at Kisuke, who didn't move from his position. A few minutes later, Anoka said with a smile, did you think that would be enough? Despite that, her tone was cold. Of course not, replied Kisuke with his head still down. Since you're a devil, are you going to offer us something in exchange for Aika? Isn't that what you people do? Added Anoka. I could, answered Kisuke without any hesitation. This caused Haruto's frown to grow deeper and Hanoko's smile to disappear, and they were about to admonish him for even trying to insinuate that there was a price for their daughter. But before she could say it, Kisuke added, but I won't. I'm not going to put a price on her. Not now. Not ever. I could grant you anything that you could think of. That's how much power I possess. However, I don't want it to be the reason or the cause for you to forgive me. It might have been a different story if you didn't put much importance on Aika, but I heard from my mother how you loved her dearly, so I would not like to trample those feelings. Hence, I can only apologize. It was my fault that Aika ended up where she is now. The couple became silent once again, but this time, they looked and tried to gauge each other's reaction. A few seconds later, they both sighed, with Haruto's frown disappearing and Anoka's smile returning, albeit wryly, please get up, Urahara-kun. We're not actually mad at you. Well, we're done getting mad, the latter replied. Although he hadn't been forgiven, Kisuke raised his head and faced them as he didn't want to make the atmosphere further awkward by forcing himself on them. Haruto crossed his arms and said, as you might have already known, we already had a lengthy talk about this with your relatives and they also kept apologizing on your behalf, especially your mother. They explained the situation as truthfully as they could and it has been a while, so we already learned how to accept these things about our precious daughter. But what we needed the most was an apology directly coming from you. With that said, we forgive you, continued Anoka. Kisuke was a bit conflicted, I'm grateful, but... You think that it was extremely easy? Kisuke nodded, that's right. I at least prepared myself to receive a ton of insults. Although I hate to admit it, Aika really likes you, Haruto answered while recalling this past month where they could finally talk to their daughter. Even though she's obviously avoiding the topic about your relationship due to your polygamy, I could at least tell that you already became one of the most important people in her life, and I'm not going to hurl insults for no reason to the guy my daughter has chosen. Anoka chuckled and added, besides, I heard from Sakura-san that they are completely capable of erasing our memories, making Aika seem not to exist in the first place in our lives, but you were vehemently opposed to it, according to her. That already gave you a lot of points in my book. Erasing our memories may have been easy and comforted us of our misery, but I would rather suffer than forget my precious girl. Haruto nodded at Anoka's words and said, that's right. Thinking about it, I'm actually thankful that you didn't erase the proof of our parenthood despite that being the most logical and safe thing to do. Kisuke smiled wryly, if I allowed that to happen, Aika would kill me. In any case, please drink the tea before it warms up. Ah, yes. Thank you. For the next hour, the three had a long and fun talk since this was actually the first time the couple spoke with Kisuke. Ranging from their daughter and what they were doing now, Kisuke didn't hide anything except for important and sensitive stuff. Although it was not enough time to truly know who Kisuke was, he left a good impression on the couple. After Kisuke finished his fourth glass of barley tea, Anoka asked, are you going somewhere else today? If not, you could stay here. We'd like to hear more from you. As much as I would like to, I can't. I still have to deal with a lot of things and I haven't actually met anyone else aside from you after returning. Oh my. We're really flattered that you came to us first, but are you sure that your mother won't sulk if she came to know this? We've become good friends, so I know how much she dotes on you. And speaking of which, didn't she say that you were coming back with Yoruchi? Where is she? I would have liked to meet her too. Well. I'll deal with my mother later. And about Yoruchi, she won't be coming. Actually, I came here not just to apologize. What is it? Truth to be told, instead of Yoruchi, I brought Aika back with me. What? The couple was stunned and Haruto even stood up from the couch in shock and excitement. Chapter 810, Chapter 810 Return to a Normal Life. Seeing their reactions, Kisuke instantly felt a bit of guilt. They still missed their precious daughter, their only child, very much, and despite their accepting stance, they became extremely excited when they heard that Aika came back with him. Anoka grabbed Haruto's clothes and gestured for him to sit back down, but even her perfect smile couldn't hide how she's feeling and asked, where is she? Why is she not with you? Is she alright? But as she progressively questioned Kisuke, more and more negative thoughts entered the couple's mind and increased their anxiety. Please rest assured that she's safe. I didn't bring her with me for a reason, but you'll see her soon. The couple instantly guessed that it has something to do with the other thing that Kisuke mentioned aside from apologizing personally, and calmed themselves down to properly listen to him. Go on, please. Haruto asked Kisuke to continue. Directly getting to the point, Kisuke answered, I want Aika to return to her normal life. Without any of this supernatural stuff, either temporarily or permanently. I'm sorry, but I don't understand. Anoka creased her brows. If Kisuke wanted to return Aika to a normal life, she knew he probably had a way to do so. What she's confused about were the last terms, temporarily or permanently. To explain, I sealed all of her memories that are related to the supernatural world. Along with those, were the entirety of her abilities, reducing her to a normal high school girl once more. Are you going to do the same to us? Haruto asked while feeling a bit apprehensive. Contrary to their expectations, Kisuke shook his head, no. It's because I want you to watch over her with your newfound knowledge. At that point, Anoka finally understood what Kisuke really meant to do and said, I see. So Aika would be able to break those seals of yours if she truly wants to, hence either temporarily or permanently. Am I correct? Kisuke nodded at her, you're absolutely right. As time progresses, those seals would grow stronger and stronger until to the point where Aika won't be able to recognize them anymore, nor have the power to break them. And how long would that be? Around a year or two. After that, I'll come again and ask the both of you if you want me to seal your memories too, if that's what you want. The reason why the seals could grow stronger was that as time passed, those memories were being buried under new ones and would ultimately be forgotten. How about the blank those sealed memories will leave? And why seal and not erase? I'll answer the second question first. Sealing memories means blocking the perception from accessing certain or all information. Its main advantage is that it's way safer for the target once applied, but its disadvantage is that it's incredibly hard and complex to implement, that it may cause unnecessary complications, and that it's technically just a temporary measure. In addition to that, if not provided with a good excuse, it's easy for the target to realize the missing memories, and it could be quite stressful since no information would be created in place for that used space. Erasing memories, on the other hand, is simply purging information from the mind directly. And for that purged information, the mind would automatically adapt and sometimes create memories of their own to compensate, resulting in an at-ease mind without any additional effort and therapy. While this is incredibly easy to do compared to sealing, the more memories that are erased, the more the mind is burdened, and it may even cause debilitating conditions. Though this kind of measure is certainly a permanent one. As for your first question, we'll create a story that she transferred out of Kuo Academy because the two of you were assigned work out of this town. After a year, you were free of your work and she wished to transfer back. But before she could do that, she got into a traffic accident. While not a very serious accident, a wrong hit on her head caused her amnesia, making her forget the entirety of her second year. We can easily support this story by asking the Belial house to process all the documents needed for this. Anoka and Haruto became quiet once more as they needed some time to digest everything that Kisuke had just said. A minute or two later, Anoka broke this silence. I can understand what you want to happen. However, why? Why does she have to go through this? Kisuke sighed in response. She's currently at a very important juncture of her life. Whichever path she wanted to take would bring her to entirely different futures. However, she's having an inner conflict of not knowing where to go and the inability to move forward. A small smile then emerged from Kisuke's face. This may seem counterintuitive, but by making her forget one part of her life, things may become clearer for her, and maybe this time, she'll be able to take a step forward, even if it's just a baby step. Are you really just 18 years old? Haruto suddenly asked. I feel like I'm talking to a fellow old man. Or are all devils like you? Kisuke chuckled while replying, wisdom isn't caused by age. But there's a correlation. Haruto immediately fired back. Let's just say that I'm a bit special. Aside from lifespan and natural ability to use magic and understand all the languages on Earth, devils aren't very different from humans in their ways and society. Meanwhile, as Haruto distracted Kisuke for a bit, Anoka was able to rearrange her thoughts. This has always been the case for the couple. While Haruto is the brawn, Anoka does all the thinking for complicated and complex matters without breaking her husband's trust. Kisuke, of course, instantly noticed this and just entertained Haruto with his whimsical questions. This is a great situation for us. Anoka thought, it should be, and we should just go with this without any further questions asked. But I don't like how he's just discounting my daughter's feelings. But Anoka spoke up with great hesitation and the two men stopped their talk. She didn't want to say it because Kisuke might pull back from this and they wouldn't have a chance to escape this inexplicable world that contained terrifying beings, as just obtaining knowledge about them was already a curse to normal people like them. However, she understood her daughter the most, and despite talking to her through a hologram, she also somewhat understood what she's going through. But Aika would surely hate you if she were to remember all of this. She might despise you for the stunt you're going to pull on her and might even push her away from you. Are you fine with that? Nevertheless, Anoka still viewed Kisuke as a child and underestimated him. I'm fine with that, Kisuke replied with a light smile on his face. This answer, however, gave Anoka a wrong impression and she was instantly pissed. But before she could say anything, Haruto suddenly raised his arm and stopped her. Haruto, aren't you going to say anything? This man doesn't really care about our daughter. Though instead of replying to her anger, Haruto calmly faced Kisuke. You still have places you need to go. Don't worry about us. Kisuke stood up and said, thank you for having me. In about an hour, I'll teleport Aika to her bedroom, so be sure that it's free. He then directly left the house without saying anything further and teleported after gaining some distance. Chapter 811, Chapter 811 Not now. After Kisuke left, Anoka instantly snarled at Haruto, why did you stop me? Normally, Haruto would have already cowered in fear in face of her wrath, but this time, he stood his ground with a light chuckle and a calm demeanor, because you misunderstood him. What? Haruto then started walking towards Aika's room while saying, if Aika were to remember all of this, then I can trust him to take care of our daughter. And before disappearing from Anoka's sight, Haruto added, of course, I'll do my best so that she can't recall anything. This is our ticket out of this. Still confused by what he meant, Anoka followed him to clarify why he wasn't even at least slightly angry. Kisuke reappeared within the perimeter of a certain mansion and observed the surroundings first before stepping out of the shadows. As soon as he relaxed his aura, dozens of guards watching the mansion in secret were immediately alerted of his presence and couldn't help but shudder as he appeared out of nowhere and managed to get so close to them. Multiple guards hurriedly rushed to his position, but before they could approach, it seems that each and every one of them received an order and retreated back to the shadows without any question. Kisuke's stride didn't change and he peacefully made his way towards the gates of the mansion. The gates automatically opened for him as he walked in and reached the huge double doors that opened too, but this time, it was manually opened by someone very familiar. How are you doing, Mom? It has been a while. Sakura happily jumped at him and gave him a big hug. I'm doing fine, how are you? I'm doing great and am actually very ready to make a mess. No. Clean up the mess I've left. However, looking at things now, the situation was a bit different. For starters, it seems that the bounty on my head has already disappeared. Before he even reached Aika's house, Kisuke was able to access the information he needed from the bots he'd left to gather news. Although it was just superficial information known to the public, Sakura and the rest didn't mention anything about his terrorist status being lifted. They placed all the blame on the now disbanded Cows Brigade. Well, considering how much mess they made, it's easy to push some other blames into them and they wouldn't be able to deny it. Though I would have really liked to move around more with the criminal record since they won't be able to contain me with their rules. Sakura was able to guess what he's thinking and said, it's about time you play by the rules. You do know how much of a mess you're leaving whenever you just go about things your way, right? Kisuke averted his eyes from her and continued walking. Though you can deal with your problems effectively, the politics of things are entirely different, Sakura continued with a resolute tone, and I don't want you and the girls to keep fending off unknown threats because you guys don't have the protection of any organizations. Yes, you are strong, but you can't control the world with just strength. People gather for a reason. Kisuke stopped walking and smiled wryly while facing her. Don't make it sound like I'm aiming for world domination. But there was some truth to what Sakura had said. As a branded criminal, he can pretty much ignore the rules that the factions followed. However, that would also mean that the factions would see him as a threat, not as a criminal, but as a rabid dog without his leash and running around freely. Alone, he might be fine, but there were others that could drag him down, and even if he put all his protection methods on them, he couldn't possibly defend all of them. By being tied down, he would be subjected to the same rules as everyone else played, and the threat he poses instantly goes down. Bureaucracy is really a pain in the ass, but I guess it's also a way to move around safely. Stop speaking like you have a choice. Just be a good boy for now. You'll have all the chances you need to deal with Olympus later. Oh. Did they already reveal their fangs to the world? They didn't. They are still a major participant in the international rating game, so they won't be making a move that would incriminate their chances of winning. Not now, at least. But we can talk about this later. By the way, I didn't expect you to get Haruto's approval. We thought that stubborn guy would need to be persuaded by his wife. Sakura suddenly changed the topic as they walked along the corridor. Kisuke already knew that they were listening since he didn't hide his presence when he visited them, and it would be weirder if they didn't bug the place. I don't think that counts as approval. Well, no one really expected you to suddenly bring Aika instead of Yoruichi. And I understand why Anoka became so mad. Putting others to the test is really just inviting misunderstandings and hate. Although you don't mind, it doesn't mean it doesn't affect you. If I've deemed something as important, I'll do it if I can afford the price. Aika's hate is pretty cheap compared to what she could get. Sakura sighed. Is that so? Although you've changed, you've also become self-sacrificing. Do it in moderation, okay? The others can also take care of themselves. You don't have to feel like you're being chased by something because everything is peaceful right now. Kisuke didn't say anything regarding that. Whatever. Sakura gave up. Let's go meet the master of the house, your aunt. Chapter 812, Chapter 812 Ajuka and what transpired. Kisuke and Sakura entered the meeting room, and the latter was about to greet the people inside it when she suddenly stopped. As there's someone who isn't supposed to be here, Beelzebub-sama. Within the room, along with Cleria and Daihauser, was the chief advisor for the technology department, the creator of the Evil Pieces system and the rating game, and the sole remaining Satan within the underworld after the events of the Evil Dragon War, Ajuka Beelzebub. Even Kisuke was intrigued by his attendance, but for a different reason. I couldn't properly feel his presence. I thought that the third person was just some random servant. Kisuke observed him for a few moments and concluded, so he managed to develop a technique to mask both his magic and soul pressure within this short amount of time. His own soul seems to have strengthened considerably too, and there are some traces of training from it. As expected of a genius. On the other hand, Ajuka was also doing the same. I still can't see through him. This is really a wonder. I thought I had learned enough to at least shed some light on his mystery. Thanks to the information he got from Azazel and Dylan Citri regarding souls, Ajuka was able to develop some soul techniques and was able to incorporate them with his Kankara formula, making his abilities advance by leaps and bounds. But despite that, he was startled that he still couldn't find anything concrete about Kisuke, even though the latter was able to figure out the technique he's using with a simple glance. Is it experience, intellect, or something else? He seemed so used in gathering data that I couldn't even be compared. As expected of a genius. While the two geniuses were having a staring contest, the other three were feeling the mounting pressure between them. Ahem. Shouldn't we start? Daihauser interrupted them with a fake cough. Ajuka broke his line of sight first. Excuse me. Pardon me for my unannounced visit. I heard that Kisuke Urahara has arrived and I really wanted to secure a discussion with him. At his words, Daihauser, Cleria, and Sakura couldn't help but frown because there's only one way that he could have known Kisuke's arrival, so you won't deny that you've tapped our communication lines, Ajuka-sama. But Ajuka just took her glare with a stride and answered, I won't. It's my technology, so naturally, I have a backdoor that I could use. The three devils' complexion became uglier. Ajuka-sama. Even if you're the Devil King and the chief advisor of the technology department, you can't be doing this. Ajuka nodded. I know, and I also apologize for that. I really need to talk to Kisuke-kun as soon as possible. In exchange for this, I'll owe the Belial House a favor, and this isn't me paying it back, but I'm also manually securing your communication lines in secret because there have been a large number of attempts to crack it from numerous unknown sources. Daihauser, Cleria, and Sakura were startled. Ever since setting up their information network, they'd been prepared for breaches, but strangely enough, there were almost none. It turned out it was Ajuka who was helping them from behind. However, this, and no matter how great his favor is, doesn't mean it absolved him of his intrusive actions. Though before the situation and atmosphere could devolve, Kisuke interrupted them. It seems that he needs me for something urgent, so let's set this aside, for now, Aunt. Cleria stared at Kisuke for a while when she suddenly received a telepathic message from him which made her eyes open slightly more. I have the resources to create a new network that you can use. It's already a good thing that we knew that he had been snooping around. Naturally, Ajuka noticed this blatant secret conversation in front of him, but he didn't really have the right to interfere or point that out. Cleria sighed. All right. Let's move on. Are you fine with the current arrangement? She asked Kisuke, referring to Ajuka's presence. Since he's just going to be updated on the current situation, Kisuke nodded his head. Cleria then faced Ajuka and said, Ajuka-sama, Kisuke has been away for a while and needs to be briefed on the current situation. What you need to say to him needs to wait. That's acceptable. Please go on. As everyone sat down comfortably and had some drinks served, Cleria started by reintroducing herself to Kisuke as the new head of the Belial house because she's the one with the most qualification, as both Daihauser and Sakura has a questionable history with the former joining the Chaos Brigade even after providing information to the authority, while the latter has a not-so-pretty record of forbidden research. Cleria's inauguration became even smoother when the knowledge about the king pieces of the evil pieces became public, which was the reason for the attempted assassination of her in Kuo Town all those years ago. Kisuke wasn't surprised at this outcome because he was already expecting this. He just didn't know it would happen so fast. Looks like the locked-up leaders of mythologies reshuffled the power structure. No wonder why I can't touch Olympus for now, as Zeus was probably one of those fighting the Trihexa. They started with the information that Kisuke didn't have since they hadn't told him about the entirety of the Evil Dragon War, where Trihexa, along with the revived and mass-produced evil dragons and clone-boosted gears, wreaked havoc throughout the entire world. The first one they attacked was the heavens, with the first heaven being utterly destroyed while the second until sixth had varying degrees of damage from colossal to minimum. However, the biggest damage they received was the death of thousands of angels and fatally injuring some of the seraphs, with Raphael losing one of his legs and Uriel losing an eye and an arm. Although they managed to fend off the attackers with the help of various mythologies, Trihexa attacked Asgard next. If not for the reinforcement of other factions and a great amount of sacrificed lives, Asgard wouldn't have been able to avoid its destruction until Trihexa was forcefully teleported away from it. The battle continued with Trihexa separating itself into 7 parts and an evil dragon accompanying each one of them. The war was only concluded when Azazel was able to stop the Holy Grail from producing more clones of evil dragons and boosted gears, and the leaders were able to place Trihexa in the isolation field barrier. But even with a strong seal, it was estimated that Trihexa would still be able to free itself, so leaders and subordinates of many factions joined it to stop it from escaping and hopefully, slowly kill it. This is the list of everyone who joined. Daihauser passed a piece of paper to Kisuke with a heavy complexion. Kisuke took a look at it and saw many familiar names. From Underworld, Surzex and his peerage except for Graphia, everyone from Seraphal's peerage, and Falbium and his peerage except for his queen. From Heaven's side, all the 4 great seraphs, except for Gabriel, and their brave saints except for their aces. From the Grigori, it was only Azazel, but he's the acting leader of the group because he has the most knowledge about Trihexa. From Norse faction, Odin, and 6 other gods. From Greek faction, Zeus and 10 other gods. And finally, from Hindu faction, Brahma, Vishnu, and 7 other gods. Kisuke thought that the world had lost a large chunk of its powerhouses, but he didn't think that it would be to this extent. Chapter 813, Chapter 813, Hades' New Forces. And the world raiding game was initiated by Ajuka-sama and Shiva-san to stabilize the situation, huh? Ajuka nodded, that's right. However, it wasn't our idea but Azazel's. All of us were just going to oversee the entire event. Because of that, we named the games the Azazel Cup in honor of his efforts and achievement. How about Hades? Even though we have clues of his involvement, we couldn't gather enough evidence, so he's still free to do whatever within his authority, Cleria answered with a sigh, but according to the intelligence that we've gathered, he's gathering various evil gods to his side, so every major faction is being wary of him. What's strange, however, was the fact that he's able to compose a team of unknown but powerful devils to participate in the Azazel Cup. I've got some chance to get a glimpse of them. According to my initial estimation, some of them are potentially on super devil level. Ajuka suddenly revealed, stunning the 3 devils. What? How does that make sense? Daihauser retorted. Kisuke, on the other hand, was able to piece some guesses using the story until now. This is just a guess, but they are probably homunculi. With those words, Sakura was able to surmise Kisuke's conclusion. Are you referring to the Holy Grail's revival and cloning ability? Yes. If it's true that he has devils that are unreasonably strong but remained unknown until now, it's probably because he was able to make use of Klipitha's experiment results and data. Hades' cooperation with Chaos Brigade becomes easier to understand despite his apparent inaction when the group disbanded. Kisuke then scratched his chin and added, even then, he would need a very strong base if he wanted to create a devil of the highest level. Kisuke took a peek at Ajuka's expression and saw no visible changes. Even then, Kisuke knew that he already has a clue to what that base is thanks to his massive network of information. In any case, you shouldn't focus on these devils too much, Kisuke continued, although they may have raw power and energy density of a super devil, they may have little to no control over it. At most, they'll just have massive muscle strength or magic firepower, and all of you know that's not all when it comes to fighting. Besides, it could also mean that Hades revealed a force like this to attract eyes, covering his tracks on other things. Ajuka closed his eyes and agreed, that's true. However, even if I want to dedicate more men to move around him, it's still hard to follow the tracks of some Grim Reapers due to a certain replica of a divine item. Replicas of Hades' Helm of Invisibility, isn't it? I see that despite your short meeting with his forces you already knew what they were. Of course. I had my first contact with Grim Reapers wearing those. So despite not knowing anything about them you were still able to find them. Ajuka took a few decades to find out the true nature of these items, not just because it's almost impossible to detect the wearer, but also that Hades only uses them on very rare occasions. On top of that, he would always command these Grim Reapers to stay away from any powerhouses to avoid any chance of detection. Although he didn't really dedicate much of his resources to this, Ajuka was still surprised that he was able to find them with a single instance. Ah. I get it. You're not just adept in the study of souls, but also usage and detection of them. Kisuke thought for a moment before pulling out a pile of papers from his inventory and passing it to Ajuka. This is the basic framework of spiritual pressure detection and a blueprint of a device that can make use of it. They shouldn't be able to hide from this, though I doubt it'll work on the real thing. Ajuka received the paper with great interest and started skimming through it. The further he reads, the shinier his eyes became. I see. So that's how it is. This is technically a soul's unique print. Ajuka then turned his eyes back to Kisuke. Are you sure you're giving this to me? With a big smile, Kisuke answered, Hades has been a pain in my ass. If you could monitor his movements in greater detail, then that would be enough as compensation. Ajuka shook his head. That's what I intended to do from the start since I don't really have any resources to deal with him myself. If there's anything you need, just tell me and I'll do everything in my ability to provide it. That's just how valuable this information is. I'll think about it when the time comes. Kisuke accepted his offer. At this time, it was Ajuka's turn to pull out something from his inventory. It was a smartphone and he gave it to Kisuke after navigating to a certain folder of documents. This isn't the payment but my reason for meeting you. Kisuke took some time and quietly browsed through the documents before saying, of course this can't be a payment. You're essentially asking me to work. Within the documents was information about the isolation field barrier and the trihexa. Ajuka didn't deny Kisuke's words and said, I'm just hoping that you could do something with your expertise. Of course, I wouldn't just trust some random person with this critical data and any help you could provide would be compensated properly. Kisuke scratched his head while thinking, well, I did promise Seraphal that I'll do something to help her friends and companions. And I can't really have these people trapped when there's an even greater threat looming in the future. I'll do what I can, but I won't be making any promises. That's more than enough. Thank you. Seeing that their conversation is done, Cleria asked Kisuke, what's next in your plans? Initially, after dealing with all of his enemies, he planned to work on a world gate that would connect this world to Hestia's world so that the girls could finally go home if they wanted to. In addition to that, Kisuke also planned to explore his options that could forcibly pull them back to this world in case an emergency were to arise. But now that he couldn't haphazardly confront Olympus, Kisuke was left with a lot of time since it takes quite some time to get the experiment results even if tries to automate it. I guess I'll hang and poke around places of interest, he replied. In any case, he already planted several bombs in Hades and Olympus so adding a few more wouldn't hurt. I'm also really interested in Hades' homunculi. Maybe that could help me in furthering Jigai development. Then how about participating in the Azazel Cup, suggested Sakura. Chapter 814, Chapter 814 Chaos Karma Dragon. Then how about participating in the Azazel Cup? Sakura excitedly suggested. Ah. Right, I haven't asked, but what's the grand prize for this? With an event this grand, I doubt it'll be just material or monetary gain. The prize is anything, answered Ajuka. The winner would be granted a wish that all participating mythology will grant as long as it doesn't disrupt the overall peace. All of a sudden, Kisuke's expression became difficult to describe. It sounds amazing but with a vague idea for a prize, it also meant that it's up to you if you'll grant it or not. There's another word for that, a scam. A gigantic one even. Puffed. Sakura almost rudely spat out as she stifled her laughter while the other two Belials were dumbfounded. Ajuka was a little bit embarrassed and feigned a cough. Well, if you think about it, you do have a point. But rest assured as the wish will be deliberated among the mythologies so it would be as fair as possible. But contrary to his expectations, Kisuke's face became uglier. What the hell? Winning wasn't enough and you still need some political prowess to get what you want properly. That's a bigger scam than I initially thought. Ajuka is really embarrassed this time but didn't show it, and he didn't say anything or deny Kisuke's claim. In retrospect, it's really as he said. If someone without any influence were to somehow win, it'll be really hard for him or her to request anything grand due to the pressure of large factions. But to be fair, all those who are strong enough to win the games couldn't just be some nobody that has no connection to any factions. Seeing that he couldn't get much of a reaction from Ajuka, Kisuke became bored and stopped. In any case, even if I intended to join, I don't have a team. I'm confident in my strength, but I'm not ignorant and arrogant enough to think that I'll win the tournament with just me. If it was the top 10 strongest, Kisuke was definitely on that list. In addition to him being technically immortal with his superb hyper-regeneration, he could be considered as one of the most effective fighters out there. However, proportional to that strength, he's prone to underestimating his enemies. No matter how he tries to think that he won't be a victim of such a thing, somewhere in his mind, it would only be a matter of time that he slips up, similar to how Aizen was sealed by the much weaker him. In conclusion, he couldn't fight a war alone. Even Yawatch didn't do it despite having such overwhelming strength. And finally, this was just a tournament, so he couldn't possibly show all of his cards. Ideally, with a team, he'll only use half of his abilities. But speaking seriously, that wish reward from all the mythologies is really attractive. If I can win, I could use their help when it's time to deal with that guy. Crossing his arms, Kisuke muttered, even if I try to gather members, I can only think of 2 right now. Cleria, Daihauser, and Sakura instantly guessed the 2 people Kisuke was referring to, and indeed, there would be no problem for them to fill in 4 of the pieces. If you really intend to choose with an intention to win, I can refer someone that could help you. Since she's at god level, she could fill the role of queen, 2 pieces, or 8 pawn pieces. Ajuka interjected. Can she be trusted? Asked Kisuke in curiosity. You'll be the judge of that once you see her. Clapping her hands, Sakura happily declared, great. Now you only have 1 or 2 more members that are on god level. And even if you can't fill your team, you'll be running for one of the top contenders. Kisuke became silent and weighed his options. Since they are games, Kisuke could take advantage of the rules. Although eliminating the king is always a condition to win, it's not the only one, it's viable. If Ajuka's referral is strong enough, I could aim for the first place. Although I can't complete the members right now, I could always look for one later since there are no rules specifying that a team couldn't recruit new members mid-games. In fact, the preliminaries should have already started, yet they're telling me to register and participate. May I meet her right now? Ajuka didn't say anything and directly took out his smartphone and sent a message. Immediately after, he placed the phone on the table and it started letting out strong magical signals. A few seconds later, a teleportation magic circle appeared in the corner of the room before a beauty with long pale blue hair and dark blue eyes, radiating a cold atmosphere, appeared. Ajuka, what do you need me for? Everyone was familiar with this new addition to the room, including Kisuke, as he first saw her when Kaneko went berserk in Rias Gremory and Riser Phoenix raiding game. Tiamat, I'd like you to meet Kisuke Urahara and if possible, join his team for the Azazel Cup. Chapter 815, Chapter 815. Not a very good reputation. Tiamat didn't speak immediately and just stared at Kisuke. Ajuka, on the other hand, withdrew and just watched. He only needed the 2 of them to meet, it'd be up to Kisuke to convince her if he wants to. Kisuke stood up and introduced himself, immediately going straight to the point. It's nice to meet you, Tiamat-san. I'm Kisuke Urahara. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. This is a bit sudden, but I would like to invite you to my team for the Azazel Cup. He didn't really care if Tiamat accepted it or not, as he could just look for someone else. But looking for someone else would take some effort, so Kisuke at least appreciated Ajuka's goodwill. Tiamat didn't return the greeting and turned to Ajuka. It would be nice if I can join a team since it'll also mean that I'd be relieved of my duties. However, if you're going to allow it, at least give me a choice. You do know the rumors surrounding him, so I would rather join Sekuriti's team. Kisuke didn't mind her rude behavior and turned to Sakura and asked, rumors? Ah. I forgot that there are those. Sakura placed her hand on her forehead while sighing. There was already previous dissatisfaction with you being proven innocent, but because of you and your group's absence during a war that decided the fate of the world, the rumors of you being in cahoots with Rizavim from the start started gaining traction. After all, even Hades sent his Grim Reapers to help several fronts to fight against the evil dragons, added Cleria. Having words of his own to add, Daihauser faced Kisuke who, contrary to a normal reaction, had an amused expression. Actually, the most popular rumor is that you're very weak compared the officials claim you to be, so you couldn't participate in the war even if you wanted to without tarnishing the name of the Belial house. Since you're in the same generation as the rising stars and heroes like Issei and Valley, the masses couldn't help but draw a power comparison. In the first place, the only time you appeared in public was when you took part in saving the underworld from the Annihilation Maker monsters, and the most prevailing theory of how you managed to defeat one of them was that you borrowed Great Red's power, who had appeared with you. And the damage you caused in Olympus was contained, so no one actually knows the truth of what happened that day. Adding onto that, Sona Citri's fans actually hate you because they think you're the reason why she had to disband her peerage. Well, that one's true. With an exasperated voice, Sakura ended it, in other words, your reputation is shit. I thought I'd give a few words of encouragement, but it looks like you're not bothered by it even a little bit, Ajuka commented. Laughing at his words, Sakura replied, if he was bothered by this, he wouldn't have enjoyed it when others started calling him a terrorist. Her eyes then sharpened and asked, wasn't that the reason why you had to fix his status? You people were afraid of what he might do with that kind of title. Tiamat's eyes widened and asked Ajuka, is that true? Ajuka answered with his eyes closed, it was Surzex, Azazel, and Michael that were extremely concerned about this. Nevertheless, I'm inclined to believe that there was a basis for their concerns and that was proven the moment I met him today. His words made Tiamat, who wasn't interested in many things, think. A few moments later, she faced Kisuke properly for the first time and asked, how about a mock battle? Kisuke peeked at Ajuka and thought, I see. So this is what you wanted from the start. Out of all prominent people in the world, it was actually Kisuke and his group that Ajuka was having a serious lack of information, and he indeed hoped for this to happen when he decided to introduce Tiamat to him. Stability won't be possible with just ideology. The knowledge that could be used as a weapon in the age of peace is the most important. Seeing that Kisuke was remaining silent, Tiamat thought that he didn't like the fact that he's being tested, and she can understand that, as a persistent rule of the raiding games, if the king is defeated, the game ends. I know nothing about you, so I don't know if you'll be able to hold on long enough. If I'm going to join the games, I would rather have a chance to win and not babysit some unknown guy. Naturally, you'll be able to gauge my abilities and make a proper judgment if I really am good enough for your team. Kisuke sighed and decided to go along with Ajuka's script, understood. But before we start, I'd like to know the condition of win for me. Needless to say, he won't be showing a majority of his ability. Hakuta without the hollow reinforcement should be enough. Tiamat misunderstood Kisuke's words and thought that he's not confident that he needed a focused condition to convince her. It seems that he's at least aware of my identity. Too bad for you, I'll be really strict. Tiamat shook her head and replied, the condition is to make me admit defeat. How you'll do that will be up to you. At that point, Kisuke also knew that she's misunderstanding him but still giving him the benefit of the doubt. But instead of resolving that misunderstanding, Kisuke amplified it using a worried tone, what about injuries? Tiamat appeared to be annoyed and said, you won't amount to anything if you're not afraid of a little bit of pain. The Belial siblings immediately caught onto his ruse and looked at each other and came up with the same conclusion, she'll be in a world of pain. That's true. Kisuke then turned to Ajuka, who's confused by their exchange, how should we do this? Ajuka stopped thinking about it and refocused his attention on Kisuke and his actions, trying to read and record every move that could prove as useful information. I'll prepare a game field. In that, you can wreak havoc as much as you want. Chapter 816, Chapter 816 Dragon King vs Shinigami. Within the artificial space that was reminiscent of a wide desert, Kisuke and Tiamat stood opposite and 100 meters from each other. Tiamat unfurled her dragon wings and rose to the sky while Kisuke followed suit, matching her height. Tiamat waited quietly for a few minutes but ended up furrowing her brows and asking Kisuke, where is your blade? She recalled that he has a sacred gear in the form of a hidden blade within a cane. In response, Kisuke smirked and said, as you've said, I also want to see what you can do. If I were to pull out my blade, I may not be able to gauge your abilities properly. A vein instantly popped out of her forehead as blue flames began to emerge and circulate around her, releasing an incredible amount of heat. Ah. Is that so? Then you better watch carefully. Despite appearing very cold, the strongest of the 5 great dragon kings is in fact, very hot-headed when it comes to her treasures and fighting. Opening her mouth, Tiamat gathered the blue flames in front of her mouth and compressed it. A second later, a blinding blue blast of pure flame flew up towards Kisuke. The blast of flame reached the height of 30 meters, and it would have been hard for anyone to dodge such an encompassing and punishing strike that could instantly vaporize anyone on the level of high-class devils and below. Contrary to her expectations, however, Tiamat saw no movements from Kisuke and heard just a single mutter, Danku, splitting void. A translucent rectangular, 20-meter high, 10-meter wide, barrier instantly appeared in front of Kisuke, stopping the blast of flame that instantly turned the sand around them into pieces of glass. Tiamat was a bit shocked that her breath was blocked so casually and was about to resume the next wave of attack when she suddenly felt a threat beside her. She hurriedly turned her head to the right, but it was already too late as a fist had already made contact with her nose, blasting her away while leaving a trail of blood. What? When did he? As she traveled through the air, her eyes landed on Kisuke, who was behind the translucent barrier, and saw him suddenly pop like a balloon. What the hell, were her last thoughts before she was buried within the sands, like a heavy object dropping into a body of water, splashing and creating waves of sands behind her. Kisuke brought back his fist and wiped the blood off his fingers, as expected of a dragon. That punch was enough to blow away someone's head. I knew that he could win, but I didn't think he'd do it this easily. Clearia commented while watching the match. Going against Tiamat should be a given, but even when he fought Hades and Ares, he took an unconventional form. This time around, he didn't do any of that. He didn't even pull out his sword, added Diehauser while analyzing the previous clash. He imagined that if he's on Tiamat's foot, he couldn't have possibly dodged that either. He grew stronger, all right, muttered Sakura, very happy for her son but also very worried and concerned as she knew that he couldn't possibly get this much stronger by just sitting around. I'd heard that he's unforgiving when training others, but how exactly does he treat himself? This point made her realize once again that she doesn't know that much about her son, even if she tried acting like she knew him well enough, the secrets that he's hiding. Will I ever be able to make him open up to me? Meanwhile, Ajuka, who was outside of the siblings' observation, had a deep frown on his face. All around the game field he created were various measuring tools that could detect anything within the space they were moving. Instead of the ongoing fight, Ajuka was staring at the data that was entering his terminal in real time. It looks like magic down to its fluctuations, but it isn't magic nor the power of souls. At most, I expected his techniques to be of an unknown system, but to think I couldn't even analyze the source he's using. Surzek severely underestimated the threat he posed. Kisuke stared down as the cloud of sand began to disperse. A few seconds later, a whirlpool of sand started to form on the spot where Tiamat disappeared, but what was surprising was molten glass took up the center and began to climb up. A minute later, it has now become a whirlpool of molten glass. First were the dragon wings spanning 100 meters, before a 50-meter-long blue western dragon emerged from the whirlpool and stared back at Kisuke with her bright blue eyes. I apologize for underestimating you, but from here on, I won't be falling for the same trick. With a target as big as you, I won't be needing any tricks to hit you, replied Kisuke as he took a stance. Hit me then, Tiamat answered, while amassing another compressed blue flame, but in a significantly shorter amount of time and blasting it towards Kisuke's direction once again. Kisuke used Flash Step to dodge and close the distance, but this time, Tiamat was ready and swiped her giant claws at him. Kisuke easily dodged this and maneuvered around her arm to reach her chin, sending out a fist. With her size right now, the most she could do was mitigate the force by jumping backwards, but she didn't do any of those to Kisuke's shock. While suspicious of her intentions, Kisuke still continued and his fist was connected to her chin. But before he could send all of the force behind his fist, Kisuke was forced to pull back and used Flash Step to take some distance. When he was sure that Tiamat wouldn't initiate a follow-up attack, he took a look at the fist he threw and saw its flesh seared, reaching even the bone. Those are some deceptive scales. I couldn't feel much heat before touching them. They are almost 1,000,000 degrees Celsius hot as long as I supply them with enough draconic aura. And more than keeping your hand, I'm surprised that you didn't even wince in pain. Are you sure you're in the same generation as those brats? Kisuke stopped looking at his hand and started contemplating his next moves while answering, I certainly am. But 1,000,000 degrees Celsius? That must be taking an enormous amount of draconic aura to maintain. Your worries are unfounded. I can do this all day. With that said, isn't it about time to pull out your sword? Well, touching you is definitely going to be tough, but it's not impossible. Tiamat's ability made Kisuke recall the late commander of Goti 13. But unlike this dragon, Yamamoto's Ryujin Jaka made him nigh impossible to touch once he releases his Bankai. If it wasn't for Yawatch stealing his Bankai and using it against him, Yamamoto wouldn't have died so easily. His position as a protector also didn't allow him to use the full scope of his abilities. Oh well, what should I do now? Maybe test that out. Still underestimating me, I see, Tiamat replied angrily and started compressing her blue flames once again, but this time, there were a total of 9 waiting for Kisuke and it was enough to blast the whole space he moved around in. Not minding this, Kisuke took a deep breath and muttered, Shunko. Chapter 817 Flash War Cry. Shunko. While the seared flesh on Kisuke's knuckles began to heal, the veins in both of his arms and legs were suddenly ruptured, releasing a substantial amount of blood. Tiamat was shocked at this gruesome sight, but never did she once think that this is a suicidal move, even if Kisuke started gathering a frightening amount of power. She didn't know what he's planning, but she waited in anticipation. Tiamat had already decided to join his team after his first attack, but she still wanted to see more of what he's capable of. Instead of falling down, the blood gathered around his arms and legs, ripping apart his sleeves, wooden sandals, and a portion of his pants. I forgot about this. I'll have to make clothes that won't be destroyed by this next time. I'm not really a fan of showing off my sexy thighs. While thinking such inane thoughts, the blood turned misty and swirled, covering his limbs. Shunko's initial form was completed. Kisuke looked at his limbs and flexed them. The combination of Hakuta and Kidu, Yoruchi, and Suifeng is really great for figuring this out all on their own. After hopping in midair for a few seconds in an attempt to gauge the changes in his physique, Kisuke disappeared from his former position and reappeared under Tiamat's belly. The latter already knew that he would reappear there as the enormous blood aura made his movements much more obvious. However, she still trusted her scales and poured her draconic aura into her defense. Nevertheless, that wasn't a very good decision. Kisuke lowered his hips and stabilized his footing with an invisible foothold before rising up and throwing his fist covered in a blood mist once again. Tiamat expected his hand to be seared again, but against this expectation, the blood mist just compressed itself and impacted her belly, sending a wave of debilitating vibrations that made her whole body rattle. Tiamat tried to fly up, but it was already too late as she was sent flying outside of her own volition. What's this? Along with her confusion was a lump of blood emerging from her mouth. Her organs were damaged enough that she'd started coughing out blood. But she didn't care any of this for now as she was still in danger and immediately reoriented herself to face Kisuke, only to see him putting both of his hands together and pointing his palms towards her. Ha! A blast of crimson bloody energy instantly appeared from Kisuke's palms. Feeling the threat, Tiamat hurriedly converged her blue flames in front of her to fight it off. The large deafening sound from the collision of the two opposing forces pushed the sands, creating an enormous crater and a thick sandstorm in the desert. Despite this, the two of them could still feel each other's presence very clearly and moved to once again clash. From the viewer's point of view, the whole screen was covered by the sandstorm, and Kisuke and Tiamat's figures would only be revealed for a fraction of a second when they clashed and changed that section's sand into molten glass, further adding to the turbulence. During the last clash of leg and claw, the resulting shockwave pushed out all the remaining sand, revealing the two figures before they separated and stopped moving. While the two of them seemingly have no visible changes at first glance from afar, Tiamat's scales have some minor cracks on them. In the middle of their clashes, she had to dedicate some of her aura to defending the inside of her body due to Kisuke's strikes having a resonance effect, especially on her blood. Meanwhile, Kisuke was still the same except for the blood swirling around his limbs already forming into half-done crimson blood gauntlets and boots. He's slowly adjusting and evolving mid-fight. What a troublesome fellow, and I clearly underestimated him despite putting my guard up. Still want to continue? Asked Kisuke. Tiamat's eyes widened at his question. I'd never thought you'd ask that when you're clearly on the verge of something. Shouldn't you use this opportunity to complete that technique? Any delays may affect its completion. But Kisuke shook his head and replied, the pressure you're applying isn't enough anymore. Unless. Tiamat received Kisuke's knowing stare and sighed, this is supposed to be just a mock battle, but fine. I'll play along and stop holding back a bit. Kisuke smiled, you have my thanks. He then calmed the raging energies on his limbs and rearranged them to become more efficient. Tiamat, on the other hand, had her flames surround and cover her once again. Instead of getting bigger, the sphere became smaller than that of a human before revealing what's inside. Tiamat had returned to her humanoid form, but this time, her scales acted as her body-fit attire and her limbs were that of a dragon. In addition to that, there were now two long curved horns protruding out of her head, parting her hair and revealing her shining sapphire blue dragon eyes. Kisuke knew from the start that she'd been holding back because she used her dragon form instead of the humanoid one when it was very clear to him that she was a master of martial arts due to her movements. But as soon as she took her humanoid dragon form, the atmosphere instantly heated up to dangerous levels before falling into freezing levels just as fast. The evaporated moisture instantly turned into icicles, producing impromptu snow in the desert. However, Kisuke didn't think that she'd suddenly changed the element of her draconic aura and correctly guessed the true nature of the frozen world that had become of the game field, absorbing thermal energy for her own use. In this regard, when it comes to controlling heat, Captain Yamamoto is a child in front of her. Chapter 818, Chapter 818 New Teammate. The last few moments of the battle became a pure mano-a-mano fistfight. Compared to Yoruichi's Shunko that was sharp and fast, and to Sui Feng's which was swift and flexible, Kisuke's Shunko that centered on his own blood was sluggish and heavy. But in exchange for that, each blow he could land caused devastating destruction that was capable of bypassing most defenses to a certain extent. If it was compared to a weapon, Yoruichi was a dagger, Sui Feng was a whip, and Kisuke was a warhammer. Meanwhile, Tiamat's blows were just as deadly, as whenever she touched a part of Kisuke's body, it would instantly be burned despite his ridiculous durability. And even if Kisuke tried to block her attacks with his gauntlets and boots, they would be instantly destroyed, though it would only burn his skin a bit. To Tiamat's frustration, however, each time she broke those, they would also instantly regenerate and be even more complete and sturdy. As it became a slugging contest, the impact of each of their clashes rattled the whole game field, which wasn't that big in the first place since there were only the two of them. These waves of destruction caused the surveillance cameras to break whenever they or the combatants got too close. Since it wasn't a typical game where there were large numbers of cameras and a Juka had filled the field with more sensitive devices, it wasn't long before all of them broke and the viewers couldn't see anything any further. There's no point in sending in any more surveillance since it's about to end, a Juka said while standing up from his seat. I got everything I needed to do, so I'll be taking my leave first. Have a good day. Clearia also stood up and said, then we won't impose on you any longer, Ajuka-sama. Have a good day too. But before Ajuka disappeared within the teleportation circle, he turned around once again. Right. Before I forget, please tell Kisuke Urahara that Surzex, Azazel, and apparently Zeus would like to have a word with him. What? But I thought nonetheless, before Cleria was able to finish her sentence, Ajuka disappeared, leaving the siblings thinking. Cleria sat back down and sighed, I really hate how he keeps leaving important things unanswered. At least we know that the sealed leaders have a way of communication, commented Sakura while they were waiting for Kisuke and Tiamat to emerge. Daihauser nodded at her and added, I also understand why he wanted to keep this a secret. After all, this Azazel Cup isn't just about reinforcing stability, but also pulling out the rotten roots when they finally reveal themselves. The fact that there's a way to contact them would make these people tread even more carefully, so make sure you don't utter a word about it. Understood. The sisters nodded. At that moment, a teleportation circle appeared in the middle of the room, and Kisuke and Tiamat emerged. But as soon as they appeared, the Belial siblings panicked, Nisama. Call the medical unit and bring our stock of phoenix tears. Sakura shouted as she ran towards Kisuke, who was suffering fatal burns everywhere on his body except his face. The bones in his right hand were even visible right now. Tiamat, on the other hand, was covered in her own blood with her veins ruptured and all of her orifices bleeding. While it didn't look as bad as Kisuke, her internal injuries are nothing to scoff at. Just standing up is painful for her. There's no need. Kisuke stopped her mother from rushing and took out a bottle of glistening purple potion from his inventory before tossing it towards Tiamat. Drink it. That should help ease the pain. Tiamat stared at the unknown concoction for a short moment before popping it open and drinking it. As soon as it touched her throat, she immediately felt the effect and saw her ruptured veins visibly heal and her skin close. The soothing and warm medicine then continued to spread throughout her entire body and slowly healed her damaged organs. What's this? She asked while staring at the bottle. It's as potent as phoenix tears. No. Maybe even better since it's slowly regenerating my draconic aura too. Where did you get this? But as soon as she turned towards Kisuke, she saw his almost baby-like skin was already without a hint of blemish and already fully restored. With a snap of his fingers, he also restored his clothes, returning to what he was like when he first arrived here. Tiamat looked towards his family members and saw them having the same reaction as her, confused on how he was able to restore himself within just a minute. Did he have a time reversal healing magic? Tiamat asked herself. Whether that's the case or not, she now understood his confidence in just focusing on improving his technique in the middle of their fight. If I had known, I shouldn't have held back blowing off your limbs. Maybe I'd be in less pain. She complained while clicking her tongue. Kisuke. What was that? Your wounds were suddenly covered in smoke, then everything was already healed. Sakura asked in concern. She, of course, was not bothered on why Kisuke could instantly regenerate his flesh and bones, but more worried that it's just a superficial image he was projecting to avoid her from worrying. Kisuke didn't misunderstand her concern and smiled to reassure her. I'm fine, Mom. This isn't just something superficial. Despite how my injuries looked, nothing among those were special or cursed, so they were no threat to my life. Though I'm a bit tired after healing all those wounds. Not satisfied with his answer, Sakura started patting Kisuke's body while sending pulses of her own demonic power to examine him to make sure that there was nothing amiss. Kisuke let her do what she wanted and turned to the still shocked Cleria and Daihauser. Ajuka-sama left already. Cleria reclaimed her expression and nodded. He knew that it's about to end, so he decided to leave. But before going, he said that Surzek-sama, Azazel, and Zeus wanted to talk to you. I see. Well, I'll have to gather more information before I speak with them, replied Kisuke as he scrapped his initial plans before coming back. If those who came with Zeus are in the same faction as him, then it's not really wise to go against Apollo right now. Not to mention that Hades managed to develop fighters at the Super Devil level. I'd like to acquire his research materials first if possible. Looks like the most viable choice I have right now is to join the Azazel Cup and aim for the trophy. With that wish, I can solve the pressing problem on the other side. And if things go smoothly, we'll have more countermeasures against the unknown gods that are eyeing this world. I'll even have my chance to return to the Siriidii. While Kisuke was contemplating his plans, Daihauser turned to Tiamat and asked, I assume you've reached a decision. Tiamat nodded and said, of course. However, the ball isn't in my park anymore. I'd be happy to join his team, but I don't know if he's satisfied with me. Chapter 819, Chapter 819 Tartarus. Kisuke heard Tiamat's self-defeating words and stopped his train of thoughts. I'd be honored to have you on my team, Tiamat-san. Please take care of me. Those are my words. I have you as our captain, and if the other members are also competent enough, we'll have a real chance in winning. So should we call the other remaining members? Asked Sakura. Curious, Tiamat asked, and they are. You'll know once they arrive, but instead of leaving it to Sakura, Kisuke contacted them himself by triggering an alarm system in his previous hideout where they were currently staying and letting them know his current coordinates. After setting up a barrier that reduces the space and energy fluctuations that leak outside over the room, a teleportation circle appeared once again, and this time, two familiar figures emerged. Athena with her long and shiny blonde hair and Nyx with her long and jet black hair, both of them wearing attire that matched the modern human world. But what caught Kisuke's attention was Nyx's prosthetics, so she still hasn't fixed that. Or is the limb regrowth still in the stage of infancy? After acquiring my research on souls, Azazel should have been able to develop it. It looks like he focused on strengthening the sacred gears more, seeing that's one of the trump cards against strong enemies. Seeing his face, Athena sighed in relief. Oh. I've never expected that you'd be glad to see me, considering our history, Kisuke commented with a chuckle. Athena found a place to sit and relaxed her body. I'm just glad that you didn't attack Olympus like what you'd announced more than a month ago. Nyx, meanwhile, greeted Sakura, Cleria, and Daihauser. It has been a while. Sakura grabbed her hand and led her to one of the seats and said, it really has been a while. 3 months, is it? You two completely hid yourselves and we had no idea why you refused any form of contact from us. Sakura knew what she had done when she first met Kisuke, Yoruichi, and Sona. However, she couldn't stop herself from pitying her, and she could even see her past self in her. Because of those reasons, the two of them evidently became closer. Nevertheless, she would never ask for Kisuke's forgiveness on her behalf. Even though she was just following Hades' orders, Nyx still had to redeem herself. Something came up and we had to investigate something, Nyx answered with an awkward expression. She didn't want to show her fondness of Sakura in front of her son's inspecting gaze. I don't want him to misunderstand. But before she let Nyx continue speaking, Athena looked towards the person she didn't know personally and quietly observed them. I don't think we can speak any further than this. We only came because you finally revealed yourself, but we would like to keep hiding. Don't worry about her, replied Kisuke, and before anything else, why did you say you're glad that I didn't attack Olympus? Change of mind. Athena immediately shook her head, of course not. More than ever, I want to take down those who took advantage of the war efforts to kick out gods that were not in the same faction as them. As of now, they have managed to solidify and centralize their forces. But that shouldn't be enough for your concern. It's fine to say it. What sort of trap have they prepared for me? Athena hesitated for a bit before saying, they might have managed to get the cooperation of the Titans, including Typhon and Cronus. Titans are? Asked Kisuke. Nyx answered his question, ancient gods that once aimed for world domination through the destruction of other mythological factions. But before they could do any significant damage, Zeus raised a coup and won, sealing them within Mount Tartarus. After that event, Zeus became the king of the Olympians. The reason why we didn't come contact you because my father suspected that Apollo might have been trying to establish a connection to the prisoners of Tartarus, added Athena, but thanks to those 3 months, we were able to indirectly confirm that Apollo or Hades was able to find the entrance to Tartarus. Kisuke furrowed his brow and rubbed his chin. If Zeus was the one who sealed those gods, couldn't you have asked him about the seal's location? Before I answer that, let me make one thing clear. Tartarus isn't just some isolated space, but a living entity. A being of pure energy. My father even told me that it's as strong as Ophis and Great Red. But compared to those two, Tartarus doesn't have a will of its own and is unthinking. Thanks to these properties, my father and his comrades were able to use Tartarus to seal those powerful ancient gods. Before letting go of Tartarus within the infinite sea of dimensional gap, my father also sealed Tartarus itself so that it'd be invisible for most of the time and change its location periodically. Ever since then, it hasn't been found even once, and even if someone was able to, they'd have to kill Tartarus, who's proven to be immortal, to release those inside it before it forcefully teleports itself to another part of the dimensional gap. And how did you indirectly confirm that they were aware of its location? Kisuke further asked. Athena put her hands together and said, it was actually Nyx's idea. Nodding at her words, Nyx continued by asking Kisuke, remember the poison that I used on you last time? Of course. That's a potent one that I tried recreating but failed due to its materials being too exotic. It struck me as strange when Hades told me that those poisons he's concocting were for the gods. It's too potent and hard to administer. Even then, it's still in active development. And if others were to discover that he's poisoning other gods, which is pretty easy to tell, all sorts of unwanted attention would land on him. It's just too stupid as a countermeasure against his overt enemies, diplomatically, at least. It was then that I realized that it might not have been for the gods but for a very hard-to-kill being. With that line of thinking, Athena and I track some of the key ingredients that are being transferred around on secret routes. Though we failed in tracking where it really goes, we found Cyclops on the way. After making sure of what we'd seen, we retreated. Tiamat, who has been quiet all this time, suddenly spoke. Cyclops. I heard they already disappeared long ago. Yes. Most of them were sealed along with their masters, the Titans, while the rest were hunted to extinction, added Nyx. Chapter 820, Chapter 820 More teammates. Aren't you just mistaking them for those who had escaped the hunt? Asked Kisuke. Athena shook her head, no. They are the ancient variants that shouldn't be existing today, and all of them were wearing armors that could only be seen in Olympus Museum and records. They aren't that strong compared to the modern equipment, so there are no reasons to wear them aside from them still not being issued new armors due to logistical constraints. Assuming that's the case, then we'll have to gather evidence and send some forces to that location. Since they are still keeping it a secret, it means it's not yet ready and only those weaker beings could cross through the seal. Tiamat suggested. Nyx then replied to her, that's true. The location of the seal was deep within Hades' domain, however, to gather evidence, we would need a different route since the one we used was already compromised and that's the only route that I know of. They couldn't have possibly figured out our identities, but they should be aware that we were able to snoop around, so they might have already relocated the entire thing. Knowing them, I'm sure that they've already relocated the whole thing. They wouldn't just do nothing when one of their core plans were compromised, added Athena. Kisuke sighed and said, and I doubt anyone would want to make a move right now while all the largest factions lost a substantial amount of their forces. Instead of attacking, they would rather defend their interests first. As long as there is no evidence that a specific faction was about to be attacked, no one would stir the hornet's nest. He then looked towards Athena and asked, but considering they're not yet prepared, why are you so glad that I didn't attack Olympus? You couldn't really call it an alliance, but Apollo's team consists of both gods of Olympus, one of the 5 great dragon kings, a god of Asgard, and the Valkyries. If you were to attack them, Asgard would be forced to move too, and even if you were able to clear the misunderstanding, there would still be a crack in our relations, which wouldn't be ideal for the extremely weakened Olympus. Kisuke smiled at Athena's answer and said, heh. So you wouldn't mind if a major portion of gods from your faction were to perish, huh? Athena closed her eyes and tightened her expression. Olympus residents are my treasure, but if it's the gods themselves are trying to destroy it, then I wouldn't leave a timed bomb like them to exist. Destroy it? That's awfully pessimistic of you. You couldn't deny the fact they indeed have the chance to succeed. By then, far from destroying it, it would be Olympus' golden age. Isn't this just about your pride? Just say it, I'll free you from my control and you may join them. I won't leave a hidden bomb in you, and you can also take Nyx with you. Athena's face became serious and looked straight into Kisuke's eyes. Despite his sarcastic tone, she's convinced that he's telling the truth. Kisuke saw the hesitation within Athena's eyes but didn't say anything. Well, this is a normal reaction. Athena once again reconsidered her options, but before she could reach a conclusion, Nyx suddenly spoke up, if you decide to side with Apollo, I won't stop you. But if you were to take me with you, I'd refuse your offer. Athena turned to her and asked, is it out of fear despite his promise? I won't deny that. But more than that, I do believe that I'm on the right side, answered Nyx with conviction. If you want my opinion on this matter, I do hope that you stay. Athena fell silent. Not just Nyx but also the Belial siblings started to get nervous. If Kisuke were to really just let her go, a lot of information on her would be revealed on the other side. They don't even understand why Kisuke would make such an offer so confidently. Little did they know that Kisuke already had contingency plans in case Athena or Nyx successfully betrayed him. Tiamat, meanwhile, only stayed quiet and watched the situation as she didn't have much context to understand what's going on. She did, however, find this very interesting, not just the situation, but also the growing mystery surrounding Kisuke. I initially thought that he's just a youngster that just wanted to keep his secrets. But now I think it's not wrong to say that he's actually an old overlord that only moves in the shadows. A few more moments of silence passed before Athena finally spoke up. If this had been a test, I would have failed it magnificently. Which it isn't, clarified Kisuke. I do appreciate the fact that you're giving me a choice, but I'd like to keep it as it is. Athena's answer caused Nyx, Sakura, Cleria, and Daihauser to heave a sigh of relief. If you're going to ask me for a reason, I'm sorry, but I would have to disappoint you, as it only comes down to the vague feeling that this is the correct choice. Kisuke then suddenly clapped his hand and said, with that out of the way, let's talk about our team's formation. Athena felt bad when he suddenly changed the topic, as if her decision wasn't something important. But she just let out a wry smile after recalling that this is how her captor always has been. Wait. What team? She asked as she also realized that she had no idea what Kisuke was on about. Azazel Cup. You mean the international rating game cooked up by Ajuka, Beelzebub and Shiva? What else could it mean? Stunned, Athena added, you do realize that I'm recorded as missing and Nyx is dead, right? You want us to resurface just for some games? Why not? Out of all that they've talked about ever since arriving here, this is where Athena couldn't swallow her grievances. Then what was all that effort to keep ourselves hidden for? She shouted internally. She wanted to ask the question to Kisuke, but she had a feeling that she would just be deeply hurt by his answer, and like his previous decision, it was a good call. Chapter 821, Chapter 821 Mars Branch. Tiamat will take the Queen, Athena the 2 knights, and Nyx the 2 bishops. Do you have someone else in mind? This is a strong roster, no doubt about that, but you're too few, and winning the games against stronger contenders without a full team would be tough. Cleria asked after filling out the information needed for them to register. I have someone in mind that could take a few pawns, but that would only be possible if she could release her seal in time. Claire rested her chin on her palm and sighed. Aika-chan, is it? I really don't understand why you'd do something like that. She's a human. With many human connections. Considering a normal human's lifespan, it may look like she's rushing things to us devils who can live at least 1,000 times longer, commented Diehauser. Even then, Cleria still doesn't understand. If lifespan was the problem, that could be solved in many ways, then again, I didn't have enough human connections to know for sure. Even Masaomi was just an orphan adopted and trained by the church. I'll add her as a reserve member for now. She's a sacred gear user, so she can take 2 pawns. But once she participates and there's more accurate data on her, the ruling body might decide she's worth up to 4 pawns if her performance is great. Kisuke, are you sure about this? Athena asked in worry. I still have reservations about if we should really reveal our existence this early. Aside from that, Nyx isn't really in any state to fight. For obvious reasons. It's possible to hide their identity by avoiding the use of their unique techniques and attributes. But don't ever think you'll win many matches while holding back greatly, added Tiamat. I'll make it up with strategies. And even if the goal is to take out the king, that'll be the hardest thing our opponents could do. Since he already knew about the various game types from researching the raiding games long ago, Kisuke was confident enough that they could win with just their current members and equipment in his possession. How do we advance to the finals? He asked as he turned to Tiamat. Each team will start with 1,500 points and every match, you can gain or lose points. The 16 teams that have the highest points will advance to the main stage. For matching, you just have to inform the committee that you're ready for one and the system would automatically find another team. Kisuke stood up from his seat and asked his queen, Tiamat-san, you wouldn't happen to be an acting spy for anyone, right? I may be working for a Juka, but I don't have any obligation nor intention to share any information outside of his raiding game and evil pieces system. That's great. I do hope you could keep my secrets, at least while we're on the same team. You're just going to take my word for it. Aren't you too trusting? Please don't misunderstand it. I've only given my trust to a few people and sadly, you're obviously not part of that list. Tiamat nodded in understanding. I see. So you're only going to show me things that you wouldn't mind if it gets leaked. Kisuke didn't explain any further and turned to Athena and Nyx. Please follow me. Before our matches, we have to do something to hide your identities and restore Nyx-san's limbs. Nyx's eyes went wide open. Why, you have a way to heal me. Not to brag, but even if you were just left with your head, as long as you're alive, I can heal you. But instead of being impressed, she only became suspicious of his grand claim. Stop underestimating what he can do, will you? Cleria suddenly interrupted. He saved 2 lives who were reduced to a pool of acid by Samuel's blood by reconstructing new bodies. Athena, Nyx, and even Tiamat were dumbfounded and speechless. It doesn't look like she's lying, thought the Chaos Karma Dragon after seeing Diehauser and Sakura nodding in agreement. Without further explaining himself, Kisuke laid out a teleportation circle, but unlike a normal one, it just kept flashing its light instead of activating. It's not working, asked Sakura while curiously trying to study and figure out what was wrong with his magic. It's fine. It's just doing some authentication. Authentication, she repeated before giving him a dirty look. You dug out another hideout. Unbelievable. In response, Kisuke just smiled widely and replied, I'll show you around it later. He, along with his teammates, disappeared with a final flash of light. As soon as they reappeared on the other side, the group was greeted by a dusty atmosphere of seemingly unending wasteland, a sunset dyed purple and blue, and 2 moons peeking from the opposite horizon. The group marveled at the unusual view from a towering skyscraper where they appeared on top. Welcome to the Urahara hideout, Mars branch. This is ridiculous, Nyx muttered. That's true. It should be logistically impossible, added in Tiamat. Athena was of the same opinion. Although setting up a base on Mars is theoretically possible, no one in their right mind would do something like this because of the lack of mana in this place. If they could get an unlimited amount of energy from the dimensional gap, why would anyone go through the trouble of setting up a livable place in this location? Unless he had a way to funnel the energy from the dimensional gap to this place without getting caught. But the thing that concerned the 3 the most is if someone hostile were to discover this place, it would be easy to bombard it without any consequences. Guessing what they are thinking, Kisuke lightly explained, of course, I realized that weakness too. Although you can see the outside from here, it's not the same from outside. And even if you tried to leave, you'll never be able to step into Martian lands because while this place exists on Mars, it also doesn't. Kisuke used a similar technique when Soul Society transferred the whole of Karakura town and replaced it with a fake one during Aizen's invasion. Through clever manipulation and modification, his hideout on Mars wasn't visible from the outside, and even if one had knowledge of it and attacked, they'd only be hitting a mirage that existed in an entirely different dimension that was only physically anchored to Mars. The only way one could reach this place is through a constructed teleportation magic that requires a correct authentication to tunnel to a correct sequence that changes every hour. If one were to force their way in, they're just going to arrive in the dimensional gap and they wouldn't even be able to figure out how. To make it short, Kisuke created an imaginary world in the form of a hideout. I'm getting used to this space-time thingy. It was the truth, but if any other people were to hear his thoughts, they would be pulling out their hair and shouting at top of their lungs, "This isn't just about you getting used to spacetime magic." Chapter 822, Chapter 822 More new teammates. Kisuke led the trio to the medical facility, which was only beside the laboratory. Inside the facility were several large rooms and the group entered one of the deepest. In the center of the room was a glass pod connected to the ceiling with various cables and support beams while it was connected to the floor by a short staircase. To the side were various terminals with wide screens attached and each one of them had already started running as soon as the lights in the room turned on. "Please take off your clothes and prosthetics," Kisuke said after turning towards Nyx. But before he heard her answer, he immediately headed to one of the central consoles. Normally, Nyx would feel repugnant when someone told her to take off her covers. But Kisuke's serious and commanding tone that was devoid of any lust didn't allow her to think about it as she answered, "I can take off my clothes, but my prosthetics were directly connected to my nerves so an operation is needed just to detach them. I could immediately ask the one who attached those limbs to remove them, but it'd take a few days," added Athena. Kisuke then pointed his finger to a nondescript hanging cabinet on the left side of the room and said while operating the console, "Look for the BFG 909 and drink half of the bottle." Thanks to the millions of self-replicating and automated drones that he'd left for half a year, Kisuke wasn't just able to build the whole hideout, but was also able to produce various things, including ordinary medicines. "Don't let your divine aura automatically expel it from your body." As the nearest person to the cabinet, Tiamat walked towards it and was able to immediately find the bottle containing an unknown liquid with the label that Kisuke had mentioned. He couldn't even name it properly. Or maybe he did this so that no one else could steal information about these medicines. Even in his own hideout that's almost impossible to find, he's still too cautious. "I wonder what hurt him," she thought while tossing the 100 milliliters bottle towards Nyx. The goddess of the night caught the bottle but hesitated. She then looked towards Athena in hopes to clear her confusion. Looks like she's so afraid of him that she couldn't even think properly in this situation. Sighing, Athena reassured her, "Don't worry and just do it. As he has said, you have to manually control your defenses so that it won't automatically purge the effects of the concoction." Nyx understood what Athena was trying to say and felt ashamed. In an attempt to erase this embarrassing feeling, Nyx hurriedly opened the bottle and downed it, of course, while following Kisuke's instructions. It didn't even take a minute for her to immediately feel its effect, or more accurately, she couldn't feel the constant phantom pain that she'd gotten accustomed to any longer. I'd never thought it would be such a liberating feeling. "I'm sorry to interrupt, but please remove your clothes. Unless you want it to be bloody and torn." Athena and Tiamat didn't know what Kisuke was talking about but Nyx understood what he wanted to happen. She didn't hesitate any longer and directly removed all of her clothing, showing her former immaculate body full of unhealable scars that were left due to Kisuke's magic mixed with spiritual power hitting her. Without any word of explanation, Kisuke turned towards Nyx and raised his right arm towards her before two magic circles appeared in between the flesh and artificial limb. By closing his hand, the magic circles shrank rapidly, cutting away the meat and bone that was attached to the prosthetics. "Hey!" Athena reacted. Kisuke proceeded to stop the flow of blood by physically blocking it with magic. "Enter the pod before the painkillers lose their effect." "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the preliminary rounds of the Azazel Cup. I can see that there is a large audience in today's stadium, including some prominent ones," shouted the blue-haired announcer in the middle of the platform. "Team Red Dragon Emperor of the Blazing Truth, Team White Dragon Emperor of the Morning Star, Team Spear of the Heavenly Emperor, Team Rias Gremory, and arriving just now is the Team Imperial Purpur. Looks like the first match for today is gathering various eyes of interest." As he mentioned the names of these teams, the cameras panned out and showed them on the big screen. Since they are the main contenders for this tournament, they were considered prominent names, especially the first two due to their popularity and status as heroes. Kisuke looked through the glass pane and couldn't hide his surprise. This world is crazy. How the heck are they this strong already? Although he couldn't accurately gauge their strength by just looking, he can see the qualitative and quantitative leap in their aura. From his point of view, he felt like he just saw multiple Kurosaki Ichigos appearing out of nowhere, not because of their strength, but because of their rate of improvement. Kisuke couldn't help but compare them to the captains and vice-captains of the Godii 13. Conflict and struggle couldn't be the only reason, as Soul Society was never short of it. Even with a long life of strife and battle, most of the captains were stagnating. But then again, he compared this world's recorded history to today's era and can easily see that this is a unique occurrence, a strange occurrence that triggered a mass evolution. Is it because the world is in deep shit? But thinking about it again made him depressed and smile wryly. So does that mean Iwaka's ambition didn't put us in deep shit and that was just the world returning to its natural order? Without further ado, allow me to introduce our players for the first match. First off, the team that's managed to lose every single match that they've participated in despite their base power being above their opponents, the Team Shooting Star. Opposite of where Kisuke's team was a team composed of 10 people, all of which he didn't have any data on. That is natural because his source of information was the 3 faction which didn't really know anything about them prior to the tournament. But please don't let their match history fool you, as many industry critics and experts predicted they could be one of the contenders on the main stage, mainly because each one of them is improving at a monstrous rate. Led by their team leader, Shooting Star, and the wielder of the newly discovered Longinus, Starbuster Star Blaster, this team almost defeated a team composed of gods. Surely, this time, they'd have a greater chance and catch their first win. The group then exited the tunnel they were in and went up to the platform while waving to their fans. Kisuke turned to Tiamat and asked, "Hey, how ridiculous is this monstrous improvement? I don't know where this ridiculous is placed in your rating, but I can safely say that it's an eye-opener." While each of them is strong, with their leader capable of pulling out at least an ultimate class attack, all of them are inexperienced in battle. But as if a dried-up sponge, they are soaking every bit of experience from their matches and are improving and learning at a very impressive rate. If they play it well and a bit of luck, I do believe that they can enter the main stage. Immediately after the crowd's cheer for the team lightened up, the announcer continued his introduction, now to the team that entered halfway and is considered by many as the most controversial, Team Urahara Kisuke. Since this is their first appearance, it's an honor to introduce the surprising people that compose this team. First and foremost is their team leader, the former terrorist and one of the people that saved the underworld with Great Red's help, Kisuke Urahara. Not much was known of him aside from his possessing a sacred gear unknown even to heaven and the fact that a Jukasama rated him very highly, making his king position rise up in value. Whether it's just a Jukasama's favor or not, we'll know once we see him perform in this match. However, contrary to one's expectations, he's not the one who made this team so controversial but his members. Starting from the Chaos Karma Dragon, Tiamat-sama, who was known to be the head referee of the rating games, leaving her position and participating in the tournament. Next were the two gods that are hiding their identities through a thick cloak and white bone mask for each of them. Many gods are watching this match because of their presence. Following was the former member of Sona Citri's peerage, Saji Genshiro. A reincarnated devil who possessed all four of sacred gears that are related to Vritra, the prison dragon. One could even say that he's already successfully taken the title prison dragon for himself and is regarded as one of the brightest youth in today's era. Finally, and almost the most surprising in my opinion, Sikvera Agars, the heir of the Agars clan. Suddenly withdrawing her own team from the competition, she has reappeared, but under someone else. Chapter 823, Chapter 823 Sikvera Agars. 2 days ago, after registering Kisuke's team under the name Urahara Kisuke, Nyx's restoration was finished and she would just need a week or two to readjust her balance and readjust the chaotic flow of her divine aura that had resulted from her injuries. It was also the day that Kisuke sent Aika home since her transfer papers were already taken care of. "Kisuke-kun, you're free." Receiving a sudden call from Cleria, Kisuke replied, "I have nothing urgent at the moment. If you still haven't added anyone else on your team, come over. Of course, it'll still be up to you if you want to accept them or not. As long as they are even remotely useful and wouldn't drag me down, I'm fine with anyone. You introducing them is a bonus to me since I don't have to do any background checks." On the other side of the call, Cleria smiled wryly, "You're putting too much faith in me. But it's true that I can guarantee that they're trustworthy. I wouldn't even call you about this if they aren't." "Understood. I'll come by in half an hour. Then I'll be informing them." Kisuke arrived on time and saw several men, not of the Belial clan, posted in the vicinity of the mansion, that insignia, Agar's clan. "So I'll be talking to someone from a prominent house." He tried searching through his memories and couldn't think of anyone wanting to join his team. Oh well, whoever it is, as long as they can move, they'll be a fine bait. Though I'd appreciate it more if they are useful. With these thoughts in mind, Kisuke walked through the gates and doors that automatically opened for him by the maids and went straight towards Cleria's office. As soon as he arrived, the maid guarding the door knocked on it and announced his arrival. Unlike the first time, only Cleria was present among the Belial siblings. "You've come." Aside from her, there are 3 other people present in the room, and one of which is someone he personally knew, Saji-san. "It has been a while. How are you doing?" Genshiro stood up from his seat and greeted Kisuke with a smile. Unlike how Kisuke remembered him, "Thanks to you, I'm doing great." Aside from the same qualitative and quantitative leap of aura that from Issei and everyone else, Kisuke also noticed the ring on his 4th finger on his left hand. Returning the smile, he replied, "It seems that you really are doing great. Congratulations." Genshiro scratched his head bashfully and said, "When I saw Issei taking the step forward, I thought I should too. Even then, I'm only engaged to 2 people, unlike that pervert who's already engaged to 4 and probably still gunning for more." Kisuke's smile froze, seriously. "Yep. He first proposed to Rias Gremory and then to Asia-san, Zenobia-san, and Ravel Phoenix. If I remembered it correctly, he privately mentioned it to me that he might also propose to Roswai-sensei, the leader of the yokai, and the magician from Vala's group." Haha, fuhahaha. I see that despite the shitstorm that has been happening, he's still making the best out of it. Genshiro also joined him in his laugh and added, "That's true. If not for the still hidden threats throughout the world, he probably would have his first child already." As much popularity and allies he has, there are also the enemies and those who hated him lurking around. Kisuke nodded in agreement. That's the sad part of fame. Nothing can be done about that. Well, if you're here, then we can catch up more later. Kisuke ended his conversation with Gentru by patting his shoulder and turning to the other two guests. This is our first time meeting. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Kisuke Urahara. Let me introduce them to you. Cleria came close to one of the ladies before continuing. This the lady of the Agar's house and a good friend of mine, Thea Agar's. The mature and tall lady with long pale greenish blonde hair and pink-colored eyes with one covered by her hair swept sideways smiled at Kisuke. It's also a pleasure to finally know you, Kisuke Urahara. Is it alright if I call you Kisuke-kun? Please be my guest, Lady Agars. Call me Thea to avoid confusion. Both of us here are Agars. Understood, Lady Thea. Cleria then proceeds to introduce the next person, and the lady beside her is her daughter, Sikvera Agars. I'm sure you already know her. Of course. How could I not know one of the rookies four who are said to be the greatest of devil youths? It's an honor to meet you, Sikvera Agars-sama. But as soon as Sikvera heard rookies four, her expression became a little bit complicated, albeit, she still tried to hide that change. It's my honor to meet the famous shopkeeper and the hat. And like my mother, please call me Sikvera. I think you mean infamous, Sikvera-sama. Sikvera shook her head. Please drop the honorifics too, since, in terms of rank, we're of the same. What? Kisuke became confused as he couldn't exactly recall when a humble and random shopkeeper like him came to have the same rank as the heir of the Archduke House of Agars, which is only below the House of Baal. At the same moment, a possibility entered his mind and immediately turned to Cleria, who was scratching her cheek and smiling awkwardly. Hee. I think we forgot to tell you that you became the heir of Belial House and automatically became a high-class devil due to that. Chapter 824, Sikvera Agars Part 2. Despite being informed so late, Kisuke could only sigh and understand the situation. Aside from him, the only eligible heir of the already small house of Belial was Claire. Not to mention her age and apparent lack of training that the usual heirs are subjected to for taking over the position, the Belial still had many enemies that they have to watch out for thanks to what his mother has done in the past and Daihazer's recent actions. Oh well. Adding heir to the house of Belial sounds like a cool addition to introductions. Kisuke thought while saying, at least give me a heads up next time something like this pops up. Will do. Thea and Sikvera couldn't really understand the real nature of their relationship from that strange exchange that seemed to devalue the worth of being an heir to a prominent house. However, as they were outsiders, they couldn't really ask anything about it and just stayed silent. Gentru, meanwhile, didn't have any particular reactions despite understanding the caste system of the underworld since he already knew Kisuke's strange attachment or obsession to being a shopkeeper. Lady Thea, Sikvera-san, Saji-san. Let's all have a seat and get straight to the point. The first one to speak up after being offered a seat was Gentru with a serious expression. Urahara-san, please let me join your team. Okay. You're hired. Kisuke instantly answered. Gentru, who's about to explain and convince Kisuke, stopped with his mouth open before recovering and saying, Jay, just like that. Kisuke nodded, just like that. I'm still lacking members and I don't see any reason for rejecting a friend. You didn't even ask what I can do now. I'm prepared to fight you to prove myself, you know. I'm curious about that too, but let us set it aside for now. Kisuke then turned to the Agar's mother and daughter. Please tell me what I can do for you. While I can't promise anything, I'll, at least, hear you out. Thea was about to reply but her daughter stopped her by placing her hand on her lap. Dear. Instead of addressing her mother's confusion, Sikvera faced Kisuke with an apologetic expression. I know you already have an idea for what we came here for, but before that, I'd like to apologize for the way we appeared before you. Since they would technically be asking him for a favor, she knew how it looked when they used their connection with Cleria to gain an advantage. I know I should have looked for you myself, but the only way we can get in contact with you is through the Belial house. For that, I apologize. It sure looks bad when I don't even have any obligation to meet you. If not for my aunt, I wouldn't even accept an invitation to meet someone I don't know. Guilt surfaced on Sikvera's face while her mother said, It's me who should apologize. It was my idea after all. Mother. The mood sank and Cleria wore an awkward expression, not knowing what to do. But in the middle of this, Kisuke just smiled and said, Please do not misunderstand. I'm not berating you. Although it really doesn't look good, I'm not saying it's the wrong method either. If that's the only way to reach the person you need, I'm not the one who could say anything about that. In fact, I really appreciate Sikvera-san's honesty and sincerity for mentioning it first. Thanks to that, we can leave this behind and have a proper discussion without the bad feelings. Sikvera looked at Kisuke's expression and heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you. Though I'm just saying what needs to be said since my pride is also on the line. She then took a deep breath and continued, "You might be wondering why a participant like me decided to join your team, but before I explain myself, may I ask how Sona is doing?" Because of that question, Kisuke already had an idea of why she appeared before him now. Nevertheless, he still humored her by taking out one of the memory crystals while also thinking that it was also his chance to show off and boast about how much Sona has improved. "Let's see. I guess that instance is good." Placing it on Cleria's desk, Kisuke asked, "You already know what this is, right?" Sikvera and Thea nodded. "It was only introduced recently, but it's been getting a wide range of adaptation. They said that flat screens would soon be obsolete when it comes to viewing entertainment," the latter replied. Kisuke didn't say anything else and activated the memory crystal, and the entire room changed as if they were teleported to a desert. It was the time when Sona had lost control of herself. As the playback slowly inched forward, everyone could only remain speechless, and Kisuke was relishing in their reactions, though the most she can do right now is change a part of her body into water and deploy a few of those overly sharp water tentacles. It's only a matter of time before she reaches this level on her own. Kisuke stopped the playback before it reached the end, but the people who'd just watched it still remained wordless for a good part of time. That's the heir of Citri House. I heard that she had very good potential, but I didn't think you and Serafal-sama would have a hard time containing her," muttered Cleria, still in disbelief. Her surprise was amplified when Serafal's ice couldn't stop Sona's water, when it's a common conception that the latter couldn't contend with the former if one didn't have a significantly larger pool of demonic power. "You didn't lie when you said that Kaisha was way ahead of us last time," added Genshiro. "Oh my." Thea covered her mouth and looked at her daughter, who was clenching her fist. Sikvera turned to Kisuke with a resolute face and said, "Please let me join your team. Please let me learn from you." Instead of giving her an answer, Kisuke commented, "So you don't think you're deserving of the title Rookies 4, and the feeling of being left behind by your peers gave way to a significant inferiority complex within you, huh?" Chapter 825 First Match. "So what's the plan?" Genshiro asked after they were transported to an artificial field that resembled a certain part of the underworld that had a tall mountain and wide open plain. After the random selection, the field and the standard game mode were selected. In the standard game mode, the teams would be teleported on the opposite sides of the map, and whoever takes out the enemy's king first is the winner. Right now, they were situated at a small hut on the edge of the plain, which is the southern side of the field. "Although his members are competent enough, it's the leader that we should look out for," muttered Kisuke while looking through the information regarding the team Shooting Star. Although they lost all of their previous matches, it wasn't just about their inexperience in battles that hampered their abilities like what most of the articles were pointing out, but the fact that their leader couldn't control the power of his newly awakened Longinus, which ended up being a detriment instead. "But in this kind of field, winning is easy." "Winning is easy?" asked Tiamat as she turned to Kisuke. "Don't underestimate the opponent. It's true that he can't properly control his power, but if he's given space to breathe, he'll be capable of retiring all of us with just a blast from his sacred gear. And then being on the top of the mountain, once he gets a sight of you, you'll be instantly targeted. Shooting Star would need some time to charge his attack, so we'll have to cross the plain as fast as possible the moment we emerge to stop him. However, it's not just him on the other side, so we should expect an all-out battle in the middle of the plain, and it wouldn't be weird if his teammates were to sacrifice themselves just to pin you down," added Sikvera, recalling their previous matches. All of a sudden Athena chuckled under her hood and mask. "I see. It'll be an easy win, indeed." Knowing some of Kisuke's abilities, Athena understood what must be done, "So we'll move together in the open." Kisuke nodded and said, "That's right. Nothing is as easy as that." Tiamat and Sikvera looked confused and turned towards the other two, who hadn't said anything, but they just started shaking their heads. "Looks like we're lucky this time," excitedly declared Shooting Star's bishop. "Since we're on the top of the mountain, sniping them with considerable power should be easy for you, leader." "That's right. We just have to pin them down for a certain amount of time and we'll win," the knight added, and prepared himself to move out as soon as they spotted the enemy team. Shooting Star nodded at their words. "That's the plan, but they should also be aware of what we'll do, so they'll probably aim for me with a detached force. Rook, take half of the members with you and assault and pin the enemy king. The other half will stay and protect me. If any of the two, Tiamat, or the two gods, come after me, I'll use castling to assassinate the king, so make sure that you're always near him." The 3-meter-tall devil nodded. "I will do that." While the rest of the team started talking about the specifics of what they'll do with each other, Shooting Star began focusing and taking out his Starbuster Star Blaster, a pair of a long sword and a rifle. "I've already figured out the trick from previous practices. All I need to do is concentrate and not mess up." The reason why many were afraid of Team Shooting Star despite their losing streak is because of the leader's sacred gear that is capable of outputting power that rivaled Satan class and God class, and that was without even going into its balance breaker. If given enough time, he could easily destroy the whole field they were playing on right now, which was equivalent to flipping the whole chessboard. For its potential to destroy the whole world, it's considered as one of the newly emerged Longinus. A few minutes later, Shooting Star finally heard a report from his queen. "They've appeared, but not like we're expecting." Shooting Star opened his eyes and aimed his rifle at the group that was charging in, confirming Kisuke's presence, the whole team. Do they intend to brute force this? While they didn't have much of a choice, I didn't think they'd go for this. Go as planned, but be extra careful with any surprises. Half of his team went forward while two of the bishops positioned themselves on the edge of the formation in anticipation for them to take air control. But seeing that nothing special had happened and the Scent members clashed with the enemy team, Shooting Star became doubtful, that easy. But he didn't have much leeway to think because there was no way for his team members to hold back Tiamat, the gods, and even the famous Genshurasagi if he released his balance breaker. Activating his own balance breaker, the pair of longsword and rifle combined and transformed to that of a white blaster and started gathering energy from the surroundings, immediately amassing a terrible amount of power that caused the air around them to start distorting and shaking. Oh my! How terrifying! All of a sudden, Shooting Star heard an unfamiliar voice behind him, and those around him were stunned to suddenly find a man in Japanese garb and a bucket hat standing behind their leader with a paper fan covering half of his face. As soon as he heard the voice, Shooting Star instantly transformed his blaster into a giant sword with pure white energy as its blade and swiftly swung it while turning around. It didn't even touch the ground yet, it had already instantly melted everything in its path. However, the target of his attack had already long fled by backing up a few meters. The men in cowboy attire glared at Kisuke and said, "Are you looking down on us by coming here just by yourself?" Those around agreed with Shooting Star's words and bore their weapons at Kisuke while slowly encircling him. "No, I'm not. I've never looked down on anyone." And Kisuke was, to be completely honest, he's really slightly terrified. With just a few seconds, he was able to amass energy that is equivalent to Zero Oscuras, the strongest Zero that an Arrancar or Vizard is capable of. I'm just gone for a few months, yet people like this apparently started appearing out of nowhere. Maybe Issei didn't really need my assistance back then and he could have still gotten himself trained up. It's really a ridiculous world in Kisuke's opinion. I've gotten used to the adventurer's slow leveling process. But it's still a poor choice for you to come by yourself. Kisuke shook his head. It's already a good choice when you didn't expect me to come. Besides, the game had already concluded the moment you failed to perceive my actions, he replied while pointing at one of his pockets. Shooting Star hurriedly looked down at his vest and saw a small metallic black ball that he hadn't noticed. But before he could even think of taking it off and throwing it away, it was already too late as it had already started releasing high-voltage electricity, instantly paralyzing him. GHHH. Nevertheless, that's all it did and it wasn't even enough to cause him any substantial harm. This. I don't know what you had in mind, but something like this is only enough to tickle me. Shooting Star forcefully moved his body and threw the ball away. I just need less than a minute to recover from that. Contrary to his expectations, however, Kisuke just smiled and responded, I told you. It's game over. Wondering what else might come, Shooting Star's members didn't wait any longer and pounced at their enemy. Though before they could reach him, a deafening high-frequency sound started blasting from beyond the trees, stopping everyone in their tracks. Then again, it only became a mild annoyance as everyone was able to recover from its initial blast. What's the use of these petty tricks? One of the pawns asked while resuming his charge. Petty. Say that again after looking at your leader. At his cue, all of the Shooting Star's members looked behind them and saw Shooting Star had already dropped his sacred gear and was bleeding from the nose with his mouth frothing. He had already lost his consciousness and the retirement system had already taken hold of him. Chapter 826, Chapter 826 New Trainees, Victims. Game set, shouted the announcer, the winner for today's match is Team Urahara Shouten. Congratulations. Silence took over the entire stadium for a brief period before intense cheers erupted from the audience. Now that's one of the shortest games in the tournament and we certainly didn't expect to see it happen to Team Shooting Stars who have struggled even if they lose to god-level teams. What do you think about this match, Grimgildano? The announcer turned to his side to hear from the invited commentator. The bright green-haired muscular devil nodded. It certainly isn't what we expected, but considering the absence of information regarding Kisuke Urahara, it's not that surprising. And unlike most of the matches that we witness, Shooting Star didn't lose because of the enemy's overwhelming force nor him and his team's inexperience, but through clever tactics that directly struck through their biggest weakness. The commentator stood up and gestured to the videographer team for them to hand over the controls of the projectors to him. After receiving the committee's approval, they gave it to him. I know some of you don't really understand what just transpired, but please allow me to explain it to the best of my own understanding. Rewinding back to the point when the teams were just teleported, Grimgil explained, as you can see, the terrain that was generated was incredibly advantageous for Team Shooting Star with their ridiculous and borderline nonsensical firepower, and we all thought that the match was theirs, especially since the game rules specifically prohibit teleportation magic except for castling. Forwarding the screen to when Kisuke's team emerged all out once, he continued, with Team Shooting Star having the definite advantage, Team Urahara Shouten took advantage of that advantage. The latter knew how the other team would move, and so with that in mind, they used themselves as bait. If I were to guess, the few minutes that Team Urahara Shouten hid were used by their king to secretly move towards the enemy's position. With the sophisticated illusion that no one was able to see through, Kisuke Urahara remained with his teammates and nobody would really expect for the goal of the match to start moving on his own. Fast-forwarding it more, Grimgle added, and this is where the confusing start begins. Kisuke Urahara was able to sneak behind Shooting Star so quickly that it was enough for him to plant a small gadget on him. Why didn't he just attack him? He probably wasn't confident enough to take him out in one blow and may even have predicted that Shooting Star would be able to dodge if he showed his hostility. The moment Kisuke heard this, he just chuckled and said, "That's great." But except for Sikvera, those around him only gave him a dirty look. Moving on, the small gadget that he placed on Shooting Star's pocket released a massive amount of electricity, but for the fighters of this tournament, it's still something that would count as a scratching force and nowhere near threatening aside from temporary paralysis that it induced. But if my guess is correct, this is just half of his planned attack and the other half was the sound wave that wasn't supposed to do anything aside from annoying anyone. It's already an established fact that Shooting Star is having a difficult time controlling his own sacred gear and before their clash, a large amount of aura was already gathered in his Starbuster Star Blaster. The explosion of electric current destabilized his nerves, resulting in further poor control and the sound wave attack targeted a certain frequency that destabilized the gathered aura itself. With this two-pronged attack, Shooting Star was attacked by his own power and lost his consciousness, ending the game. Now, this may have looked incredibly easy, but to do all of these, one is required to have an amazing speed and stealth to just sneak up behind fighters like Shooting Star. Not to mention the required genius to analyze a sacred gear to achieve a result like that, as I don't know anyone, outside of a Juka-sama or Azazel-sama, capable of doing this. Considering how he just concluded that you couldn't deal a finishing blow because you didn't do one, he has good eyes to have spotted the aura destabilization, commented Athena. I couldn't see it. Sikvera turned to Genshiro and asked, "What about you?" Air. After some time, I could instinctively see the movement of aura. It's very useful in predicting someone's next actions. Sikvera became even more aware of her shortcoming after hearing his answer. What did you do to achieve that? That question, however, made Genshiro visibly startled as he recalled when these detection skills were just coming into fruition. Let's just say that I had to do it if I didn't want to have all of my bones broken or my limbs torn apart. Oh. That time. Athena suddenly interjected as she also recalled the time when the entirety of Sona's peerage asked Kisuke to train them, only to be subjected to an intense abuse, and even that's putting it lightly. I honestly thought that none of you would come out alive, and even if you did, a sane person. With blank eyes, Genshiro lifelessly chuckled, he. So Goddess Knight was also there. I never noticed. What happened? Sikvera became nervous. Wait. Didn't I also ask for the same training? Now, don't mind it. Hearing Kisuke's jolly voice behind her made her shudder and jump to her feet as she hurriedly turned around to look at him. Not minding this reaction, Kisuke pointed towards Nyx and said, she also never noticed anything. Wah. Ahem. I don't need it. I could just blast everyone into oblivion. Until you couldn't and failed to distinguish my strength in advance. GGUH. Nyx backed away without anything to say against that. Athena squinted her eyes at her and said, Goddess Bishop, I think it's about time for you to learn how to do it as well. Nyx was about to instantly reject it, but after thinking about it, because of her arrogance and pride, she seriously lacked in the technique department and this might be a good chance to properly train. However, she was also present during Genshiro and Ko's training and has been terrified of that ever since. After a good amount of hesitation, Nyx shakingly pointed at Sikvera and said, if she does it with me, I'll do it. She didn't know what they saw but Sikvera was getting really scared now. Is that so? A big smile crawled on Kisuke's face, good timing. I have a new facility that I wanted to test out. Nyx and Sikvera felt like they just consented to become laboratory rats. Chapter 827, Chapter 827 Issei's Warning. While Kisuke was muttering about the specifics of how they'd acquired the aura detection and reading skills and Nyx and Sikvera were speaking up, trying to reduce their punishment, a group of people arrived at the room where they are staying. Kisuke. Why didn't you tell me that you've been here for a while now? Issei came walking in excitedly. Seeing his childhood friend who had become visibly taller and more muscular for the first time in a while, Kisuke smiled, did I ever become a person who goes to someone just to greet them? Issei chuckled and affirmed, right. You never really go to someone unless you need them for something. But couldn't you at least have given me a heads up? Well, since I figured that the news of me participating in the Azazel Cup would surely rile up some people, I believed I didn't need to inconvenience myself to inform everyone. Issei lightly punched his shoulder as soon as he got closer as a form of greeting, you still like delegating work to others, huh? And it seems like you're doing all the work that can be done. You should take it easy. Kisuke commented after seeing him up close. Rias then suddenly came up to Issei with a strict expression, are you still pulling all-nighters with your studies? Issei scratched his head with an awkward expression and said, it's the least that I can do if I want a smooth sailing future. I know that I'm not going to be fighting forever and I don't want that to be my only skill. Of course, Issei wasn't referring to just school studies, but actual management studies. Before even proposing to anyone, Issei knew that he couldn't just offer his fighting ability on the table as he believed that peaceful times would come eventually. This became even more apparent when Surzex revealed his intentions for him to succeed as one of the Devil Kings. Ria sighed while placing her hand on her forehead. That's so human of you. I know this still doesn't strike you as normal, but you're a devil now with a lifespan surpassing a human's many times over. You don't have to cram everything and I'll always be beside you. She's right. Your mindset is admirable, but for now, just leave the things you want to do with those who can do it. Take your time to learn their trade and you won't need to sacrifice what you have right now for the things you'll eventually get anyways, Kisuke added in. Smiling wryly, Issei replied, I don't really want to hear that from you. But Kisuke just shrugged his shoulders and said, too bad for me. Not just anyone can do what I can and I have to pioneer most of the things that I want to do. As you've said, I like delegating work to others, but that's because I actually can. If that came from anyone else, you would have sounded arrogant. But Azazel already told me what you're capable of, at least, the things he knew that you're capable of, Vala joined in their conversation. I'm glad to see that you're also doing great, Vala-san. From Kisuke's perspective, there's also a massive change in his aura compared to when he met him in the past. He already had a massive amount of demonic power in the past, though it seems to have increased. That's just secondary seeing how stable his footing is now. Are you done appraising me? Vala suddenly asked. Ah, forgive me. Force of habit. Vala shook his head, don't worry about it. I'd do the same if I could. But as you can see, all of us have become considerably stronger. I don't really have to ask how you're doing because I can sense something terrifying from you, but what about those who are with you? I hope they're not slacking off. It's his roundabout way of asking how Kuroka is doing. They have been working hard. Too much in fact that I wished they'd slack off a little. Which is something Kisuke was already regretting since he's the one who created an environment and habit like this on them, but if we're talking about raw power, they wouldn't be able to match your lot. After all, the place we have been staying in is mostly peaceful. Don't make it sound like that's a bad thing. I like fighting, but too much of it gets tiring too, especially if it's for nonsensical reasons. I'd like a bit of peacefulness too. And that's the truth. Those who had participated in the war, especially those who lost their loved ones, would never wish for power if it was in exchange for peaceful times. The fact that they'd been living a relatively peaceful life would induce envy to many people and some might even hold a grudge against them. That's how terrible the war was. Seeing an opening, the last person from the group came forward and faced Kisuke. It's nice to finally meet you, Kisuke Urahara. I'm Sarod Bale. I hope we can get along. Sarog offered his hand while introducing himself. Kisuke took his hand. The honor is mine. I've also heard a lot of things about you. The strange yet admirable young devil trained his body to the limits and defeated all of his adversaries with unmatched willpower and determination. I've always wanted to meet you. Sarord crowed a little and said, those are exaggerations that came because I was able to cement my position as the heir of the highest-ranked house. There are many people who are as great and even better than me. But as Sarord took back his hand, his expression became serious before continuing, but before anything else, I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Because of you, my mother was able to safely wake up from her sleeping disease. Although it's the House of Citri who employed the medications, I heard the cure came from you directly. If there's anything you need, please tell me and I'll do my best to fulfill it, even if it means utilizing my position as the heir of Baal. Of course, Kisuke was not someone who'd refuse an offer that was given so sincerely. If you're asking me now, I really have nothing in mind, so I'll save it for later. This would have come up as rude if there were old-fashioned devils in the room, but Sarord just smiled and was glad that it's easy to talk to him. I'll wait for it then. Issei then approached Kisuke from the side and softly said, Kisuke, follow me for a moment. The sharp glint within his eyes indicated that he wanted to talk alone about something very serious. Kisuke nodded and silently followed him outside of the room. The others didn't mind this and just started talking with each other. After a few minutes of walking, they reached a quiet corner and Kisuke immediately cast multiple layers of complex barriers that resulted in a black box that didn't allow a single bit of information from the inside to leak. Conjuring a light source, Kisuke asked, are they coming? Issei's eyes went wide open in surprise, but he sighed immediately after, I don't know how you've guessed it, but you're right. They are coming, and she said that there's nothing Great Red could do aside from slowing down their invasion. Chapter 828, Chapter 828 Materialization. After a short but meaningful conversation with Issei, Kisuke said his goodbyes and returned to the Mars base alone to think about the information he'd gotten. Sitting in his office, Kisuke brought up all the files and documents that were related to another world and world travel through a holographic screen and reviewed them a few times, making sure that he didn't miss anything and updating any outdated entries. A few hours later, Kisuke rested his back on his chair and sighed, there are still so many things that I don't know. Recalling his earlier conversation, Kisuke muttered, EVL told. A world where only two races were left. An unending war between mechanical lifeforms and spiritual lifeforms, Eevee and El told respectively. Issei came to know this information after a being called Chimun Chapati appeared in his dreams and warned him of the incoming threat after the world came to know the existence of this world. And it wasn't just any sort of warning, since this being also asked Issei to find his 12 heavenly breasts that would help him gain more power and have a fighting chance. 12 heavenly breasts. What the hell does that mean? Though it seems Issei knew exactly what she was referring to. How ridiculous. But as ridiculous as it is also is terrifying to Kisuke's ears. Having an authority over breasts is still an authority, a power that's capable of manipulating or bypassing the basic rules of everything at a large scale, making her a step above the deities and entering the territory of transcendence. But the problem is, she's just one of many. To Kisuke, the Eevee faction that was led by 3 transcendents feels as if the Soul King, Aizen, and Yawatch came together and joined hands to invade, giving Kisuke a shudder. This won't do. My preparations are far from enough. The chasing feeling that weighed heavily on his mind transformed and became a guillotine blade that's hanging on his neck, causing him no small amount of headache. There are still a few options, but they are so contradicting, and the chances of them actually working is just wishful thinking or the opponents being stupid. All of a sudden, however, Kisuke's cane started shaking, pulling him out of his contemplation. But instead of doing anything, Kisuke just curiously watched as his Zanpakuto slowly floated away from him before emitting a blinding crimson light. As soon as the flood of light went away, Kisuke was flabbergasted to see a tall black-haired beautiful woman in a blood-red flower-themed kimono standing in front of him while holding his cane. If you're so afraid of their boy band, why not gather one of your own? Kisuke was incredibly curious about her words, but first and foremost, he'd like some clarification. How are you doing this, Benihime? Benihime giggled and played around with the cane while finding the time to sit down. I took inspiration from the Wandenraka's medallion and tried taking myself out of the confines of the blade. It seems like it was a success. Kisuke rubbed his forehead and said, "That's amazing, really. As expected of my partner. But couldn't you at least give me a heads up of what you were planning to do?" "Do I have to?" "No. It's just that I'd really appreciate it and could have prepared myself a bit." "It's your thing to prepare for the unforeseeable, so deal with it." The cane in Benihime's hand then spontaneously burned in crimson flames for a few seconds before returning to its original form, a katana, and placing it on her side. "You're taking the blade too? You have Hakuda, Kidu, Magic, Ki, and Holification, while I only have Zenjutsu. Isn't it the most logical choice?" Immediately after, however, Benihime's casual tone became cold as she gave Kisuke a piercing stare. "But don't you dare use another blade as a substitute for me." "How unreasonable." Kisuke thought while immediately replying, "My Shunko could use some practice, so I'll stick to that for now." Benihime smiled happily at his response, but anyone who knew how she truly behaved would be frozen in fear. After all, any other answer would have resulted in her swinging around the sword in her hand and blood blooming. "Anyway, going back, what do you mean by assembling my own boy band?" "You know what I meant. The question is how, but that isn't my problem to solve." Standing up from her seat, Benihime walked towards Kisuke and extended her hand with an open palm. "Give me some allowance. I want to go around." Kisuke didn't immediately give in to her demands and stared at her while deep in thoughts. "I know common sense, so you don't have to worry about me just randomly slashing. And isn't it convenient for you to have someone who has no connection to anyone, can move in complete darkness, and doesn't need any medium to directly communicate with you? You do that. I'm just doing my part while experiencing a human's life." Kisuke sighed and took out a card and a passbook from his inventory. "This is one of our biggest accounts that are hidden within the human world. Use the name in it and spend it however you want." Benihime's words are the truth, since it'd be really convenient if he could get someone outside of his circle. By now, those large factions should already have the information of everyone around me. Benihime received the card and the passbook and saw the name used on it. "Benihime Urahara, I'll do just that." Turning around happily, she intended to leave the base and go find a suitable apartment before going into a shopping spree. But just as she was about to pass through the door, Benihime turned around and said, "Before I forget, let me tell you that you're being emotionally impulsive." Kisuke was surprised yet again but continued to listen to her valuable perspective. "I can understand that because you have a lot of things you want to protect now, and even the thoughts of revenge are bothering you. However, let me remind you that leaving Hades and Olympus alone may do you better in the long run. I know you're already aware of this, and at this point, they don't really pose any threat to you anymore, so why not just make use of them just like what you've always done? Just let the bomb continue ticking, huh? You think that'll make a difference? I don't know, but it's a start. Either way, it won't end well for them." "I'll think about it." "I see. Good luck." Kisuke felt Benihime's presence disappear the moment she reached the teleportation room and sighed again. "I guess I'm really just being too emotional. Instead of them, I should focus on finalizing the world tying right." Little did he know that he'd immensely regret allowing Benihime to move on her own. Chapter 829, Chapter 829 Change of Plans. For whole days had passed, and during that period, Kisuke didn't leave his room. Trying to predict the future on a scale he hasn't done before, writing up various blueprints that may help him, and calculating the theoretical framework of the world tying right, he'd ended up overdrafting himself for the first time. I'm tired. He finally admitted. He wished he could feel and snuggle in the warmth of those in the other world, but even after all of this, I still can't see the chance of winning. Even though Chamune Chapati promised Issei a way to fight the malevolent Eevee gods by finding the chosen heavenly breasts, Kisuke couldn't honestly depend on something as vague as that. In the first place, he doesn't have enough information to trust anything that Issei told him, and those malevolent gods might just be posing as this Chamune Chapati. Unless he could gain more concrete information, he couldn't take anything they said more than a proof of their existence. Heck, they may have already controlled Issei and I just can't detect it. As such, he came to a conclusion where he would have a relatively good chance of at least gathering the much-needed information, another route. Instead of waiting for their arrival, I have to open another way towards them, and the only way I can do that is to open the path from another dimension. However, that plan opens more problems that had to be solved first. I have to get the cooperation of the one guarding that dimension, and that looks like an impossible case. And even if he was able to gather enough information, if a fight broke out, he highly doubted his tricks would work. The only ways he could think of to have matching firepower is to nurture talents or recruit. The first one is the safest but takes a very long time and might fail. So a boy band of my own, huh? Kisuke closed his eyes and contemplated his options for one last time. When he opened them again, a sharp glint was present within them. Oh Kisuke. All this time, you've been on the passive side. It's time to get aggressive. After clearing all the holographic screens that have been floating all around the room, Kisuke activated the communication formation under his desk, and it didn't take too long for him to be connected to the other world. Kisuke-kun. Is that you? The one who answered was Hestia. Hi there, Hestia-sama. How are you doing? The two of them talked for a while, and Hestia told him that there is no one else in the tower right now because they were having fun outside. Why aren't you with them? Asked Kisuke with visible concern. But Hestia just laughed at his reaction and said, Don't worry. I'll join them soon. I'm only joining later because I met with an old friend. I see. So Medusa has already returned. Yep, she's as energetic as ever. That's good to hear. Kisuke nodded in satisfaction and relief. I'm sorry, Hestia-sama, but I'm about to call back Yoruichi and want to talk to her alone. Hestia stood up from her seat. All right. I'll prepare to go out. It was then that Hestia's tone became serious. Be careful. I can tell that you've decided on something big. Kisuke laughed awkwardly and scratched his head, as expected of Hestia-sama. It's really hard to hide things from you. Hestia proudly stood up and placed her hands on her hips while spreading out her elbows. Of course. You're my child, after all. But before continuing, her prideful tone disappeared and was replaced by a gentle one. Don't forget that you can depend on me more. If it comes down to it, I'll bring myself to the lower world, and if it's protecting people, you can leave it to me. Kisuke was speechless for a moment before smiling wryly. I hope I could say that it wouldn't get to that point, but I'd be lying to you. I'm happy that you're being honest, since I can't really tell if you're lying. Just keep in mind what I've said. Hestia left the room, but not before reassuring Kisuke that he'll still have her support even if things go awry. A few minutes later, Yoruichi arrived, and her first words were, change of plans. Yeah. I'd like you to make some additional changes to the barriers and add a few more. I'll be sending the instructions to your terminal later. After that, I'd like you to get Loki and Freya's permission to bring their children to deep-level floors and push their exelia to the limits while also teaching some useful things. Bring Seraphol with you. Just Loki's and Freya's. Kisuke thought about it for a second before adding, include Hermes' children, some of Hephaestus and Ganesha's children, Bel Cranel's party, and everyone from the Hostess of Fertility. You want to push the schedule ahead that much? Kisuke nodded, yes. Once they're ready, look for the chance to trigger the apocalypse. Yoruichi frowned and replied, but we'll only have a few gods on our side by then. I don't think that's enough to deal with chaos. To begin with, do we really have to antagonize him? All we need to do is lay low, and he won't do anything to us until we have a way to leave this place entirely. If you're worried about our moral standpoint, please don't. The last time I crossed the void, I concluded that he couldn't be trusted, and we're essentially saving this world from him. We are no heroes, you know that. I know, but this world's cooperation is essential, and I'm willing to take the stage. Besides, something nice came up from this world, and I think it'll be a big help. Yoruichi's eyebrows furrowed and became confused about why Kisuke was taking such an aggressive stance. These instructions, they aren't for fighting chaos. What are these for, ultimately? Kisuke took a deep breath and said, fishing up the owner of the dungeon and killing it. That is even more confusing. Chapter 830, Lucky. On the 5th day, Kisuke finally couldn't afford to not show himself, since he needed to appear as a king in the tournament. For his plans, it became very important for him to win the whole thing. You're finally here. Athena sighed when she saw him. I apologize. Something came up. Who's our opponent for today? A team of normal magicians. Since our points aren't very high, expect our opponents to be like this for a while, answered Tiamat. Kisuke thought about it for a bit and reached a decision before asking everyone, is it alright for everyone if our team gathers some notoriety? I promise we'll get the lost reputation back on the main stage. All of them looked at each other and Sikvera answered, we don't really mind since you promised, but what for? Ah. You see, I gave my money to someone and now I'm essentially broke again, so I'd like to earn a little bit by laying a bet. But thanks to our performance in our first match, I doubt the stipends would be anything worthwhile. Sikvera had many questions, but the biggest of them is, why not just borrow from the house if you need something? She couldn't understand the actions he wanted to take. As the person who had been trying to make sense of Kisuke's thought processes the longest, Athena guessed, you want the people to hate our team so they wouldn't bet on us. That's exactly the plan. Easy for you to say, but how? What do you think of a team where the king doesn't do anything, leaving everything to his teammates while also provoking the audience? On top of that, once we're matched against a strong contender, that team instantly surrenders. And we do that over and over again. Kisuke shrugged his shoulders, well, yeah. Until I can achieve the intended effect. Nyx with a scrunched-up face behind her mask answered, disgusting. Out of everyone's expectations, however, Tiamat positively interjected, it'll be better if we can give the opponent the false hope of winning. And since we can't enter the main stage without winning against at least one of the strong contenders, you should look for a way to win with an underhanded method. I think that'll be very effective. Kisuke grinned at her and guessed her intentions, you want to bet too, huh? Kukuku. Of course. I won't turn my back to easy money. It'll be a fine addition to my treasures. Vritra, I've never seen any dragon as dragon-like as her. Genshiru thought to himself, if you're talking about the records and descriptions from the human world, then yes. Vritra replied. Wonderful. Here's the plan. The match had ended, but the audience didn't know what to think of what they'd just watched. The rules of the game were one again the normal ones, in a normal cityscape full of skyscrapers, and it even started normally. But the moment Urahara shouted and started moving, nobody expected them to suddenly break up. Tiamat unfurled her wings and flew towards the tallest building. From then on, she didn't move a single bit as if she's basking her scales in the artificial lighting. The two goddesses, on the other hand, went towards a fancy cafe and took out portable consoles to play some games while also taking out some drinks and snacks from their inventory. A few moments later, Sikvera joined them too, but instead of playing some games, she took out a mech plastic model and started assembling it while also recording her progress to post it later on her channel on DevilTube. Finally Genshiru, apparently not knowing what to do, started running in a random direction while saying he'll get the enemy king, leaving their king alone. Someone very adept in scouting from the other team saw their movements and started planning out their own. They thought that they were underestimating them and were determined to make them pay for their attitudes towards the game where everyone had a chance of winning. Avoiding Genshiru, the team of magicians move around to corner Kisuke, who was aimlessly walking around away from everyone else. Once they saw that he was sufficiently far away from his teammates, the magicians deployed a large-scale magic circle with Kisuke in the middle. As if only noticing it now, Kisuke visibly panicked, but he was able to get away using his flash step. Everyone who first saw this was in awe at his speed that was only below the legendary instant teleportation. But as the magicians pursued Kisuke, they too were able to witness its weakness of predictability and not being able to spam it. At that point, the magicians were able to understand why Kisuke needed his stealth when using it, as it's the only most effective way to use it. The magicians, while leading him further away from his teammates, started bombarding him with large-scale magic that destroyed the buildings whenever they hit. They also noticed that Kisuke was calling for his teammates, so some of the magicians stopped their chase to intercept whoever was coming. Of course, Kisuke tried retaliating by rushing towards one of the magicians who are casting, but his attacks were stopped by multiple barriers that were deployed to protect their teammate, where the most he could do is put a few cracks on the shield. It seems that the magicians could actually win this match due to Kisuke's team's arrogance when Kisuke entered a large building. Without thinking about it, the magicians gleefully followed him inside and were able to trap him when one of the ice magic was able to trap him in place. Seeing the goal to victory, most of them began casting small but focused destructive magic, of course, while minding the building's structural integrity. But for some unknown reason, one of these magics swerved and hit the others at an angle that completely missed the intended target and created a domino effect towards the others until each and every single one of them hit the most vulnerable parts of the 47-floor tall building. In a panic, all the magicians tried to scramble away, but it was already too late as the whole structure fell down and crashed on top of them. For a whole minute, everyone watching could only see debris and dust that was blasted everywhere while the names of the magicians were being crossed out from the board one by one, including their king. A few minutes later, some visibility returned and one of the floating eyes acting as a camera weaved through the debris because there was still one person within the destruction that wasn't crossed out. To everyone's shock, they saw Kisuke, with half of his body still trapped within ice, but the reinforced concrete fell on top of him in a way that it formed a pyramid that blocked the other debris, safeguarding him from all the destruction. "Oh hey there," Kisuke casually said to the camera, "I heard the retiring system activating. How many are still left?" Chapter 831, Chapter 831 Behind his amazing luck. Within the main house of Belial, everyone from Kisuke's team, Clearia, and Sakura are having a rest within the living room. But in addition to them, Opha's other half, Lilith, was also present, silently munching on snacks while sitting on Kisuke's lap. "No one's gonna help you when Ophis and Lilith start fighting for that spot," reminded Sakura. "I'll do something about that when the time comes." Not being able to contain her curiosity anymore, Sikvera asked Kisuke about the earlier match. Kisuke-san. Was it all just a lucky coincidence?" With a smug look, Kisuke replied while feeding the humanoid dragon, "What do you think?" She wanted to believe that no one was capable of drafting such a chaotic event, but there were so many strange points beyond him being safe from all the falling debris. The magicians being unable to cast magic properly, their strange movements during their escape, and the fact that it shouldn't be enough to retire them by just simply throwing rocks at them. Genshiru and Nyx also had the same questions and were waiting to see how this would unfold. For the remaining two, they had an idea since they were watching his actions closely. "It wasn't a coincidence," voiced Tiamat. "Nor was it remotely lucky. Everything that went down was his clever manipulation from the few seconds he was trapped in that ice," added Athena. "It was obvious that he intended for that to happen, but as for how, I doubt you could see it from the replay, but he had been picking up pebbles from the road before they even arrived at the building. Before they could even bombard him with spells, Kisuke distracted one of them by flicking 2 pebbles at one of them, one slicing the left cheek and one hit the shin. This resulted in that rogue spell that hit the other spells and caused chaos. After that, Kisuke strategically hit the pillars and ceiling with pebbles, cracking them before they even went down. Aside from creating a safe spot for him, the debris was arranged to fall in a way that would block the magician's movement and get hit badly on their heads so that it was enough for them to get retired. Tiamat saw Sikvera and Genshiru browsing through the video file of the match, but they couldn't find anything that Athena just said. "Give it up." The moment he entered that building, he never used an ounce of magic power nor ki, so it wouldn't be visible no matter how you look through those lenses. And since it's just the preliminary rounds, you won't find any higher frame rate recording device being used. In other words, this can only be seen by those who can directly observe the situation, and one has to have very keen senses to even attempt to guess what happened. "I understand it now." Genshiru muttered under his breath. "No wonder Sonakaisha wanted to defeat you to the point of obsession last time. She must have always lost miserably against you, and she just couldn't accept that with her pride." As seriously. Sikvera looked towards Kisuke, but the latter was busy feeding the dragon, so she turned her head towards Sakura. Sakura met her gaze and stopped eating and said, "This is coming directly from me, but he's really weird." She knew that he was hiding many things from her, but she was already at the point where she stopped questioning it and just trusted him while waiting for him to confide in her. Sikvera looked at Kisuke once again, but this time, in an entirely different light. Because of her own shortcomings, she decided to join Kisuke's team and ask him for his guidance, because she came to know that he's the main reason why Sona's former peerage members could stand where they are now. Not to mention Genshiru Saji, who can match the Red Dragon Emperor in a fight. Everyone else also made a name for themselves and are currently the underworld's rising stars, just below the prominent names. In addition to the sleep disease's cure that had plagued the devil since its inception, they are also the reason why the Citri House was able to gather so much authority. However, more than strength, Sikvera favored technique and intellect a lot more. Out of the 4 Devil Kings, she admired Ajuka Beelzebub the most because of this, and among the 4 rookies, she looked up to Sona the most for the same reason. Sikvera opened her mouth, but Tiamat beat her to it. "Save it. Something like that can't be taught if that's what you're about to ask him. And even if that was possible, you'd have to have a similar mindset to him, which is already out of question. He suffers from the same problem as most geniuses, and that is that there is no way to make sense of what they are trying to do." "That's right." Kisuke interjected, "I can share my way of thinking, but I have no way of teaching it to others." Sikvera looked down and clenched her fist before looking up to him once again and said, "Then please allow me to watch you closely." I guess that's fine. But only after your training with Nyx. As thanks for filling up a slot, I'll make it worthwhile for you." The next day, Urahara Shouten participated in another match because Kisuke asked Tiamat to get them as many as possible. Many were puzzled by yesterday's match and wanted to watch their team perform once again. Nevertheless, none of them were a fan of their team looking down on the other by obviously not participating properly. However, some of the audience were ticked off when Urahara Shouten didn't appear complete, as Sikvera and Goddess Bishop are both absent from their lineup. And the same as yesterday, Tiamat flew towards the highest place and closed her eyes while Goddess Knight began to roam around as if she was a tourist. Genshiru also gave with a big sigh and decided to be Goddess Knight's guide since he knew the underworld quite well, leaving their king alone once again. This time, their opponent was a lot stronger than yesterday's in terms of firepower and the map was an open field, so most of the audience thought that there was no way for Kisuke to luckily win anymore and placed their bets on the opposing team. But after running around for more than an hour, narrowly dodging fatal attacks multiple times, Team Urahara Kisuke won when one of the opposing team's members made a mistake and accidentally took out their king, ending the game. Naturally, almost everyone was aggrieved by the result, and those who bet money cursed at the hateful king for winning through luck once again, gaining a lot of heat and hate, just as Kisuke intended while watching his bank account rapidly grow in size. For the next few days, the number of viewers in Kisuke's matches increased exponentially, which made his wealth also explode by winning with luck. Of course, all of these increases were proportional to the hate he's receiving, since he's also receiving a lot of fan letters that couldn't be shown to children. Finally, that hate hit the peak when it was announced that Team Urahara Kisuke's next opponent is the Team Trump Card of Heaven led by Delux Gesualdo. Many celebrated since they could finally see Kisuke beaten up and also gain their money back, only for a moment, however. Team Trump Card of Heaven won, but it's because Kisuke instantly announced their surrender the moment the matching came up. Chapter 832, Chapter 832 Shiva and Ajuka's Thoughts. In a well-lit room within the remaining Devil King's mansion, Ajuka was having some good wine while looking through the window and stargazing. What do you think? On the holographic screen behind him was a handsome young boy with shiny blue-black hair, the current leader of the Hindu faction, the god of destruction, Shiva. Shiva didn't immediately answer and continued watching the Team Urahara Kisuke's matches. Soon after, the playback finished and Shiva picked up his own wine. Interesting, if not downright terrifying. Ajuka took back his eyes from the stars and looked at his screen. What a surprise. For you to use the word terrifying. Not even Indra could elicit such a response from you. After taking a sip, Shiva replied, that's true. But that's because I understand him. I can even understand the infinite and dreams to a certain extent. However, I have not a single clue about this man. Everything about him is contradicting. So even you, huh? It's true, the amount of control he has is nonsensical. Calling him a genius is an understatement. Though seeing most people get genuinely enraged at his antics is amusing. He's literally playing with them on the top of his palms. You can't really blame anyone, especially the gods. Since their birth, gods have been very strong and found needing to control their powers or analyzing everyone they came across next to nothing, as they can just blitz their way through to get what they want. If that doesn't work, they'll just scheme in the shadows. The fact that most of them couldn't see through his ruse is the testament to that. Sighing, Shiva continued, but it's really incredibly fascinating. Different from you who strived for complete control, and me who wanted to know everything that will ever happen, he's someone who wants to control the future itself. Really? I think he's just someone who really likes anticipating everything, and catching him off guard is nearly impossible. Though he's really a strange one. I already confirmed his birth and there's nothing out of the ordinary about it. Yes. That's one of the contradictory feelings that I'm getting from him. He obviously had been very weak from the start, but the amount of control he has suggested that he didn't gain any spontaneous power. It's as if he slowly cultivated himself for a long period of time and steadily climbed the ladder to the strongest. However, he's just 18 or 19 this year. Too young to do even a fraction of that. The only possibility left is that he reincarnated with intact memory. But he should have been known at some point in history. I've searched through all the records, including that of heaven, and even asked a few of the old gods. I thought that I'd find at least a clue because of the unique system of soul techniques he's using, but there were none connected to it in any way, including the techniques used by Hades and other gods that preside over souls. Shiva took another sip from his wine glass before saying, with the existence of the other worlds proven, there's nothing strange about that anymore. I see. If he's really a foreigner, then that would explain a lot of things. In any case, the gates of the world will open with him as the Nexus, and I have no intention of stopping it. Regardless of whatever's going to happen, it'll open an interesting era and we'll have to prepare for it. I agree. I'll even help him if he's able to deal with the Trihexa. While scrolling through his earnings, Kisuke sent some additional funds to Benihime in case she needed more. Looks like some people are already catching on. I'm surprised that we even earned this much before the trend began to fall down. Looks like you really annoyed no small amount of people, Tiamat replied while also looking at her earnings. Well, people aren't stupid. It's hard to believe that all of those are just coincidences. How many more matches do we still need before securing our spot on the main stage? Actually, we just need a few more from relatively high-ranking teams. Instead of random matchmaking, you can just choose from the direct challenges. Tiamat passed him a paper listing all the teams that wanted to challenge theirs, and at the top of them were the high-ranking teams, though if the other teams started working harder, we might need more. Kisuke looked through it and the first name he saw was Apollo's team, Team Leisure of the Kings, which was composed of gods and monsters from various mythologies. Of course, he immediately ignored them and skipped to the bottom where the teams with similar points as them are located. We can milk this more, but we should slow down now. We'll accept a match once every few days or a week, starting from the bottom. Understood. I'll arrange it. Athena on the side watched Tiamat leave the room and commented, each passing day, the image of her being your secretary becomes more and more pronounced. Were you actually aiming for this? Hey now. That's just an accusation. I don't plan everything that's happening around me. If I had that kind of power, I wouldn't need to make myself busy with various things. All of a sudden, Kisuke heard Beniheim's voice in his head. Some people are moving around gathering information about the Nikosho sisters in your care, especially their current whereabouts. Sadly, I haven't been able to figure out who their client is, but chances are that they're Hades' men. As for why, that's even more of a mystery. Kisuke's mind immediately recalled Kaniko's hairpin that contained the research data about super devils and Hades' artificial devils and made a connection. Thanks. They'll probably come after me soon enough, but that'll be my chance to plant some more bombs. By the way, how are you doing these days? It's been pretty fun, actually. Especially this internet that the humans invented. It's pretty neat. Kisuke immediately got nervous when she mentioned the internet, but calmed himself down and thought, it's Beniheim. She'll be fine. Still, he warned her of the dangers of the sea of information. All in all, be careful and don't delve too deep into it. It's only fun till a certain point. Not wanting to hear any more lectures, however, Beniheim changed the topic. Before I forget, I came across Aika earlier and due to some coincidences, we ended up being acquainted with each other. Should I stop here? Kisuke thought about it for a bit and disagreed. If it happened naturally and as long as you don't bring her anywhere near the supernatural world, then it's fine. She can also help you learn how to act in the human world. How is she? She's doing fine and she looks like she's having fun with her friends. That's good. But I can also see confusion within her eyes, though she doesn't seem to know what she's confused about. I could seal her memories and abilities, but there's nothing I could do about her subconscious mind. If you're fine with this then I have nothing to say about it, just that, you're going to regret this. Kisuke smiled wryly and said, I'm always regretting things. This is nothing new. Sitting in front of her PC costing thousands of dollars, Beniheim cut off her connection to Kisuke. From her headphones, she heard her teammate instructing her of what she should do. Shut up, trash. If you want to play so much, maybe don't die. Chapter 833, Chapter 833 To the Void. Athena was confused why Kisuke suddenly went quiet, but she didn't have time to dwell on it when she was contacted by someone through a magic circle. After hearing what they had to say, she immediately cut off the line and turned her attention back to Kisuke. One of my scouts found the traces of Tartarus. What should we do? Kisuke rose from his seat and thought about it for a moment before asking Athena a question instead of answering, what do you think of those trapped in Tartarus? Athena stayed silent for a few seconds, trying to figure out what he intended to do by asking that question. Alas, nothing came to mind, and just sighed, I don't know what you want to know, and when I last met them, I was still very young and didn't know what was happening around me. However, Father would always say that none of them were inherently evil and the war between them was due to a difference in ideals. Is that so? Send me the coordinates and I'll go alone. I'll also be gone for a week or so. Athena handed them over without hesitation but asked, what about the Azazel Cup? Just tell Tiamat to postpone it. I have to take care of this first, were Kisuke's last words before he disappeared. But instead of going directly to the coordinates, he instead teleported back to his base on Mars and went to the deepest level. Instead of fighting against them, I should make use of them. If Hades could strike a deal with them, there's no reason why I shouldn't be able to as well. Kisuke arrived at large double doors made out of a thick metal alloy that conducted magic power and ki very poorly. Before opening it, however, Kisuke turned around to the empty hall and voiced out loud, Lilith-chan, since you followed me here, you don't have to hide. Space shook for a moment before the figure of the black-haired little girl appeared in front and silently stared at him, waiting for the expected scolding. Despite being a different person and being even more innocent, Kisuke could still see her resemblance to Ophi's personality, albeit a bit different. Patting her head, Kisuke reassured her, I'm not scolding you. But when you want to follow or see me, you don't have to do it secretly. Lilith had received head pats from various people, but Kisuke's felt different. It gives a different type of warmth and makes her think that this is it. Of course, she also knew that this came from her original half, but she didn't have any intentions of discarding it nor devaluing it. She let out a small voice while nodding. Well, you came at the right time, since I need your assistance. Tilting her head, Lilith asked, what is it? I want you to connect with Ophis-chan and isolate a part of the void beyond the dimensional gap, before connecting it to this place using your infinity dot. Lilith didn't question why he wanted something like that, but she has her concerns, but we will catch his attention. I am aware that you don't want his eyes on you, nor on me. That's not a problem. Kisuke pointed towards the large door before continuing, you'll be doing that in there. Even though it's his domain, he still doesn't know of every small event that is happening in it, and that room brings down the noise comparable to a small event. And to further reduce the risk of being discovered, I'll be going in and making some distractions. Lilith stayed silent for a bit to think and voiced out her next concern. To maintain that space, we will have to constantly feed it with our power. I don't want to be confined. Hearing that, Kisuke hurriedly cleared the misunderstanding. I'd never do that to you. I just need you to create that space and I'll do the maintenance. When shall we begin? Lilith asked immediately. Follow me. Kisuke turned around and touched the door before it opened quietly as opposed to its bulky appearance. The room was cylindrical in shape with a diameter of 300 meters and a height of 500 meters, with nothing in it. Kisuke flew up and went towards the center of the room with Lilith in tow. Once they arrived, Kisuke turned to Lilith once again and said, once the space is formed, this room will automatically stabilize it and you have to leave immediately after that. Lilith nodded and floated to the centermost part of the room and put her hands together before her crest appeared on her arms. We shall start whenever you are ready. You may begin the moment you feel my presence disappear. For now, establish a connection with Ophis-chan. Lilith nodded and Kisuke left her behind, closing the doors once again. Using his flash step, Kisuke arrived at the place where he'd first appeared when he returned. After taking a deep breath, his hair straightened and grew longer along with the two horns that sprouted on the top of his head. This time, however, his skin wasn't hollowified and just his eyes turned dark. I wonder what would happen when I show this form in the Azazel cup. But far different from the previous iterations of his hollowification, his aura had completely disappeared. If someone were to face him right now, they'd be unsettled because they wouldn't be able to feel anything. If not for Lilith and Ophis having a direct connection with him, they would have already started their work. Of course, this doesn't mean that his aura weakened or the minimal transformation is any different from a full hollowification. It's just that his presence became so incredibly natural that he would be suited for any painting of the world. Kisuke didn't delay his actions any longer and opened a hole that bypassed the dimensional gap and entered it. The moment he arrived within the void, the unforgiving forces that would instantly tear an ultimate class apart immediately began pulling on him. Though with his transformation, he estimated that he was as durable as Aizen during his chrysalis stage, so the space was just doing minimal damage to him and he was instantly recovering from it. Just causing a large noise would only look suspicious, so I have to do something that looks natural. Kisuke thought as he looked around, searching for his goal. Feeling a thin presence within the darkness, he immediately moved out and assaulted it. The moment he got closer, Kisuke was finally able to make out of its appearance. With the size of a train, the jet-black creature looked like a monster that would come out of a Lovecraftian world. A giant worm full of gnawing mouths with sharp fangs all over its body. Kisuke sent out a punch aiming at the center of its body and sent it flying. Despite the absence of air, Kisuke heard a screech that was enough to blast open a high-class devil or angel's head. How intriguing. It's technically a spiritual creature since it has a body of pure energy, but it's condensed enough that it looks like an actual physical body. Seeing it immediately recover and pounce towards him, Kisuke commented, it's durable too. Looks like I'll have fun catching these things while also practicing. Shunko, Blood Gate. After muttering those words, blood emerged behind Kisuke and formed the shape of Raijin's drums, similar to Yoruichi's Shunko. But instead of 7 drums linked together, Kisuke only had 5 and the 2 drums at the bottom weren't linked. First gate, shackles. The drum located on his lower right stretched and became an eye symbol. Simultaneously, all 4 of his limbs were covered in blood. Kisuke had refined his Shunko after his battle with Tiamat and separated it into 5 stages for easier management. Chapter 834, Chapter 834 Gods of Hell. For 2 days, Kisuke kept hunting these creatures of the void and capturing some of them. At some point yesterday, he felt eyes, not coming from these creatures, land on him, but they immediately lost their interest and never bothered looking at him again. This should be enough. Kisuke said, with blood-red gauntlets and boots and 3 of his drums transformed into eyes, released his Shunko and returned to his base hollow form. As easy as he'd opened the path to the void, Kisuke also returned the same way while also transforming back to his human form. Looks like Lilith has already left. But instead of checking over her work, Kisuke took out the capsules that contained and compressed the strange beasts, both alive and dead. While there was nothing happening to the ones alive and kept in their suspended state, the carcasses had begun to dissolve into a black gas and had started leaking out. In a hurry, Kisuke placed numerous barriers on them and isolated the room he was in by shutting it off from the outside through physical and magical means. But after a few seconds, even with the help of his equipment, he wasn't able to detect any form of contamination and there were no signs that his lockdown was breached. He spent a few more hours to test things out and figured that the black smoke automatically returned to the void. I can use this. After securing and storing his samples, Kisuke finally went and checked on Lilith and Ophis' work. Though, instead of coming back to that room, he went to the side that contained all the control panels and monitoring devices for that room. With a quick check, Kisuke saw that everything was running on its nominal values, more than 1,000,000 cubic kilometers of space. That's greater than my initial estimation. Though this won't be enough, so I'll have to expand it even further after neutralizing the energy composition within it. Might take about 3 to 4 weeks. Recalling a portion of his drone army that had been mining for minerals in the asteroid belt, Kisuke placed them within the newly created space and let them do all the work. By the time a bit more than a month passes, it should have expanded even more and even become habitable. He then locked everything under only his authority so that any access to the room would always go through him. Now then, I should go check that place out. The coordinates that Athena had given Kisuke were located in the underworld, near Hades' domain. But after a whole day of investigating, it led him to the middle of the underworld equivalent to the Sahara Desert. It took Kisuke another hour to figure out the entrance to a hidden space beneath the desert and saw some cyclopes running around doing manual labor and the Grim Reapers supervising them. Instead of going further in, Kisuke hid his presence and circled around the cavern, slowly making his way in while studying everything inside it. Another day had passed before Kisuke was finally able to inspect everything, including Tartarus in the center covered with various barriers that prohibited those who don't have any authorization to approach. He found an empty spot and camouflaged it before bringing out the equipment that would be used to hijack the barriers and listen to everything around him. 3 days before I can lay everything down. I hope Hades, Apollo, or any other god comes to visit the site during then. Luckily for Kisuke, 3 gods had indeed arrived at the site before he was done with everything he needed to do 3 days later, namely, Hades, Apollo, and Erebus. And during their super-secret talk, Kisuke was able to find out a few things. First of all, Hades was indeed successful in creating artificial devils with a few of them being at super devil level. And with the combined force of these artificial devils and Grim Reapers, Hades now has around 50,000 troops under him. It seemed that they were also planning to invite more gods of hell that would join their group so that they'd have a better chance of succeeding when they finally commence their attack, which will start once they're able to gather most of the Longinus users in one place and eliminate them. While it wasn't mentioned what the prisoners of Tartarus would do in this war, Kisuke already had a good idea when it was said that Apollo was the one who was going to lead the attack on heaven to take control of the Longinus once they separated from their owners. What surprised Kisuke, however, was the purpose of their group, and that was to eliminate the wild cards, the Longinus, and lead the mythologies to defend against the threat of EXE, seeing that no one was actually doing anything substantial against them. Our priority targets should be Hayato Ise and Valley Lucifer. Those two are the main characters that lead everyone, Erebus muttered with a solemn expression. Yet, Hades shook his head at his words. Wrong. If it's possible to control them, we should strive to do so. The most concerning one is Mitsuya Kenzaki and his group, Cross-Time Kiss. Cross-Time Kiss? Asked Erebus, not knowing anything about them. It's a small group of sacred gear wielders with Mitsuya Kenzaki at its helm and possesses 2 of the Longinus by himself, Hades answered while reclining in his seat, but the most concerning thing about this child is his worldview. It's as if he wants the world to plunge into total chaos. Even though I only met him one time, I'm confident of my impression of him. Apollo thought about it for a moment before asking, what else do we know about him? Almost nothing. Not even his history, aside from the Grigori being wary of them and the group clashing with a Jukas faction one time. The information surrounding him is in fact, somehow less than even Kisuke Urahara. If you include all the bullshit he's putting out there to confuse everyone. After that, they didn't have anything else important and just talked about the progress of opening Tartarus. Kisuke just waited for them to leave the next day before he also left the place. All right, I'm set. Kisuke returned to the Belial mansion after asking Beniheim to investigate Mitsuya Kenzaki. Chapter 835, Chapter 835 Those Who Are Left Behind. While overlooking the adventurers who were doing their best to survive from afar, Seraphol asked, is this all right? Yoruchi, who was sitting on some protruding ice, sighed, it's fine. We can at least guarantee their lives. As Kisuke had instructed, Yoruchi and Seraphol returned to Orario and gathered the adventurers of the top familius and then tossed them into the depths of the dungeon. Currently, on the 60th floor, an expansive world of ice and frost, the Ganesha, Freya, Loki, Hephaestus, Hermes, and Mike Familius were currently at war with 4-meter-tall humanoid creatures covered in white and gray fur, Yeti. In addition to these monsters' immense strength, they were also capable of using ice magic that was equivalent to a level 4 mage. On top of that, thanks to Yoruchi releasing her Ryatsu, some of them were mutated with each one of them equaling a level 7 adventurer, making the battle extremely hard despite the cooperation between Orario's top familius. But it wasn't just adventurers and Yetis in the fray, as irregular monsters were also attacking both sides. Not just caterpillars but also mantises came up from the lower floors when the clash started. Do you think they'll be able to deal with the master of these irregular monsters too? Yoruchi shook her head. If its identity is as we've guessed, we'll have to move to clean that up. My only concern is if the owner of the dungeon would be able to contain the battle without any adverse effects on the dungeon itself. All of a sudden, an unknown voice whispered to their minds, if you're worried that the dungeon will blast open during the moment of battle, I can provide a quarter of an hour of silence. Seraphol and Yoruchi immediately stood up and fired up their senses to maximum, but failing to find anything around them. I'd really appreciate it if you gave us a warning before you speak up. Yoruchi replied with a frown. My apologies. You were on topic and this expedition will lead you to the dungeon's parasite. I figured you'd want my input and cooperation. A few moments later, Yoruchi relaxed a little bit and sat back down. That's true. But if you're telling us this, does that mean that this parasite is a deity? However, the mysterious voice already disappeared without providing them any answers. It seems that's all we need to know. Still, Yoruchi couldn't understand why Kisuke needed to kill this owner, as it's the best card they could use against Chaos, who they clearly couldn't trust. Once he's done with us, chances are he'll dispose of us. Kisuke knows this, so why? What floor is this parasite located on? Asked Serafal. Kuroka and I explored until the 79th floor before stopping, because the 80th floor was a completely new domain. It's as if it was not part of the dungeon anymore. If I were to guess, beyond that. After having a plentiful rest, Sona, Kaneko, Irina, Akino, and Line returned to the dungeon. They'd already heard what their friends were capable of on the other side, and they couldn't sit still. But even if they wanted to fight against a god-level opponent to gain experience, there's just none like that unless a god decided to descend. But even though they had nothing to overcome as of now, they believed that there was still something they could do. As Kisuke had said, polishing the basics until it couldn't be perceived as a basic anymore was also one way of getting stronger. Hot. Sona bisected 5 giant wolf monsters with a single swing of her halberd. Looking at her blade covered with a thin coat of water that was moving several times that of the speed of sound, she thought, it doesn't break as easily as before. It also didn't consume as much stamina as before. The only problem right now is the headache-inducing sound it creates whenever it spins. Sona then looked towards her companions and saw Kaneko spinning with her jet boots, blasting open skulls from the sheer force they produced. On the other side was Irina, but unlike before, 4 pairs of angel wings were attached to her back, and unlike the normal ones, some of her feathers were colored red, giving the entire thing a nice hue against the overall whiteness. Though the most striking change was her halo. Instead of a golden one, she had a red one. Presumably, it came from Great Red. The light she conjured had also become red, and she apparently couldn't change it anymore. The power of her light didn't increase much, but it gained the new property of illusionary. Whatever the shape of light she conjured, its existence will depend on her. If an enemy is hit by this light, Irina could decide whether this enemy was against the light, and then the one receiving the attack would take damage similar to devils hit by light magic. If it's an ally, various buffs could be imbued to those who were hit. Sona watched as 10 whips of light extended from her hands and melted the giant wolves around her. It looks incredibly versatile, but it has one glaring weakness. All of that depended on her perception and decision-making. One wrong choice and it could go bad, not just for her but also for those around her. Looking further away from her was Akino. Like Irina, Akino was also sporting 4 pairs of fallen angel wings, but also different from the former that gained an upgrade as an angel. Akino's limbs and the base of her wings were covered with black dragon scales. She got an upgrade as a dragon. As black lightning pierced through her enemies, Sona recalled their properties. Akino's lightning also didn't get much of an increase in terms of destructive power, but they also gained a special ability which they decided to call Infinite Lance, for a very simple reason: that it ignored any sort of defense to reach its enemy. From their initial tests, there's still no type of defense it couldn't bypass, including barriers that separate space and time itself. It's incredibly powerful, but of course, it also suffers from some weakness, as Akino needed to perceive her enemies correctly for them to be hit. Aside from that, it's only effective against defenses, since they also tested that attacks could collide with it and be stopped, as Sona's water defense was ignored, but when she shaped it like a blade and threw it towards her, the bolts of lightning were neutralized like they were just normal lightning magic that Akino used to use. And despite these upgrades on them, they were still actually the weakest among the group that came from the other side. Sona could break through any defenses and become essentially undying if she were to transform her body into a non-corporeal form. Kaneko had the most destructive power and could constantly be at her peak by absorbing magic power and ki from the atmosphere, which basically made her a cannon that has unlimited ammo. Kuroka has the most versatility with her use of magic and ki. She also has an amazing defense thanks to her black flames that expel everything. If she's with Kaneko, the two of them could complete a circuit, and both gain absorption and expulsion abilities of their flames. Medusa had returned to her roots and even accepted the evil within her, acquiring power that was unachievable to most gods. Serafal was already at the level of a super devil, but for her to fully transform, she only needed one more catalyst. Finally, Yoruchi. Like Kisuke, she was very secretive about her abilities, but Sona heard from her sister that she had no way of winning against her. Chapter 836, Chapter 836 Infiltration. I'm getting tired. One of the guards patrolling the Aruna Familia's main building complained while yawning. Stop complaining. The executives or officers might hear you. His partner replied while also being infected by his yawn. Lowering his voice, the first one added, but seriously, what's going on? It has been weeks and the protocol only gets stricter and stricter. Not to mention, most of the executives haven't left the main house, including Aruna-sama. You know what's even weirder? Our recent dungeon activities. While the other familias are getting stronger fast because of that tower that allows more risks in the deeper levels, our familia actually pulled back most of our forces from the dungeon to guard the vicinity. Does that make sense when normally we would be contesting for its ownership or at least benefits? The first guard hurriedly smacked his partner's head. You idiot. Keep your voice down. You should have already heard of this, but those who voiced out their complaints and tried to go against the directives were called inside, but none of them actually have gone back out yet. Sorry. I lost my calm there. The second guard scratched his head. The only good thing about this is that we can relax a bit since those who can enter inside seem to always be captured, even the most famous ones, and we even get to have a portion of the ransom for their release. A few hours before dawn, within the Aruna Familia's main base Zita, Kuroka was going around using the cover of the darkness. She spent around an hour listening to the guards, but failed to get anything else from them. There's nothing new. As expected, it looks like I'll have to enter the red zone to get more information. The red zone Kuroka was thinking about is the whole Aruna Familia main building. Before the other infiltrators from other familias started getting caught in it, Kuroka and the rest were already aware of its existence as some sort of barrier made out of the combined magic and divine power that pinpointed the exact location of anyone within. Since she didn't want to reveal her existence yet in order to gather more information, Kuroka had so far chosen to hold off on storming in. But after considering the pros and cons, she finally decided to go in. First I have to set an anchor for teleportation magic for instantaneous movement. Kuroka formed a plan in her head while looking at the blueprint of the mansion she acquired earlier on before establishing contact with Medusa. Medusa-chan, I'll be entering the red zone, yeah. I'll send you my current location every 2 minutes while inside. Understood. I'll move out as soon as 5 seconds have passed from the time limit. Also, please do be careful. There are traces that a major renovation was done on the mansion's interior. I'll be careful. Kuroka finished all of her preparations and immediately entered through one of the windows. As soon as she went through the invisible film-like barrier, she instantly expanded her ki to scan her surroundings and detected all the people patrolling inside had begun to converge on her position, even though she didn't do anything to reveal her location. So it's really like this, yeah. Hive mind type of connection magic. Kuroka first sent her location to Medusa and immediately got a ping back from her. Good. It's working. Instead of avoiding the guards, Kuroka covered her real appearance with illusion magic and went after a small group that was furthest from everyone else. The moment she met them, Kuroka immediately noticed something strange about them. You there? Surrender yourself. The men leading the group warned. They may act normal but I can't feel any emotions from them. Brainwashed. Kuroka questioned herself and immediately initiated an attack without replying to him. Kuroka easily dispatched the group and left all but one unconscious. Why you? Who are you? Kuroka still didn't answer his question and instead threw him through the nearest window, ejecting him from the mansion and the barrier covering it. The man broke his arm when he landed on the ground but instead of the pain, it seems that he's confused about what's happening. Seeing his reaction had already given Kuroka most of the things she needed to know and immediately left, avoiding the other groups. These people aren't important, yeah. The real point of concern is where my ki can't penetrate. Within her detection range, there's a spot where she couldn't feel anything from, the basement, According to the blueprint, that shouldn't exist. Making her way through, before she reached her target, she came across another group and knocked them out. Among them, she brought one with her on the edge of the barrier that her ki couldn't penetrate. This is quite a strong one, isn't it? Kuroka touched the barrier that physically blocked her before lowering her body and going into a stance. Covering her arm with ki, Kuroka threw out a punch with a calculated strength of a level 8 adventurer or mercenary. However, the punch that was enough to shake the whole manor and destroy a portion of it, only created some ripples. Thinking that it already alerted the people inside the degree of the strength she used, Kuroka refrained from throwing another punch with increased strength. It'll only be a disadvantage when they think that someone is roaming around with a strength beyond normal, yeah. Turning around, Kuroka grabbed the unconscious man that he brought and threw him towards the barrier that blocked her. But just as she'd expected, he went through without being obstructed. There are no devices that would differentiate him from me, so I guess it's something more innate. Since there are traces of divine power being used in this barrier, only those with a certain insignia would be allowed in. Any further and I'll be revealing more cards. In any case, this is already a fruitful venture. Just knowing that a deity's power is involved is already a lot. With that in mind, Kuroka retreated from the mansion while covering her tracks and destroying several anchors that she placed along the way. From this outing, she'd figured that it was a lot more troublesome than they'd initially thought. If a deity is really involved personally, not to mention we don't know how many are involved, it'll actually be dangerous for us. Though thinking about it, this is also a good chance for everyone. Kuroka too knew about what was going on the other side and honestly felt envious that she, along with everyone, didn't have many chances of getting stronger through a trial by fire. If not for the constraints of world travel and her worries of leaving the girls behind, she would have joined Kisuke in the tournament where she could fight gods. Chapter 837, Chapter 837, A Secret to Natus. Good evening, everyone. I hope I didn't make you wait for too long. With flowing long fiery pink hair, Astarte came walking through the door of the secret room within the Poseidon Familia's manor with her captain, Karis, a sheep person. The newcomers heard a sigh from one of today's attendees. Ha! It's the time when most people are asleep but you're still as energetic as ever. Please keep your voice down since it's already more quiet than usual. The room wasn't very big, but it was well lit by glowing orbs. Within it, there was nothing except for a single round table and 6 chairs surrounding it. 3 of those 6 chairs were already occupied and the one who'd spoken just now was taking one seat, a deity with long blue curly hair and golden eyes, Amphitrite. Astarte just shrugged her shoulders and went to sit down on a free chair. It's been a while since I've seen you, but I see that you still hate any sort of festivities. I don't hate the festivities. I just don't like the noise that accompanies them. That means hating festivities since it's all about noise created through various emotions. Astarte then scanned the surroundings with her sharp eyes and confirmed the other people present. The other 2 occupying the seats are both white-haired middle-aged men, both of which are hiding their identity as a deity by covering their aura and casually sipping on their liquor, Poseidon and Zeus. Poseidon aside, I didn't think you'd show yourself here, Zeus. Zeus chuckled and replied, why not? I can be anywhere I want to be. I'm a free man. Astarte smirked at him and said, a free man? I bet it took all you had just to sneak away from Hera's side. I wonder what would happen if the news of you coming here were to spread. Zeus almost choked on his liquor. Please don't do that. I'm not even making a move on anyone. Astarte snickered at him but didn't say anything else and continued to look around. Except for Zeus, Poseidon and Amphitrite also brought in their captains, Arch and Lelalia. In an attempt to shake off the awkward feeling he was experiencing, Zeus asked, I heard Hestia and Artemis were also coming. Where are they? But instead of their presence, Zeus is actually more interested in their children ever since hearing about them through Hermes. A group of adventurers with enough power to contend against the strongest suddenly appeared out of nowhere. No matter how you spin it, this is strange. But due to his erratic movements and his distance from Arario, Zeus hadn't received any further news regarding them, so he didn't know about these people spreading a new school of power, and those within Arario are already beyond his imagination. If he knew this, he would have returned to where Hera is and prepared for the menace's inevitable awakening and still searching for the hero. But before Astarte could answer, the door opened once again, showing the last 2, Hestia and Artemis. Heya. Have you been well? The former ran in and took her seat while the latter just silently entered the chamber and followed suit. Hestia gave her greeting to everyone in the room and saw that Amphitrite was staring at her intently. What? I find it strange to see you outside of your temple. Are you really the Hestia that shut herself for thousands of years at a time to mope around? Are you picking a fight? You fufu. But it looks like you're a lot more lively than before. We're supposed to be unchanging gods, yet here you are, proving us wrong. It's not just her. Astarte suddenly interjected, you might not believe it but Artemis here got herself a man. Not just Amphitrite but also Poseidon and Zeus had their eyes wide open and looked at Artemis, now with slightly blushing cheeks. Seriously. Poseidon couldn't help but ask and also shudder at how this alleged man was able to tame this tigress. He didn't know it was just by chance and it wasn't really that hard. With her grin growing bigger, Astarte added, but that's not all, Artemis man is also Hestia's guy. The 3 deities then turned their heads towards Hestia, who now also had a similarly blushing face. However, that changed when she heard their responses. Oh. Well. If it's the guy that caught Artemis' eyes, then I'm not really surprised. Zeus commented. Compared to getting Artemis' favor, Hestia's isn't as impressive, Poseidon added. Now I'm concerned with this young man. Is it alright for him to take Hestia even as a bonus? Amphitrite finished it off. Slamming the table in front of her, Hestia stood up with a big vein popping out of her forehead. Yash. Let's go to war. I'll send each and every one of you back to heaven. The escorts, on the other hand, don't know what to do. This was supposed to be a meeting of great importance, but it looked like just a bunch of friends coming together for the first time in a long time and starting to gossip. Thankfully, the meeting started for real just after an hour of them messing around. And what do you want from us, Hestia, Artemis? Poseidon asked. I hope you're not here to leech from us. Hestia couldn't really get angry at his words since she had indeed leeched off some deities in the past and it was a well-documented case. Of course not. We're just here to inform you of something concerning. It had been half an hour since Hestia and Artemis left the secret room, but the room was still covered with silence except for the periodic clash of utensils. Not being able to take the silence anymore, Karis asked her familia's goddess, Astarte-sama, could you tell me what's going on? We knew that the Aruna Familia was planning something big, but the atmosphere suddenly changed when Hestia-sama mentioned the barrier deep within their base. What does it mean if the barrier has some divine power mixed in it? Devoid of her previous cheerful demeanor, Astarte answered, depending on how long this has been going on, it may mean that a deity was using his or her power in the lower world without being punished for it. But we couldn't just trust their information, could we? Arch offered his thoughts. In the first place, even if they are successful in infiltrating the place without getting caught, is it possible to differentiate divine power from magic power? Poseidon placed down his glass and answered, it's quite easy honestly. He then looked towards his captain and the air around him suddenly became heavier as his hair raised up and his eyes became golden. Poseidon released his divine aura before cutting it off immediately. Arch, Lilalia, and Karis all swallowed a mouthful of saliva while cold sweat drenched their backs. I see. If that's how it is, then shouldn't we arrange a raid and uncover the truth as soon as possible? Lilalia suggested with a grave expression. This time, it was Amphitrite who answered her, it's not that easy and simple. If this really involved a deity being able to use his or her power in the lower world without any repercussions, then it shouldn't be as obvious as this. Although it's just their children who were able to successfully get this information, it doesn't change the fact that there was obviously something going on in there before all of this. Worst case scenario, this is just a big decoy and what they wanted to do was already achieved long ago or being done in a different location. And even though a raid might do something, it could backfire at us since we don't know for how long this has been going on nor do we know how many deities are actually involved in this. Maybe they are just waiting for you to fall for it and annihilate you all in one go. Zeus added while clicking his tongue, did those bastards grow tired of waiting and decide to be the heroes themselves? Chapter 838, Chapter 838 Hope to Battle. Hestia and Artemis returned to the Tower of Desires and Medusa emerged from their shadows. Thank you for the hard work, Hestia-sama, Artemis-sama. Is this really enough? I think they may require more assistance. It's deities we're talking about here, after all, asked Artemis as the three of them continued walking. While adjusting her glasses, Medusa replied with a smile, it's all right. The main purpose of releasing such information to them is so that they wouldn't do anything that could endanger themselves. At this point of time, there's virtually nothing they could do so their focus would still go to the dungeon in an attempt to strengthen themselves. Artemis thinks about it for a moment before nodding, that's true. While they believe that a god is capable of using their powers, they'll only expect that it'll still be at the level of a high-leveled child. Hestia looked towards her curiously and asked, why is that? Shouldn't they also consider the worst case of a god fully manifesting their divinity? Artemis shook her head, it might cross their minds but they'll immediately brush it off and opt to a more believable conclusion. Since you never really went out of your temple, you might not know that something similar had already happened in the past. A certain deity used a special ritual to disguise himself as a mortal and was able to unlock a portion of his strength to match that of a level 6 child. For years to come, he would dive into the dungeon without any problem and enjoy himself. Many had tried to ask him how he did it but he returned to heaven without revealing anything to anyone. Of course, others have also tried replicating his feat but none were successful. After some more time without anyone being able to do the same thing, it was suspected that it was actually a unique skill of his child and the price of it was him returning to heaven when his child died. However, that didn't discourage those who wanted to try it too, so Arenas at that time spoke up and banned any research about this since he deemed it too dangerous. And soon enough, those who had the same belief as him reinforced this. After all, they don't want another deity being devoured by the dungeon because of this. Medusa was curious about the devoured deity but didn't ask about it because she has a feeling that she won't be getting any worthwhile answer. It's a well-documented case from long ago and it should be the first thing that pops out of their mind. Nevertheless, it's still very concerning for them since they don't know if they were able to unlock the secrets to this unlocked divine power. If there are 10 deities collaborating, it would also mean that there are 10 more strong mercenaries that could tip the balance of power in the area. Not to mention the special properties of divine power that makes it even more dangerous than magic. Hestia crossed her arms and nodded in understanding, I see. But is it the same case this time around? Artemis doesn't know the answer to this and looked at Medusa. That could be the case but according to Kuroka-san's initial estimations after factoring various variables, it might be a deity using his children as an array of vessels to fully descend to the lower world without being recognized by the dungeon. It was supposed to be a shocking and disturbing revelation but Hestia and Artemis only looked at each other before turning back to her and the former asking with a wry smile, and you're hoping for that, am I right? Medusa smiled and nodded, yes. They reached the doors leading to the living room and as soon as they opened it, they saw Medusa's sisters watching one of the recorded matches of the Azazel Cup while gleefully munching on some sweets and cheering loudly, oh welcome back, Stheno greeted. The three came over but their eyes were glued to the screen, watching the men in crimson armor blasting several islands into oblivion with just a single attack. It's really hard to believe when you said that they're your peers. Hestia commented. Well, seeing this made me understand everyone's sudden spike in motivation. Artemis sat down and joined the Gorgon sisters, and the fact that you're hoping for a deity's descent must be because they wanted to take one on. Medusa chuckled and replied, they're the most effective opponent if they want to cross their limits, no. Hestia also sat down while letting out an exasperated voice, there's no stopping you lot. I'll support all of you all the way through, though. Thank you very much. It has been 10 days ever since Kisuke disappeared and his teammates were all waiting for his return within the Belial Manor. Though not everyone is really ready to fight in the Azazel Cup, namely, Nyx and Sikvera, who both are trembling like newborn babies while lying face down. Looks like you won't be able to join the next match either, huh? Muttered Athena. A bit disturbed, Tiamat added, that's understandable. I'm actually surprised that they're still in their right state of mind after going through that. Though that might probably be thanks to the drug he gave you. What was it called again? Dragon Pride. He really created something inconceivable. Even as a dragon herself, she just couldn't watch their training without shuddering. Before starting, Kisuke sealed their divine and demonic powers so that they'll only be able to fight purely through the power of their bodies, which was, quite frankly, very weak. Since Kisuke deemed that the dummies that tormented Genshiru's group wouldn't be enough and his healing hot spring was further improved, he decided on random projectiles that contained all sorts of aura to shoot at random times while they fought the dummies. This, of course, resulted in them almost dying instantaneously several times. How weird. I remember my heart being pierced multiple times. How am I still alive? Sikvera muttered with a blank expression and dead eyes. It's really weird. I recall my throat being sliced open countless times. Wait. My eyes were also cut multiple times. Am I really seeing the world as it is, or this is all just my imagination? Nyx also murmured with a similar expression. Genshiru, on the other hand, while remaining quiet, is also shaking. Is it because they are a lot stronger compared to us before? That's way harsher than what we've been through. I'm glad I only got half of my bones broken and blinded a few times. Geez. It wasn't really that bad, was it? You've learned how to read auras in the shortest amount of time possible, so all is good. All of a sudden, Kisuke's voice resounded beside them, which startled both Tiamat and Athena, causing their aura to flare up since they couldn't feel his presence until he had spoken. How are you doing that? Asked Tiamat, since she was very confident in her detection skills. Kisuke just smirked at her and said, Trade secret. Chapter 839, Chapter 839 vs Team Lightning. Team Urahara Shouten's return to the Azazel Cup was greeted by people energetically cursing at them while its team leader just happily waved at them, which caused another spike in everyone's hate. Why wouldn't he smile happily at his cash cows? In the next few matches, the results were the same. Kisuke would be brought into extreme jeopardy, but one way or another, the enemy team would mysteriously mess up and end up destroying themselves or creating an opening enough for Kisuke's weak attacks to go through. But after that, Kisuke and Tiamat noticed that their earnings had already dropped sharply. I guess that's it, huh? Tiamat talked under her breath. Should we bet on the other side and actually lose, suggested Kisuke. That's no different from match fixing. I won't allow such a thing. He was met with immediate refusal from the Chaos Karma Dragon. We have enough, so it's about time we take things seriously, since starting from now, we're entering the top rankings. Our next opponent is Team Lightning led by Barakiel. Barakiel, is it? I guess for Akino-san's sake, I'll face him properly. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's another wonderful day for the Azazel Cup with two of the most popular contenders facing each other. Today we'll witness Team Lightning and Team Urahara Shouten compete in the game of Object Break. Object Break Game. Another variant of the normal rating game where the goal is to break the objects in the shape of a woman with fallen angel and devil wings scattered around the battlefield. There are a total of 13 objects, and the first team to break 7 of these objects within the 12-hour time limit wins the match, and just like in the normal rating game, victory can also be achieved by defeating the opposing team's king. The field the players are transported to has the layout of a chessboard, and the areas are designated A1, C2, B4, etc. The objects scattered around can either be stationary or can be moved around by the players. They are either left in their original state, are placed in less noticeable places, or are hidden in obscure places. When an object is destroyed, the area it was located in is no longer allowed to be entered by the team's kings, narrowing down the areas the teams can move in. If both teams have destroyed equal numbers of objects when the time limit is exceeded, then the match is a draw. The two teams entered the game field at the same time and were greeted by a mountainous terrain blanketed by thick jungle. Unlike most of the games, the current game field is only smaller than One Day Long War and Yggdrasil Climb, where one's stamina to move around is incredibly important. Sir, what should we do? This Kisuke Urahara is incredibly unpredictable. One of the pawns asked their leader, Barakiel. As the main representative of Grigori, aside from Barakiel and his queen, Armoros, both of which are cadre level possessing 10 black wings each. And every other member possesses 8 black wings, which make them one of the stronger contenders for the cup. All of you should have already realized that he's hiding his real strength. However, we can't discard his ingenious way of doing things, and one mistake could lead to us losing this match. Nevertheless, those petty tricks could be easily countered as long as we're careful and don't rush it. Of all their previous opponents, their most common mistake was undeniably looking down on him and thinking that their victory was already in hand. But soon after, Barakiel sighed, in all honesty, if Tiamat and the two goddesses decided to make their moves, we have no hope of winning since we'd have to dedicate the entirety or our force just to stop two of them, making them unable to complete the game's objective and leaving one free to do whatever she wants. Armoros chuckled and added, with that said, it looks like our only avenue is to dedicate ourselves in hunting the enemy king before the objects are destroyed. Though we can't really ignore Sikvera Agars and Genturu Saji either. Ha! This is hopeless. Team Lightning discussed more possible strategies against their opponent, but they could only scratch their heads as all of them would only work if Kisuke kept on doing things as he did against their previous opponents. For now, let's move out and secure 3 movable objects while also gathering intel on their movements. Armoros and I will move together and the rest of you will move in groups of 2 5s and a 4. Our current main target is their rook, Sikvera. Eliminate her if possible so that they won't be able to use castling. If you encounter Tiamat or the goddesses, retreat and lead them away if possible. If you encounter either Genturu Saji or Kisuke Urahara, detain them and call for backup. If they are all moving out, converge back to this location for further discussion. After Barakil's instructions, all of them went in different directions and the game finally started. But after an hour, while successful in securing 3 movable objects, they had to gather once more. We're going to lose at this rate. Though I'm happy that they are taking us seriously. Barakil whispered with a wry smile. In addition to the 3 objects they have, they were able to destroy 1 more object. But as far as their luck goes, that's it, as Kisuke's team was already able to destroy 5 objects and they just needed to find 2 more to win. And to make things worse, they haven't been able to eliminate even one of their members while they already lost 3 pawns, a knight, and a bishop. Strength-wise, they really aren't their match. But unlike before, Kisuke Urahara hasn't moved from his spot and let his team members do all the work this time around. Let's just go straight to him before the last 2 objects are destroyed, suggested by the remaining bishop. However, Armoros shook his head, that won't work. The surveillance magic that I placed near the area detected Tiamat's return. It seems that they want to safely secure the win. Barakil sighed, so this is it, huh? As expected, those goddesses are both battle-oriented and should be high-ranking too even among the deities. Even after losing our men, they were still able to hide their specialty and identities. Not to mention Tiamat with just one of her breaths is enough to retire most of us. But then, flames sprouted from his eyes. The emotion he has been hiding all this time emerged. However, I don't want to end this without seeing that detestable bastard's face and at least throw lightning at his sorry ass. Let's blitz through. Oh right. He took away your daughter just when you're already getting along with her. Armoros muttered in remembrance. Barakil clenched his fist and gritted his teeth while saying, that's right. I want to at least punch his face once. Since they aren't going to win anyway, he let his selfishness finally take over. Ah. Sir? I think I have a dumb idea that might work, the remaining knight voiced out. What is it? Why don't you try challenging Kisuke Urahara into a one-on-one? Barakil and Armoros looked at each other and the latter said, considering the personality he had shown until now, that might actually work. Without saying what he was thinking, Barakil stepped forward and took in a large amount of air in his lungs before shouting, Kisuke Urahara. You stole my daughter. Let's fight. Simple words, but it were heard throughout the whole field due to it being imbued with magic. A few seconds later, he got his reply in the same manner which made him stagger and almost trip over nothing. Your daughter is already mine, but I accept. Chapter 840 vs Team Lighting Part 2. The MC stood up from his seat. Oh ho. What's this? My dear viewers, it seems that we have an unexpected development on the field. The now effectively pissed Barakil is flying at full speed towards the enemy camp and following him were his remaining teammates. Is it alright to piss him off like that? Sikvera asked, we've also already found the remaining objects, so you don't actually need to go through this. While seeing the rest of his teammates return, Kisuke slowly flew up while answering Sikvera's question vaguely, even though it's not actually my choice, it's still true that I technically stole his daughter from him. In these uncertain times, the least that I could do is prove that I have even a little bit of power to protect her to reassure him. Can't you just return her? With a distant expression, Kisuke replied, I could, but Akino-san seems to have an auto-returning feature that'll be hard to get rid of. He recalled that one instance when she tried to self-destruct along with him, that one totally wasn't my fault. Who would have thought she'd get off on it at that time? Before Team Lightning arrived at his position, everyone else returned first and decided to set some tables and chairs to rest. Unlike Sikvera, who's very worried about the outcome of this match, the rest didn't really care and are only in for a good show of father-in-law versus son-in-law. Are you finally showing your true abilities? Genturu asked curiously. True abilities, yes, but only a part of them. So you're still holding back. It's not something weird. Shrewd old-timers will never show everything unless it's a life or death situation. Tiamat interjected, in fact, it's your generation who are the weird ones, showing everything from the get-go. Kisuke finally caught sight of the enemy team on the horizon, but before he went forward, he left some words. It isn't weird in my opinion. In fact, it was thanks to them pushing their limits time and time again that they were able to reach the height they are at now. Hence the birth of the Golden Generation. Tiamat thought about it and had no choice but to agree. The emergence of numerous powerhouses in a very short span of time is already strange. But I guess it's just my old way of thinking. To these kids, we're the strange ones. Team Lightning saw that Kisuke was slowly coming forward and stopped after reaching a certain distance. This is the second time that we're meeting, Kisuke Urahara. I tried reaching you through the Belial house but to no avail. Since Kisuke had never heard about him reaching out, he figured it's because Cleria rejected their request. I'm very sorry about that. The Belial house is currently very protective of their members. Kisuke's words caused Armoros and his fellow fallen angel to frown. Are you saying that Barakil is not trustworthy enough? But Kisuke just sneered at him and shrugged his shoulders. Please, we essentially don't know each other and this is actually only the second time we met face to face. Where's the trust? Even if he's Akino-san's father, are you telling me to trust who's technically a stranger to me? Looking down on me, are you? You. Armoros tried to say something back but he couldn't refute his words. Barakil then calmly raised his left arm in front of Armoros. Enough. Armoros and the others thought that Barakil would be angry but to their surprise, there's a smile on his face. Barakil. But Barakil just shook his head and explained, don't get it wrong. I'm just happy that he's not an idiot. With this, I can really leave my precious daughter with him. At the same time, his holy power began to flare up and dark clouds gathered above them. However, just having a good head doesn't really put rest to all my worries, so I'll have to push you to reveal your true strength. Armoros and the rest of the fallen angels sighed and were about to back off but suddenly heard Kisuke, I'm sorry but just you wouldn't be enough. It'll be all too easy. Barakil's brows scrunched up and those around him felt insulted. But before they could do anything significant, Kisuke suddenly disappeared from their sight before hearing his voice again at their side, Reikuo, Thunder Roar Cannon. Flash Step. It's a technique seemingly unique to him that they had already seen over and over again in this tournament. And there's no need to say that they were on guard for his sudden acceleration even until now. However, Kisuke's unique technique this time felt completely different. They didn't even realize that Kisuke had already relocated himself, a large contrast to what he had shown until now, which was full of noise and openings. Watch out. But Barakil's warning fell deaf on ears as the loud sound of lightning instantly emerged and tore through air from Kisuke's palm, who appeared beside one of the pawns and placed his hands over his stomach. The pawn's stomach was instantly burst open by the lightning, but it didn't just stop there as it traveled through a straight line and also pierced through another two pawns and a rook before hitting a mountain behind them and leaving a large hole behind. While still in his stance, various lances made of light and lightning dropped in droves on Kisuke. Although it was an instantaneous response to his aggression, they were a step behind as Kisuke had already disappeared once again and returned to his previous position. The entire stadium went silent and watched the retire system's light envelope the four individuals hit by the lightning as they fell from the sky. The fallen angels gritted their teeth at the sight of their comrades not being able to even put up a fight while Kisuke reaffirmed his statement, it seems that you're misunderstanding something. I'm not looking down on you. Tipping his hat a bit forward, the air around him drastically changed from a casual man to a warrior that survived countless battles. I'm just stating a fact. Chapter 841 vs Team Lightning Part 3. WEVE been had. My dear viewers. Can you see this? Kisuke Urahara suddenly burst into action, instantly taking out 4 of Team Lightning. It's very different from what he has shown until now. Could it be that he's been pretending to struggle all this time? But what for? The hyped announcer didn't have to answer his own question as most of the people who were watching were able to figure it out by themselves. They'd really been had. Some people raged from their seats while some were instantly cooled down by the reality. However, many still became excited at this sight, especially those who are fans of the wildly popular show, A Pay Dragon. The mysterious masked character known as the Hat is always scheming. Even though it looks like everything is going bad around him, it is in fact, still his arrangement and his own benefits. He doesn't care what everyone thinks about him and would even sacrifice his own reputation to set the stage for his dear friends, his own life to ensure everyone's victory. Despite having great strength on his own, he chooses to hide it and let his friends grow, so that one day, they'll be able to fight the greatest evil with him. That is the man who loves his bucket hat way too much, the Hat. Everyone knew that this character is based on the Red Dragon Emperor's childhood friend, Kisuke Urahara. However, seeing the real thing made all the fans quite disappointed, until now, that is. The Hat has arrived. Except, the one in front of them is Kisuke Urahara. The one who would scheme and even use his own friends for his own benefits and his own entertainment. If there's a good and evil side, he's definitely leaning on the latter. But contrary to the excitement and heat that's growing in the stadium, it was cold and gloomy on the field, which mainly came from Kisuke's demeanor and eyes. What's this? Barakil couldn't help but slightly stagger back as he stared into his eyes. Where is this pressure coming from? Barakil looked around him and saw everyone else had a horrified expression with cold sweat traveling between their eyebrows. I must be making the same expression. His attention was then caught by both Genshuru, Sikvera, and one of the goddesses shaking in fright. Meanwhile, he could also see the other goddess and Tiamat become tense. Just where is this invisible pressure coming from? I refuse to believe that this is all just killing intent. And Barakil is right with his guess. Aside from the killing intent Kisuke is currently radiating, he's also radiating his own power that became almost indistinguishable in nature. Even Tiamat couldn't tell what's exactly going on. Huh? In their eyes, I must be some kind of monster having an intent like this. Bottling it up again, the smile returned on Kisuke's face. My bad, I got a little bit emotional there, please do forgive me for scaring all of you like that. For a minute, no one could respond to him as Barakil and his comrades tried to calm and forget Kisuke's eyes just then. Don't worry. You scared no one, of course. They wouldn't admit Kisuke words since they still have pride and respect they'd like to keep in front of everyone, but it seems that just me really wouldn't even give you a sweat. In that case. Without the need for his instructions, the remaining two pawns rushed towards Kisuke while brandishing their spear made out of light. Seeing this, Kisuke stayed still and grabbed the spears with each of his hands, stopping them from their tracks. The two fallen angels' eyes became wide open as their spears are supposed to be a devil's weakness and they are sure that Kisuke is at least a half-devil. But as seasoned warriors, they didn't let this affect the flow of their attack and immediately manipulated the spears of light to change in shape and became tendrils of light that wrapped around Kisuke's arms, trapping him. In an instant, the knight appeared behind him and swung down his artificial sacred gear in the form of a sword. Got you. His sword went through his back, but something was weird as the sensation didn't feel right and there was no blood in sight. All of a sudden, Kisuke popped like a balloon, and that gap in perception already made it too late for them to react to the fluctuation of power bubbling behind him. Shakahau, red flame cannon. A red ball of energy fired at point blank blasted the knight's back, instantly retiring him. The blast spread out, tossing the two pawns away. Though before they could escape, two tendrils of orange and yellow hue shot out from the light of the blast and captured the pawns. Hurin, disintegrating circle. Armoraus. Barakil called out to his acting adjutant. Yes. Armoraus's arms started moving around to form several magic circles that would activate his specialty, anti-magic. Meanwhile, the dark clouds above them became so thick that they could almost touch it, and within it was a dense amount of holy lightning that Barakil had been gathering since earlier. Lightning. Barakil brought his hand down and all the energy within the clouds instantly gathered on a single point above where the tendrils originated. At the same time, Armoraus's magic circle appeared in between the lightning and Kisuke before the former passed through it, granting it anti-magic properties. With this combination, as long as it isn't the strongest magic barrier, nothing could stop it in its tracks. It is an attack that they used to deal with a team that had a god with them. But beyond their expectations, they only heard Kisuke mutter, Danku, splitting void, before a transparent screen emerged on top of his head, blocking the gigantic lightning strike on top of him head-on. The lightning continued to strike the shield unceasingly for a few seconds, but even with its anti-magic, it couldn't pierce through the strange barrier that instantly sprang up before it lost its momentum and dissipated. Although taken aback at what they witnessed, Kisuke's figure emerged, unharmed and holding the tendrils in each of his hands, as soon as the remnants of the red light from Shakahau disappeared. Unbelievable, Barakil muttered to himself. But since the fight wasn't over yet, he signaled his bishop and rook to do what they needed to do since they'd already failed. Positioned not far from Kisuke on his opposite sides, the bishop and the rook both raised their hands and activated the spell that they'd prepared, immediately enclosing Kisuke in a tiny but durable barrier that was enough to trap a combat-based god for a minute or two, and that amount of time is already more than enough to think and prepare a few more countermeasures against him with the information they got from the first exchange of blows. Too bad for them, Kisuke's spell followed a different set of rules from what they know. With enough mastery, Kida could be activated with just an intent from its users, albeit a lot weaker than when doing the gesture or saying the incantation. Barakil saw Kisuke smile and said something. Although he couldn't hear what he said, Barakil immediately warned the bishop and the rook, while also beginning preparing to help them. Brace yourselves. Nevertheless, it was already too late, as he never expected that a cyclone would appear outside of Kisuke's cube and made a beeline towards the two who are maintaining the barrier, sweeping them up and throwing them towards Barakil's group. Because they were maintaining a high-level barrier, they couldn't dodge the attack. Kisuke didn't let go of this chance and executed a modified Kidu, Bakuda number 79, 9 Moonlight Convergence. In an instant, 9 black balls appeared in the middle of the group and started spinning, sucking everything in by changing the direction of gravity. Team Lightning tried their best to escape the hold of the strange spell, but their disoriented state was their doom as they were stuck together. They could only watch the unrestrained Kisuke with a big smile on his face while he pointed his palm at them. Hiryu Gekizoku Shinten Reihu, flying dragon striking heaven shaking thunder cannon. The last thing they saw was an all-encompassing blue light before they were eliminated. Chapter 842, Chapter 842 Parent Part 1. Barakil slowly opened his eyes but inadvertently raised his arm to block the excessive illumination, as they were greeted by the bright sunlight that was coming from the window. However, by doing so, he winced in pain, rousing him further into consciousness. What happened? You're awake, Barakil heard a familiar voice beside him and turned his head to see his queen sitting up on the bed with bandages covering his limbs and neck, Armoros. At that point, he already recalled what happened and endured the pain pinching his entire body to sit up. We lost, miserably. Barakil looked around and saw the other patients in the room, still unconscious. Looks like you're the most unhurt out of all of us. Armoros smiled at his remark and replied, I only had enough time to protect myself with some magic. You, on the other hand, blocked most of it for the others. That's the least that I could do. Since we all still ended up this way, I guess we won't be able to continue competing. Then I'll send our notice of withdrawal later. In the first place, we don't really have any hopes of winning this cup with those monsters on board. I'm sorry for asking everyone to get along with my selfishness. Don't be. It was a good experience. As a bonus, you also came face to face with your son-in-law. A scowl reached Barakil as he vehemently denied Armoros' words. I haven't approved of him yet. I won't deny he's very capable, but he's suspicious. I can't really give them my blessing because there's so much that doesn't make sense about him. I don't even know his real personality. Armoros' smile grew deeper. You only get energetic whenever you're talking about your daughter. It's really a shame that you can't ask Kisuke Urahara about her. Shall we send another request to the Belial house? Barakil nodded his head, but soon after, he started rubbing his chin and wondered, I understand that they can't just grant an audience due to their faction's current position, but I'm still Akino's father, so meeting him alone should be enough to ease their worries. There should be more to this, but I don't have any way to investigate it. Wait. Don't tell me something happened to Akino. As soon as that bad premonition came to Barakil, he immediately put his feet on the floor, intending to leave the room. Hey. Even though you're healed properly, you shouldn't move too much for the time being. Armoros warned. Nevertheless, Barakil further endured the pain and stood up. Sorry, but I don't have time for that. I have to confirm it now or I won't be able to relax. Besides, the worst that could happen is reopening my wounds, and that won't really kill me. At this time, someone entered the room while bringing an empty wheelchair with her. Please stay still for a moment. Allow me to help you. Barakil and Armoros both turned to the open door and found someone they haven't met before, but both of them are familiar with. Sarah Belial, muttered the former. Nice to meet you, Barakil, Armoros. This may be a bit sudden, but, Barakil, could you perhaps spare me some of your time? Barakil stayed silent for a moment, trying to think about the situation, before replying, I've been trying to get into contact with your household, so it should be me who's asking for your spare time. Leaving the medical facility, Sakura pushed the wheelchair she brought for Barakil, and the two of them stayed silent until they got to an expansive garden full of life. First and foremost, I'd like to apologize. That you didn't allow me to meet your son. Sakura smiled wryly and nodded. There's that, but it isn't because of the reason Kisuke gave you. What do you mean? It's because we didn't want you two to meet at a table. My sister and I concluded that it would be better for you to meet on the battlefield. For Kisuke's sake. Barakil creased his brows in confusion. Sakura saw his obvious skepticism and added, for now, I'd like you to listen to everything that I have to say first before judging anything. Barakil looked up and saw Sakura's expression of gentleness tinged with guilt and was surprised. Recalling what his subordinates would tell him how he looked whenever he would talk about his daughter, so this is the face of a parent, huh? Please go on. I'll listen until the end. Sakura sighed and revealed, for some time now, we actually already have a way to contact those on the other side, including your daughter. Then why didn't you tell me? He wanted to ask since he has every right to know about that, but he was able to stop himself since he'd already promised he would listen first. From then on, Sakura proceeded to tell him everything that happened to his daughter without hiding anything, during which Barakil wanted to interrupt at every single turn but managed to hold it down. At the end of it, Barakil still couldn't find the reason why she didn't want to let him meet Kisuke. I still have many questions regarding that story, but I'll let it slide for now because I trust you are speaking the truth that Akino is already alright. But what does it have to do with you not wanting us to meet? My selfishness. My own way of caring. Chapter 843, Chapter 843A Parent Part 2. Sakura found a bench and placed the wheelchair beside it before taking a seat. Care to explain? Kisuke is a responsible guy. All the things he does, he's prepared to take whatever the resulting consequences are. Bragging now, are we? Sakura chuckled at him. You might be right, but Kisuke's responsibleness goes beyond that and steps into the territory of self-blame. You should already have an idea of what I'm talking about. So you're saying that if we were to meet just to talk, he'll apologize? What's so bad about that? You think he's someone that would apologize? Barakil recalled various stories about him and immediately shook his head. No. That's right. As long as he doesn't feel any regret, he won't ever apologize for the things he has done. Isn't that how it normally goes? Yes. But even as his mother that watched him grow up, I can count the number of times he's regretted things on one hand, and that's including all the small stuff. Does that sound normal? If what you said includes his childhood, then that's indeed incredibly abnormal. After all, no one can really live their day-to-day lives without experiencing any kind of regret. It's either that there's something wrong in his head, all of his actions are calculated, or both. In any case, this opens various possibilities on what he really is, including that myth of complete reincarnation. But less than a myth, that's more of a glitch in heaven's system. Then Kisuke is dash. Kisuke is my child. Before he could finish his words, however, Sakura interrupted him with a forceful voice. Kisuke is my child no matter what he does. I'm his mother no matter what others say or think. Nothing will ever change that. Barakiel looked at her and thought, I see. So she's already aware. Well, if Akino was the same, I'd have the same stance, so I can understand. Not wanting to dwell on this particular topic anymore, Sakura continued, as I was saying, Kisuke won't just regret anything easily even if it appears to be crazy within everyone else's eyes. However, he seems to be unaware of it, but he does feel guilt. I don't know if my premonitions are wrong, but I think that piling up guilt may end up destroying him. Well, it's not like he doesn't have a way to get rid of that guilt, but to do that, he always takes all the blame as long as he had any hand in it, even if it wasn't a choice of his. If he were to meet you in a simple setting, he might have provoked you to hate him to ease his guilt. Barakiel was speechless for a moment, that guy who stood up in front of all the leaders with pride and confidence. Sakura laughed, that's the guy. He's not a liar, but he's also not honest. Barakiel found it really strange and he had doubts regarding that claim, but he couldn't really say anything about that either since he's not his parent, and isn't that a good thing? You said that guilt might destroy him someday, so why stop him? It's because he's not alone. Taking the blame is essentially hurting himself, and knowing him, he should be fine taking that since he's strong. However, that doesn't mean I and those around him want to see him get hurt. If it's the guilt, we'll take care of it ourselves. I see. You're one doting parent, huh? Be careful. You might get hated. Sakura grinned at him and replied, I think you should remind yourself with that every now and then. All the articles and public opinion are split. Sikvera muttered while browsing the web through her smartphone, it's amazing that you even got this much support even after the fact that you acted weak to manipulate the bets. That's because the character which was based on him has many fans and they're fine with getting fooled, added Gentura while also looking through the same things. Sikvera placed down her phone and faced Kisuke, who was silently sipping on his tea, but seriously speaking, how many things can you actually do? In combat, one would only have one or two specialties, yet you already showed 3 very different things at least at master level. In addition to that, you're also a researcher that's an expert in multiple fields. At this point, I think it's better to ask what you can't do. Even a Juka-sama who's known to be very versatile only really comes down to 2 things, magic and magic items. There are certainly a lot of things I can't do. It's just that the situation coincidentally could be managed by the things that I can do. So it looks impressive, whereas I'm just similar to a Juka-sama. A coincidence, huh? Yep, a coincidence. It's only for a short time that Sikvera came to know Kisuke, but somehow, she couldn't believe that. Chapter 844, The Elaborated Lie Part 1. Yo. Haze. A bespectacled young woman with messy brunette hair wrapped her arm around a cute girl with braided hair's shoulder while greeting her with great familiarity. Haze was startled for a moment, but she immediately recognized the voice and calmed down. Kiryu-san, please stop attacking me from behind. I can never get used to it. It was afternoon and the last class just ended, so everyone was either going home or going to their respective clubs. Aika was also about to go home, but she saw a familiar back, so she decided to say hi and maybe kill some time while teasing her. How can I stop? Every time I do this, you squeal like a small hamster. Regardless, please stop doing it. It's really bad for my heart. Aika grinned at her response and continued, really? Bad for your heart, huh? By the way, how is it going between you and Matsuda? What do you mean? We're just friends. Haze frantically explained while avoiding Aika's face. I see. You must be very good friends to go shopping last weekend with just the 2 of you. That. I asked him to help me choose a gift for my little brother's upcoming birthday. Haze further explained with beet red cheeks and a palpitating heart. Aika separated from Haze with a small chuckle and said, Now. Don't be nervous. Didn't he save you that one time, and you asked me to introduce him to you so you'd get to know him better? Nothing's wrong with the 2 of you getting along and maybe going a step further. Though he's a big pervert, he's a decent guy that won't commit a crime. In the middle of it, Aika recalled the crime that the perverted trio had committed and pulled back, well, maybe except for voyeurism. You'll have to make an effort to stop that bad habit of his. Haze looked at Aika's clear gold-colored eyes with curiosity and said, just now, you sound really mature. Do you perhaps have a boyfriend? Aika knew the answer to that question, however, just as she opened her mouth, she hesitated. What? Why am I hesitating? What is this feeling of loss? I shouldn't have any, or do I? But she immediately tossed that doubt to the back of her mind and answered, of course not. All my experience comes from magazines. Nevertheless, that slight bit of hesitation only enlarged the ember called curiosity within Hayes's mind. But didn't you lose a year's worth of memories? Who knows? Maybe you got close to someone and just forgot about him. Aika smiled wryly and immediately denied it. If there was someone like that, he would have come looking for me long ago. But even refusing such a notion, she can't seem to get it out of her mind, really. That's impossible. Disappointed, Hayes sighed. That's true. But it's really a wonder what you have been doing in Kyoto for the whole year. I heard you beat up a group of delinquents at the park when they tried to forcefully invite you to hang out with them. I'm sure you never took karate or any martial arts lessons. Right, my body instinctively moved, and before I knew it, those guys were already groaning in pain on the ground. Good thing they loved their pride very much and ran away before any officer arrived, or else it would have been a mess to deal with. Despite the casual way she addressed this issue, she found it strange that she has this ability, and this strangeness helped doubt and fear sprout and bloom within her. Of course, she asked her parents about this, and they only said that one day she wanted to enter a dojo that teaches karate and judo for self-defense. They have no idea why she wanted to do so, but they apparently supported her and helped her choose a school. With them showing the receipt, there shouldn't be any room for uncertainty. However, she didn't mention to them that the moment she felt threatened, the first thing she instinctively wanted to do was to pull out her sword. There's nothing that said I ever learned kendo, nor were there any masters of the sword among the instructors within that dojo. So why? Why did I think I had to pull out my sword? This occasion prompted Aika to further dig for information about her this past year from her parents, which in turn, they presented Aika with all sorts of documents ranging from school records, medical records, and even some photos and videos. Her existence was perfectly documented without any flaw. Little did they know that despite returning to her normal life, the daughter that they know was already a changed person. Aika's personality didn't change, nor did her worldviews and morals. However, the abilities that were directly ingrained in her body and soul couldn't be masked completely. While Aika responded normally to their stories about her, she was only thinking, they are lying. Through the subtle movement of their muscles, eyes, and breath, Aika reached to a conclusion that they must be lying, but why? And how were they able to prepare this elaborate lie that only happens in movies if it was one? And how the hell am I able to tell that they're lying? Did hitting my head awaken some kind of ability in me? All of these made her think that she might actually be in a simulation, which is a possibility that she threw right away into the realm of impossibility. Also from then on, due to her having numerous doubts, her detection ability seemed to have improved as she could see something different and special from a select few students and teachers, most of whom hailed from the Student Council and the Occult Research Club. Without altering her parents' memories, this was the avenue that Kisuke left for her to return. The curiosity she had for these individuals overflowed, so she attempted to investigate them. But this decision only came to be because she wanted to forget her current reality that was ripping apart her understanding of things. Even then, the result of her stalking only ended up as attempt, since whenever she tried following them quietly or waiting for them in hiding, she would always be discovered. She wasn't aware that she was leaking her own aura to these devils. Kiryu-san. Hayes's voice woke Aika from her deep contemplation. Yes. Are you all right? Does it hurt anywhere? Hayes asked in concern. You just suddenly started staring at nothing blankly. Ah, sorry about that. I'm just thinking of something trivial. Are you sure? This has been happening frequently. Why don't you try visiting a doctor? Maybe there's a complication developing that you're not aware of. It's true that I'm just thinking of something. Thanks for the concern though. I appreciate it. Equals 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 equals. Anne, September 3rd, 22. Sorry for the delay. The internet has been very unstable these past few days and I totally forgot to update the WN side. Chapter 845, Chapter 845, The Elaborated Lie Part 2. While walking through the hallway, the two friends came across one of the few foreign students enrolled in the school and the current leader of the student council, Zenobia Korda. Ah. We finally found you, Hayes-san, Kiryu-san. Good afternoon, President and Nakiri-san. Hayes greeted them, including the current secretary of student council, who is a young man with pale blonde slicked back hair. Uryu Nakiri, do you need us for something? We finished our meeting early and wanted to discuss more urgent issues, answered Uryu, and that urgent issue happens to be the deteriorating security for our female students. So if you don't mind, we'd like to hear more of your opinion. Zenobia smiled wryly and added, I'm sorry. Since we couldn't just ask you to come to the student council room without any prior arrangements, we went out in hopes of catching up with either of you. This is also a sensitive topic, so I also understand if you don't want to talk about that incident since you two were victims of it. Hayes and Aika looked at each other and confirmed that they are okay with it. If we could help, we don't mind. Thank you. After that, Hayes and Aika were invited to the student council room to sit. It took about half an hour of discussion to convey everything Hayes and Aika wanted to convey. Thanks to Zenovia's gallant aura and the presence of her friend, the timid Hayes was able to get everything off her chest, significantly helping her current psyche that had been greatly disturbed during the forceful invitation by some delinquents. That's everything. Thank you for your time. Zenovia arranged her notes, intending to end the sudden meeting there. But Aika was curious and asked, if you don't mind me asking, what sort of actions are you going to take knowing all of this? We'll discuss everything with the Moral Guidance Department since the manpower that will do most of the patrol would be coming from them. But for now, we will be posting an advisory regarding this and contacting the other schools for this problem. If necessary, we'll also ask for the cooperation of the local law enforcement. Though, I don't want this issue to reach that point since that only causes unnecessary fear, not just for the students, but also for the parents. Uryu, on the other hand, remained silent while looking at his own notes, including them. There are already more than 10 of these kinds of incidents happening. This isn't just an emerging trend, but a sudden spike. Most likely, it was done by someone on that other side. Normally, we would already hand this task over to the Gremory House since this town is their territory, but with so many forces already gathering here, their forces are already stretched thin, so it looks like we'll have to take care of this ourselves. But seriously. Who is this woman? Uryu stopped thinking about the current issue and stole a glance to Aika. It wasn't obvious before, but now that I'm sitting with her like this, where is this terrifying aura coming from? The president and vice president told me to not mind her and don't even bother her, but my curiosity is killing me. Is it really safe or wise to leave someone like this alone? Aika caught his glance and asked, is something the matter? Uryu panicked a little bit but immediately shook his head, no. I'm sorry for staring. I'm just thinking of something. At this moment, the door to the student council room suddenly swung open and the worn-out vice president entered. Ah. Urahara is too much of a slave driver. I'm sorry that I'm late. It was also only then that he realized that there were other people inside the room and Genturu immediately rearranged his appearance and greeted them. Good afternoon to you, Hei-san, Kiryu-san. I didn't know you were here. But as soon as he looked at Zenovia's face, who seemed to be reprimanding him, Genturu realized it. Kiryu. Wait. Kiryu is here. His thought process was revealed through his facial expression. Crap. Is it fine to mention Urahara's name here? He sent a questioning glance at Zenovia but the latter only nervously stared at Aika. With her heightened detection ability, Aika should have already noticed Zenovia's weird stare but the moment she heard Urahara, she shuddered and a sudden and inexplicable rage sprung up from within her. Along with it, however, was the feeling of loneliness and longing. Despite this, she tried her best to maintain her expression and asked, this is the first time I've seen the vice president complain about someone so wholeheartedly. Urahara was it? I'm really curious to who that is. Genturu managed to reel in his expression and was able to think about his reply properly. He's a friend who asked me to join one of his projects for the college. I thought it'd be good for my record so I did it, but I'm regretting it now. Heh. Sounds like an interesting person. You should introduce me next time. Genturu thought that it would be weird to reject her so he nodded his head, sure. Next time. Aika judged that she won't be getting anything out of him anymore and returned her attention to Zenovia and stood up. I forgot that I still have something to do so I'd like to take my leave first. Zenovia also stood up and approached her. I see, then I can't hold you back anymore. Thank you for your time. We were able to learn a lot of things. Happy to help. Aika thought that she was walking aimlessly, but before she knew it, she, once again, arrived at the park not very far from her place. Looks like this is my go-to place when I'm feeling uncomfortable. Finding herself a bench far from the noise, Aika heaved a huge sigh and leaned back while massaging the temple of her head. Just what's going on? Who is this Urahara? I'm angry and feeling sad just because I heard a name. That doesn't make any sense. Once she'd calmed down, Aika tried to recall the earlier interaction as best as she could to analyze the situation without her uncontrollable emotions hampering her judgment. Even though Saji responded with a perfectly normal answer, the expression he had when he mentioned Urahara seemed strange. It's as if he knew he made a mistake after seeing me. But no matter how much she racked her head over this instance, she couldn't think of any plausible conclusions. As expected, I won't be able to think of anything without any details. However, I can assume that something is happening involving me without any of my knowledge. Just what did I forget? My head hurts. While facing up and having her forearm on her eyes, Aika suddenly heard a familiar voice calling out to her, "You're too young to let out a sigh like that." Aika fixed her posture and saw a beautiful tall lady with long black hair, wearing a baggy white sweatshirt, tight jeans, and a gray baseball cap, carrying some groceries. "You are?" The lady smiled and said, "We meet again, high school girl." "Right, I forgot to introduce myself last time." Extending her hand, the lady introduced herself, "Nice to meet you again." I'm Urahara Benihime. Chapter 846, The Elaborated Lie Part 3. Instead of replying to her introduction, she muttered in a low voice, You Urahara. Benihime immediately took notice of her abnormal condition and stared straight into her eyes and saw them having a small tinge of red. This. Could it be? Benihime approached Aika and patted her shoulder. Student, are you alright? You don't look too good. A few seconds later, while Aika was trying to suppress the mysterious rage she was feeling, it suddenly went away as if she was just hallucinating. What was that? Without her knowledge, the moment Benihime patted her shoulder, she sent her authoritative intent towards the twins raising a ruckus, and was able to convince them within just that short amount of time. What a handful. If I didn't stop you, you may have irrevocably damaged her psyche and soul. Stay put. You two can take out your resentment on Kisuke once this whole ordeal is over. After this, Aika's Zanpakuto spirits ceased their activities and retreated back to the centermost part of Aika's soul. As soon as she calmed down, Aika realized that she had been staring at Benihime strangely. I'm sorry. I'm fine. Benihime took a step back and feigned ignorance. Are you sure? You look pale and you reacted strangely to my name. Do you know me? A massive headache crushed her, which made her hold her temple tightly. Your name? No. I don't know you. I don't know. I know I don't. But why? Curse you, Kisuke. I didn't think you'd put such a strong seal. No wonder those children are pissed, Benihime thought as she supported her to sit down, since it seemed that she was about to lose her balance. It's fine to act tough, but you have to actually do the act or you'll just be unreasonably pushing yourself. My place is just around that corner. You can rest there for the time being, and as thanks for your help last time, allow me to treat you to dinner. Aika wanted to refuse her offer, but in her current state, she didn't want to face her parents for a moment due to that fear that slipped into her. Just what are they hiding? And why hide it? She should have known that it must be for her own good, since she didn't doubt their love and care of her. However, due to the unexplained emotion suddenly taking over her and disorientating her judgment, she became a little bit afraid of them. In any case, I might get something out of this, Urahara. That's what she thought, at least. The truth is, her emotions were so jumbled that she didn't really know where to place them. While she might really have a tinge of fear of her parents, most of it actually came from the missing memories, and she just wrongfully placed it on the former. As soon as she nodded, Benihime smiled and led Aika to the place she's currently staying at. Make yourself comfortable while I make us dinner. Benihime offered her some tea and added, this tea has a calming effect. It should help you out. Thank you. After taking a sip from the cup, Aika immediately felt its warmth entering her body in a good way, and she could feel her hurried breath that she hadn't even noticed, relaxing. It's delicious. I'm glad you liked it. It's an original mix of mine. Really? I thought it was some high-class tea leaves. There are some mixed in, but it's mostly from common leaves. Do you want anything in particular? Or maybe some things that you don't eat? Please don't mind me. I'll go with what you've already planned to make. Truthfully speaking, just drinking this tea already made my entire trip worth it. My, is that so? Benihime adeptly chopped the vegetables while also carefully tossing the beef cubes into the hot pan. But if the tea has that much effect on you, you must be really troubled. Aika hesitated a little bit before asking, how can you tell? The tea may have a great calming effect, but it's really only effective for those who are really tense. Your body's tension has significantly dropped while your voice has become softer. Normally, it wouldn't have that kind of effect. Aika stared at her tea for a few moments before muttering, I see. It's a strangely wonderful tea. Benihime peeked at her and asked, you won't ask if I'm telling the truth or if such a strange blend could actually have such an almost magical effect. There's already a ton of things that don't make sense around me. For now, I don't want to add the baggage that this tea will bring into my head if I think about it. Must be tough. Turn on the TV to distract yourself with something. It's better than you blankly staring at some random space. Aika did as Benihime instructed, and from then on, the house was veiled by the TV noise and the boiling and sizzling sounds from the kitchen. The two of them only started talking again when Benihime began setting the table. But after that, the silence between them continued. Strangely enough, however, Aika thought that things should have become awkward, but she couldn't find that kind of atmosphere at all. If anything, the current situation resembled a pleasant and relaxing place. She found solace when she needed it the most. Chapter 847, The Elaborated Lie Part 4. After their peaceful and delicious dinner, Benihime offered another set of tea which aids digestion. Sitting in front of her, Benihime started, now then, since you've significantly calmed down, why don't you tell me what's bothering you? Aika remained silent, not meeting her eyes. I know I can't really force you to say anything, especially to a stranger like me. However, even though you've been able to bottle up everything till now, it doesn't mean your troubles have disappeared. Sooner or later, it'll erupt like it almost did today. Besides, I'm curious, since I seem to have triggered a response thanks to my name. I'd think you'd have some sort of resentment against me if anything. Aika looked up to her and saw her small smile. It's unfair for you to say it like that, you know. Now I feel like I have to give you a suitable explanation. Beniheim's smile grew deeper and said, isn't that fine? And who knows? Because I'm a stranger to you, you might have a better time letting it all out instead of filling the space between you and those you know. Aika became silent once again, but Beniheim didn't press for a reply and just waited. In any case, she didn't really care if she could make Aika open up to her now. Since she had already made a good connection to her and could always get close to her using various pretenses, with me around, her return should be just around the corner. While she understands what Kisuke was trying to do with Aika, that doesn't mean she necessarily agrees with it. In fact, she doesn't really like how he's treating her so delicately at all. If it was any other person except for Yoruichi who understood the situation, delicate would be the last thing that'd enter their minds. However, as Kisuke's lifelong partner, she knew how much care he was giving to the girl. He still wants to treat her like a normal girl and take responsibility. Since she possessed that sacred gear, her involvement on this side was already set in stone, and him being there was just a big coincidence. Even then, he still felt responsible for dragging her along. This is a side of him that's helped him maintain his fighting spirit and pride, which is a good thing, but it's also tied himself down. Until now, Beniheim still didn't know if this was a good or a bad thing. While she started as a normal girl, that isn't the case anymore, and there's no need to hurry to make her realize it because of her lifespan and those around her was already a trivial matter to fix. At some point in time, her mindset would have completely adapted to her surroundings. Kisuke is really too kind to have given her this kind of chance, even knowing that she's someone useful. That's right. While Kisuke put more importance on his relationship with those who are important to him, Beniheim could only see their usefulness to him and her. A moment later, Aika looked up once again and said, even if I wanted to answer you, I don't have one. More than you, I also want to know about Urahara. Beniheim immediately feigned surprise and confusion. What do you mean? Aika then went on to tell her how she lost her memories and the inconsistency she's feeling. Even if I wanted to tell you why I reacted that way, I myself don't know why. Hey, what an interesting story. On a side note, are you telling me this, fully aware that I might be the Urahara that you reacted to and I could just be pretending to not know you? Aika, without any hesitation, nodded. That's true. But I have my own reasons to believe that you're not the person. And those are. Aika didn't answer, nor did she show any signs that could give Beniheim a clue. She suddenly became cautious. I wonder what gave it away. How amusing. In truth, Aika just didn't know how to explain it. Her own gut was telling her that she's not the one. Moreover, the longer she stayed here, the clearer it became that Beniheim is not normal. Even though her Zanpakuto was sealed and Beniheim was carefully hiding her own aura, Aika was somehow able to get a glimpse that something was not right. The origin of her abilities were almost impossible to seal unless it was something like Aizen's chair. Beniheim then leaned back and continued, in any case, as far as I know, I'm the only Urahara currently in Kuo town. With that said, I don't know this Genshiro Saji personally, so maybe there's indeed a wild Urahara out there that you might want to meet. Then setting that aside for now, what do you think of these strange abilities of mine? Normally, you'd think I'm just going crazy, wouldn't you? That's true. Normally you'd be called out as crazy if you're to tell this to most people. You won't. I don't really have any opinion on it. If you want to hear a normal response, I'd say go get some help from a professional. But that isn't why you're here. Aika looked down once again and muttered, yeah. I may need help, but I don't want it now. So what does it feel like now that you were able to let it all out? It gave way to a more concerning issue. Let me guess. Now that you're pretty sure that you aren't going crazy, you also realize that your parents probably aren't aware of any of this even though they vehemently try to hide things from you. If these abilities are true, then you're afraid that your own parents might look at you as a monster. Aika clenched her teeth, since it was exactly as what Beniheim had just described. Setting aside all the complications of the situation, she'd become afraid of what kind of look her parents might give her. She also started to think that this may be the very reason that they wanted to hide the truth behind her memory loss. If it's truly like that, then shouldn't I stop snooping around? She thought as her inkling to just forget everything relating to this increased. Chapter 848, Chapter 848. A slight miscalculation. Aika didn't know what to do, nor did she have any idea that the place where she'd found solace might have been a tiger's den. Sensing her increasing discomfort, Beniheim chuckled and stopped hiding her aura. As soon as she let go, something invisible instantly hit Aika's face and she immediately paled. It was as if a blast of poisonous air went past her. What are you? What's with that question? Obviously, I'm a normal woman living in a normal place, answered Beniheim after sipping her tea. Do you see me as some sort of monster? But instead of answering her question, Aika stood up in a hurry. Thank you for having me. I'm going home. Without waiting for her reply, Aika just bowed down and walked towards the door. She thought that Beniheim would be stopping her when she suddenly spoke behind her. But it turns out, Benihime was just clarifying something. For the record, this is only the second time we've met. Aika didn't reply and just continued her steps. Her brisk gait didn't stop until she reached the front gates of her house. While hearing the dishes being washed and the television running, Aika looked around and tried to sense her surroundings, afraid that Benihime might have followed her home. A few minutes later, she couldn't find anything strange and finally made her entrance. I'm home. Aika. I thought you were staying over with your friends. Her mother came out to greet her but saw that she was making a strange expression and became worried. Is something wrong? Aika immediately smiled but she didn't know she couldn't make it properly. I am fine. I'm just tired, so I'll sleep early tonight. Aika continued walking and went past her mother and immediately went up the stairs. Haruto came out of the living room and saw his wife staring at the stairs with an extremely concerned expression. What happened? I don't know. This is the first time I've seen her make a face like that. Haruto followed her line of sight and sighed. Ever since Aika came back, Anoka became much more paranoid. That in itself was normal, however, Haruto hated himself for not being able to ease her worries. Let's just watch for a few more days. Maybe something could change. And that change came abruptly and unexpectedly as Aika refused to leave her room from that day on. The moment that Aika had left Benihime's place, Benihime immediately heard Kisuke's cold voice in her head. What was that for? But Benihime just took it in stride and replied, as expected, you're watching. It's obvious that my seal would react the moment she made contact with someone like you. So you didn't exclude me from that alarm even though you did for the students of that academy. I specifically activated it when you decided to operate separately. I'm honored for the distinction. Stop changing the topic. What was that for? For nothing, really. In the first place, I never revealed anything to her. Whether she got something from me relaxing for a bit, it'll be up to her. On top of that, you know that our contact is just a coincidence and if there's someone at fault here, it would be you for being overly protective and sealing everything, making her own attributes and power work against her. A slight miscalculation, I see. That's what you get for always calculating everything even when you know that intelligent beings are illogical at their core. And don't worry about it. I won't be initiating any contact with her from here on, and I doubt she will either. However, I won't refuse a visit from her. At that point, Benihime felt Kisuke's presence disappear from her mind and sighed. You've been making a lot of mistakes ever since coming to this world, but I guess that's where growth starts. Benihime smiled while thinking about the unknown future they are heading towards. Well, it's a lot less boring this time. On the other side, Kisuke stayed laying down. As expected, I couldn't understand a girl going through puberty. Is Aika even going through one? In any case, I have to prepare my cheeks for an inevitable punch in the face. But I should have known that this was bound to happen knowing Benihime's personality. In the end, a smile surfaced on Kisuke's face, wondering how they'll meet again. Equals 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 equals. And September 3rd 22. And that's it for today's batch. The next one should be around September 6th to 7th if nothing else comes up. If you enjoy this FIC, please consider supporting it by going to my pat.rayon page, patrayon.com/goy00. Although a simple comment is already much appreciated. Discord, https://discord. gg/cczgmz8t5h. It's a mostly silent one, but this is where I'm most active. If you have questions or concerns, you could reach me there. Also, if I have some quick announcements that I don't bother making a post or quick polls, you'd find them there. Thank you everyone for your support and for coming this far with me. Chapter 849, Chapter 849 Erebus Challenge. The next day, Kisuke received a notice from the tournament's committee that they'd be canceling today's games due to receiving intel of a suspected terrorist attack on Kyoto. And not long after that, Erebus and a large army of unknown devils were sighted. Thankfully, the hero faction was in the area and George was able to assist Yusaka to create an artificial space so that the upcoming battle wouldn't affect the real Kyoto. Kisuke. What should we do? Genshiro came charging into the Belial Manor to get Kisuke's opinion. As if he couldn't be bothered, Kisuke stayed laying down as he answered, you don't need to get permission from me. And you have your own group that you could go with, don't you? Dumbfounded, Genshiro asked, I do. But what about you? Aren't you going to help? Uncle Daihauser and his peerage are already on the way and you do know the current state of the Belial house, so I can't exactly leave this place unguarded. Genshiro finally understood Kisuke's stance. I see. I'm sorry for not realizing it sooner. I'll be on my way. With Sona's former peerage members, Genshiro embarked to defend the capital of Japanese mythology. But it's really too strange that it's just the yokai faction that's going into action. Are they really that confident or there's a reason why they couldn't move? The fact that they didn't even participate in the Azazel Cup points the scale to the latter. Too bad I don't have any spare resources to investigate them now and half-assed snooping will only work against me. A moment later, Nyx and Athena also came in and the former asked, "Can I go?" He only joined Hades' side because of a vague promise. "If it's me, I think I can convince him to leave his side." Kisuke sat up and said, "You don't need to." Athena stepped up and tried convincing Kisuke, "I'll be going with her to make sure that no one will get a clue of our real identities. Please just allow Nyx to convince her brother." Unlike most gods that don't care about family relations, Nyx and Erebus' relationship would be akin to a normal human family's brother and sister. It may not be much, and it may also seem to be common, however, Athena knew how much Nyx treasures her big brother and vice versa. In the first place, the only reason my Erebus joined Hades' side is because of Nyx. Kisuke looked at them with eyes wide open. Nyx thought that Kisuke believed that they were lying about their close relationship, and he couldn't be blamed if he really thinks that way since it's very rare for gods to have close relationships with their relatives. More often than not, siblings treated each other as enemies for authority, and many of them would resolve it through a life or death duel. This is especially true for those with similar or the same divinity, as a god's pride wouldn't allow an individual with the same authority, more so those from the same faction as him or her. "It's true. Please believe me," Nyx pleaded. But Kisuke only laughed at her desperate plea, and this almost sent Nyx into a rampage. Athena hurriedly tried to calm her down, but before things got messy, Kisuke replied, "Have the two of you really forgotten?" Both of them tilted their heads in confusion. Kisuke sighed at their poor memories and explained, "Even though he didn't have any direct evidence, it's still a very easy feat to conclude that I killed you that day. If your relationship is as great as you've said, then it would explain all the flair he caused to invade Kyoto." Flair. Athena had finally guessed what Kisuke was hinting, so he's dash. Before she could finish her words, a dense wave of divine aura flooded through the entire town, and accompanying it was a defining and authoritatively deep voice, "Kisuke Urahara. Come out here and receive your retribution." "Brother." Nyx leaped in surprise while feeling the familiar divine aura. "I had my expectations, but to think he really came here. Looks like he's ready to fight to the death. What a brocon," Kisuke said as he finally stood up and faced the direction of the sky where Erebus was silently standing. Athena, on the other hand, was remorseful and muttering to herself, "Unbelievable. To think I couldn't anticipate this kind of outcome. Is it memory loss? Am I getting too old? Please don't kill him. I'll go talk to him." Nyx immediately changed her plea. "And what? Reveal yourself. You're one of my cards, so I can't afford to reveal you in this small event. And you don't have to worry, you can still talk to him even after I pummel him into the ground. See, can't you just forcefully teleport him to somewhere private? I know you can win, but he's almost on par with Ares, a bona fide combat god." But Kisuke just flew out of the window while leaving behind the words, "It's a good chance to test my strength." In truth, however, Kisuke had already activated numerous traps that he placed to forcefully teleport anyone who intruded into the town, but none of them had worked. His spatial magic is strong. None of these simple traps would work. Cleria and Sakura finally arrived in the room where Kisuke was staying and asked Nyx and Athena what was going on. After their explanation, Cleria immediately instructed her officials to evacuate the civilians post-haste. Erebus was about to issue another warning before finally attacking when he saw Kisuke's silhouette from afar flying towards him. As soon as he confirmed that he was indeed his target, the smoldering flames of his desire for revenge instantly erupted and the darkness around him grew denser. But 100 meters away from him, Kisuke suddenly disappeared, and before he knew it, a hand grabbed his face and dragged him through the ground, smashing mountains along the way. "Let's take this somewhere else, shall we?" Chapter 850 Erebus Night. Erebus had the same black hair as Nyx and appeared to be a handsome young man in his mid-20s. The black cloak he was wearing was instantly destroyed as Kisuke dragged him through the ground, and only when Erebus finally managed to gather his bearings and explode his dark aura around him, that Kisuke was forcefully pushed back. An arc made out of the darkness was also sent out by the swing of his arm as a follow-up attack before Erebus retreated using space magic, bringing himself 50 meters away from his opponent. Erebus saw Kisuke casually dodge his attack, but instead of continuing, he surveyed his surroundings first and noticed that they'd traveled several kilometers away from their first clash, arriving at a place where wildlife thrives and not a single intelligent being was around. A few seconds later, a light shot up from the town, and an instant later, a durable barrier surrounded it with several more on their way to activation. Taking off his tattered cloak and removing the dust and grime from his blacklight armor, "This is our first time meeting, Kisuke Urahara, but I certainly hope you know why I came here. I have a rough idea, but since you can speak for yourself, I don't mind listening." The rage and hate he had been keeping in control of all this time finally exploded all at the same time, along with his dark aura that obliterated everything within a 20-meter radius of where he was standing. Despite this, Erebus still maintained his outwardly calm demeanor. "There's nothing much to say. You killed my sister, so I'm here for revenge." Giant lances of darkness instantly manifested around Erebus and were launched towards Kisuke with blinding speed. "Accept my wrath and your retribution." Kisuke tried to dodge the lances, but they expanded and messed up the predicted trajectory. Without much choice, Kisuke deflected those that needed to be deflected, but the moment his hands touched one of the lances, they were instantly corroded even though he covered them with his aura. Kisuke looked down at his hands and noticed that his regeneration ability was greatly hampered. As expected, I don't have good compatibility against corrosive attacks. Instead of helping, my accelerated regeneration will only increase the rate of corrosion. Though it was not to a debilitating degree for me, it's good to know my own weaknesses. I guess healing arts would be more effective in this case. Since healing magic and potions were ineffective for him, Kisuke used Keidu, Turn Wei, to heal his seared skin. What a weird aura. Erebus commented. When he saw Kisuke deflecting his lances, he thought that he was able to take away his arms, but contrary to his expectation, he was only able to burn his palms, and his mind went through what could have made that possible. It's not a devil's ability, nor was it a human's. It also wasn't anything divine, demonic, yokai, ECT, nor dragonic. Just what are you? And not everybody could tell something was different about it, since it's very similar to the combination of magic and ki. I'm the personification of darkness. Everything that the darkness touches, I can also feel it. For my divinity makes me the darkness itself. Erebus proudly explained while spreading his arms wide. At the same time, the shadows beneath Kisuke shot out numerous spears, blocking his retreat before piercing through him instantly. Erebus smirked when he saw Kisuke fall for his trap. Did you think I wouldn't notice that you're just buying some time to heal your wounds? As much as I want to converse with you, my desire to kill you precedes it. But all of a sudden, Erebus heard Kisuke's voice just beside him. I could guess as much, since you were way too optimistic that I would actually fall for that. Before he could turn his head, Erebus first felt his left cheek cave in while seeing a blood-red aura around it before he was once again flung off into the distance. But this time, even though he had his passive defenses up and running at full capacity, his entire skull was nearly crushed from the sheer force of what had hit him. He couldn't even think any of this, as his head was so rattled that he wasn't even able to break his speed and dented the ground as if he was a several tens of meters large meteorite crashing into the Earth's surface, sending debris and dust through the air and creating a large crater. It was only then that the Kisuke, who was pierced by the shadow spears, popped like a balloon. Seriously? How does that work every single time? Shouldn't they have already guessed that I could do something like that? Kisuke muttered with a tone filled with disbelief. He'd already finished healing his hands the moment he finished his reply and pretended to be busy with it. Before the rain of soil was cleared up, a mass of darkness erupted from the newly created crater, revealing Erebus with red eyes, a slightly puffed up left cheek, and a string of blood flowing from his lip. You bastard. So you can activate your technique quietly. Erebus carefully watched Kisuke in the released state of his shunko with 3 gates opened. As opposed to what he had seen from his recent match, he didn't think that he could activate it stealthily. But in addition to that, he looked inhuman with white matter and various tattoos covering his body. Looking at his blackened eyes reminded Erebus of his final clash with Ares. I thought it was his ace in the hole. To release it so early. Looks like I've underestimated him greatly. Refusing to speak any further, Erebus also released the full force of his divinity. Without Kisuke being able to do anything, a massive wall made of shadows sprouted from the ground and created a kilometer-wide dome before the ground and greenery disappeared too, as if it was being swallowed by the shadows. Kisuke immediately used a flash step and launched himself at Erebus, but the moment his punch was about to land, the primordial god of darkness disappeared and blended among the darkness. Kisuke's aura exploded in midair without hitting anything. This didn't surprise him, however. What did was that as his aura continued traveling through the darkness without any hint of it hitting anything, including the ground. A moment later, he felt his own aura dissipating directly behind him. An enclosed. No. A looped space. Without any hesitation, Kisuke released a massive amount of his blood-red aura with him as the epicenter, but the result he hoped for didn't come, as his own power was just rebounded to him several times before it completely disappeared, so I couldn't break it through brute force. Huh? Good job figuring out the nature of this space in an instant. Without any distinct direction, Kisuke heard Erebus' voice, "Welcome to my very own night, and be honored to be invited to my domain where only those deserving could enter." "I'm really honored," Kisuke answered sarcastically while thinking of ways to break free from this space. Erebus guessed what was on Kisuke's mind and said, "Don't bother. Unless I willed it, there's no way for you to go out of my domain. Lament the fact that I had to use this." But contrary to what he's thinking, Kisuke is actually excited. Chaos should have a similar ability considering he's looking over that space, so this should be a good practice. Chapter 851, Chapter 851 Erebus Horror. There's no way he could have activated this spell without a steep cost. Kisuke tried to look around, but he could only see a bit of his body due to the faint glow of his shunko. Then again, the simplicity of this spell would make it hard to break. If only Benihime was with me, I could easily tunnel my way out of here. Feeling the threat from his left flank, Kisuke immediately leaped away and looked back. Although he couldn't see anything, he was sure that something just tried to pierce him. Good senses. But how long can you keep this up? Erebus' voice resounded once again. Kisuke kept dodging, but due to the sheer density of attacks that he couldn't see, he couldn't avoid all of them and had to rely on his defenses. But even with his boosted defenses thanks to Arrow, the darkness still managed to dig a few holes in his body, and each of these wounds healed slowly. It feels like I'm in an enormous Iron Maiden. Is that the image he used? Kisuke thought casually while trying out a few magic spells that could maybe work against this space. Watching from afar, Erebus clenched his teeth and sweated nervously as he saw what was happening. What's with his ridiculous defense? The most I can do is pierce the skin and a bit of his flesh. And how can he still regenerate with those wounds tainted with my divinity here in my night of all places? No wonder Ares wasn't able to kill him. This guy is beyond abnormal. Even then, Erebus feigned calmness and said with a tone filled with arrogance, "Why don't you just give up? You're just prolonging your own suffering. That's pretty stupid, to be honest. And here I thought you were smarter than this." But Erebus' nervousness only got worse, and deep within him, fear also began sprouting as Kisuke laughed at his remark. My Erebus-san. What's wrong? I can feel a hint of panic in your voice. With that said, the real question is how long can you keep this up? I can't imagine what would happen to you once this domain of yours expires and I'm still alive. This was supposed to be his world and he wasn't supposed to feel his existence, yet Erebus was wondering what was this dread that he's feeling. I have to kill him now. Pouring everything into his night, the darkness hugged Kisuke, trapping him in place. Erebus then immediately shaped the darkness into countless spears that pierced through Kisuke, leaving only a small area of his body unharmed. Erebus, panting heavily and about to collapse from the fatigue, watched as Kisuke's shunko came undone and his blood flowed uncontrollably on the surface of the spear. As he took special care to target his heart and brain, Kisuke should be dead. Not just him, but anyone subjected to something like this should have no business of being alive. Still, the bad feeling and premonition wouldn't go away, so he didn't dare dismiss his domain even though it's already eating away at his own life. For a few more minutes, Erebus watched Kisuke's corpse drain out of blood without blinking, trying to find any signs of life in him. Soon after, he finally heaved a huge sigh of relief when he saw that even his strange transformation was undone. Phew. So he was still alive at that point. Good thing I didn't let up. But why did I fear him so much? Fortunately. Or unfortunately, his question was answered when he saw Kisuke's mouth that was pierced by a spear suddenly smile widely when he was just about to let go of his domain. So that's how it is. Kisuke's twisted and horrific smile sent chills and alarm throughout Erebus' existence. How? But Kisuke didn't answer him. Instead, the blood that had dropped beyond the darkness began to climb up and crawl along the surface of the spears before extending itself into the surrounding darkness like blood vessels. With Kisuke as the epicenter, his own blood started taking over Erebus' night. Erebus was shocked at this sight and clenched his teeth before attempting to dismiss his domain. However, it was already too late as more than half of it was already covered in horror-inducing pulsing blood vessels. This is ridiculous. While trying to take back control, Erebus saw the spears piercing through Kisuke slowly retracting, revealing a grotesque image of a mangled and smiling corpse. With his neck snapping towards his direction, Kisuke's empty eye sockets widened along with his smile. Found you. Before he knew it, Kisuke had already disappeared and reappeared in front of his face. The cloak of darkness had already left Erebus. Thanks to taking over Erebus' ability and figuring out how its corrosion worked since it was relatively easy, Kisuke was able to marginally disable its effects and even take advantage of the controlled darkness to aid his regeneration. Seeing human eyes bubbling up into existence from his eye sockets is nothing short of terrifying. You're damn noisy. Kisuke's regenerated arm carelessly grabbed Erebus' face once again and threw him towards the ground. As the veil of darkness retreated, Erebus once again crashed and created another crater. But this time, he was too exhausted to extend any defenses, so his body took a devastating amount of blunt force trauma, forcing him to cough up blood with his broken ribs stabbing his lungs. The world returned to normal and the dome of night swirled until it gathered on Kisuke's fingertip. With his pride broken, the fear Erebus had been hiding broke loose. And without a shred of grace, he started crawling on the ground in an attempt to escape. If this was a normal battle, he wouldn't have been broken like this, but in addition to his ace in the hole being utterly ineffective, he also couldn't see the possibility of winning even if he sacrificed his life. Seriously? Kisuke sighed in disappointment at his action. At least let me try something I devised just now. It's actually something very similar to your move just now. Pointing his finger upwards, the ball of darkness that he stole shot towards its former owner and expanded into a small jet black box that covered him. Kuro Hitsuji, Moonless Night. Before stabbing its victim with countless needles, the upper half of the box of death twisted a full 180 degrees first. Instead of going further, however, Kisuke immediately deactivated the technique and muttered, This could be useful if I make something like a Rubik's Cube in addition to that corroding effect. But when he returned his sight to Erebus, who had already lost consciousness from the countless wounds and twisted spine, Kisuke became nervous. Crap. I didn't kill him, did I? In a wide and well-lit room, a man with a buzz-cut hairstyle with greenish-brown hair color and lavender eyes was enjoying a glass of cold rum while watching numerous matches of the Azazel Cup through the screen in front of him when he suddenly received a file from one of his intelligence squad. The god of war, storms, and rainfall of Mount Meru curiously opened the file and it depicted Erebus' arrival at Belial's territory. A few minutes later, a smirk grew on his face as he finished his cup. Interesting. Compared to the 2 baby dragons, it looks like I'll have more fun with him. I should look for an opportunity to finally meet him. Chapter 852, Chapter 852 Preparing for the Inevitable. Nyx and Athena rushed towards the Belial mansion's secret basement when they heard that someone entered it through teleportation magic from Cleria. They already knew who'd came through, but they were not expecting to see Kisuke twisting Erebus full of holes body to the correct orientation as if he was fixing a broken doll. Why yo? Kisuke awkwardly greeted them while patting down Erebus' midsection that was stretched and mangled. Athena's expression darkened while Nyx started tearing up. "B brother. Hold on. It's not what you think. He's alive. Barely, at least." Kisuke explained while pulling out dozens of bottles of potion from his inventory and pouring everything on him. Since he didn't have the equipment needed for a full recovery and he didn't want to bring him to any of the facilities he owned, this is the most he could do. Even then, he could be kept alive, though barely and painfully. Hearing Kisuke's words, the life in Nyx's eyes returned, and ran over to check her brother, only to see him groaning in pain despite being unconscious. She didn't know that he's actually having a nightmare instead of actually hurting. Athena also walked over and checked Erebus' situation, and instead of a battle, it looks like he was tortured instead. "Just what did you do to him?" "I also felt him activating his signature night, yet here you are, virtually unharmed. His ability didn't have good compatibility with me. Not to brag, but something like that is easily managed by a counter specialist like me. As long as he couldn't kill me in time, I'd find a way to render it useless." "Kill you in time?" Athena then recalled the instance where he survived Ares' all-out attack. "Remind me again how the heck someone could kill you." "Air. Slice me enough times that I won't be able to regenerate." "You're not sure?" "Athena-san, acquiring death experience isn't an easy one." "I'm sure you don't have one either." Athena realized her mistake and said, "My bad." While also thinking, "You'd normally know how much you can take before you die, isn't it?" What was normal again? After patching up Erebus to a degree that his condition wouldn't worsen anymore, Kisuke finished his treatment. "You two can continue my treatment. Just follow the instructions in this booklet and use the supplies that I'll be leaving behind." After receiving the booklet and cabinet of various concoctions from Kisuke, Athena asked, "Where are you going?" "You should know that after this attack, it'll be seen as a declaration of war from Hades' side. But before the Alliance can gather its army and attack, they'll be initiating it first." "I know, but shouldn't I come with you to prepare? They probably have already finished the process of opening Tartarus. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to take on a group of titans." Kisuke then looked at her with genuine confusion. "When did I say I'll be fighting them?" "B, but you said you'll take care of them." "I did. But why would I do something as unreliable as fighting? If that's what you were expecting, I'm sorry, but I'm not villainous enough to think I can take on the whole world." Athena blankly stared at him for a short while before holding her head in remorse. "Since when did I start thinking that violence was the answer to everything?" While the goddess of wisdom and war was having an inner conflict, Kisuke left to kickstart the spell he'd prepared for the prisoners of Tartarus. "If I'm successful, I won't need to win this whole tournament." He thought while also thinking of the possibility of failing and revealing most of his cards to the world just to get a bit of help. While the two goddesses thought that the possibility of breaking open the Tartarus was a grim challenge for the whole of Olympus and the world by extension, Kisuke saw it as a massive opportunity to get some free labor. If the two knew what he was thinking, they'd be pulling their hair out of frustration. The bad thing was, they wouldn't even be able to deny that possibility no matter how unlikely it looked. A few days had already passed since Aika locked herself up in her room. As time passed, Anoka became increasingly paranoid while her husband, Haruto, tried his best to calm her down. After placing Aika's dinner in front of her room's door, Anoka came down to the living room with a haggard look. In all the days she had raised her daughter, this was the first time she'd become unresponsive to almost everything. She knew that her daughter was afraid of something, but she couldn't figure out what it was. If not for the fact that her food was still being eaten, she would have thought of the worst and asked Haruto to break down her door. As she lethargically sat down on the sofa, she felt Haruto's hand holding hers and asked, "Just where did we go wrong? I don't think it's right to blame ourselves for this." Haruto replied with a calm and soft voice, "It was his fault. Nothing will change that." Anoka turned her palm and grabbed Haruto's hand and replied, "But I can't help but think that we're also not entirely blameless. We were given a chance yet it turned out like this. I've been thinking that we should have been honest and said that we're hiding something from her. Maybe. If we were able to convince her that she shouldn't uncover this secret, it might not have reached this point where she doesn't even listen to anything." Haruto gave out a wry smile and said, "I guess that's true too. We don't know enough of the situation to make a proper judgment." He then suddenly stood up, which confused Anoka. "Where are you going?" Haruto started walking towards the main entrance while replying, "If we don't know something, we should ask someone who does." Anoka followed Haruto to their garden and heard him say, "If someone's there, please come out. I'd like to talk." "What are you?" But before Anoka could finish speaking, a woman in a suit and shades came out of the shadows and spooked her into silence. The woman walked towards Haruto and introduced herself. "Nice to meet you. I'm Onoskalice of Grigori, the fallen angel faction and the current leader of the security assigned to your family. How may I help you?" "Sakura Urahara, we'd like to have a word with her." Chapter 853, Chapter 853 Counseling. Onoskalice pulled out a smartphone from her pocket and operated it for a bit before giving it to Haruto. "There's only one contact saved in it and it's the current head of the Belial house. She's the older sister of Sarah Belial who uses Sakura Urahara in the human world." Haruto looked at the smartphone with a screen showing the name Cleria Belial. He then looked up only to see the woman returning to the shadow before entirely disappearing. "Aren't you awfully prepared? And it looks like my guess that there are people watching this place was true." Without being able to find the source, Onoskalice's voice resounded to both Haruto and Anoka. "We were given the directives that if you were to ask for a contact, we'd give it to you without any questions. That smartphone is just a standard issue for everyone. And if you're worried about your privacy, please don't think about it. We've been instructed not to tap anything inside the house and I'll also personally make sure that nothing sensitive goes out of your house." That's reassuring. Deeming that the current explanation was accepted, Onoskalice didn't further elaborate. Haruto turned around to see his shocked wife and grabbed her hand to lead her back inside. "Now, let's ask what's really going on." Returning to the living room, the husband and wife sat side by side as the latter picked up the phone and called the only number that was on it. Without their notice, a small and very discreet barrier that blocked off sound waves was erected around them. The standard-issued phone was a high-tech espionage device. "How did you know there were people outside?" Anoka asked. "I didn't. I just bet that they were considering how they mentioned in passing that they'd arranged security for us when Aika was not around. I thought that maybe they were still around. Though I didn't really expect that someone would come out of the shadows. Does it tingle your inner Chinibu?" Haruto immediately broke eye contact and looked down at the phone. Let's wait for the answer, shall we?" Anoka chuckled seeing her husband flustered for the first time in a while. Also watching him move confidently and with a clear goal in mind made Anoka gain her own confidence and calm down a little bit. "I also can't just mope around and passively react to everything." The phone rang for a minute or two but there was no answer. Haruto and Anoka looked at each other before the latter said, "Call her again. If there's still no answer, we'll try it again later." After another minute of ringing, Cleria finally answered with a slightly hurried voice. "Good day, Kiria-san. I was already informed that you wanted to talk with Sarah. I apologize for answering late. We had a situation we had to deal with first." It's fine. Is it a good time now? We can always call later." "It's fine. You called because you have concerns with your daughter, right? That's Kisuke's responsibility, by extension, is also our responsibility. So if there's a problem with Aika-chan, we'd also like to help. By the way, is it alright for me and my brother to listen in? I think we might be able to help." "It's alright. It isn't exactly help that we need, but knowledge. Last time, we thought that brushing the issue aside and pretending it didn't exist was a good thing for Aika's situation. But now she's struggling with something and we couldn't even guess what's going on. We want to know what exactly happened to her." The other side became silent for a moment before the couple heard Sakura's voice. "If you want to know what exactly happened, we'd have to ask Kisuke since he's the one who took her in. But I guess you wouldn't want to talk about this with him, yes?" Haruto sighed and replied, "Yes. In the meantime, we would like to have no involvement with him. As you've said, he's the reason why Aika is in this situation so I know. We might not be able to control our emotions and think straight with him around. I'm sorry about this, but even if it's just a little bit, I'd like to know everything you know." Haruto then proceeded to tell the siblings about how Aika was doing fine at the start, but slowly became distant until she stopped talking to them and refused to get out of her room. Cleria and Sakura looked at each other as they too don't have any idea of what was going on even with what they know. "What do you think is bothering her?" asked the latter. This time, it was Anoka who answered, "I have a feeling that she's afraid of something." Both sides became silent for a minute. But when Sakura was just about to tell them what she knows, Daihauser, who just came back after receiving the news of Erebus' attack, spoke up. "She's probably afraid of those around her." The unfamiliar male voice surprised the couple for a moment but Haruto asked without questioning who he was, "Please explain it to us." Daihauser nodded and continued, "I'm no parent so I don't know what it means to have a child. But if you think she's afraid of something, then I can give my objective view of the situation. But before I explain further, let me ask how you dealt with it whenever she asked something about her missing memories." "We responded as we planned we would and kept any mention of it to a minimum." "I see. From what I can see, from long ago, she had been able to tell that you're lying to her." "What? But how?" "We even prepared all the documents needed to support our responses," exclaimed Anoka. That might be the reason for her fearful attitude. I don't know if even Kisuke predicted this, but even though the ability and memory sealing was successful, it was also only to that extent. Meaning, aside from those two, everything else was open, including lingering emotions and instincts. In other words, she might have forgotten about it but her heart couldn't, asked Sakura. Something to that extent. As a seasoned fighter, I can tell to a degree what she's experiencing. Even though she might have forgotten a lot of things, someone who's trained to fight and read their opponents couldn't possibly forget the intuition that they'd honed. Unless your lie is perfectly executed until the very last micro-expression, veterans would be able to notice the discrepancies. Haruto couldn't believe it and said, "You've already said it yourself." Veterans would, but my daughter is nothing like that. In an ordinary human sense, that's correct. However, you have no idea what magic power or other similar systems could do to the development of someone. One great example of this is Issei Hayato, who aside from experience, is much better than most veterans out there. And this becomes more apparent when you think of those who contributed for him to reach this height, one of which is Kisuke. Only a few know this, but Kisuke has a reputation of being a good trainer or coach since everyone he has helped became wildly sought after. This is also the reason why Aika's existence was hidden amongst the three great factions, since she is one of the few individuals who has been with him the longest. Well, to put it another way, you can blame Kisuke again for this. Daihazer finished with a wry smile. Chapter 854, Chapter 854 Adernam Somnium. Anoka couldn't help but grit her teeth and thought to herself, why does it have to be our daughter? Daihazer somehow guessed what they were thinking and added, as much as you can blame him, it's also undeniable that she was able to survive until this point thanks to him. Anoka failed to hold herself back and raised her voice, what do you mean? If not for him, my daughter wouldn't be in this situation. Although she knew where she was coming from, Sakura gritted her teeth and refuted it, my esteemed brother isn't wrong. If not for Kisuke, Aika-chan might have already perished in these troubling times. Anoka was about to shoot back but Haruto stopped her in time, Anoka. I too am angry. But we're here to listen, remember. Anoka bit her lips in frustration but was able to hold herself back. Since the conversation was getting heated, Cleria cleared her throat to take the reins back before proceeding to explain, in the world we live in, the ordinary world and supernatural world aren't as separated as you'd think, and the biggest contributing factor to this is the sacred gear system of heaven. Sacred gears, to explain simply, are magical tools that attach themselves to humans the moment they are born, regardless of their involvement to both sides. Normally, sacred gears that appear on normal people would remain hidden until the end of their lives, but as fate decided it, Aika Kiryu ended up with something special. Special? Haruto repeated her words blankly. Adernam Somnium, the last sacred gear. It didn't have any amazing ability and it was considered a defective one for the longest time, with its strange quirk of dragging its host to the supernatural world no matter how unlikely that it was. At this point, it's almost as if the hosts were being tested, as most of their first encounters were dangerous, ending with nearly all of them leaving the world a lot earlier than expected. Anoka shuddered at her few words, leaving the world. Cleria closed her eyes and continued, most of Adernam Somnium's hosts couldn't go through their puberty as death met them in an untimely manner. And even if the rest managed to survive, they would somehow get involved in more dangerous scenarios. Ever since the concerned parties started recording the sacred gear activities, the oldest host of Adernam Somnium was only 27 years old and it didn't fail to awaken in every generation. The couple couldn't understand all of what Cleria just said because they lacked the necessary context and they couldn't comprehend the supernatural world in the first place. However, it was very clear to them what the fate of these Adernam Somnium's holders was. That very same sacred gear that had apparently attached itself to Aika. 2 to 27. No way. Anoka, as if forgetting most of what had been said, became fixated on the word death and became devastated. Her husband, on the other hand, remained strong and finally understood what was going on. I see. In my daughter's case, Kisuke Urahara was her first encounter, wasn't he? Cleria nodded, that's right. You could say that she's lucky to have caught his curiosity. Haruto couldn't deny her words, but there was still one last thing he wanted to know. Then doesn't that mean what we're doing right now is essentially useless if Aika was still going to be dragged back to your world regardless of her will? As I've mentioned earlier, we thought it was defective for the longest time. Thanks to Kisuke, we were able to figure out that Adernam Somnium's fate was to go after two certain dragons. Now that Aika was able to fulfill that and receive their blessings, the sacred gear's purpose was already fulfilled. Kisuke knew this, so he went on with this plan. Nothing is stopping Aika from retaining a normal life, and it can't be denied that Kisuke saved her even though it didn't start out of care. Cleria, Sakura, and Daihazer thought that the call would last for a little more, but they were surprised when Haruto abruptly thanked them for their time and ended the call. Will they be alright? Asked Cleria. Sakura sighed as she answered, who knows? But I'm sure they'll be able to reach a conclusion. Anoka and Haruto both stayed silent after hanging up the phone. Thankfully, the former was already able to calm herself down and think about the situation objectively. Like her husband, that only opened a can of worms. I don't have any idea of what we should do from here on. Contrary to her, however, a small smile emerged from Haruto. I'm the opposite though. I know what I must do. It's just that you're definitely not going to agree to it. Anoka's eyes widened as she turned to him and instantly had an idea of what he wanted to do. She became silent for a minute once again before clenching her fist and biting her lips and said, then I don't want to hear it. However, you are also her father, so if you decide on something, you have every right to go ahead with it. In any case, it's a lot better than a mother who doesn't have any resolve to do anything. Haruto's arm wrapped around Anoka and softly whispered, what do you mean you don't have any resolutions? You have enough resolve to watch where our daughter is going, and that means you're carrying the burden along with me. Haruto arrived in front of Aika's room with Anoka behind him. After a few more seconds of contemplating and solidifying his decision, he knocked on the door. Aika, I know you can hear me. Let's talk. This time, we're going to tell you the truth. At least a part of it. Chapter 855, Chapter 855, A Late Realization. Aika, after a few agonizing minutes, finally opened the door and saw her parents for the first time in a few days. Anoka and Haruto thought that she would be more haggard, but aside from her messy bedhead, her skin and eyes were still flawless, making them think that she was sleeping well. The truth is, however, that she had been up most of the time and thinking of all sorts of things with a foggy mind, whereas any normal person who'd gone through this might have collapsed from fatigue. Her training and innate power didn't betray her, the truth. This misunderstanding wasn't that bad because it made Anoka and Haruto at ease. Nevertheless, this didn't change what Haruto had to do, the truth. Maybe that's overstating it since we, too, don't know very much, and I'll be holding some of it back because of what your mother and I want to happen. Haruto then turned around and walked towards the stairs, but let's not talk here. Let's go downstairs for a warm meal. Anoka looked at both of them before picking up Aika's dinner on the tray, which was still by the side of her door and had gone cold. I'll heat this up and brew some tea. Aika watched their backs disappear beyond the stairs and thought that the strange awkwardness from all this time had disappeared. From that alone, she was able to conclude that they were doing this for a good reason, and it might have even been for her own good, but I want to know. I hate being stuck in this artificially woven reality. The three of them sat at the dining table, and while waiting for Aika to finish her dinner, Anoka and Haruto asked her about her daily school life and how she was doing in general. Aika contemplated these questions and answered as any other normal kid would, but this response was a telltale sign of how shallow her trust in the two of them was. So not a word of what you're feeling each time, huh? Muttered Haruto with a dejected voice. Well, if what they say about that guy is true, then it's understandable. Aika immediately put down her chopsticks and looked at him. That guy. It was a very energetic response compared to before. Haruto's wry smile grew deeper and said, finish your food first. And with great gusto, Aika started downing her food as if she'd starved for the last few days. Anoka would have reprimanded her for her manners, but it was her first time seeing her so energetic in a while, so she just smiled happily. Though she was having complicated feelings because of it for some strange reason. Now then. What should I do after this, she asked herself, because there's almost nothing that could stop the situation from turning away from their wishes. But as soon as her eyes caught the smartphone that the mysterious person had given, a certain idea began to form in her head. In 2 minutes, everything was gone and Aika was expectantly holding her cup of tea. First of all, I can't tell you who this guy is, Haruto started. Why not? Because even though he's the one who all did this, his identity is currently irrelevant. Seeing that she was not saying anything and just waiting, Haruto continued, we don't exactly know what happened to you, but this man erased your memory for this past year. Don't ask us how he did this since we also don't know. The only thing we could say is that it's beyond our understanding and science. Then why did he do this? Aika didn't question the feasibility of erasing memories, since that would explain all the strange phenomena happening around her. Haruto shook his head and said, he didn't explicitly tell us, but if I were to guess, it's too dangerous and you weren't suited for it. He wanted you to live a normal life, and that's what we want too. Dangerous. Aika murmured while looking down, is that why there are always people guarding our place even though we don't really need it, nor that we're rich enough to have that kind of security? Haruto and Anoka's eyes widened and the former asked, you can tell. Aika nodded and said, just 2 days ago. I don't know why, but my senses kept sharpening so that it allowed me to tell that there were other people going around our place. Haruto and Anoka looked at each other before the latter said, looks like his uncle got it right. Anoka then stood up from her seat and hugged her daughter. I'm sorry. Aika was confused at this sudden hug, but when she heard the sniffling behind her ears, she panicked, Mama. I'm so sorry. Aika immediately returned the hug and asked, why are you apologizing? I'm sorry. It must have been very obvious to you that we were lying. It must have felt lonely. You must have felt all alone. I'm sorry. You're not alone. We'll always be behind you. I'm sorry for not doing this earlier. The warmth from her mother's body and the sounds of sniffles started affecting Aika along with the emotions behind her words. Aika buried her head in her shoulder with tears also rolling on her face, thinking that this might have been what she has been wanting to hear all this time. Haruto also grew teary from this sight but held himself back as he stood up and hugged both of them. It had been a while since they'd all felt open like this. The next day, Aika happily made her way to school to continue her normal life. Despite what was revealed to her, Aika chose to follow their wish, at least until she decided that there was no need to anymore. And September 11, 2022, and that's it for this week. I'm sorry for the delay. I was swamped with work, even now, and had a little accident of getting a cut that is not very small. Anyways, thank you for reading, and have a good day. P.S. I was planning on migrating to other sites too because of the WN update, but it seems that they reversed the decision. Still, I'm planning on slowly working on transferring the chapters, but I'll have to edit the atrocious first 300 to 400 chapters first before I copy them. Chapter 856, Chapter 856 Hermes' Obsession. Within a tent of a temporary base that was set up by both Yoruichi and Serafal, Lafia dropped down face first on her soft bedding while muttering, "Ugh hi. When will this end?" Two of her friends also entered the large tent given for the girls of Loki Familia. It has been a while ever since you started saying that. Haven't you gotten used to it yet? Tiona approached her and sat beside her feet. There's no way I'm going to get used to this kind of lifestyle. Lafia immediately retorted, I don't mind studying magic theories and practice, but did we have to fight monsters for 8 hours straight every single day? It's not actually that bad, though. Tiona replied while punching the air, practicing her mastery over ki. I think their words are true that the best way to use what you've learned is through practical application, and monster hunting is one of those. The second one who'd entered, Philvis, added. Ever since they'd reached the 63rd floor of the dungeon, she had already stopped wearing her mask. Not because Philvis didn't want to, but because she was forced to reveal her identity by Yoruichi, announcing what sort of being she is and threatening everyone who showed any sort of hostile reaction. The current expedition would be added to the annals of history, not just as the greatest but also the biggest because it was composed of various members from the Loki, Freya, Hephaestus, Ganesha, Hermes, Takamikazuchi, Mayak, and even Kali Familia. It was an unthinkable level of cooperation considering the first two Familias relationship, but it was made possible by the members of the Hestia and Artemis Familias, who came to convince the deities. The children and most of the deities participating thought that this proposal wasn't a very good idea, but beyond their expectations, Freya and Loki readily agreed and arranged everything for it to become possible. Before the expedition, Hermes arrived at the entrance of the secret tunnel near the guild with an unusually serious expression, and before he could get through, a black-robed figure appeared from its shadows and said with a ghastly tone, "We were expecting your arrival, Hermes-sama. Please follow me. I'll lead you to him." Expecting me, huh? It at least looks like he has an amazing excuse for this. Hermes sarcastically replied. Fels didn't say anything else and just quietly walked forward, and it didn't take very long for them to reach Arena's dim-lit altar. After Fels left, Hermes immediately asked, "What's going on? Why are you approving this expedition?" Arenas looked down on him and answered, "I think you're mistaking my influence. Even if I wanted to, I have no way of stopping them. And aren't your children participating in this? That's because this is such a big thing that I have to send my children just to get a gist of what's going on. And don't lie. You could easily dissuade either Freya or Loki as the supreme god. You do know that all of Orario might descend into chaos if those at the top suddenly went away, don't you? So why are you taking this risk?" But instead of answering his question, Arenas went off tangent. "I see. So you don't like the fact that Zeus' last hero was getting involved in something outside of your own arrangements and knowledge. You are not his caretaker, so why obsess over him?" Hermes scratched his head in frustration and said, "I thought you already understood. In the current age where we lack true heroes, he's the only one who could get strong enough to defeat that thing. My duty is to protect him until he can finally slay it. He's Zeus and Hera's last card. The last card of the only Familias who came close to saving this world. Only that child. That arrogance of yours has grown quite big. What made you think that he's the only one who's capable of that feat? Bel Cranel is indeed excellent, but aren't there many other children? Although they can't develop as fast as him, they still have amazing potential. The Sword Princess for one, and not to mention, the entirety of Hestia and Artemis Familia. By just focusing on Bel Cranel, you're discounting those children's potential. Are you seriously saying that? You know that the Sword Princess could never be a hero due to her origins. Not to mention, Kisuke Urahara's group is just a gathering of unknowns ready to explode. I hope you didn't forget that the only way to defeat and overcome the Black Dragon and the subsequent consequences is through a hero with a completed divine blessing. Although I applaud their methods to get stronger without the help of deities, it was already proven that it was the wrong approach. Do you want to repeat the tragedy of the great spirits? No one, including the dungeon, would ever wish for something like that to happen again. Auraneus's reply made Hermes raise his brows. What do you know about the dungeon? A little bit more than everyone else. However, I have no obligation to reveal that information to you. In any case, the guild's decision to allow them to partake in a joint expedition wouldn't change even if you complain to me. Whether you accept their invitation or not will be up to you. Hermes stared at him for a minute before sighing and turning around to leave. While going through the dimly lit tunnel, he thought to himself, should I really send Asfi with them? But if I don't, I won't be able to get a clue to what these people are trying to do. The open-minded and intelligent god, Hermes, fell victim to his own biases due to Kisuke's group of unknown variables and his obsession with the traditional hero. At first, Filvis' existence was the biggest controversy among the expedition members, and many would even be openly hostile against her. If not for her being a member of the Loki Familia, she would have been attacked in her sleep. But these days, the concern over her was already largely abated, not just because she saved many of them from harm, but also because Uruchi suddenly brought 3 Minotaurs, all around level 5, to join the expedition, and they were calling her boss. Chapter 857, Chapter 857 Hard Pill to Swallow. The moment the Minotaurs came, the camp immediately exploded into motion. The Minotaur brothers, namely Aranim, Miradane, and Urahara, apparently wanted to test their strength and began challenging the adventurers and, of course, their first target was the strongest among them, Otter. As someone who didn't really care about anyone else aside from his goddess and strong people, Otter accepted their challenge and beat them within an inch of their lives. While there were many individuals who were stronger than the Minotaur brothers, Otter liked them because they had more guts than most adventurers and never backed down from their invitation. But even then, Otter couldn't command the same respect the brothers have for Uruchi. Naturally, the brothers' challenges didn't just end with Otter, as they also went after the other top adventurers. Those days became the noisiest as the brothers would always provoke others. Not having much intelligence, their provocation was at the level of a child's, but coming from a monster, most adventurers' pride couldn't really take it. However, aside from the executives of the Loki and Freya Familius, no one else could really fight them on an equal footing. Until one day, a few of the adventurers could take it anymore and gathered others who didn't like their existence and attacked the brothers using their overwhelming numbers. As these adventurers only got angrier when the Minotaurs called them cowards and cheaters, the brothers had no choice but to seek shelter behind their boss. It was then that Uruchi's vague position in the whole expedition team was solidified as she met everyone head-on. With none of their magic and weapons seeming to be able to even wound her, Uruchi almost killed half of them using only brute force while slowly walking through the battlefield as if a farmer harvesting her crops, one by one. But the legend was only created when Otter, Alan, the Gulliver brothers, Bet, and Gareth joined the fun and suffered the same fate as the first half. That day, most of the elixir stock was gone just trying to keep the adventurers alive. The way she used her ki to cover only the parts that were about to hit was truly masterful. I wonder when I will get to that level. Tiona muttered with an admiring expression. Lafia turned to her with furrowed brows and said, if Reveria-sama didn't stop you, Tioni-san, and Ace-san from attempting to join, all 3 of you would probably lying in the bed for a few days, only capable of drinking soup. Uruchi-sama happily targeted the strongest of the group, probably to assert dominance. That's probably it. Filvis nodded in agreement, since each passing day, she and her companions have kept receiving complaints. It's also only now that I've come to realize that such pettiness could still survive amongst the strongest familius. Nothing could be done, Tiona shrugged her shoulders, coexisting with monsters is just that hard of a pill to swallow. There are even some people who are eyeing our cute Lisa badly. Lafia immediately stood up while his countenance darkened, huh? Where are those fools? But Tiona only gave her a thumbs up, no worries, I already wasted a few of their elixirs. You should have called me too. As you've said, a good way to learn is to apply things practically. Filvis, who was listening on the side, let out a small breath and thought that Lafia was getting more and more violent as the expedition went on. Is this a side effect to this power we are acquiring, or is it just her being stressed out? Not long after, the tent's entrance opened and Reveria came in carrying several books and notes. Are you girls on your break? Reveria-sama. I haven't seen you take a break. Lafia commented with a worried tone. Ever since the expedition, if she was not hunting monsters on her own, she'd be buried in her books or tail behind Serafal to ask various things. I'm fine. Where are the others? They're still wrestling with the ice golems. Although they don't have any drops aside from magic stones, they're good practice partners for those who are using body-strengthening techniques, answered Tiona. How about Lisa? Is she still growing exponentially? After reaching the size of a normal wyvern, she stopped growing and gained the ability to change her body size. Right now, she's nestling on Ace's head as if she missed that spot. I see. I guess that's good. Reveria then turned to Lafia and Filvis. How is your healing magic progressing? Lafia and Filvis looked at each other before the latter answered, I can do it, but it's far from usable. Mine is already usable, but not to the extent that I want. I can't progress as much as I want, answered Lafia. Is our supply of elixir really stretched that thin already? Riveria nodded. That's right. We've already sent a team to get a resupply, but our emergency supply is being depleted faster than we expected. Couldn't we ask Uruchi-sama and Serafal-sama for some assistance? After all, they're the initiators of this expedition. Riveria shook her head. We've already tried, but they said that there would be no point in this expedition if there weren't any risks. Still, because of that attack on Uruchi, this problem has become critical. Not that we can really say anything since it's our collective responsibility as a group. Moments after she finished talking, another voice came from the outside of the tent. Riveria-sama, are you in here? Andromeda. Come in. Asfi entered the tent and bobbed her head in greeting to the other individuals inside before approaching Riveria. Our materials for the intermediate potions are not going to last long. We have to limit their distribution and depend on healing magic as much as possible. What? Shouldn't we still have enough? It was Asfi's turn to be confused. Could it be that you haven't heard yet? Irregular monsters have started appearing. Chapter 858, Chapter 858 Potential Consequences of Convenient Magic. Riveria sighed and held her forehead in frustration. Looks like I've been too focused on my own personal matters that I forgot to properly read the reports. Riveria-sama. Please don't blame yourself. I also haven't heard anything about it. Lafia grabbed her staff and got ready to get out. However, Asfi immediately stopped her and said, there's no one to blame. They only appeared in small numbers and were already routed. But the responders took more damage than expected, so if they keep appearing now, our stock of intermediate potions would immediately plummet. Not to mention that most of us have only just started learning how to use ki, so we can't reliably protect our weapons, so this might overdraft our smiths too. A few seconds later, a member of the Ganesha Familia arrived to inform them that an emergency meeting was being called and that all of the executives were to attend. Iltafarna, the current vice-captain of the Ganesha Familia, was walking beside her captain while passing her report. As of now, there is still no other apparent reason for this expedition other than passing on these body-strengthening techniques. Although as revolutionary as they are, the rate of mastery isn't ideal, especially for those who are in the lower bracket. It seems that it's very hard to learn it without much experience in being an adventurer, according to the data we've gathered at least. How about the systematic learning of magic? Asked Shakti. Ilta shook her head and said, the entry bar seems to be a lot higher than everyone has expected. The main problem stems from the magic power control and manipulation that's needed in everything within that course. We thought that it was the same with ki, that needed to favor those who have more experience in fighting, but it seems to be that magic is tied to the individual levels. We came to this conclusion after we had everyone do some basic instructions, and those with lower levels struggled to do it even worse than those who aren't taking the course and didn't have a single magic in their arsenal but higher level. Instructor Serafal also approved of this conclusion. Shakti, after hearing that, had her expression loosened up and sighed in relief. Captain. What's wrong? There's nothing wrong. I'm just glad. Glad? Of what? Shakti smiled at her and said, it seems that you've been busy enough not to think about the implication of this. Magic. It's the power to bend the natural laws. Those who have it would be seen differently, and most of those who don't have it will strive to get one. Aside from levels, it is another indicator of how much firepower an adventurer could have. It's also the reason why mages are highly sought after. However, everyone could only have 3 of them at maximum, and people like Riveria and Lafia could circumvent this due to their unique skills. This all-powerful force has a clear limitation to it. But with the introduction of magic that anyone can use as long as they work hard enough, I'm afraid it'll send waves of unknown consequences throughout the whole of society. Most likely, wars would erupt in many places around the world. I'm relieved that it's still tied to everyone's level. Ilta understood her point and said, but ki isn't subjected to the same limitations. Why only magic? Because it isn't woven into the fabric of society. It might cause the same amount of suffering as if magic became wildly available, but it's not a very well-known thing and will probably be ready enough to deal with the consequences once it begins. The duo reached the main tent where the meeting will be held, and it seems they're the only ones they were all waiting for. We're sorry that we're late. It's fine. The Ganesha Familia members are the ones maintaining and moderating the peace of these rowdy adventurers, so you can take it easy on other fronts, replied Finn while offering them a seat. As the meeting opened up, the topic went straight to the appearance of the irregular monsters and their current supply drought. After some back and forth among the members, it was decided that only those who are capable of coating themselves with ki and mages would respond to the threat. Since they already knew all the paths toward the 64th floor, they would just assign people to watch over them. This will be the top priority, so if you're doing something or fighting monsters, immediately disengage the moment the signal is released. Although their numbers will be limited by the number of entrances, we can't let them take any space on this floor or it'll go out of our control. Finn declared the resolution. How should we go about with the lack of supplies then? Everything else can be gathered and be made. however, we don't have anyone capable of making elixirs. Tsubaki Kalbraid pushed the meeting forward. We can send a group of elites to the surface, but it's too risky for only a week or two of relief. Wouldn't it be fair to ask Yoruchi for some responsibility in this? Someone like her could easily get to the surface and back. Alan suggested. While it's true that an elite team could go to the surface, no one actually wanted to do it. Even though they're all in one team right now, the rivalry between them never ceased. A few days or weeks of not fighting monsters will definitely create a gap that would be hard to catch up to. However, Mia, who was in the room, immediately scoffed at him and said, "Stop this childish passing of responsibility. It's your guys' fault that more elixirs were used in the first place. All for the name of your pride." Alan clicked his tongue, but didn't say anything else. Mia then turned to Finn and asked, "Where are the two of them anyway?" Finn leaned back and answered, "The moment those monsters appeared, they both rushed to the next floor. What are they planning and when are they coming back? They didn't say anything. Can we retreat?" "I'm sorry. Loki asked me not to retreat until we got permission from both of them. And even if I wanted to." Finn's eyes landed on Otter, who's sitting quietly. He also received the same words from Freya. Everyone in the room followed his line of sight and thought that this stubborn and faithful captain of the Freya familia who would probably lay his life on the line just to stop them if they ever wanted to retreat. Mia sighed and said, "I'll go with my girls to the surface." But before Finn could examine this proposal, it suddenly became noisy outside. What's going on? Chapter 859, Chapter 859, New addition to the expedition. The commotion outside became louder, and it wasn't long before the curtains blocking the main tent's entrance parted and revealed three figures, two of which were familiar to almost everyone. "Good day, everyone. I'm sorry for interrupting your meeting." The one in the center led the other two. With graceful steps that were almost divine and silky smooth shiny long purple hair flowing behind her, Medusa entered the tent wearing her revealing black and purple combat attire and purple blindfold. Despite her cold countenance, she was so bright that it was as if she lightened the room. Everyone, male or female, was taken aback by her appearance and seemed to question her identity, including those from the Freya familia. With a wry smile, Finn muttered, "I see now. No wonder it was noisy outside. I hope a fight doesn't start over this. That is none of my concern." Medusa wasn't unaware of what her appearance and aura could do. In fact, she was painfully aware of it, and it was technically the reason for her tragedy from long ago. If the men started killing each other because of her, she wouldn't bat an eye at it and just leave the ghastly scene, hoping that some of them wouldn't be able to bother her and her sisters in the future. It was because of this apathy that she failed to recognize Belle, the current captain of the Mike familia, who was looking at her in a trance. But even if she had noticed, the most she could give him is a cold glance. Thanks to this apathy, however, Belle's unique skill didn't deactivate and was only further strengthened while hoping for a recognition, never realizing that it was already doomed from the start. But amidst this admiration, Medusa noticed something different and turned in Riveria's direction. Although she couldn't see the expression she was making, she was giving off a familiar feeling. It was a feeling that she always exuded when in front of her sisters. The feeling of inferiority without any hint of jealousy. Riveria was shocked when Medusa suddenly turned her head in her direction and was even more surprised when she smiled and said, "Outward appearances are the least of his concerns." What are you talking about?" Riveria immediately feigned ignorance and minutely controlled her expression as she thought that her feelings were showing on her face. It was then she remembered that Medusa was currently blindfolded and wondered how she figured her out. Still, it was a good way to dodge her words and asked, "What happened to your eyes? Were you injured?" "Wait. Why did I assume that she's talking about Kisuke? Why did I act like I knew what she was talking about? And is she even talking to me in the first place?" As various thoughts swirled inside of Riveria's head, Medusa chuckled at her reaction, which was the stark contrast to the demeanor she was showing just previously, and put half of those in the room into an immediate trance. "I'm not injured. Let's just say that it's a form of training so that even without my sight, I'd still be able to accurately tell what's going on in my surroundings using just my other senses." All of a sudden, a dagger connected to a set of chains materialized on Medusa's hand and she threw it towards Otter, who was about to grab his sword. It was so fast that even though they recognized her actions, no one was able to do anything. "I don't have anything to prove to you, but please curb your curiosity with this. I don't have any spare time to waste on you." Otter smiled as he looked back to the dagger that had punched straight through the hand that was about to grab his weapon. "How wonderful. You're the same type of monster as the both of them," he muttered as fighting spirit filled his whole body. While everyone else was speechless, they all immediately recovered, except for Belle, who was technically a newbie and quietly panicking at the sight of gushing blood. Medusa ignored his comment and finally proceeded to introduce those behind her. "Everyone already knows her, but allow me to present you Line Arsh. In response to your lack of healing items and personnel, Yoruchi has asked me to bring her here." Line stepped forward and bowed down. "Please take care of me." Those who knew of her could still see her low self-esteem. However, only those with sharp eyes could see beyond it, that movement and demeanor. Only experienced adventurers could have those. It looks like she wasn't just studying magic from him. Finn thought while his doubts regarding her loyalty to the Loki familia began to surface. I'm sorry to say this, but what can a single person do? Tsubaki suddenly asked. In response, Medusa answered, conveniently, there's a wounded man here. Line-san, please show them what you can do. Yes. Conveniently you say. The corner of Tsubaki's mouth twitched as she stopped herself from retorting, so did the others. The conveniently wounded man was curious about what Line could do, so he stretched out his hand when she approached. But it didn't take more than a few seconds before multiple magic circles were deployed around the hand, and it was to everyone's view how Otter's flesh started mending itself before his hand was repaired to perfection. I opted to use your own cell's regeneration capacity to heal you since you have a lot of stamina. It should be just like waiting for it to heal over time, but I just guided and accelerated the process, Line explained to the stunned Otter, who was healed faster than even an elixir could. How was it? Asked Finn. Incredible, murmured Otter, not even. The lingering pain that potions always leave behind. Finn then turned to Line and asked, how many times can you do this? Without any hesitation, Line answered with a smile, if it's how I just healed Otter-san, I can do it as many times as time allows and without rest for about, 3 days, I guess. Non-stop for 3 days. Shakti stood up and slammed the table. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Line, instead, became embarrassed and replied while scratching her cheek, I'm sorry, but that's only as far as my mental capacity can go. But I'll be fine and could go again after a good night's rest and a portion of hearty food. I'm not discounting your ability, though. And you'll be fine after a night's rest. Not even a short-lasting fatigue or physical pain. But a healer needs to be able to heal their allies without compromising one's abilities, though. There's no point if the healer is the first to go down after healing a few times. That's not what I'm talking. Before Shakti could finish talking, Line interrupted her because she thought she finally got what she meant. Please let me explain. The treatment I gave Otter-san can only be applied to minor wounds like that and to stronger individuals, since it would be consuming their stamina greatly. For fatal wounds or those who are weakened, I would need to use my magic power reserves to do the treatment. In regards to that, I can only do it about 300 to 400 times before needing a break for a whole day. I can't just do something about my reserves. And while I can use magic stones as a substitute, I'm not proficient enough to purify the magic power within, so using it for treatment might have adverse effects on the patient, so I'm only doing that if it's an emergency. There were so many points of retort that Shakti and everyone remained speechless. The second person who came with Medusa nodded in understanding and thought, as expected of a member of that group. Over the top as usual. Chapter 860, nearing to the truth behind the corrupted spirits. Relative to other adventurers of the Loki familia, Line could be considered as a new member. And since this was also the first familia she joined, she only ever knew about them before being pulled to the Hestia familia's side. In addition to the rarity of healers themselves and her mindset of not settling for being average, the only healer she had ever known is the one considered as the greatest, Hermit Tizenaire, the captain of the Dien Sec familia, despite only being a level 2. Because of Hermit's existence, Line made her the goal that she wanted to surpass. So when she saw that everyone was so surprised that she was able to heal Otter faster than an elixir could, Line became confused. Hermit-san could also do the same thing, and I could, and even concoct the highest level potions with ease that I can't do. What are they so surprised about? She too, from the start, was a little bit disconnected from reality, making her a good match for the Hestia familia. Everyone was surprised, not just because of her healing ability, but also the sheer number of times she could do it. For the record, Hermit could only heal faster than elixirs a few times before Mind Down took over. Finn waved his hand down and interrupted them. This is neither the time nor place to discuss that. What's important is that she can definitely resolve our biggest problem now. With this, we only have to depend on the Dien Sect familia for anti-curse potions. Though not very often, curse magic still existed for some monsters. And even if it's easy to avoid with the right tactics and knowledge, mistakes and accidents still happen. But if the group could ease their reliance on elixirs, it would reduce their need for a resupply and they wouldn't have to send out a group of elites as many times as they would have before. Line raised her hand. If it's curse magic, as long as it's the basic ones, I can also take care of it, the basic and intermediate levels at least. Why you can, even Finn was almost rendered speechless. Did you develop a skill for it? For the record, the number of people who could actually cure curses could be counted on one hand in the entirety of Orario, and only Hermit could apply such effect to the potions with her mystery ability, making it highly sought after as there were a lot of criminals and evil-oriented familias that could use curse magic. To his question that everyone thought would get a positive answer, however, instead received a shaking head. Skill? No. I haven't received anything along those lines. Then how? Riveria asked with great curiosity. Out of all the magic-related studies she'd gone through, curse magic was one of those she hasn't touched yet because of the lack of knowledge and information surrounding it. Line, in response, became excited because it was also an interesting topic for her. Fundamentally, curse magic is just a bundle of tangled magic power that was sent to the target to disrupt the flow of various energies in the affected area. Because of that, the most common effect of curse magic is an unhealable wound. But with enough magic control, you can actually untangle and safely expel this foreign magic power safely, effectively resolving the curse. However, this is only true for the basic and intermediate levels of such magic. For advanced and beyond, Serafal-san said that the magic itself would form a will and would actively avoid any attempts to dispel it. What about the curse magic of Barca Perdix's weapons that Evelys used last time? What's their level? Asked Finn with a serious expression. After all, those were the worst curse magic that they'd encountered. There hasn't been any proposed standard for curse magic, and if those are advanced level, then Ermid's value would skyrocket in the coming months. Those? They were of the basic level. Maybe a tiny bit better. With my current abilities, I can erase their effects within 3 seconds. And if the same curse is applied across multiple people, I can also remove it in groups by just adding a few more seconds. The room became quiet, and it was only Finn's sigh that could be heard, along with him rubbing his forehead. So as to not allow her further time to say something even more ridiculous, Finn decided to put an end to it. We would be thankful for your assistance to the expedition. If there's something you need, you can ask Riveria for anything specific. After all, Line is still their member, and they didn't want her to spill too much of the precious information she had to other rival familias. Turning to the last person who entered, Finn asked, after sizing up the strange Amazonas, and this is? Medusa was disappointed that Finn still thought about their own gain instead of working with the others. Nevertheless, she also understood where he was coming from and didn't think much about it. This is Tenestra, from the Dazara region. She's studying magic along with Line. The Amazonas that everyone thought was strange because she was wearing an attire that could be compared to that of elves stepped up and eagerly introduced herself. It's very nice to meet everyone. I'm Tenestra of the Astarte Familia, the leader of the Magic Research Corps. Though there's only me and the other 2 people in it. Anyway, I hope you don't mind me hopping onto the wave you're all riding. Finn nodded. As long as you follow our lead, we greatly appreciate a helping hand. Then that settles it. Since I don't have anything else to add, I'll be taking my leave. Medusa promptly expressed her decision to leave, and no one was able to stop her from leaving. Finn wanted to ask her a few more things, but it was plain for all to see that she didn't exactly want to deal with them, so he held back. Meeting adjourned. Any issues that will come up, don't hesitate to bring them up. On the 65th floor, Yoruchi and Serafal overlooked a jungle several times larger than Orario, and the source of this jungle was 5 demi-spirits being fed by an almost uncountable number of caterpillar monsters. There's no way for them to tackle this, is there? Serafal asked while trying to gauge the abilities of these demi-spirits. If they put their minds and body to it, along with the appropriate tactics, they should be able to. The problem is the subsequent floors. If they're here with these numbers, chances are that the monster Rex on the 67th floor was also taken over. I'm afraid that thing would be the equivalent to a high-class devil and bordering ultimate class. They'll be wiped out within a few moves, replied Yoruchi. If such a thing really exists here, but that black dragon in the records is most probably of ultimate class. How the hell did the inhabitants of this world fend that off if they were this weak? With numbers, obviously. The ones who led them, from my estimation, were also a level 9, bordering the highest at level 10. Just what are these levels? From levels 1 to 7, it's almost nothing special, but once someone steps into level 8, it becomes a totally different thing. Yoruchi shook her head. I don't really know, but it's a topic that Kisuke was already investigating. We'll probably hear from him about it in these coming days, if not weeks. Though, if I were to guess, it's probably some sort of evolution. This is probably the reason why Otter has been a peak level 7 for the longest time without any signs of leveling up. Just Excelia isn't enough anymore. Sounds really useful. Then why did you stop Sona-chan and the rest from going beyond level 3? Aside from not knowing what sort of effect it'd have for aliens like us, it's pretty useful for magic practice. They are probably struggling right now, but once they've returned or the restrictions of this world are disabled, they'll probably have the same output as an ultimate class, if not stronger, and control of a veteran, if not better. At that moment, Medusa landed behind them. I'm sorry for being late. It took me more time to test my abilities out inside the dungeon than I'd thought. Chapter 861, Chapter 861 Orario, the former top powerhouse. The meeting was adjourned and everyone gave Line and Tenestra a look of curiosity as they left. Follow me to the Loki Familia tent. We still have a few beddings available. Riveria proposed. Line grabbed Tenestra's hand and followed Riveria. She could see the closeness between the two and guessed that the two of them were studying closely together. Looks like they can use teleportation magic easier than they let on, commented Riveria. Line smiled wryly and replied, you also understand their reasons, Riveria-sama. However, after establishing their name, they couldn't care less about hiding it anymore. I heard that he also made a mess the last time he came to Orario, so I doubt anyone would still bother him or the others. Riveria recalled the day when they all forgot about the Hestia and Artemis Familius and shuddered. That day, it made her and her comrades realize how terrifying gods are and how simple it was for them to manipulate any mortal despite their abilities being sealed. It was also the day they realized just how abnormal Kisuke and his group really were. But perhaps the most surprising that day was Loki and Freya ensuring that Kisuke was no god and that his strength came entirely from his mortal self, and both of them implicitly implying that it was also possible for them to reach such a level, albeit with the probability of one being struck by lightning in a clear sky 100 times in a row. Of course, none of them knew how tiny this chance was, but the fact they confirmed that there's a chance at all made everyone from the Loki and Freya Familius dream. That's why among those who joined the expedition, only these two Familius took Yoruichi's offer with glee. While Riveria and Line looked at each other in understanding, Tenestra could only tilt her head in puzzlement. "So you're not aware of it, huh?" the latter commented. "Aware of what?" Tenestra asked, but they had already reached their lodging and entered it. But before they could perceive if anyone was inside, someone dashed forward and wrapped her arms around Line excitedly. "Line. It's been a while. How have you been? I trust that you're as nonsensical as that group now." The familiar scent that flooded her nose made Line immediately recognize her assailant and chuckled. "What do you mean, as nonsensical as them? It's extremely hard to even follow what they're even doing." The one who hugged her, Tiona, and those within the room who were familiar with her were instantly dumbfounded, since in the past, Line would devolve into a panicking mess as she tried to think of a way to respond to her skinship. "You've changed." Line looked up to her and thought about it. "I've changed." With a quick retrospection, she noticed that she would have reacted differently if it was the past her. However, the change she was afraid of in the past doesn't feel unpleasant now. Instead, it felt like she was released from invisible shackles. "Is that bad?" Line asked while wearing a gentle smile. Tiona returned a smile and said, "Of course not. I'm just glad that you achieved one of your goals of being reliable from when you just entered the Familia." With that said, Tiona would miss her immature self, mainly because she wasn't able to witness her transformation herself. "Tiona, don't keep her all to yourself." The impatient Tioni tore the two apart before swooping Line up. Starting from her, all the girls of the Loki Familia came and welcomed her back. The Hestia and Artemis Familius took great care of her, and there was no doubt that Line considered them as her precious comrades. Their treatment of her was even arguably the best she could have asked for, but for someone like her that was orphaned at a very young age, she considers the Loki Familia as her first family, and seeing them gladly welcome her back, she couldn't help but tear up a little. "Since we were in a hurry, I wasn't able to greet Loki-sama," she thought regretfully. Tiona and Tioni's interest then instantly transferred to their fellow Amazones. In a normal situation, they would have already introduced themselves to the newcomer, but they instead hesitated after seeing her strange attire that didn't seem to be out of place because of the way she carried herself. "Nice to meet you, I'm Tiona Hiriut." "And I'm Tioni Hiriut." The others, meanwhile, were full of interest, especially the elves. Tenestra, of course, already knew what they were thinking, since this was not the first time she received such gazes. Since Amazones are very rare in the Dazara region from the start due to how far Telskira was, the Amazones sisters would always garner attention, mostly unwanted. Fenia's disgust of men also came from the common Amazones trait of seducing men who were stronger than them. "I understand what you're thinking. But from my perspective, it's extremely strange to see someone who dresses in underwear only." Tioni instantly understood what she meant and asked, "You haven't seen other Amazones before?" "I have, but only twice, and both were fleeting glances." "Just two?" Tiona exclaimed, "But there are a lot around here, though." Riveria cleared her throat to get their attention and said, "She came from Dazara region where almost no Amazones can reach due to the sheer distance from Telskira." Right away, Tenestra introduced herself. "I'm Tenestra of Astarte Familia of Dazara region. I'll be joining you for the rest of the expedition. Nice to meet you all, and please take care of me." "Dazara region? Was that where the other entrance to the dungeon exists?" asked Lafia. "Yes," Riveria nodded, "it's the entrance located on the other side of the world." "What? The other side of the world? Wouldn't it take a few months to travel there?" Elfie, Lafia's roommate, asked in confusion as the timeline didn't add up. While Riveria was making clear how Kisuke's group was able to travel long distances through teleportation magic, Tenestra was secretly sizing up the members of the Loki Familia behind a cheerful face. "I heard that the subjugation of the Black Dragon 15 years ago failed miserably and it dragged Orario's power down massively, but I didn't think it would be this bad. In terms of levels, only the Freya Familia could match up to us, but even then, we have 3 times as much manpower and we're considered as the weakest faction among the 4. 15 years is a long time, but it isn't enough to push Orario back to the top." Nevertheless, she recalled those who are fighting monsters outside and saw that they were utilizing ki far better than those in her familia, so, if it's fighting power, chances are, they were going to lose. Though from what she'd heard, they are only ahead by a bit and it shouldn't take long before their masteries catch up, if not for their existence. There's no use thinking about this when there's no real rivalry between the two places. What concerns Tinestra more, however, is the fact that Zeus is currently in the Dazara region. Is he planning to establish a new faction there? Although he and Harasama suffered disastrous losses, it didn't mean that they'd lost everything. But why now? What are they planning? Tossing those thoughts to the back of her head, Tinestra concluded, after all of this, it seems that Astarte-sama is correct to think that the Hestia and Artemis Familius are planning something on a global scale. She didn't just join line to go with her back to Orario to further her studies, but she also wanted to act as a spy for her familia. If it was just magic research, she could do it within the Tower of Greed, and she'd be too worried to leave her sister and comrades alone because of that misogynistic familia that was preparing for war. However, it's also true that they remained in the dark and that taking another perspective might shed some light to the real situation. Chapter 862, Chapter 862, Welcome to our camp. Within the girls' tent, another round of introductions had begun, and it didn't end there, as other people from other familias arrived at the tent and introduced themselves too. Of course, no one could approach as it was the girls' private area. There were those from the Freya, Hephaestus, Hermes, Ganesha, Takamikazuchi, and Mayak Familius. While not all of the girls in the expedition had come, except for any members of the Kali Familia who had no interest in anything other than fighting, the high-ranking members of all the other familia had come to gather more information. As a result, the tent became quite crowded, and Riveria had no way to send these girls back out and could only rub her forehead in frustration. Well, I should be thankful that not everyone is here. Now then, we all know why we gathered here, so let's drop the pretenses. Ask what you want to know. However, you can't force an answer, and if our guest here doesn't want this rude questioning, I'll have to ask everyone to leave. Riveria then turned to Tinestra. Please be honest if you don't like what's happening. Of course, you could use this as a chance to have your own questions answered too. But before Tinestra could give a response, Mia interjected, hold on. Before we start, I'd like to know what's going on the surface right now. I know that we sent some people up to get a few emergency supplies, and we will get the news once they've returned, but that'll take a week or so if they want to move carefully. Before we left, there was a sudden influx of people coming into Orario, and we technically left our deities unguarded. I'm sure most of you wanted some form of relief, even if you know the deities wouldn't be killed by us mortals. But that doesn't mean accidents can't happen. Everyone became silent, and some of them even silently nodded at Mia's words. Even if it's very safe in their quarters within the Tower of Babel, that only applies if their deities stayed still and waited for them. With new and interesting things happening in town right now, they doubt they could actually do it. It'll be fine. Line's first words to the question. Each of the deities that participated in this expedition were given a magic item that will automatically protect them if harm was about to reach them. That was Midusa-san's answer when I asked her the same thing. It was apparently made by Kisuke himself and could protect them for about half an hour from most accidents, and will also alarm his comrades to respond immediately and have them pulled out in case of emergency. But except for the members of the Loki and Freya familia, everyone's brow furrowed in doubt, and Shakti stepped forward. I already noticed that you lot seem to trust Kisuke Urahara way more than necessary, and I know that he's the main inventor of that strange vehicle, but to claim to have made an item that protects someone from most harm and even have the deities who can't use magic power at all use them, it would mean that it didn't need activation from the user itself. Do you realize how unbelievable your words are? Line smiled wryly and understood her suspicions. Without being able to form a proper way to explain it, she just said, but if it's Kisuke we're talking about here, most accidents probably include even if the whole Tower of Babel collapses with the deities inside of it. Huh, Shakti only let out a dumbfounded sound. Asfi also stepped out and said, that's not an explanation, you know. You only made a bolder claim. Riveria sighed as she also didn't know how she would explain it to them. Just think of it like this. Those two who led us here, even them couldn't follow what was going on in his head. Even by those two standards, I noticed that he frequently throws them off. Those that didn't know were obviously shocked and disturbed by her words. However, Riveria-san, that isn't an explanation either. As expected, not everyone knows what he's truly capable of, even here. Looks like I won't be able to gather much more information than I already have on him. Tinestra suddenly interrupted, gathering everyone's attention back to her. Ahem, Tinestra then cleared her throat and stood straight up. I'm just going to say this once, so listen closely. When Line-chan said that most accidents covers the collapse of that tower, it's definitely true, and she may have even been downplaying it a little bit. Those around were about to say something, but Tinestra didn't allow them by gesturing and pulling out a crystal from her bag. Before you say anything else, allow me to show you something. Placing the crystal on the nearby table, Tinestra explained while injecting her own magic power on it. This is called a memory crystal. Kisuke Urahara started producing these in the Dazara region as some sort of surveillance peripherals. This allows you to record imagery and sounds of where the front side is pointed upon activation and display them on the backside. As she finished her explanation, a floating screen appeared on top of the crystal, similar to when the gods use their powers to view and share with everyone when there's a war game going on. The first thing they saw upon activation was a white, immaculate, and breathtaking tower that seemed to be out of this world under the crystals that gave off light, signifying that this scenery was inside a massive dungeon floor. Everyone remained speechless as the clip played through, showing the exterior and interior of the tower and even the dome that was being used as a training ground on the side of the tower. They were not just taken away by the strange sights, but also confused and wordless about all the technologies and magic that was displayed in use. All of it went against their common notions of infrastructure, and the first thing that came to their minds was this building was not made of by people's hands but the dungeon itself. This is known as the Tower of Desires among the mercenaries of the Urahara region. As you can see, it has technologies never seen before, and just moving between the floors already employs teleportation magic that no one seems to have understood how it works yet. From strangely elegant rooms and recreational floors to biometric scanners, all of it requires countless generations of engineering and magic development before we could have something even remotely similar. It wasn't shown in this recording, but aside from the dome where everyone could use to train and study as long as you're not banned and you have money to spare, there's also a teleportation deck not far from these buildings that were directly connected to the first safe zone within the dungeon. Anyone can use it as long as one pays up, resulting in a massive influx of mercenaries on the deeper floors. In just a few weeks of this activity, the overall average level within the region was estimated to have increased by 2. Lily, who came as my familia's representative, swallowed a mouthful of saliva and muttered, 2 levels in just a few weeks. That's ridiculous. Even Belsama was only able to do it within a few months. Tenestra turned to her and smiled. The thing is, within that dome, records and training procedures for key and magic power are publicly available, and members of the Hestia and Artemis Familia would frequently gather there to train. Not just watching, but some people were able to spar with them, giving everyone great insights into these power systems. The point is, this magnificent tower that no one would be able to replicate in an innumerable amount of years was solely built by Kisuke Urahara within 3 days using an enormous amount of adamantite and orichalcum that he got from somewhere. Not just Riveria, but everyone who knew the current state of Gnosis shuddered at a certain possibility. But Tenestra only noted this and continued, and you know what he said when we first discovered this tower? Tenestra cleared his throat and did her best to imitate Kisuke's mannerism. Welcome to our camp. The bastard only considered the greatest creation in the history of mankind as a simple camp. Chapter 863, Chapter 863 Growth. All sorts of discussions erupted as soon Tenestra finished her words, and Line could only smile proudly among the girls expressing disbelief, awe, and fear. Line clapped her hands to refocus their attention and said with a big smile, and that's it. It may sound unbelievable and you're free to discard everything you just heard and saw. In any case, we answered your question regarding our god's safety. And if you still think we're lying, the only thing you can do now is rush towards the surface. Don't worry. No one's going to stop you, and I think I'm close enough with Yoruchi-san and Serafal-san to ask them to allow anyone who wants to leave. The wide smile on her face exerted an invisible pressure that even those from Loki Familia felt a little bit scared. The Line they knew wouldn't be able to emit this kind of menacing aura while wearing a joyful expression. She had truly changed. The subsequent quietness was able to give Line a chance to finally answer their real question. Before we entered the dungeon, I also asked around about the sudden surge of people in the city. What I found was they were people from Altina trying to confirm the veracity of the rumor about magic control, and the people from the sword-smithing city Zolingam who came because Hephaestus-sama contacted some engineers over there to assist with the building of a smaller city outside of Orario to serve as a factory for the magic-powered vehicles. There are other people who came from other places too, but not as many as from the former two. You could say that Orario is currently expanding, not just as a dungeon town and magic stone exporter, but also as a research center and for magic development. After those passive-aggressive words, Mia sighed and stood up from where she was sitting. That is more than enough. I've already heard what I wanted to hear. And it looks like the guest from Astarte Familia won't say anything since she hasn't seen how we do things around here. We'll take our leave. Have a great rest, and I look forward to working with you. Mia beckoned everyone from the hostess of fertility to follow her, and aside from Rio, who hesitated a bit, everyone else followed her. There was so much for everyone to digest, and the hostess of fertility leaving created a similar idea in their heads. One by one, groups of girls slowly left, and even those who didn't intend to leave had no choice but to follow the crowd. As Riveria watched this, she thought that Mia had aimed for this because the moment she took her leave was too abrupt and precise. Soon enough, only the inhabitants of the tent and the 2 new additions were left. Looks like that group's activities are a lot more inconspicuous around here compared to what they were doing in my place. If they had no problems showing their dominating force, then that's probably true, replied Riveria. I apologize on behalf of everyone for earlier. I didn't think they'd all come here out of curiosity. Tenestra chuckled and said, it's fine, it's actually really refreshing to see rival familias having a civil discussion, and ended at that. At my place, when you become isolated and have shown a clear disadvantage, you'd be lucky to get out alive. The girls who had less experience tensed up, but Riveria remained calm and replied, I see. Looks like the Urahara region isn't for faint-hearted individuals. Though I assume you'd also take advantage of your enemy in that position. Tenestra smiled and a bit of her bloodlust leaked out, which was clearly felt by everyone, of course. It's not every day you can reduce the threat of your enemies. The Amazonas sisters' interest was piqued even further because it's a familiar bloodlust to them. A bloodlust that one can only develop through constant life and death battles against other people. Meanwhile, the others were taken aback by this sudden change. Riveria nodded in understanding. Naivety will not only lead to your own demise, but also those who you care about. As long as your conscience and moral upstanding won't deliver suffering to others, there's nothing wrong with coldly erasing those who threaten you. But enough with that. Riveria then suddenly turned to Line with her expression deepening in solemnity. Line. What does Kisuke want to happen? What is all this for? I refuse to believe that this is just for charity. What price are we paying here? The sudden change of tone caught Line off guard, but she was able to recover immediately as she was already expecting this question from her. My words weigh more than theirs, huh? Line recalled Yoruchi's statement back then. Similar to hers, Line returned the expression of solemnity and said, truth to be told, I don't exactly know why they're doing this, but they explicitly implied that something big was about to go down and they were just giving us a surviving chance. Riveria frowned and Tanestra, who didn't know anything about this, was startled. However, the two of them had different and diverging ideas. While Riveria was wondering what sort of event could make Kisuke say it's something big, Tanestra was reaffirming that Kisuke's group indeed had more information than they let on with what's currently happening within the Dazara region. To those around them, however, they had no idea how serious this was and could only continue listening to get more context. After a few moments, Riveria asked, what did you witness? Line stopped for a moment and thought back to everything that was revealed to her. From the fact that only Kisuke, Yoruchi, and Aika were the only humans from their group, to Kisuke's battle against Team Lightning in another world. While she wanted to tell them everything, she didn't want to betray their trust. Besides, even if she did, there's no way they'd believe all of it despite laying all the foundations required for them to accept it as truth. After all, even Line couldn't believe it at first despite having the front seat in all of that. It's really just that hard to change one's perception, especially to those who had grown old and were strongly set in their own beliefs. I promise not to say anything about what they are doing, but from my understanding, the beginning age of gods is imminent. If you want to know more, please ask Loki-sama. Age of gods. A both easy and hard to understand phrase. Line didn't want to sound cryptic, but that's all she can tell them. Riveria sighed and took out a medallion engraved with magic circuits with a small magic stone in the middle. Then let's ask Loki now. Everyone became confused at her words, but they got their answer when Loki's playful voice suddenly rang out from the medallion. My age of gods, huh? Does Kisuke intend to wage a war, or are these actions a result of being backed into a corner? I wonder which it is. Loki-sama, exclaimed all of her children. Line, on the other hand, immediately turned her attention to the one who brought the medallion out, Riveria-sama. This is. Riveria smiled and answered, it's a pair of magic tools that sends and receives sound when activated. I developed it back then while experimenting with various things, and I gave the other half to Loki before we left for the expedition. I kept it a secret from everyone, because I wanted to use this as an advantage. While talking among themselves, Seraphal suddenly stopped speaking and held the side of her head. What's wrong? Asked Yoruchi. Seraphal didn't answer for a few seconds until she closed her eyes to confirm something before nodding to herself and saying, the surveillance barrier that I erected on the camp detected an outgoing communication magic. It seems that Riatan was able to develop a magic item for communication. While it's primitive, to think she'd be able to do something like this so early on, it seems like we're underestimating them. That's amazing, isn't it? Yoruchi let out a voice of admiration. It is. She only received the basic articles regarding magic, but still managed to figure things out on her own in advance. But did she show any signs that she's capable of that? Seraphal shook her head. From the looks of it, she hit her level of competency. Heh? If she can do that, I guess it's time to trust her with bigger things. I'll leave her to you, Seraphal. If possible, I'd like her to take control of some of the barriers that Kisuke left behind. Of course, I can take care of her. It's fun to see geniuses like her have fun while growing. Seraphal happily agreed, but only if she is capable of resetting her level to 1. That's the minimum she has to do to go beyond this world's constraints. Chapter 864, Chapter 864, A Call from Heaven. Resetting back to level 1. That's going to be a high hurdle for her. Well, if Line didn't come today, that is. Medusa commented. Setting that aside for now, how's the dungeon's reaction to your divinity? Asked Yoruchi. Medusa shook her head. Nothing. It's as you've said. The dungeon has gone silent. Should we continue our testing and have Hestia-sama and Artemis-sama release their divinity? Yoruchi went quiet and started rubbing her chin in contemplation. After a few moments, she came up with a decision. Let's not. It's too risky to go further when things are starting to get hot. It all started when Irina lost control of her powers while testing it and ended up releasing her entire aura that could provoke the dungeon. However, nothing happened. Sona consulted Seraphal and Yoruchi regarding this and asked the girls training in the Dazara dungeon to stop holding back and release everything they could against the monsters. But even with that, there was still nothing. Finally, Yoruchi released her own aura and even that did nothing to the dungeon. She thought that a divinity would finally provoke a reaction from the dungeon, but there was also no reaction to Medusa, which put them in this awkward position. Of course, Yoruchi tried contacting the mysterious voice of the dungeon, but there was no answer. For now, Yoruchi asked the girls to train without holding anything back while Kuroka watched them in case any emergencies were to emerge. This might be the freedom that the dungeon was giving us. Yoruchi then returned her sights to the irregular monsters that were flooding this floor. Let's not waste this opportunity to finally put to the test everything we've been learning. And Yoruchi guessed it correctly. While in the dungeon, they were being provided with cover from chaos prying eyes, and right now, the mysterious being was currently suppressing the dungeon's activity so no mutations could happen. But just as the three of them were about to dive into the sea of monsters, Yoruchi's communicator began vibrating. She stopped in her tracks and pulled out her smartphone and saw Kuroka trying to reach her. What's up? Kisuke connected. Naya, he said he wanted to say something important to us. Naya. Hearing her words, Seraphal and Medusa got closer to see the screen. Immediately after, a feed showing Kisuke's appearance covered the screen. Yo, how are you all doing? It seems that things are starting to heat up over there. Things are about to get interesting. Though I'd prefer it if Sona and the girls could intercept them. After seeing the tournament, all of them wanted to participate. Kisuke chuckled, is that so? Then give them this opportunity. It'll be good practice before the main stage. Yoruchi's eyes slightly widened, so you've already resolved the restriction problem. Is that what this call is about? Exactly. I've finally analyzed and modified the leveling blueprint that I've received, so I'm sending it to the camp's database. I made it so that Hestia-sama and Artemis-sama could use it to overwrite their blessings. Will we finally be able to level up safely? Seraphal asked curiously. Even though it may seem useless to her on the surface, the soul improvement and purification of this world's blessing was extremely useful for stabilizing her super devil form. However, Kisuke shook his head. Nope. I've removed the entirety of the leveling system and only left the part where the world's restrictions won't affect us. I thought you already analyzed it. I did, but I'm still skeptical of my own analysis. This affects the soul directly after all. I just can't easily approve of it. Besides, from what I can see, it's too artificial. This is just like forcibly filling in the blanks and gaps in the soul to increase its strength. Still, it's without a doubt a very sophisticated process and I learned a lot from it. Give me some more time and I'll create a simplified version that'll allow the practitioner to shape their soul to their own needs. It'll take longer to get stronger, but it'd be more natural and compatible. Seraphal gave him a thumbs up and said, I think that's a lot better, take all the time you need. Say, could you modify it further to have a level 1 restriction when needed? Asked Yoruchi. Right now, instead of leveling up, the group chose to reset their level back to 1 as the training benefit that it gave is a lot better than the improvements they'd get when leveling up. The harder the restrictions, the better it was to practice finer control, which will carry over no matter how strong they became. I can, but not right now since I'm busy. I'll work on it once I'm done here. By the way, I also finished stabilizing the world gate. If you can send someone over to test it out, let me know. Yoruchi thought about it for a moment and said, everyone has momentum right now and it'd be too dangerous to test it out with Claire. We'll decide about it later. Got it. If I'm busy on my side, I'll send someone to meet them. The 5 of them then started talking about random things like how their day-to-day lives are going on for about half an hour with Hestia, Artemis, and the kids joining in the middle of it. Urahara-san, this way. While talking to his family, Kisuke got called and turned around to see the smiling Dulio. Got it. Give me a second. Turning to his smartphone, Kisuke bid his farewell. I'm hanging up. I'll call again later. While walking through a bright white hall, Dulio apologized. I'm sorry for interrupting when you're having fun. It's fine. I can always call them back. Right now, the 2 of them are within the highest and deepest part of the angel's base, the first heaven, and Dulio was currently leading Kisuke towards the innermost part of the place. A few minutes later, the 2 of them finally saw massive and grandiose double doors that seemed to be made out of white stone. In front of it was an extremely beautiful woman with curly blonde hair and a voluptuous figure, and was known as the most beautiful woman in heaven, the only remaining one of the 4 great seraphs and the current leader of heaven, Gabriel. Thank you, Dulio. I will take it from here. Dulio bowed down before turning around and nodding towards Kisuke and leaving the 2 of them. Shall we go? Asked Gabriel with her angelic voice. I know I'm just repeating myself at this point, but are you really sure about this? Gabriel smiled bright and answered, yes. Michael, Azazel, and Ajuka trust you and I want to do the same. Kisuke couldn't help but smile wryly, but this is our first time meeting, though. You don't seem to be the naive type, so any other reason? Gabriel's smile grew wider. I'm not naive. Aside from my fellow seraphs, you're the first one to think of me that way. Even Azazel thinks I'm a naive person. I may not look like it, but I have a good eye for people. It's the reason why I was the chosen one to remain here. From the rumors I'm hearing, she may be naive in a different manner, but definitely not as a leader. I heard that heaven has been clearing out spies and traitors on a large scale. Is it her doing? Gabriel didn't wait for Kisuke's reply and turned towards the door, touching it. Light momentarily shone from her palm before the whole area began to tremble as the massive doors dragged themselves open. What Kisuke immediately saw in the distance were enormous wheels of different sizes dotted with innumerable eyes intersecting each other. Gabriel turned to Kisuke once again and said, "Welcome to the core of the sacred gear system, the Ophanim." Chapter 865, Chapter 865 Test Subject Number 1. After Kisuke hung up, the goddesses and kids also left the conference. With just the 4 of them, Yoruchi started, "Once we receive the modified blessing, we'll immediately have Artemis-sama and Hestia-sama take care of it. But seriously, Kitan's timing is too good. Just as we were thinking about how to deal with the problem in Dazara, he presented us with this. Looks like it'll be fine to just leave it to Sona-chan and the rest. But we still don't know how many gods are involved in this." Medusa was worried that they'd be overwhelmed since even they still had no clear idea as to how they'd execute their plan of letting a god descend. "Don't worry. I'm already working with Kuroka to isolate the battlefield whenever necessary." Yoruchi reassured while Kuroka also added in, "I'm done laying the foundations for the space isolation, nya. Thanks to the data we've received about the raiding game field and dimension lost, the barrier is going to be a lot more sturdy and should be enough to contain and control the number of engagements for a week or 2. If they want a one-on-one, we could give it to them, nya." "What are you talking about, Kuro-chan?" Seraphol interrupted, "You're joining them. While you're a bit of a veteran, you haven't gone through much hardship and struggle and can still improve massively through them. You'll be taking on 2 by yourself." "Wait. I'm not part of the seniors, Naya." Yoruchi, Seraphol, and Medusa looked at each other before answering simultaneously without any hesitation, "No." "Guh." Yoruchi laughed softly and explained, "You're at the midpoint between the newbies and us. But don't take it badly, as you can still improve greatly when pushed to surpass your limits. For us 3, our calculative sides shaped by our experience is already proving itself harder to suppress than we originally thought. We're not the same as Kisuke, who could just go crazy while also scheming. So going crazy isn't going to cut it for you?" Kuroka asked while tilting her head. "It could, but most of the time, you'll only end up dead." Seraphol answered while shaking her head, "And even if you're confident that it could work, the experience you carry will always present you with another, safer, method. It just doesn't make sense to go crazy at that point and hopefully pull out a potential that you've been hiding only to get betrayed by your own expectations in the end. In hindsight, I really admire those who can just discard their thinking and simply go for it. Master is a bit different, as his ideas are crazy to begin with. But even then, we could only improve systematically or through some form of enlightenment. To explain it easier, I just can't master my super devil form by fighting stronger opponents. Analyzing my own technique and slowly improving them is the better way to go. Of course, some techniques are special and could be easily improved through fighting like Sona's water that transforms and moves through her will. The crazier she gets, the stronger it becomes." "What? I thought your super devil form was the same as Sona's?" Yoruchi asked in genuine confusion. In response, Seraphol could only smile wryly, "Sadly, I'm not a natural like Surzex-chan and Ajuka-chan, and I didn't develop this technique out of desperation like Sona-chan. Even if I go crazy with it, I'm too afraid that it'll only backfire. One might think that becoming stronger and more experienced in life or death situations could overcome the fear they were feeling, when in fact, the more they went through such battles, the more they'd discover fearsome things that'd make them even more careful in the end. Only naive and arrogant people could become fearless, and aside from very few special individuals, it didn't really work out for them either." "I see. I guess that's true. In any case, Kuroka. Take this chance as this is still within your growth period. Don't let it go." "Understood, nya. I'll go first since there are still things that I have to do. Remember not to tell the girls about this. The surprise factor should add some sense of danger for them." "Got it, nya." After Kuroka hung up, Yoruchi asked the other 2, "Now then, who should we send?" Even though it's completed, it's still unadjusted, so as Kisuke said, "We can't really send Claire with that kind of risk," Medusa muttered. "And the girls still have momentum. Breaking it will only result in further delays in their training," added in Seraphol. "We ourselves can't exactly go either since one of us leaving will leave a pretty big hole in our surveillance and defenses. And it's not like we can send either Hestia-sama or Artemis-sama," murmured Yoruchi. They contemplated for a few moments until Medusa asked, "Say. It doesn't have to be someone from our group, right?" Everyone went quiet and looked at each other for a few seconds. There was only one person that came to their mind and all of them simultaneously said, "Riveria. Riveria, huh? Let's go with Riatan." Yoruchi smiled as they reached a unanimous decision, "All right. Looks like there's no need for a debate. Our test subject number 1 will be Riveria. By being a native of this world and having no big issues that would arise if she were to leave, Riveria was chosen thanks to her potential of giving more useful experimental data. Chapter 866, Chapter 866 Decision. Medusa, Seraphol, and Yoruchi cleared up the whole floor of irregular monsters and sealed the entrance to the 67th floor with Seraphol's powerful ice magic. Instead of returning to the camp, Medusa directly returned to Dazara to continue the work she'd left behind. Meanwhile, Yoruchi and Seraphol immediately went to find Riveria to bring her back to the surface and ask for Loki's permission. When they arrived, they saw that Tenestra and Line were demonstrating their skills, while a crowd was gathering around them. Yoruchi and Seraphol decided not to show themselves for now and instead watch what was going on for now. While Line was displaying her masterful way of magic circle construction and magic power manipulation, most of the eyes were on Tenestra. More specifically, her arms and hands had magic circuits drawn on top of her skin. Tenestra first lifted her left arm and pointed it towards a boulder of ice. A second later, the ink on her arm lit up with magic power until it reached the back of her hand before a 6-inch-long pointed ice shard materialized in front of her arms, shooting towards the boulder. It traveled at the same average speed as normal magic spells shattered upon contact, leaving only a bit of a scratch on its target. However, the overall strength of the spell didn't bother anyone. In fact, most of them were speechless from what they saw due to the sole fact that she activated magic without any prior preparation or incantation. A completely silent magic. That's what's important. Heh. Engraving logic circuits on her skin itself using special ink. So this is what she has done instead of continuing her research on magic items. I wonder if that ink was an original concoction, muttered Yoruchi. Tenestra wasn't done yet and lifted her other arm, repeating the same process, but this time, a ball of fire shot out, although it does seem to put a lot of strain on her body compared to the amount of power she can output. It's still worth it, though. Since this would only be used as a distraction, it could be compared to a hidden throwing knife in the middle of an engagement. If her opponent isn't prepared, she'd be able to land a fatal hit, added Seraphol. But it looks like Riveria already lost her interest in it. Well, to someone like her who's already completed a communication magic item, she'll be able to see through its inner workings in an instant. Even then, the creation of this technique signals the start of specialized weapons. Yoruchi turned to her and asked, specialized weapons? I'm talking about holy swords and demonic swords. Although they look like magic items, those weapons utilize their power by engraving their own magic circuits to the wielder. But like the technique, it puts the user's body under too much strain, so in an attempt to curb that, only those compatible may be able to wield it. As for how compatibility is measured, it's just how easily one's magic power could be converted to either holy or demonic power. The two of them stopped talking and followed Riveria, who was leaving. After making some distance from the crowd, Seraphol and Yoruchi finally revealed their presence, Ria Tan. Riveria was startled, not just because of their sudden appearance, but also the fact that she just couldn't get used to Seraphol calling her Ria Tan. Seraphol, Yoruchi. Welcome back. Since when did you return? Just now, answered Yoruchi, with Tenestra and Line here, things should speed up a bit. Riveria turned to them and asked, what did you see below? Without hiding anything, Yoruchi answered, tens of corrupted spirits, and each one of them is stronger than those found in Gnosis. What? What should we do? There's no way we could take them on if they decided to come up. Don't worry about it. Seraphol sealed the paths towards the 67th floor. Even if there are 10 times the number of them, none of them will be able to break through it. Seraphol winked at Riveria and reassured her, and if there's something above them in their hierarchy, the strongest that being would get to is god level. My barrier could still hold up for a few minutes, and that should be enough time for us to prepare and respond. Riveria breathed a sigh of relief and calmed her beating heart. Tens of corrupted spirits scared her more than she anticipated. Then are the two of you going to remain here for the time being? Oh. That's the first time you've asked that. Is there something else you want to say? Riveria opened her mouth but closed it again soon after, due to hesitation. Yoruchi looked around and saw a number of people. Although not many of them were paying attention to them, it seems that Riveria wanted to say something important. Let's move out of the camp. Is that fine with you? Riveria hesitated again before shaking her head. It's nothing. Just forget it. Not liking her response, Seraphol grabbed her hand and started dragging her. If you want to say something, just say it, and we'll at least hear you out. Who knows, maybe someone's opinion could prove useful to you. Riveria made a difficult face and didn't know what to do. But after being pulled for a few meters, she sighed and just began walking along with Seraphol instead of being dragged. I'll just say it. They're the best people to ask. Yoruchi let out a short breath and slowly followed them. After reaching a secluded area and cleaning up the monsters around it, Seraphol and Yoruchi waited for Riveria. After a few seconds, Riveria finally let it out. I want to return to level 1. But I don't know if that's a good thing. Yoruchi and Seraphol looked at each other and smiled. Not answering her concern, Yoruchi instead instructed her, Go to Finn and say your farewells. We'll bring you to the surface. Equals 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 equals. Anne, September 27, 22. Thank you for waiting. I apologize first because this won't be fitting in author's notes section and I don't want to post a separate one for a very short announcement. Preparation for migration is proving to be a daunting task since I would have to clean up at least the first 400 chapters of the FIC, so I'll be working on that slowly. On another note, Pat.Rayon has some changes and I switched to it. Here are their own words. Billing schedule. Patrons are charged on the day they join your membership, and then monthly on that same date. For example, if a patron joins on the 10th, they'll be charged on that day, and then monthly on the 10th. All patrons who joined before your switch to subscription billing continue to be charged on the 1st of each month. If you like my work, do consider supporting it through /Goya00. Thank you very much. Also consider joining my Discord. discord.gg/cczgmz8t5h. It's not very active, but shorter announcements like delays, polls, and upcoming chapters are posted there. Chapter 867, Chapter 867 Realizing a Big Mistake. News of Riveria leaving the expedition had immediately made rounds among the members, and within the Loki Familia's main tent, Finn, Gareth, Ace, Tioni, Tiona, Bet, Lafia, Raoul, and Ainakity were surrounding Riveria, who already had her personal belongings packed up. Finn sighed as he started, "If you're just leaving, I won't be stopping you. But what's this resetting your level back to 1? Aside from thinking that you're out of your mind, I can't see any reason." As he finished his words, he was already glaring at Riveria. Before Riveria replied, however, she first looked around and saw that everyone else had complicated expressions on their face, except for Gareth, who had a small smile with his eyes closed in the corner, out of everyone's sight. As expected. He's the only one who truly understands me aside from Loki, thought Riveria, feeling a bit of comfort that she at least got support from one person. As a dwarf and an elf, Riveria and Gareth would bicker much more than anyone else, and the two of them treated each other as rivals that took two extreme paths, the path of magic and the path of physical strength. As a result, the two of them understand each other more than the rest, including Finn, who has to take a certain distance even if they were good friends, due to his position as a commander. Does it have something to do with Line staying as a level 1, asked Tioni. Earlier today, the girls asked Line what her current level was because of how freely she could control her magic power and how much power her heals could provide. They forgot that Line hadn't had a chance to update her fauna ever since discarding it for the first time. So when they found out, everyone was stupefied and asked her how she was doing it. Line, on the other hand, only gave them a simple answer. Putting magic power control and circulation as top priority. It wouldn't just allow one to more efficiently use magic power and slowly increase one's reserves, but it'd also allow one to use more complicated spells. By staying at level 1, the increased difficulty of magic power control could actually give more practice and training for finer control. Seeing the benefits that it could bring in the future, Line decided to stay as a level 1. The entire line of magic users was tempted and contemplated this. But after a few seconds, they immediately discarded this notion as they couldn't bear to think of losing the years of effort that they had already put in to reach their current status. So when Riveria announced that she was going back to level 1, none of them could understand how she could so easily discard the effort that basically equated to most of her life. If I want to explore magic more in the future, the magic control that it'll provide would prove useful, explained Riveria. Riveria, Ace muttered her name in worry. She can see that Finn is not liking her reasoning. You're discarding your current strength just for the prospect of it being useful in the future. This isn't just about you, so please think this over. Riveria returned Finn's stare and she could see that he was getting frustrated. That frustration, she could understand. After all, she's not just temporarily leaving, but also erasing the existence of Loki Familia's 9 Hell, which served as a large fraction of its power. Finn didn't want the Loki Familia to suffer such a loss. However, Riveria only joined the Loki Familia due to her desires and she had already made her decision. I'm sorry, Finn. I know that it's incredibly selfish of me, but I can't let go of this chance. Please understand. If you're worried about the position I'm leaving, worry not, as I've already trained Lafia sufficiently. She may be lacking in a few areas, but I assure you that she's capable enough. Finn got further frustrated and he wasn't able to hide it any longer, to the point that everyone was already feeling the awkward atmosphere covering the entire room, leaving those on the side not being able to say anything between them. Gareth, meanwhile, frowned as he didn't like where this was going. You have no idea how big of a hole you're leaving. I know Lafia is capable, but none could truly replace you, especially in these unknown times. It was unknown what got into Finn, his frustration. Rage. Or maybe a mix of both and some other feelings, but heat ended up rising in the normally very calm Finn. Or is that? You wanted to follow that man so much that you're throwing away everything. Finn. Gareth instantly raised his voice in fury. However, it was already too late when Finn realized his mistake and saw Riveria looking at him coldly. That. But Riveria didn't allow him to think of any excuse and cut him off. It's not like I'm leaving the Familia and I'll be doing my best to work my way up again. And if this is not really allowed, I plan to ask Loki's permission first before going through it. If she disagrees, I'll be returning shortly. I'm sorry for taking your time, but I'm leaving now. Without waiting for a response, Riveria turned around and exited the tent. Riveria. Riveria-sama. Ace and Lafia first looked around in concern before hurrying up to follow their mentor. An awkward silence was left behind, but before anyone else could say anything, Gareth instructed, "Leave me and Finn for a moment." Everyone else didn't have a choice and slowly left the tent, leaving behind the disgruntled captain and angry vice-captain. "I don't need to tell you how stupid that was, do I?" asked Gareth. Finn stayed silent for a few seconds before shaking his head. "What I did was beyond rude." Gareth gritted his teeth and slammed the table, breaking it in half. "It wasn't just beyond rude. It was plain disrespectful. How could you say that to her without any evidence? You're making light of her resolve." But could you think of anything else?" But that only got Gareth more infuriated, and he landed a heavy punch on Finn's face, sending him back and crashing the supply boxes behind him. While his head is still spinning, Gareth angrily picked his collar up and shouted in his face, "Have you gone senile, Palom? Have you forgotten why she was here with us in the first place?" Gareth's words jogged some of Finn's memories. "Will I be able to unveil the mysteries of magic?" "Unveiling them will be up to you, but I can at least promise you one of the seats as one of the top mages, of course, given that you'll work your hardest towards it." You're right. It's really up to me. I guess that's good enough. I'll be in your care, Loki-sama. Welcome aboard. We still have a long way to go. It was a simple exchange between Riveria and Loki, when the latter was still recruiting for her newly formed Familia. It was then that Finn finally realized how big of a mistake he just made was. Nevertheless, Gareth was still not done with him. Long ago, she could have stayed in Altina since it was all around a better choice for her, yet she still went with Loki due to her gratitude for bringing her out of that oppressive family. And this time, she didn't even have to leave and it was already right in front of her, yet you still did something stupid as stopping her from reaching it. Don't you have your own ambitions? So what gives you the right to slap her hand out of her own dream? Gareth pulled Finn closer and whispered, "This Familia is not a tool for your own aspirations. We only succeeded because every member put everyone else's desires and wishes into consideration. If you forget about that just because you be taking a step back for your own desires, you're just going to bring ruin into this Familia, and make no mistake as I'll be the first one to bring an axe to your face." After mouthing off, Gareth threw Finn towards the broken crates before directly leaving to cool off his head. Chapter 868 Departure. Yuruchi and Serafal were already waiting in a secluded area where they could teleport to the surface, but before Riveria could leave the camp, Lafia and Ace, with Lisa on her head, came running towards her. "Riveria. Please wait, Riveria-sama." Riveria stopped walking but didn't immediately turn towards them. With her sour mood, she didn't want to say her farewells with a frown, so she had to calm herself first. The two girls felt the strong mood around Riveria and didn't want to bother her. In any case, she had already stopped walking, so they gave her the space she needed for a moment. After a few minutes, Riveria turned around with a wry smile plastered on her face. "I'm sorry you had to see that." Instead of addressing the earlier exchange, Ace asked, "Are you really going to discard your Falna?" A real smile then appeared on Riveria's face as she patted Ace's head. "From the start, what I sought wasn't strength, but knowledge and wisdom. I may have already lost my reason for it a long time ago, but it's still something I want to achieve. And since strength is just secondary for me, wouldn't discarding it temporarily be a good deal for my goal? But I know. For you who have sought strength more than anyone else, it must be an incomprehensible decision. If so, think of it like this. In your case, you'll be perfectly fine to sacrifice a bit of knowledge and wisdom in exchange for strength, am I right?" Ace looked down but eventually nodded. "See. Everyone has their own desires and one's trash may be another's treasure." Riveria took back her hand. "However, you can only appreciate and find your own treasure if you respect the trash. That's how the Loki Familia is. We've always lived for our desires and respected our comrades' wishes. It's what makes us strong. Never forget that." Ace, as simple as she was, only understood that her comrades were important, and that was something she'd already understood long ago. But what it meant to respect the trash, she had no idea, and she would have to explore that on her own in the future. Lafia, on the other hand, clenched her fist. Although she didn't want Riveria to go through a level reset, she understood where she was coming from. Out of all the Familia members, Riveria was the most enthusiastic and had the most fun while learning magic, and she could easily tell that it wasn't for the contest of strength like it was for everyone else. Riveria simply enjoyed the process of learning about this mysterious power, Riveria-sama. I wish you the best. Please return to us as soon as possible. Riveria patted Lafia's head, thank you. Though she thought that the situation was really strange, I'm not going to be gone for long, right? At that moment, the girls heard a crashing sound inside the Loki Familia tent and Gareth's angry voice. Lafia became concerned as she didn't think it had reached the point that the usually calm Gareth would burst into anger. Hey, are they going to be alright? Don't worry about it. He's just giving an earful to our leader who was about to lose sight of things. Riveria, Ace, Lafia, and Lisa could see that the executives not far from the tent also had worried expressions. This was the first time they'd seen Gareth erupt into a rage at Finn. A few minutes later, Gareth came out of the tent after the last crashing sound and made his way straight to Riveria. Don't take what he said to heart. His stress has been piling up lately, especially now that nothing's ever going the way he wants it to. Though that's still a poor excuse. Riveria shook her head, his words may have some merits. I may just be going to do this just to follow that man. Not just Ace and Lafia, but even Gareth's eyes widened, though in a different sense than the two girls, so you're fine with admitting it now. There's no use escaping from it. Nevertheless, it's just a budding and fleeting feeling that will disappear with the passage of time. In response to this, Gareth just snorted at her, you and your pride. This is the first time you're experiencing something like this, yet you still act like you know all about it. As expected of a stuck-up elf. Riveria snorted back, there's a prime example of it right in front of me happening multiple times. Why shouldn't I expect the same thing? Ha! You know nothing about the dwarf ways. Finding a wife this way is normal. You, on the other hand, even for an elf, are already too old for the first time, so you should take advantage of it or you might not find another one. A vein popped in Riveria's forehead as she readied her staff. Who? Sounds like you'd like a few holes opened before I leave. Let me grant you that wish. Ho ho. It seems like you'd like to use your powers for the last time. Come. I'll show you our differences. As sparks clashed, Lafia hurriedly went in between them. Stop. Stop. Why did the two of you want to duke it out all of a sudden? What's wrong with you? Riveria and Gareth sighed before chuckling while taking their weapons away. The sudden shift in mood left both Lafia and Ace speechless and confused. But ignoring these two, Gareth turned away while saying, I'll pick up your slack here, so go with peace of mind. Grab that opportunity and never let it go. Riveria did the same and resumed walking, then be sure not to be left behind. Thus, the exchange between the rivals ended on a relatively good note. Lafia and Ace didn't follow and just waved their goodbyes to them. After half an hour of walking, Riveria finally reached the place where they were supposed to meet and saw that Yuruchi and Serafal were already done setting up the teleportation magic that they were going to use. Ready. Riveria silently nodded and stepped into the circle. A flash of light enveloped the three of them before they were ejected out of the dungeon. Riveria never expected that this trip wouldn't just be the chance of her life, but something that would influence the future of this world. Sadly, she'd be leaving her rival behind. Chapter 869, Chapter 869 An offer that can't be refused. Yuruchi, Serafal, and Riveria reappeared in a certain private storage room that the former two had rented. Where are we? Yuruchi opened the metal doors, revealing the scenery outside, the 10th floor of Babel. By the way, it looks like you had a bit of trouble before leaving. Is everything all right? Serafal asked curiously. Riveria answered Serafal by shaking her head with a wry smile, not at all. I think it's a good instance for retrospection. Thanks to this, the Loki Familia may prosper for many more years to come. If you're saying that, it looks like things aren't looking so good for your captain. He's amassed so much pride that it's already hurting him and those around him. Riveria followed Yuruchi and Serafal towards the top floor where Loki was currently staying with Freya. With a set of knocks, the door was immediately opened by Freya in her nightgown. Surprise was very apparent on Freya's face when she saw their late-night visitors. Why hello. Come in. Yuruchi led the group and entered. Sorry to bother you this late at night. Is Loki around? Hearing the visitors, Loki also came out in her pajamas while carrying a bottle of wine. Who is it? Wait. Riveria. What are you doing here? Did a problem come up? She asked with obvious concern. Riveria sighed at seeing Loki's appearance and couldn't help but say, Loki. Did you use most of your time drinking? Seeing her reaction, Loki was able to feel relieved. Of course not. This thing couldn't make me drunk. It's cold here, so something to warm up is nice. Why are you all here anyway? Freya clapped her hand to gather their attention. Let's not talk here. I'll prepare some drinks, so let's head inside. So that's what happened, huh? Looks like his worldview has deteriorated way quicker than I thought. I apologize on his behalf. I already knew that this would eventually happen to him due to how things are progressing, yet I've done nothing to address it. Loki leaned back as she took a deep breath of cold air. After taking a sip of wine, Yoruchi replied, "Isn't this fine? You can't treat them like a baby all the time. If he can't realize this by himself, he'll just destroy himself in another way if you're to tell someone as old as him off. While you gods are wise, it isn't wise to share any of it to those undeserving." Freya chuckled, "I agree. But his case isn't exactly a rare one, nor does it deserve any further action. I'm curious, though. Do you really want to discard your current strength just to train?" To anyone else hearing this, it's a nonsensical and insane idea. Riveria smiled in return. "Please, Freya-sama. You know how much merit this could give me. As long as I can get past the mental barrier, it's already a big step forward." Yoruchi and Serafal's plan had already changed, so the former explained, "I'm sorry, but resetting your level may not benefit you for your magic power control." Riveria panicked and thought she was doing something wrong. What? But why? The main cause of her concern was because she didn't know why they still brought her up if there'll be no benefit in what she's about to do. Are they going to force me into it for some other reason? Yoruchi and Serafal understood her alarm. There isn't going to be any benefit regarding that, but there's something else entirely that you won't be able to refuse. It was Yoruchi's turn to be confused at Serafal's words, but she didn't interrupt her. But before I explain that, Kisuke actually wanted to test a certain type of long-range teleportation magic, and we figured that Riatan could do the honor due to several reasons. While Riveria was confused, Loki and Freya's expressions became serious and alert. Knowing where they came from, they became interested in this long-range teleportation magic. Go on. Loki answered for Riveria. First is because she's a local. It worked out for us who came from that place, so we'd like to see if there's going to be a problem if it's the other way around. The second is because she's willing to reset her blessing. Since none of us actually had any sort of blessing when we came, we want to reduce any variables that might cause an accident. If possible, we'd like you to have your fauna removed. Serafal then saw how both Loki and Riveria frowned and shrugged her shoulders, but that's actually impossible, isn't it? Riveria strongly nodded, of course. Transferring is one thing, but removing the fauna itself is seen as an act of betrayal for a god's favor and trust. I'm not going to do that to Loki-sama. Riatan. Loki jumped happily and attempted to hug Riveria, but her face was grabbed by the latter, not allowing her to come any closer. Don't call me that. Serafal ignored their antics and went on. Finally, Loki-chan and Riatan are trustworthy enough. Riveria and Loki stopped to look at Serafal. Since Riveria doesn't know anything, she didn't know the real value of this trust. Loki, however, knew how heavy this was and went back to her seat before letting out a short breath. I'm flattered, but to make things clear, as long as I'm not forced to choose, I won't be taking anyone's side. To Yoruchi and Serafal, that was more than enough. The fact that she actually could take the neutral side already gravitated her to their side. Though they won't be saying any of that to her. Freya had stayed quiet the entire duration of this discussion because regardless of her will, she already had no choice. This was the gamble she accepted when she made the choice of attaching herself to Kisuke with her life as collateral. And what are these other benefits you're talking about? Serafal didn't say anything. Instead, she took out what seemed to be a silver ceremonial dagger and gave it to Riveria. Riveria absent-mindedly received the dagger and inspected it. For a ceremonial dagger, its design was quite simple, but it radiated a unique and complicated signature of demonic power. However, what caught Yoruchi's attention and surprised her was the insignia engraved on its handle. The House of Citri's insignia, Could it be? Riveria and Loki were also surprised, but it's because of Yoruchi since it isn't every day that something could shake her. Serafal didn't address Yoruchi's curiosity and instead continued explaining, taking this dagger would grant you some of my authority and resources within the Citri household. You may use that as you please, but the real benefit for you is that this will grant you access to Grauzauber's main library, the biggest magic library that has recorded almost all systems in the world. Not only that. As a magician organization, you may find help from mentors there if there's something you can't understand, and if you're lucky, Mephisto-chan may even take an interest in you and instruct you. And if you're really, really lucky, he may even allow you into his personal library. Though only advanced and forbidden class magics are in there, so you won't really need them at your level. By the way, when she said some of her authority within the Citri house, it actually meant that you may utilize their private army numbering in the tens of thousands if you have a good reason and the head of the house, her father, approves of it. Oh, and their weakest soldier is around level 3 or 4. As for the resources, not just ingredients and tools for making things, you're also allowed to take a weekly allowance that's equivalent to 5 to 6 times Loki Familia's expedition budget. Yoruchi supplemented with a grin. Riveria almost dropped the dagger, but thankfully, she managed to properly hold onto it. However, her hands were now trembling and the seemingly light dagger just became 10 times heavier. What? Chapter 870, An Offer That Can't Be Refused Part 2. Serafal ignored Riveria's reaction and laughed at Yoruchi. There's no way she'll be able to mobilize that many forces. Since the situation over there isn't exactly stable, the most she'll be able to command is about 1,000 or so. 1,000. Riveria exclaimed while thinking that even though it's only a tiny fraction of what Yoruchi said, it's still enough to effortlessly annihilate the whole Loki familia at its peak strength, and she's confident that they are one of the strongest organizations in the whole world. Just where is this army? And private, she said. What nation is she talking about? As if not noticing her expression, Serafall continued, and about that allowance, I think you can get twice that amount. Thanks to Kitan making cures to some of the most prominent diseases in my country, we were able to amass quite a bit of wealth. Riveria became utterly speechless. The Loki familia went on an expedition every 2 to 3 months, so she's technically saying that she could get enough money to fund their expeditions for 2 years, every week. Her head has started to ache at these nonsensical figures. Are you actually a princess of some wealthy country? Asked Freya curiously. While she's the eldest daughter of a prince household, her sister, Sona, is the current heir, so she's the princess, answered Yoruchi with an amused expression while watching Riveria stare at the dagger with her hands trembling. What? Your younger sister is the heir? I'm sorry if I'm wrong, but were you expelled? But why does your representative still have so much power? It was Loki who inquisitively asked this time. Eh? Well, even though I look like this, I'm still technically a king, answered Serafall, and this time, it wasn't just Riveria but also Loki and Freya who were rendered speechless, to be exact, one of the 4 kings. Since we have a very massive territory, just having one monarch wouldn't cut it. Although the 4 devil kings have the most of the military power and hold sway in civil power, most of the policy making is in the hands of old nobles. And even though there are monarchs, they were elected through merit and strength, and because the majority of the underworld practices feudalism after coming out victoriously from their civil war. On top of that, Serafall is still suspended from her position. Though it'd be easy for her to take the position back by asking the other devil kings, Yoruchi thought, but she wouldn't say any of that because it wouldn't look as impressive. So will you do the honors of testing things out? I assure you that it'll be worth your time, and Kitan would surely make your safety a priority. Wait. Serafall looked toward Yoruchi and asked, is it okay to bother him? It's fine. No matter how busy he appears, he wouldn't ever let himself be so occupied that he wouldn't be able to do anything if an emergency came up. Serafall turned her head back to Riveria and continued, and that's how it is. What do you think? I don't know. Riveria honestly answered and looked toward Loki to ask for advice. But instead of answering her, Loki stared straight at Serafall and asked, can I come too? No. Serafall instantly rejected, and you know why. Riveria looked at Loki sighing in disappointment and surprise, you want to come too? You'll understand once you've reached their hometown. Setting that aside, I'll allow you to go, but do you still want to? I know their claims sound ridiculous, still, I won't say if they're telling the truth or not because I also don't know. If you want my opinion, I'd like it if you can confirm their words. Riveria looked back down to the dagger and contemplated. She chose to ignore the power and money she'd get and asked, about the library, how is it compared to the book that Kisuke spread? It's not even remotely comparable, answered Yoruchi. Kisuke wrote that book for everyone here to understand the basics of magic, and everyone proficient enough is capable of writing something like that. That library, on the other hand, is a compilation of lectures, references, notes, and records from the greatest minds. In addition to that, Mephistopheles, the chairman of Grauzauberer, although not the strongest, is known to be the greatest magician for creating the modern system for magic which only certain races could use from the past. Riveria stopped thinking and hesitating, please allow me to do it. Yoruchi stood up and went towards the door while saying, good. Let's prepare to reset your fauna. Since your level is pretty high, it may cause some problems and become noisy. We'll do it in our hideout, so I'll just go ahead and prepare the room we'll use. We're doing it now, Loki asked Serafall, couldn't we just teleport there? Magic might be convenient, but we shouldn't depend on it for every occasion. Come on, Loki-chan, get changed. The night wind feels good. It's a good chance to take a walk. You'll be coming with us too, Freya-chan. Inside the medical ward of the mansion, in the hideout under the abandoned church, Freya couldn't help but look around, amazing. I never knew something like this existed under Arario. How did you find this place? Loki, who similarly looked around since this was her first time in this room, answered nonchalantly, Kisuke dug it up. He did. Didn't he just come here recently? Or did he come earlier and just didn't show himself to dig this? No. Everything you're seeing, from what I heard, he did it within a few days. If not for Nasus being on the other side, they said he would have continued. And yes, without anyone noticing it. Don't think about it. They said he could build a massive fort beside Arario in the middle of the night and no one was going to stumble upon or notice it until it's finished by dawn. From one of the inner rooms, Yoruchi came out, Riveria is ready. You can start now. When Loki and Freya entered the room, they saw Riveria laying down on the bed with her back facing up and her top removed. Aside from that, various apparatuses were also connected to her vital spots via wires. What are these? Monitoring devices to watch her vitals. If Kisuke was here, we wouldn't need this, but considering how much pain Line went through just to reduce her level by 1, I wanted to be safe and prepared everything in case of an emergency. Loki looked at Riveria, who had already closed her eyes in resolve and nodded before pricking her finger with a needle. All right. I'll start. Seraphal, meanwhile, went to Riveria's side and said, Riatan, although you're reducing your level, it doesn't mean it's going to go to waste. I heard that it is going to be extremely painful since your soul will be reverting back. However, don't let this chance go and focus on the flow of magic power inside your body. While you'll lose the majority of it, that doesn't mean that the way it flowed will be lost forever. Remember it on your own and you'll be able to get back some of your strength without relying on the fauna. Thank you, Riveria replied softly. Soon, the process started and that night, Riveria screamed for several hours, ruptured her vocal cords, and cried for the first time in many years. If not for Yoruichi's reassurance of her overall safety, sanity, and the risk of a disastrous soul injury, Loki would have already stopped it. Chapter 871, Riveria's arrival. Kisuke sighed and rubbed his forehead when he received Yoruichi's message. Kisuke couldn't help but imagine Yoruichi's mischievous grin while going through her message once again. I already anticipated this, but to think none of them could really go. Looks like they're ramping up their activities. Is it because of the tournament here? Is something the matter? Gabriel softly spoke from behind him. We can postpone it if you still have other important arrangements. Well, it's important, Kisuke shook his head, but I can't leave like this. I first have to establish a good route before stopping or all the progress I've already made would just be erased by the ever-changing encryption. Kisuke returned his hand to the holographic keyboard and watched the console he'd painstakingly created after giving up the analog way of angels to give a command to Ophanim, an angel without any will or mind that was solely created by the biblical god to watch and access the sacred gear system. The route he's talking about was the way he could attach and debug the console he'd created for permanent access. Since it was only the biblical god who could fully control Ophanim, Kisuke had to find all preset instructions embedded using all the angel's findings, which wasn't very much in the first place. At least it was a good start. I see. Thank you for your efforts. If there's something I can do to help, please don't hesitate to say it. Without missing a beat, Kisuke instantly replied, then give me the full catalog of all sacred gears. That. Gabriel immediately ate her words. Don't pretend that you don't have it. Kisuke turned his head and looked straight into her eyes. With all of these findings, even if you didn't include it, I can safely assume that you have it. I can only guess why you're hiding that fact, but I need it if I want to have an accurate reading on this thing. Gabriel stayed quiet. Just so you know, I'll also be able to access the same data, but it'll take me some time. Just make it easier for me, please. For a few minutes, the only noise that could be heard in this enormous chamber was the rotating and intertwining rings of Ophanim and Kisuke's non-stop typing on the holographic keyboard, until Gabriel sighed in surrender. Opening her palm in front of her, she conjured a thick book and handed it over to Kisuke. Please don't reveal its contents to outsiders. While I did ask for this, you're too trusting of me. Just what did I do to deserve this? Because I think you, who moves alone and is not tied to any big organization, is much more trustworthy compared to the other factions. Kisuke received the thick book and said, I see. You have to choose between two evils and I'm the lesser one. But just how desperate are you to open the sacred gear system? He stopped his sentence after flipping through the book. You're desperate, all right. What the hell is this? Gabriel smiled wryly, already expecting his reaction. Even with risks, we have to stop the sacred gear system. Or else, an age of endless conflict may come. No shit. Kisuke thought while looking through the list. Even the Grigori, who had a large intelligence network throughout the entire human realm, could only find around 10,000 sacred gears, yet this book is listing at least 1 million of them. If this was discovered, a great search would commence. Until now, only large factions could effectively control the sacred gear users due to their limited numbers, but if there were this many of them, even the smaller ones could do it and no one would be able to do anything because it's an unmanageable number. With a potential power spike like that, it'll indeed lead to an endless conflict. No wonder you easily allowed me access here. It'd be disastrous once left alone. Compared to the looming problem called Apollo. We're ashamed that we couldn't do anything about it with our measly power. If only someone like you was born in our faction, we wouldn't have had this problem. If you'd had someone like me in your faction, there's a good chance this whole place would have been taken over, so don't wish for it. Gabriel chuckled, is that so? I think it'll be alright as long as he or she has the proper morals. I'm someone like me because I don't have the proper morals. In any case, I'll continue what I'm doing for the time being, so I'll ask you to keep a watch on Apollo's movements. Just watch, is it? Do we really have to do nothing to defend? He might notice something is wrong, so just keep going about your days as usual. At any rate, the weapon he's so proud of is already broken. Even then, Gabriel still had some apprehension from Kisuke's warning of Apollo's invasion, so she decided to move some of their forces secretly. Naturally, Kisuke was already aware of what she might do, but he didn't say anything against it as there was really no way to assure her. And this, in general, was a good practice. As long as they're careful with their movements, it's going to be fine. Ignoring her, Kisuke focused on the task at hand while also sending a message to his mother to take care of the teleportation circle in the Belial Mansion's basement and receive their guest. While doing so, he also pulled out another console that would monitor the world gate. If there are any problems, I'm going to leave this alone. I'm sorry to say, but the safety of a friend is much more important than the safety of this faction. Though Irina will probably complain if she were to hear me say that. After a few minutes of extremely uncomfortable darkness, Riveria finally saw a light in the distance, and it only took a few seconds for it to cover her entire sight, giving a very dizzying feeling. She was already feeling really weak after what she went through 2 days ago, so when her feet felt the ground, she was not able to balance herself and began to fall forward without any signs of being able to recover. Oh my! Riveria heard someone's voice before she felt a soft body stopping her fall and supporting her stand. Ah! Even then, Riveria could only groan because the headache she was feeling was immense. There's nowhere to sit here, so I'll slowly lower you to the floor. Take it easy and rest for now. Unfortunately, Riveria couldn't understand what she was saying. However, she was able to guess her intentions and followed her lead to sit on the floor. Thank you. Ah. I almost forgot that you can't understand me. Sakura took out a pet bottle containing water and opened it before giving it to Riveria, but I can't just give you that language helper candy in your current state. Riveria gratefully received the water and happily drank it, washing away some of the uncomfortable feelings. It's also just now that she noticed that she can't understand what she's saying. Chapter 872, Chapter 872 Riveria's Arrival Part 2. I don't see anything wrong with her, but she's still taking her time to recover, Sakura thought after nursing Riveria for half an hour. It might have something to do with her physiology being incompatible with this place, or the level reset that I'd heard about. Either way, I don't have any idea what that could mean, since I've never been on that side, so I can only have Kisuke look after her. Even now, Sakura was already risking Riveria's health because she still couldn't provide the antibodies she needed due to her weakened state. With that in mind, Sakura decided that she should have a proper place to rest first before anything else. While she could use a room within the Mars base, she couldn't leave the Belial Mansion for too long due to the eyes watching her thanks to her not-so-amazing past. And she can't exactly leave her alone here nor ask someone else to come to this place, compromising its security and secrecy. It's a good thing that we always prepare a sterilized room in case of an emergency. While Sakura was contemplating her next steps, Riveria once again looked up to her and thought, that pale blonde hair. Is she his sister? Never in her dreams was the human-looking girl a lot older than her, but what is this place? It's so bright and white. It's similar to what Tanestra described. Are we inside that tower she's talking about? After plotting her next course of action, Sakura gestured for Riveria to stand up and follow her to exit the room, which thankfully, Riveria was able to understand. Sakura supported Riveria until they reached another room with another set of teleportation circles. It didn't take too long until they'd reached the Belial Mansion. How is our guest? Cleria asked Sakura, who'd just come back after providing Riveria anything she needed and leaving after she had finally gone to sleep. Sakura sighed as she sat down. I can only ask Kisuke once he returns to properly check up on her. Oh. Even you, who's a medical expert, can't check her. I did, but there are too many unknown things that I can't give any suitable conclusions and treatments. In the first place, it may have something to do with her soul, but that's unknown territory for me. In face of that, I'm just a quack that will give the wrong prescription. Did you at least give her the language comprehension pill? I didn't. I feel that it's too risky, so I didn't give anything to her, including the antibody maker. All right. I'll ask someone to periodically cast a purification spell in the room for the time being. No. Please only do that 1 or 2 times before switching to the isolation barrier. It might be bad for her if the room is too clean. Just purify the air that's coming in and out. In the meantime, I'll deliver the food and anything she needs. I want to continue watching her condition. Understood. I'll also send a message to the Citri house regarding her status. Please send one to Kisuke too regarding her condition. We can't have her stay in that room for too long. It had been a whole day ever since she arrived in this mansion, but Riveria's confusion only grew further and further. First of all, she doesn't know how to make sense of this place primarily because the sky was purple in the daytime. Walking up to the window, Riveria saw the lively town surrounding the mansion. While most of them were human, there would occasionally be individuals that have a pair of black bat wings sprouting behind them and using them to get around. Sometimes, there would even be people who have black feathered wings interacting with others and people possessing blue skin, Xenos. But there's something inherently different. Just what is this place? Touching the window, Riveria tried to open it, but there seems to be a spell that prevents her from doing so, and it was the same as the door. Did I make a mistake somewhere? Without knowing what was going to happen to her, Riveria became nervous. Worst of it, I can't communicate. Even though the gods were supposed to have unified the language throughout the whole world, leaving only a bit of dialect for remote places. Thankfully, there was a silver lining. The only person who had been entering her room and taking care of all of her needs, Sakura, doesn't seem to intend to harm her and would always have an apologetic expression on her face. If not for that, she would have already tried escaping this place. But just as she sat on her bed, a new visitor appeared out of nowhere, and it was someone familiar, Ophis. She called out to the little girl in an outrageous outfit that suddenly materialized in front of her. How did you appear here? Wait. You're Kisuke's companion, so it shouldn't be that strange. But you're also here, huh? In that case, it looks like I wasn't teleported to the wrong place. But the little girl's words only confused Riveria. I'm Ophis, but I'm not Ophis. My name. Lilith. Riveria tilted her head and repeated her name, Lilith. So you're not Ophis. Are you her twin? Lilith went silent to think about her words for a bit before giving up and nodding. What a weird way to say you're her twin. Riveria thought while asking, but how did you know me? Or did I meet you without knowing you're Lilith? Lilith shook her head, heard from the other half. But before Riveria could ask any further questions, Sakura knocked on the door and entered the room while carrying food. Riveria-san, your lunch is ready. Lilith. What are you doing here? Lilith tilted her head while replying, greeting. Sakura placed the tray on the table. Wait. Could it be that you could understand her? Lilith quietly nodded. Sakura became happy, but only for a moment because it was Lilith. If she were to use her as the translator, she's worried that her words may be conveyed incorrectly, so a full conversation about where she is shouldn't happen with Lilith in the middle with her lack of common sense. Even then, Sakura would finally be able to tell her that she shouldn't be worried and Kisuke is coming within a few hours. Even though she didn't want to, Riveria couldn't help but be excited when she heard Kisuke was finally coming. Whether it's due to her anxiety or something else, Riveria didn't want to think about it. I'm going to regret it if I were to think about it. Definitely. Chapter 873, Chapter 873, A Surprise Visit. Ugh. Finally done. For now, anyway. Kisuke stretched his limbs after reaching the edge of heaven and got ready to leave. Gabriel approached him and bowed in gratitude. I thank you again for your efforts. I was astounded to see such progress was made in such a short time. Please stop with the gesture. You're the leader and shouldn't lower yourself to an outsider like me. My prestige doesn't matter with the help you provided. I might be helping you, but you also know that I'm not doing charity here. Several favors, isn't it? As long as it's within my power. Wrong. Kisuke immediately interrupted Gabriel, within the power of heaven as a faction. Your favor is great, but don't ever think it'll be enough for something this big. Gabriel looked at him grinning and sighed in defeat. Understood. However, as a faction, any request you make will undergo deliberation, so it won't be granted immediately. As long as you give it enough attention, I'd be happy. Expanding on that topic, may I know an example of your request? It is so that I can prepare myself and have proper arrangements ready in hand. Kisuke tipped his hat and his expression became serious, taking my side in a negotiation and mobilization of your troops. Gabriel's bright smiling face disappeared as it was replaced by a similar serious but graver one. Urahara-san. I'll say this now, but you'd be asking for too much. If that's your demand, I'll ask you to stop what you're doing. We'll opt for other factions to help us with the sacred gear system. Whatever ambition you have, I won't allow you to use the lives of my comrades as a stepping stone. That's true. It's fair to say that I'm pretty ambitious, but what if I can have Great Red vouch for me? What? Gabriel didn't understand what Kisuke meant, but before she could receive any further clarification, the space behind Kisuke was rent, revealing a single giant golden dragon eye. Gabriel shuddered from the pressure and aura that the owner of the eye emitted and couldn't help but take a step back and spread her 12 golden wings. In the distance, Dulio and the rest of his team were flying toward them. Kisuke, on the other hand, slowly turned around and gave the eye a dirty look. I know you're watching things, but do you have to watch this closely? I just mentioned you and you appear. What are you? A dog. Dulio and his team arrived with their weapons out, but they were astounded to see that Kisuke was berating the terrifying eye. And what is this pressure? Why are you trying to scare everyone when you're the one that arrived uninvited? Don't try to boss others around when you don't even have a group to back you up. The pressure was immediately abated and the eye blinked a few times, not knowing what to do. In a similar vein, the angel group also didn't know what to do, nor how to react to the situation, as they were now sure that it was Great Red who was on the other side, but Great Red doesn't need a group to boss anyone around. In response to Kisuke, Great Red groaned in dissatisfaction. But I'm the one doing the work. The groan then changed to a low growl. So you want to become a boss now? And my group should join you? No way. You don't know how to act like a boss. Some of the pressure returned and the growl grew louder, making those around watching the nonsensical scene swallow a mouth of saliva to drench their dry throat. This role-playing addict. Looks like I triggered and hurt his pride. How should I resolve this, thought Kisuke. He knew that despite his power and encompassing foresight, he could act like a child, and arguing with a child is just a waste of time, there's that, but I wonder if that will work. How about you work under me? Kisuke's unprecedented words didn't just shock the true dragon but also almost made the angel side break down. A growl that was almost as loud as a roar came out of Great Red in an angry protest. You want to be the boss? I could give you that position, but is that what you really want? No takebacks, okay. Kisuke's sudden change of attitude instantly baffled Great Red. It's not the best position. Kisuke then stood straight and proudly declared, then I shall be the hidden boss. What was that? Great Red asked with a growl, and strangely enough, Kisuke was able to understand him. The boss's right-hand man. While he technically follows the boss instructions, the hidden boss moves on his own, hides within the shadows, doesn't normally show themselves to the public, and could discard the boss instructions at any given moment. And unlike a boss who anyone could see and deal with the problems in a showy manner, the hidden boss manipulates the scene from behind. Truly an exalted existence. Kisuke's words, although obviously wrong, tickled Great Red's correct spots as his eyes showed anticipation. I'll be the hidden boss. Eh? But I want to be the hidden boss. You deal with these problems and I'll just wait in the background, boss. You're the boss. You deal with it. I shall watch from behind. But it's too tiring. I want to just float in a vast space too. Boss, I'll leave everything to you. If you need help, I'll do something about it. Great Red didn't say anything further and just started closing the space. He didn't want Kisuke to take back his newly acquired title, Hidden Boss. Fine, Hidden Boss. If there's a problem, I'll contact you. The cut-open space closed and the entirety of Great Red's aura disappeared as he swam back to the great expanse of the dimensional gap. I finally got rid of him. Just what is he thinking, appearing everywhere? Kisuke sighed as he turned around to face the angels. Right. We were interrupted. Where were we again? Chapter 874, Chapter 874 Meeting Mother. Kisuke decided to leave after being told that they needed to deliberate among themselves, and he knew that they'd be making contact with those who were in the seal with Trihexa. It should be easier this way. Great Red's timing was really good, he thought while stepping into the Belial mansion and making his way straight to Riveria's room. Before he could reach the room, he already noticed two other presences aside from Riveria and got worried because he knew that his mother would absolutely use Lilith as the translator. After eavesdropping for a bit, he heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that he didn't need to resolve any sort of misunderstandings as Sakura was just asking Riveria about herself. Good afternoon. It's me. Kisuke let his presence known by knocking on the door a few times. Kisuke. Riveria was the first one who reacted. Kisuke heard Sakura's chuckle before saying, come in. We've been waiting for you. As soon as he entered, he saw Riveria trying her best to maintain a poker face but with an obvious blush on her face. What? Did you really miss me so much? I was left alone in an unknown place and I mistakenly raised my voice. Riveria defended herself with a feigned cough. I'm sorry to interrupt your reunion, but will you use the lab to examine her? It's already prepared, but if there's something else you still need, I'll arrange it, asked Sakura with a grin on her face. Whatever you're thinking, it isn't the case. There's your bad habit. I know one when I see one. I'll use the lab. Kisuke immediately dodged the topic. Sakura stood up from her seat while chuckling and said, well, it'll still be up to you in the end. I'm just here to remind you that I don't care how many of them there are, but I'll have you promise me that whoever you end up with, you'll take full responsibility. That's what I intended to do from the start. We'll use the third lab. Follow me. Kisuke turned to Riveria, who was making a confused expression, and said, Yoruchi already told me of what happened, so before anything else, we'll have to examine your condition first. We want to avoid any hidden complications that might bite you in the back in the future. I see. Thank you. Your sister also has been taking care of me. Please give her my gratitude. Sister. Ah. Sister. Yes. Lilith, go play with Kunichan first. I'll take it from here. Lilith nodded and disappeared with a wisp of smoke. Thanks to that, Riveria forgot Kisuke's weird reaction and marveled at Lilith's ability to just disappear without any noise. Soon enough, the three of them reached the reserved laboratory and Kisuke began hooking up machines to Riveria while also taking out some of his equipment to aid in the monitoring. Half an hour later, Kisuke was finally able to piece together Riveria's full condition. Not giving her the language candy was a good call, Mom. Her soul was severely weakened and that might have wounded it. Any wounds on her soul in her current state might prove disastrous. That's great. Well, I asked you in the first place because I knew you'd be able to properly judge the situation. I'll do the necessary adjustments and treatment. It shouldn't take too long before she can safely take it. For now, there's no problem with her taking the antibodies. The mother and son duo worked in tandem to treat the injured high elf. While Kisuke's expertise in souls surpassed everyone, his skill in physical medicine didn't even come close to his mother, who could easily create an almost perfect homunculus with relatively low effort if she really wanted to. I should ask her to teach me some things in the future. It'll be useful for my Jigai project. Or maybe I could just leave it to her. After a few hours, Riveria was finally feeling a lot better even though the discomfort of her missing levels kept bothering her. Say, is it safe to circulate my magic power now? You remembered the flow of magic power as it left your body, right? It's fine. It'll be good practice, and since there's no impedance of magic power here, it should go a lot smoother. Riveria tried it out and was instantly shocked at how easy it was for her to manipulate her own magic power. It was as if it's an entirely different thing than before. What's this? You can think about it as if you've reached level 10 and the restriction on your magic power was completely lifted. Level 10. Has anyone even reached that high? According to my calculations, there should be someone from the past, albeit, probably only briefly. But let's set that aside for now. Kisuke then took out candy and presented it to Riveria. Take this first. This should give you the ability to understand the languages used here. Riveria took the yellow candy and examined it for a few seconds before popping it into her mouth. Since she would need to learn several languages to effectively live in this world compared to the only language used in her original world, as soon as the candy melted in her mouth, a shocking headache almost crushed her consciousness from the sheer amount of data needed to be engraved. Ugh. Kisuke supported her shoulders and raised his voice. Hold on. It should only last for a minute or two. After a minute or two, Riveria stopped groaning and was left panting. How is it? Kisuke asked in Japanese. Riveria's eyes widened because the previously unknown language was somehow understandable. I'm fine. Her pronunciation was pretty scuffed, but it shouldn't take too long before she got used to it. Level reset was a lot more unbearable. Sakura and Kisuke helped her exercise her vocals and were surprised by how fast she was able to adapt to the change. Aside from a few hard words, she already sounded like a foreigner that had been speaking Japanese for some time. You're good. With this, there should be no problems. Using Japanese for now should be sufficient. You can just practice the other languages sometime later. Sakura commented and was honestly impressed. Riveria held her forehead and closed her eyes for a moment before saying, but this is really surprising. To think there's this many languages used in this place. Shaking her head, she stood up and slightly bowed her head to Sakura. Thank you for taking care of me these past few days. Without your reassurances, I may have lived in anxiety. It's fine. Kisuke was busy with something when you arrived, so it was my responsibility. I'm happy that you're doing fine. Riveria thanked Sakura again before turning to Kisuke with a playful sneer. Your sister sounds a lot more pleasant than you. Kisuke suppressed himself from laughing while Sakura became happy. I'm happy. But you don't have to compliment me, dear. I already have a good impression of you. A bad premonition arrived on Riveria. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I'm Sarah Belial of the Belial House, but I use the name Sakura Urahara. I'm this unruly child's mother and you can call me Sakura. Let's get along. Mother. Riveria exclaimed as her bad premonition became a reality. At the same time, she became incredibly nervous and she might have an idea about why, but she didn't want to actually entertain it. Without knowing what to do, Riveria ended up turning to Kisuke and pinched his side in retaliation. Why didn't you tell me? She ended up using her original world's language. Because it seemed amusing. Damn you, Riveria gritted her teeth and increased the strength of her pinch, but it was obviously doing nothing except making Kisuke laugh further. Aren't you too close? Are you perhaps Dash? Riveria didn't allow her to finish her sentence and hurriedly took back her hand. Definitely not. I'm just a friend. But I haven't said anything. Ugh. Riveria couldn't say anything to that and could only remorse. We're definitely not going into that direction. This should fade away soon. Seeing how very teasable Riveria was, Sakura asked half-jokingly and half-seriously, Kisuke, how about establishing your own peerage and having Riveria-chan here as your first member? Chapter 875, Chapter 875 Elf from a Fantasy World. Kisuke's interest was piqued and he actually stopped teasing Riveria. Even though only temporarily, he was still the heir to the Belial house, and as a part of it, he still had to establish his own peerage, even if it was a huge hassle. Of course, even though he could, trustworthy members were hard to find because none of his girls could actually become a member because of how the evil pieces worked by reincarnating someone into a devil. That sounds interesting, but without modifying the evil pieces and Riveria-san's consent, it'll be impossible. Regarding that, I already asked Ichika-sama about this and he sent a blank set of evil pieces for you to modify and use. It's currently in Big Sis care. Kisuke then looked towards the quiet Riveria and said, then the second condition can wait. Riveria-san, I know you have a lot of questions, but let's not talk here. I'll also introduce you to some people. Yo, how are y'all doing? Kisuke came into the private lounge with a loud greeting. After hearing that Kisuke had returned, his teammates also came back since they couldn't really postpone their participation in the Azazel Cup anymore. I already accepted the next match. If not, we could be disqualified, so I hope you won't go anywhere else for the time being. Oya. An elf. How rare. To think I'd see one outside of Takamagara. Tiamat met Kisuke face to face and looked behind him in curiosity. The other members had also noticed Riveria, but only Athena and Gentru still had the energy to stand up and approach, because the other two would rather act dead for the time being after returning from their training. This is also the first time I've seen one in a long while. Those Japanese deities are especially protective of them for some reason, commented Athena. This is my first time one outside of those fantasy-themed video games. Nice to meet you. I'm Saji Gentru. Gentru also stared at Riveria but realized that he was doing something incredibly rude and introduced himself with a big smile. Riveria, instead of returning his introduction, grabbed Kisuke's sleeve and hid behind him, not because she had become timid, but because of the auras they were all naturally emitting. Those two deities. But why are their divine powers so solid and pronounced? And the blue-haired lady, I'm feeling oppressed. Just what is she? Tiamat saw this and smiled mischievously. Did you kidnap her? You finally resorted to crime to increase your harem. Riveria immediately let go of Kisuke's sleeve and feigned a cough. Excuse me. It's nice to meet everyone. I'm Riveria Joe's Alf of the Alf Royal Forest, also the vice-captain of the Loki Familia. Riveria waited for their reply but she found them only staring at him strangely. Alf Royal Forest. I've been studying a lot of things, but this is the first time I've heard of that place. Is it inside of Takamagara? Asked Gentru. And the Loki Familia, you say? What a concerning name. Do you worship him? If you do, then you're going to have a hard time after the stunt he did. Or do you hope to unseal him? If then, I'll be one of the first individuals who'll stop you, even if you're Kisuke's lover. Tiamat added. Huh. Their reaction was so strange that she had no time to refute or even think about the last of Tiamat's words. Athena, meanwhile, looked towards Kisuke, who was grinning widely. Seriously. Stop playing with people or you'll be stabbed in the back one of these days. She'd immediately noticed the strange reactions of both sides and confronted Kisuke, who had been simply enjoying the situation. My bad, I was just wondering how this would resolve itself. Tiamat crossed her arms and sighed, and... What's her special situation? Ahem. Let me introduce to you, Riveria Joe's Alf, of the other world. Not just Tiamat, Athena, and Gentru, but also Nyx and Seekvera stood up and became interested. In contrast, Riveria's mind went blank. Kisuke. Can you repeat what you just said? I might have heard it wrongly. But instead of repeating it, Kisuke turned towards her and said, Riveria-san, welcome to the supernatural side of Earth, a world entirely separated from where you've come from. Can I sit down for a moment? Riveria didn't actually wait for anyone's permission and went to use the nearest sofa before closing her eyes and rubbing her forehead. You didn't tell her? Gentru asked Kisuke while feeling bad for this lost elf. Even if I did, she might not have believed it. Even on this side, the existence of another world is pretty unbelievable, isn't it? Their civilization is way behind ours, so it's even more unbelievable to them. So she's a genuine elf from a fantasy world. What are you talking about? We're already living in a fantasy world. With the convenience of science and technology, it doesn't really count in my books. Hey. I want to go there too to look around. Can you bring me along the next time you go? Are you hoping for those light novel situations? Kisuke's question struck Gentru where it hurts and immediately denied it. Oh, of course not. I'll bring Momo and Ruruko if possible. Well, if you want to risk yourself being vaporized while traveling, I'll think about it. In an instant, Gentru answered, forget it then. It looked like it'd take some time for Riveria to sort her thoughts out, so Sakura left the room to prepare some calming tea while Kisuke convened with everyone to talk about their next match. So who are the lucky ones? Team Rias Gremory, answered Athena. Ho ho. Looks like we got a pretty tough one, muttered Kisuke. Of course, he's not referring to Rias herself, but to the few people she managed to recruit. Although Rias herself cannot be underestimated, the most concerning people were Vasco Strata, the man who is said to have reached the limits of humanity, and Crumb Crutch, the strongest evil dragon. As the person who chose their opponent, Tiamat explained, with our current points, their team will give us a substantial amount of points, and those should be enough for us to enter the top 16. As for the other side, they already have the points for the main stage, so they accepted our match for the challenge. Though it looks like I won't be able to play around as much as before. Nyx made a fed-up face and said, you still want to play around? The others are actually trying their best, you know. Well, the wish that I want can already be fulfilled through other means. So whether we win or lose, I really don't care. Aside from you, all of us are only after some gains, so now that this isn't as important for you, I guess we could wait until we're matched against a team full of gods like Team Vajra before retiring from the tournament. Tiamat connected while thinking of all the monetary income she had made. Tiamat looked around and no one seemed to be bothered about losing early, so she continued, for this match, Crumb will probably come after Kisuke, and he alone would be enough to keep you preoccupied. So while I deal with Vasco Strata, Nyx, Genshiru, and Sikvera will deal with the rest of them, with Athena supporting everyone from behind. Go check on the fruits of your training. But are we allowed to use our powers? Asked Nyx. Kisuke thought about it for a moment and said, you may. Now that the Alliance of Hell has declared war on everyone, you don't really have to hide anymore, since there's almost nothing they could change in their plans anymore. Chapter 876, Chapter 876, a date. When is the war going to happen? And why is the tournament still ongoing? Asked Nyx. Kisuke shrugged his shoulders and answered, nothing for now. Although the Alliance of Hell declared their intentions by attacking Kyoto, if they went into hiding, the peacekeeping force, DXD, won't be able to take initiative. By now, they've probably already abandoned the realm of the dead and concentrated their forces somewhere else. Athena grabbed her tea and asked after taking a sip, what about Apollo and his accomplices within Olympus? They should be able to find his connection to the Alliance of Hell. They probably don't have enough evidence to convict him, so the most they could do is watch them. But this is actually better, since Apollo will be forced to act when the Alliance of Hell make their move, or he'll forever be a sitting duck surrounded by stalkers. In the middle of it, Sikvera raised her hand. Hold on. Is it fine for me to hear all of this? It sounds like you are trying to accomplish something else. And you might have forgotten, but Saji and I are members of DXD and we're obligated to share any information I have on the Alliance of Hell. The fact that the missing Athena and Nyx are here is already pushing it. It's fine. There's nothing that you don't know will be revealed here anyway. Kisuke answered Sikvera's concern before turning back to Nyx. As for why the tournament is still going, it is to reassure the people. The whole world is still recovering from the damage that Trihexa has caused, so they can't afford to slow down the recovery and development due to fear. Factions are technically nations. They may have the strongest military might, but that would be useless without their citizens. I have a question. Genshiru raised his hand. Go on. Hypothetically speaking, if the Alliance of Hell won, what would they get from all of this aside from making enemies left and right? First is the weakening of the Tri-Faction Alliance. They are already weakened right now, and any degradation will put them at the same level as the Alliance of Hell. Meaning, they'll essentially be at the same negotiation table as them. What? How is that possible? Aren't you forgetting something? They aren't terrorists like Rizavim who intended to plunge the world into chaos. Ah. They aren't evil, and they'll inevitably have supporters from the grassroots community for their goal of protecting the world from otherworldly threats, making them a bona fide nation that's capable of managing domestic and foreign affairs. Even then, it still won't be enough, since the other factions could still declare war and remove them from the world stage. These actions of theirs, aside from making a mess of everything, look essentially useless. Sikvera commented. In response, Kisuke playfully responded to her, but what if they could suddenly control one of the most influential and important factions? Then they'd be able to attract others to their side and intimidate the rest from taking any action. What? There's no way. Sikvera shuddered as she looked at Kisuke. I told you, right? You won't be hearing anything that you don't know. Wait. If you know something, please cooperate with DXD. You do your thing and I'll do my thing. Although I want to say that, I'm already in contact with the DXD's leader, Dulio, so this front is already taken care of. Just make sure that Hades and crew won't be able to push you back. Genshiru and Sikvera tried to pry Kisuke's secret open for a bit longer before the two of them gave up and left to meet Dulio. Meanwhile, Kisuke also dismissed the rest so that he could finally explain to Riveria her situation. And since she looked awkward with Sakura around, Kisuke brought her out on the town to have a walk while talking. While Riveria marveled at the townscape that was very different from Orario, she couldn't help but make a strange expression while looking at Kisuke. Not being able to find any better words, she asked, "Why are you like this?" Currently, Kisuke was wearing a brown trench coat over a black suit. However, the strange part was his hair that was dyed black, and he was also wearing a fake mustache with matching circular sunglasses. It wasn't really that bad, but he also kept wearing his green and white bucket hat, making the whole thing very mismatched. I'm actually pretty famous around these parts, so I have to disguise myself. The point of disguising is to reduce the attention you're getting. I may not be from this world, but I know for sure that even in this place, your getup is strange. Just look at all these stairs. Hey. I'm pretty proud of this too. Then shall we go somewhere else? Kisuke then looked at Riveria from head to toe. We should do something about your getup too. People will think you're cosplaying. Cosplaying? Kisuke didn't answer that and urged Riveria, over here, to the station. We'll go to the human world. What was that? Riveria exclaimed after getting off the interdimensional train that brought them to Kuo Town. It's a vehicle that tunnels through the dimension between worlds. I'll explain to you in detail later, so for now, let's take it easy and tour the city. Kisuke first confiscated Riveria's wand and put it on his inventory before returning to his usual attire. First stop will be the clothing store. Let's have you dress like a normal person. Don't make it sound like I'm someone abnormal. But in this context. Though before Kisuke could finish his sentence, Riveria glared at him with all her might, but without the threatening aura she usually possesses, it only ended up looking a bit too cute, right? Let me use illusion magic on you first to hide your ears. Elves don't really exist here. Kisuke immediately changed the subject before he succumbed to the desire of pinching her nose. As soon as they left the station, Riveria was met with scenery that was truly out of this world. Towering buildings sprawled left and right, extremely fast mechanical carriages, unknown flickering lights and images, and a truly enormous amount of pedestrians and noise. And she noticed one more thing. Compared to everyone else, her attire is a bit out of the norm. There's probably a concert nearby. There are too many people today. Kisuke, without any delay, offered his hand. Grab my hand. Although I won't really lose you in this crowd, it's better for me if you're within an arm's reach. Riveria looked at his outstretched hand and her pulse immediately began to rise up. Hold hands. Wait. I'm in a different world and it'll be really bad if I ever get lost in this kind of crowd. And it's just holding hands for convenience, so there's nothing wrong with it. I shouldn't even think anything beyond it. That's right. I'm currently very weak, so I could only depend on him to protect me from harm. The least that I could do is to stay close, and the easiest way to achieve that is to hold his hand tightly. After a few seconds of trying to convince herself that it was nothing more than holding hands, Riveria gritted her teeth and grabbed Kisuke's hands, only to discover that her palm was sweaty from nervousness. Riveria instantly panicked and was about to take her hand back, but a small magic circle briefly appeared on top of their hands, drying them off. Let's go. It's that way. Kisuke pretended that nothing happened. As they walked, Riveria couldn't appreciate the scenery as she looked down in embarrassment and softly whispered, "Thank you." The wise and brave high elf, who had been alone all this time, didn't know how to deal with the current situation at all. There were so many new things, and it wasn't just about the new world she's in. Chapter 877, Chapter 877 A Date Part 2. In front of a random trendy clothing store that focused on women's attire, Riveria was gobsmacked at how big the building was, all of this just for women's apparel. Kisuke tugged Riveria's hand and brought her inside through the large glass door. Since this was the first time Riveria would be feeling an air-conditioned room, she panicked and tried to find the weather manipulation spell out of extreme curiosity. There is no magic here. All of this is a product of human ingenuity, reminded Kisuke. As soon as they entered, one of the store clerks came and greeted them. "Good morning, sir, ma'am. How may I help you today?" Kisuke pointed to Riveria and replied, "Help her choose a few attires for her day-to-day life. I don't know much about a woman's fashion, so I'll leave it to you." The clerk happily grabbed Riveria's arm while saying, "Then please wait here, sir. I'll choose the best for your beautiful girlfriend." Riveria was shocked by the vigor of the clerk that she could only be pulled away and not even being able to deny her words. "Riveria-san. Please make sure to tell her your preferences." Kisuke raised his voice for the last time before the excited clerk and Riveria disappeared among the aisles of clothing. Their arrival managed to attract almost everyone's attention, with the men being envious of Kisuke because of Riveria and women being envious because their partners don't have the capability to just let them choose whatever and however much they want. However, Kisuke underestimated how much time women could take in choosing and finding clothes for themselves, as it took almost an hour before the clerk came running back to fetch him and dragged him in front of one of the changing rooms. "Sir, I'm sorry for taking so much time. I noticed that your girlfriend is wearing an old a rather peculiar set of underwear, so I took her first to our sister store next door to change into something different. We got into a bit of heated conversation over there, so we kinda forgot about you for a moment." Knowing how modest Riveria was, Kisuke could understand. "It's all right. Rather, it's nice of you to all the way with service." The clerk beamed while making an okay sign with her hand, "Because I think you'll make it all worth it, sir." The clerk is a little bit too honest. Nevertheless, Kisuke never hated that and passed her his black card. "Give her a few more sets of those. I'll leave the variety to you." The clerk's eyes shone and unhesitantly grabbed the card before running off. "Roger that, sir. I'll also bring a few pairs of shoes from another store if that's okay with you." Before Kisuke could give an answer, the girl already disappeared. "Well, she won't be able to work in this industry if she decided to trick me." At that moment, the door to the changing room opened. "Excuse me. Did I wear it correctly?" "Kisuke. What are you doing here?" Riveria tried to close the door again, but Kisuke caught it with his hand. "Hold on. Don't hide now. If you've decided to take that, you'll be walking around the town in it, so no need to get embarrassed. But I don't know if I'm doing it right. So, I'm here to assist." I may not know about fashion, but I know the difference between proper fashion and great fashion if I see it. Riveria stalled. Up until now, she had always been wearing several layers of long clothing that hid most of her body shape and didn't really know how Kisuke would react if he were to see someone as old as her wearing an attire that was clearly for young people as she had seen on the streets. Her long cultivated elven way and personal modesty had become a slight inferiority complex. Although, she seems to have never noticed that she'll only have these kinds of thoughts if she wanted to impress Kisuke in the first place. I don't think I really have to say this since it's something very obvious, but even for me who doesn't really care about appearance, you are no doubt one of the most attractive and beautiful women I've ever met, and the way you carry yourself only multiplies that. So whatever that clerk recommended to you, I think it'll look great on you. Kisuke paused for a moment and rubbed his chin. Wait. Now that I thought back, that sounded cheesy. In any case, you really don't have to worry. Or are you actually bothered by UAG? Whoa. The door suddenly swung open and almost hit Kisuke's nose if he didn't dodge in time. Enough. I'm not the tiniest bothered by it. So that's worrying you. Geez. She's too mindful of her age for an elf. I wonder how she'll react if she were to know that devils have an average lifespan of 10,000 years and she could become one. Kisuke thought while finally being able to look at Riveria. The black blazer on top of a high-neck blouse with a navy blue, white, and black horizontal stripe pattern matched with skinny jeans gave Riveria an elegant office worker vibe. But because of her constantly rubbing her knees, covering the front of her body with her arm, and the slight flush on her face while occasionally looking towards Kisuke's direction, a cutesy vibe was added to her. Those around also stopped what they were doing to marvel at the beauty of the contrasting atmosphere, questioning themselves on how the hell was that possible. With a face like hers, it just wasn't fair. Riveria never noticed these people and just impatiently and nervously waited for Kisuke's response. So when he finally spoke up, a large smile crept to her face. I knew it. You look great. Let's get that one. Riveria sighed in relief and was about to look for the clerk, but Kisuke suddenly picked up one of the clothes recommended to her and passed it to her. Now try the next one. Why? Am I not getting this? What are you talking about? Since we're already here, we'll take everything that looks good on you. Don't worry. It's my treat. Riveria was reluctant at first, but considering that it was Kisuke's treat, she smirked at him. I'll definitely put a dent in your wallet. Oh. You're welcome to try. Riveria then kept trying out different outfits and would always receive a positive response from Kisuke. As the elf started enjoying dressing up, a small crowd had also gathered before the clerk finally returned with bags containing underwear and a few sets of shoes. It didn't take too long before the entire store became noisy and the free clerks also started assisting them by fetching clothes they thought would suit Riveria, with some of them even going to other stores to get some shoes, accessories, headwear, and bags that would match each and every outfit. That day, the store saw a very steep revenue spike and all the workers there celebrated with barbecue and booze using a part of their commission. It was also the day that a rumor about a rich playboy wearing traditional Japanese attire threw money like it was nothing for his goddess. Chapter 878, Chapter 878 A Date Part 3. For another 2 hours, Riveria kept trying things out and no matter how enjoyable things were, it'd eventually tire someone out if done repeatedly in quick succession. After sweeping almost a quarter of their inventory and some other things, Kisuke paid for all of it and asked for it to be delivered to a Beely-alone building. Riveria changed back to the first outfit she'd tried on and exited the store feeling refreshed, albeit a bit hungry. Kisuke took her to a family restaurant and let her choose whatever she wanted. Of course, Riveria only has the slightest idea of what's on the menu and carefully pointed out a few things. While she did enjoy most of it, there are a few misses for her. Riveria originally planned to hear out what Kisuke had to say, but she had already momentarily forgotten about that as new and intriguing things kept appearing in her sights. The ever-dignified vice-captain of the Loki Familia had already disappeared and was seemingly replaced by a child who was curious about everything. Kisuke, on the other hand, guided her through the whole commercial district and patiently answered each and every single one of her inquiries. While secretly recording all of her interesting interactions and reactions to the modern age, I'll apologize to her later, but I'm definitely selling this to Loki. A little later, Kisuke and Riveria reached the park, with the latter carrying various snacks waiting to be sampled. They found a free table and Riveria started lining up the snacks and carefully evaluating each and every one of them. Compared to Orario, the number of different snacks offered by just walking 100 meters on the streets was already several times greater. Since Kisuke was paying, Riveria was doing her best to get back at him for all the suffering he'd caused her. It'd only be later that Riveria would find out that Kisuke had gotten something far more valuable than money. But 5 minutes into taste testing, Riveria finally couldn't hold back anymore and said, "Say." Kisuke absent-mindedly replied while picking some food for himself. "That's Aika, isn't it?" Riveria glanced in a certain direction and found Aika pacing around more than 100 meters away from them. She has been following us since earlier, so why isn't she approaching us? Is she misunderstanding something? I can't even call out to her since she's so far. You could ignore her for now. We're technically strangers since I've erased her memories about us. You what? Wait. You can do that. Of course. Freya-sama could do it with ease too. Riveria's face became blank as she munched on a mochi. Right. I almost forgot about that. But in my defense, you showed us something much more ridiculous that when I thought back to the instance of us losing our memories, it looked like it's a fleeting dream. To think such magic like memory erasure exists. I couldn't have imagined it back then. It's actually easier than it looks. If it's erasing memories, that is indeed hard, but making your target forget their own memories instead is a lot easier and safer. Even if you explain it to me like that, I won't be able to understand it. I'll save it for when I actually start learning magic. You make it sound like you don't know how to use magic at all. Compared to you lot. Of course I don't. But that's a whole lot better than thinking that I can. Riveria sighed at her own inadequacy, but Kisuke could also feel her excitement toward the new horizon. Enough about me. What happened between you and Aika for her to end up like that? If it's something sensitive, then forget it. I'm just making small talk. You've probably already noticed it, but magic doesn't exist here. Riveria stayed quiet. She was also very surprised that a world that uses amazing technology doesn't have any traces of magic power, no matter how much she examined them like an idiot. Unlike your world, this world is mostly peaceful with no monsters threatening anyone's livelihood. Most people could live their entire lives oblivious to violence or not even have any life-threatening situations. The same people think that magic only exists in their fantasies, and Aika was a part of them until she got dragged into the world of mystery because of my own curiosity. You have not seen it yet, but this part of the world is very dangerous, even compared with your own world. How dangerous? Riveria curiously asked. Gods of this world aren't weaker than your gods, but in contrast, our gods are capable of wielding their strength anywhere without any limitations. Just a few of them can destroy this world with ease if no one fights against them. Riveria stopped chewing as cold sweat covered her back. That's really dangerous. Of course. And I just opened the door to that kind of danger for a normal citizen like Aika. Although she has what it takes to survive in this kind of world, it's still my responsibility that she's there in the first place. If I'm understanding it correctly, you kicked her out of this world. Well, something like that. Riveria grabbed the milk tea and took a sip from it before saying, it's not really my place to say anything since I don't know any of her or your struggles, but may I say something? Please go ahead. You're scum. I know. I never imagined that you'd deny it, but I also never thought that you'd readily admit to it. It's a truth that I'm aware of, so there's no point in denying it. Riveria became quiet once again and looked down at her drink. The cold and refreshing wind blew, but Aika's glances at them never let up. You're scum. Hey. Even though I admit it, there's no need to emphasize it further. You're hurting my feelings here. But Riveria just snorted at him, as if something like that could hurt you. Riveria then intentionally met Aika's eyes with her own and the latter immediately avoided it. However, it's undoubtedly also the result of your kindness. You wouldn't have done this if you don't care about her at all. What's this? Comforting me now. It's because I think you don't receive enough of it. Just be grateful for the charity I'm giving to you. My. As expected of the Loki familia's mama. Kisuke had to heel Riveria's toes because her kick to his shin ended up backfiring magnificently. Chapter 879, Urahara Shouten vs Team Gremory. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to the Leviathan Stadium for our very much anticipated match for the day. What's this? Riveria asked while watching multiple floating screens depicting an arena. Kisuke hasn't told you about the rating games, asked Sakura, who was sitting beside her. Riveria shook her head and replied, he mentioned it in passing, but didn't actually elaborate on it. If I were to guess, was this the thing they were planning yesterday? Yes. Sakura nodded her head and went on to explain what a rating game actually is, and that's the gist of it. Your world actually has something equivalent to these in your war games. I don't think you can really equate these to a war game. Just the fact that you create an artificial world as a temporary stage was already putting them on a different scale. Riveria softly replied with twitching lips. It would have been nice to go to the stadium ourselves. Clearia, who's in the same room, spoke up apologetically. Sadly, we're not yet done establishing your identity. We'd like you to have appropriate papers as some sort of defense and camouflage when finally you go out there, you see. Riveria immediately shook her head. No. Please don't apologize. I understand the position I'm in and I'm grateful for everything you're doing. Aren't you a good child? I'm liking you more and more now. Sakura teasingly held her hand. I'm already 100 years old. Riveria wanted to retort, but then she remembered that she's actually the youngest out of the three of them. Please don't tease me. On the screen, the announcer introduced the two teams that had come up on the stage and the game mode was decided to be a standard rating game. After returning home yesterday, Kisuke and Sakura had given her an overview on the structure of this world. Since that wasn't enough, Sakura had also passed her a few books that were aimed at normal people being reincarnated as a devil or an angel that were recently written because of their rapid surge in numbers. But even after a whole night of reading the easy books, Riveria still couldn't fully wrap her head around everything. Naturally, what caught her attention the most was the reincarnation. Her curious mind wondered if she could also undergo it, but immediately tossed the idea away because she felt like it was the same as discarding her royal elf bloodline. Still, she was able to fully understand one thing: no wonder they could easily accept the Xenos. For them, a different form is no different from an elf to a human. I don't think Kisuke will be able to do his usual antics this time, Cleria muttered while watching them being transported to a fake Kuo town. Sakura smiled and replied, after the last match, no one will let Kisuke take the initiative ever again, and this time, the match is against a few of the frontrunners of the Golden Generation. They might have been very weak when Kisuke first encountered them, but even he didn't expect them to improve so much that they could practically take on a team of gods. Riveria's body shook at the last bit of Sakura's words and the latter was able to notice it. Riveria-san, watch carefully, as this is going to be a fight amongst the strongest people in this world. And that crimson-haired lady over there, the leader of the opposing team, is Sona-chan's peer. Riveria recalled the bespectacled young lady who came to Orario and who was a lot weaker than her back then. Even though she didn't have any idea how strong she is right now along with her group, she guessed that they'd probably improved immensely under Kisuke and Yoruichi. You mean she's as strong as Sona? Sakura shook her head and answered, in pure destructiveness and power, Rias is way stronger, but in a straight-up fight, Sona could probably win. With that, Riveria had set a certain amount of expectations but immediately discarded it. I don't know anything up to date, so that comparison is useless for me. Let's watch this for now. Kisuke, is it really fine for us if we were to reveal our identities? Athena asked. Actually, this is a good chance for you to do that. With your appearance, the Alliance of Hell will be disrupted and Apollo would have to make sure that he doesn't have any enemies left within Olympus if they wanted to continue their plan. That will buy the DXD some valuable time to collect more information and manpower to oppose them. I can only do what I want if I'm sure that they'll be able to do their job. A big smile then lit up on Athena's face. Then please let me take on Vasco Strata. As a swordswoman myself, I want to test my skills against him, who has reached the limit of humanity. In that case, I'll take care of Rias Gremory. Tiamat added, if she's facing me, she'll probably fuse with Baylor's successor. Genshiro raised his hand and said, I'm a bad match for Lint Selzen, so leave Yuto Kiba to me. Since we're doing this, I'd like to have a match with Tsubaki Shinra. Sikvera didn't want to let this chance go for a rematch. Wait. I'm not sure if I can keep two Longinus users and a clearly outside the standard werewolf at bay. And why do I have to take on 3 while most of you are going for a one-on-one? This is unfair. Nyx complained. In response, however, Kisuke just laughed while patting her shoulder. Isn't this a good chance to taste the fruits of your training? If you were to lose, then we'll have to up it even more. Not just Nyx, but also Sikvera shuddered at the thought of their training increasing in difficulty and vowed that they wouldn't lose, even if it caused them a limb or two. Seeing their similar reactions, the two who had created a bond faced each other. Shall we work together? The latter asked. Let's do it. My darkness and your power of time should work great together. While Athena looked at them strangely, Tiamat was making an amused expression and Genshiro was touched by their camaraderie that disregarded their race and class. Soon, they were all teleported to the stage and the signal that announced the start of the game alarmed. Kisuke's team didn't let anyone wait as they instantly sprung into action. Since they already knew that the opposing team wouldn't instantly move away from their spot to confirm their formation, the entirety of Team Urahara Shop dashed straight toward Rias and company. Valerie Teeps, Vasco Strata, and Crum Crutch immediately got a whiff of what they were doing and prepared themselves. However, their formation wasn't tightly woven and there was barely any time to make any adjustment when the black-armored Genshiro was already in front of them and was aiming his fist at Lint Selzen. With Ritra's flames, Lint Selzen, with her Incinerate Anthem, was a bad match and she could instantly subdue them with her purple holy flames. With this in mind, the fastest among them instantly intercepted him. Isn't a surprise attack too much? Genshiro's fist clashed with Yuto's Bamung and Nothung demon swords, with a leader that doesn't really care about his image. I think not. Gathering his breath, black flames sprouted from his elbow, giving Genshiro's fist an instant boost in power, sending Yuto flying away with a shout. Chapter 880, Chapter 880 Urahara Shouten vs Team Gremory Part 2. Yuto. Rias and the others called out in worry. But instead of worrying about himself, horror emerged from Yuto's face as he saw a shadow creep under Rias. Rias-senpai. Watch out. Kisuke, with his right arm covered in a bloody aura, mercilessly aimed at Rias' stomach and intended to punch straight through it. Rias was momentarily stunned due to the massive killing intent that had just hit her and could only watch as the fist came closer in slow motion. The match would have already been decided right then, if not for a tree trunk-like arm that pushed her and gasped her to the side. In the place of Rias, a man with a colossal body covered with rock-hard muscles appeared and caught Kisuke's fist with a similarly gigantic hand. However, the owner of the overly muscular body underestimated the force behind Kisuke's punch and could only stay his ground for barely a second before being sent flying towards the residential area, just like Yuro. Kisuke, meanwhile, couldn't follow up with any more attacks because of a dragon claw that was coming from behind him that he had to dodge away from. The owner of the claw didn't want to let him go and immediately pursued Kisuke. In any case, he didn't have to defend Rias now because the moment Vasco pushed her away, Gasper had also already melted into her shadow and transformed her into a humanoid dark beast with 10 giant wings and a third eye with a deep red pupil. At this time, Tiamat came from the skies directly above the group before opening her mouth and releasing a flaming breath. Rias didn't want any more initiative taken from them and immediately released a ball of pure destruction to meet Tiamat's flames. Unfortunately, Tiamat was waiting for this and the flames she released suddenly sped up, meeting the ball of destruction far earlier than Rias had anticipated and caused an enormous explosion near the ground. The explosion pushed Rias away, but aside from that, there was no other damage to her in her forbidden invade Baylor the princess form. However, when she surveyed the status of the battlefield once again, she was shocked to see a dome barrier with the power of darkness and time covering the rest of her team that hadn't engaged anyone. Not only that, but those who had protected her strangely hadn't returned to their positions yet, only to see that each one of them was facing someone. Rias returned her sight back to Tiamat who was flying above her, so this is what you wanted. Tiamat shrugged her shoulders and said, working as a team is actually the worst thing we could do. Rias sighed and replied in defeat, we could have discussed this you know. It was truly terrifying to imagine my own death in a raiding game. That would be boring, wouldn't it? It's here. The curtain of the match has just been raised yet there were already numerous breathtaking actions. As expected, Team Urahara Shop couldn't do what it usually does with Team Rias Gremory, one of the highly evaluated teams and one of those who could potentially get the grand prize of the tournament. Is it always like this? Riveria asked while sitting straight up with her back drenched in a cold sweat. Like what? Sakura tilted her head and asked. I mean, is it always this intense? Clearia and Sakura looked at each other before the former replied, there's nothing particularly intense yet, though. It's just the opening act. Riveria immediately shut her mouth. Vasco wanted to return to Ria's side, but he was blocked by a cloaked goddess. I would really like it if I could have a bout against Kisuke Urahara. I apologize, but you have to deal with me today. It was the first time that Athena's true voice was revealed and those paying close attention immediately perked their ears up. If you're still going to hold back, then that wouldn't be enough to stop me. Before Athena could reply, however, she suddenly heard Kisuke's voice from behind her, be careful. That old man is the real deal. I tried breaking his hand but he almost broke mine with a squeeze. Kisuke's warning came to Athena as a surprise because she knew that he isn't someone who would warn of something trivial. But instead of being worried, a big smile crept onto Athena's face. Except for that one instance where Kisuke instantly suppressed her without being able to pull out her full power, she hadn't fought seriously in a long time, holding back would only be an insult to a warrior of your caliber. Putting both of her hands forward, Athena summoned her divine weapon, a golden longsword. The resulting divine aura from it ripped apart the cloak she was wearing and revealed her long golden hair that fluttered in the wind, golden eyes that shone brightly like the stars, golden armor that emphasized regality and gracefulness, and the fearless smile that was etched on her beautiful face. Let's dance, hero who has reached humanity's peak. Instantly guessing who she is, a similar smile of excitement appeared on Vasco as he took out his holy weapon, Durandal too, it'll be my honor, goddess of Olympus. In an instant, both of them were wreathed in power and disappeared from their spots, before instantly appearing in the middle with their swords crossed, generating a shockwave that reduced everything standing on the ground rubble, except for the barrier that Nyx and Sikvera had erected. When the second clash struck, another shockwave flew out but 50 meters away from its original position. The same shift happened on the third clash and their exchanges kept going on until they reached the commercial district full of buildings, destroying everything in their path. Even the current announcer was left speechless at the sudden revelation. One of the goddess's mysterious identities has finally been revealed. My viewers, I'm sorry for the long and awkward pause I had at the beginning, but please understand that I'm too shocked at this new information. For those who don't know, the goddess who's clashing with Vasco Strata right now is Lady Athena from Olympus, who is said to have disappeared out of nowhere. For her to appear now, and within Kisuke Urahara's team, the mysteries only keep piling up. But only a few seconds later, he received a note and became wordless again for a moment before apologizing again. This is just in. Apparently, after the investigation of the Dark Barrier, experts have found out that it was made from Sikvera Agarz's unique clan trait and the divine power of a goddess who was pronounced dead not too long ago, the primordial goddess of darkness, Lady Nyx. Just what's going on? As soon as those words left his mouth, the number of viewers surged up and various theories came upon online boards that were discussing the current match. And the most popular theory was that the playboy Kisuke Urahara had eloped and ran away with the goddesses. Of course, Olympus itself didn't have any business with the current fun theory-making and gossiping and was currently scrambling to gather as much information as they could so that they could plan ahead and release a statement if things went south for their public image. Chapter 881 Urahara Shouten vs Team Gremory Part 3. While it was getting noisy outside, Vasco and Athena didn't care about that whatsoever and continued to blitz through the entire town. Geez. Kicking up all this dust. Kisuke complained while watching the two clash. Are you just going to watch? Kisuke turned around and faced the tall handsome man wearing a black coat with a long mixture of black and blonde hair as well as heterochromatic eyes where his right eye was gold and his left eye was black with pointed ears, the way he carries himself. Unlike most who were naturally born strong, he was properly trained. The evilest yet most honorable evil dragon, huh? The stage is too small. If we start now, it'll inevitably become messy. Or maybe you don't mind that. Crumb always hated it if someone were to intrude in his battle and would get mad whether it was his ally or enemy who did it. But looking at Vasco and Athena going at it with glee, he thought, maybe that doesn't sound so bad. He then looked towards Tiamat and Rias who were just exchanging destructive spells and Vritra and Yudo who were much more subdued compared to everything else that was happening. He glanced at the black dome but couldn't feel anything from it before returning his sights to Kisuke. Where's your sword? If you're worried that I won't be able to bring out my strength, please don't. I have something that if released fully, may destroy my body. That doesn't really tell me much. All of a sudden, Crumb's right arm transformed and became a large dragon claw. Although he looked incredibly imbalanced, it seemed like he could swing it with ease. Releasing his gold and black dragonic aura, Crumb dashed forward so fast he left an afterimage. Kisuke strengthened his he arrow on his left arm and raised it to block Crumb's swipe, but when they were about to make contact, Kisuke's eyes widened, and hurriedly pulled back. Nevertheless, it was already too late as Crumb's claws were able to reach his arm. Kisuke instantly put some distance between them and looked at his bleeding left forearm with 3 claw marks that almost reached his bones. Those are some very sharp claws. And those flimsy arms of yours are strangely durable, replied Crumb. I thought I could cut it off. Crumb then also transformed his left arm in preparation for Kisuke's magic. From their match against Team Lighting, they'd learnt that without his sword, Kisuke was a spellcaster that's capable of churning out high-tier spells in both attack and defense in rapid succession. In addition to his instant acceleration technique, is he going to pull out massive spells simultaneously until his body is broken? Kisuke, to pretend that he had to heal himself, put his right hand on top of his left arm and emitted light as the wound regenerated. Even if it was a small action, it gave a false impression to everyone watching. Thankfully, Crumb didn't attack and actually waited for his wound to disappear, this guy in Vasco Strata. It's amazing that Gremory-san was able to pull them to her side. Her talent in gathering people is undeniable. Well then. I can't disappoint the kind evil dragon-san here. Kisuke finished healing his wound and took a deep breath before his strange aura welled and flared up. Shunko, Blood Gate. Crumb flew back a bit and used his arms to block the shockwave that had originated from Kisuke. This is. Through his claws, he saw him being covered in a blood-colored aura as it smashed into this artificial space's boundary, shocking everything inside it. The trembling in the atmosphere made everyone stop and look in their direction. Yet again, he's pulling another trick out of his sleeves. Does it ever end? Yudo asked after separating from Genshiro. But the latter only shook her head. I don't know. And I don't really want to think about it. I'm just really glad I'm not his enemy. Vasco also separated from Athena and asked, who? Your leader seems to be way different from others of his generation. Are you sure he's someone who just left behind puberty? Sadly, common sense doesn't work on him. I would believe it if he could speak multiple languages from birth. Athena replied with a wry smile. Really? Such an interesting child. I would really like it if I could have a bout with him even for a bit. This place is too small. Once they start, it'll be hard to avoid them. Vasco nodded in satisfaction. That's true. Then you wouldn't mind if we bump into them, would you? While it's fun crossing swords with you, the chaoticness will be interesting too. As the linked-together drums appeared behind Kisuke, Crumb also took out his wings, and immediately after, the two of them left afterimages as Crumb's claws and Kisuke's fist covered in bloody aura met. One explosion, 2 explosions, it's as if it was the reenactment of Vasco and Athena's initial clash. However, this time, their battle moved towards the opposite side and decimated the surrounding forest as the blood red and black and gold auras intertwined. Compared to the 2 battles that had wrought massive destruction, the others had become a minor show. Those on the outside could hardly catch any of what was happening, but thankfully, the committee was prepared for something like this and there were more screens that showed a slow-motion version of the instant clashes, raising the hype to everyone and causing even more intense betting. But after a few rounds, while Athena and Vasco were largely equal, Kisuke was losing his fight. At this rate, my arms will be mangled. Even though I was able to substantially damage Tiamat with this, it has almost no effect on Crumb. He'll just shake it off and heal just as quickly. Crumb immediately noticed Kisuke's decreasing attacks and increasing defensive maneuvers. Hey now. Don't leave me with this much steam. You're one of the few people who would willingly receive my attacks. Even the White Dragon Emperor does his best to dodge, so it's a little bit boring these days. And where was that aura that you released just now? Don't tell it was for show. That's understandable. One swipe and you'll break his shiny armor. Kisuke chuckled, and that was indeed just for show. But only half of it. First gate, denial. The drums behind Kisuke shook and the first one morphed into a symbol. At the same time, the blood aura around him converged around his four limbs before solidifying and acting as skin. Surprisingly enough, there was no change in his aura. Crom didn't know what had changed, but he had no plans of letting him take the initiative and dashed forward, swiping his claws at him with even greater force than before. And the same as their previous engagements, Kisuke raised his hand that's now covered with a blood skin and punched it out. The resulting clash was greater than everything that had occurred prior, but that wasn't what surprised Crom, but the fact that there was a crack in his claw while he'd only shaved off the skin before it instantly returned to what it was prior. Unfortunately, that lapse in attention cost him, as Kisuke's right fist was already on his chest, receiving the full brunt of the attack for the first time. Another exclamation came from Crom as he was sent flying back and coughing out blood. This. A reverberating attack. Ha ha. Gritting his teeth before shouting, Crom released even more of his dragonic aura and expelled the force that was destroying his insides. Naturally, he was still keeping track of Kisuke's position in his mind. However, when he thought that there'd be a follow-up attack, Kisuke instead took another deep breath and muttered, "Second gate, anger." The second drum behind him morphed into an eye and his blood skin thickened before it fully changed into a pair of blood-red gauntlets and boots adorned with gold stripes. But while there was still no change in the aura he's emitting, there was now a dangerous pressure that was alarming every bit of self-preservation instinct within the evil dragon. Although Kisuke was still very far from him, Crom's instincts told him to block, so he hurriedly crossed his dragonic arms on top of his chest, and it turned out that it was a very good call, what with Kisuke suddenly appearing in front of him with his hands together and smashing down with a hammer blow on Crom's defense. Gwaha. Crom coughed blood out uncontrollably as his arm was broken and his chest caved in from Kisuke's hammer-like hands. In a split second, he hit the ground, blasting away soil and unrooting all the remaining trees in the forest. Chapter 882, Chapter 882 Urahara Shouten vs Team Gremory Part 4. Kisuke used his aura and swung his arm to blow away the dust. Half of the cameras immediately focused on the ground where Crom was embedded into it. Everyone could see Crom having arms with extra sets of joints and is caved in the chest as he coughed out copious amounts of blood. However, it didn't take long before they started snapping back to their original positions and Crom slowly stood up from the crater created by his crash landing. Amazing. And it looks like it's only the second step of the technique, he commented while looking at the drums behind Kisuke with two of them converted to an eye symbol. This is actually my limit for now. Any further and I won't be able to take much more of the stress this is causing. I see. So this is what you meant by being broken. Wonderful. It's already far more than my expectations. At the same time, Crom's large claws began retracting, but his lean body almost doubled in size with his black scales fully covering his limbs and extending to his chest and cheeks. However, the most notable change was the density of his dragonic aura around him. I'm ready for round 2. Crom bent his knees and gathered his strength in his legs. The moment he pounced back, the crater below him grew deeper as he was launched towards Kisuke. The latter, meanwhile, had no intention of dodging and took a stance to throw his fist. While he gained some speed with this form, it was negligible at best and was only able to surprise Crom in the first instance. As mentioned before, his Shunko was a lot heavier compared to Yoruchi's and Soifun, so his fighting style would have to adjust. Although he was able to practice a bit within the void, Kisuke's opponents were just mindless beasts. And now that his opponent was someone who had been fighting for a few centuries, he imagined that he'll have a bit of a hard time, especially since it's the opposite of his actual fighting style, and it wouldn't be an understatement that he'll be copying his style. So if I incorporate this style into my Zenjutsu, would that mean I'd be fighting just like Zaraki? Tossing those useless thoughts behind him, Kisuke took a deep breath and met Crom's fist with his own. As the shockwave exploded, both of the armor on the two fighters cracked. However, that only fueled the berserkers, and they continued exchanging fists. Soon, it was because of an exchange of various hand-to-hand techniques encompassing both gentle and hard ways and sometimes, even grappling techniques that aimed to detach a limb or two. Crom's technique surrounds the idea of pouring all of his strength into one single point. However, Kisuke's skin was just too tough, and he also noticed that it also has enhanced regeneration like himself. On the other hand, Kisuke's strength lies in him transferring all of the force he could generate into his opponent's body, destroying it from the inside. Still, Kisuke didn't think that Crom would be so resilient or that he would be able to expel the force he was injecting through his wings. Thanks to that, Kisuke and Crom were only accumulating damages, with the latter being very confident that he'd be able to outlast his opponent. Sadly for him, the former wasn't taking as much damage as he thought and was only decreasing Kisuke's stamina and stressing his body. Naturally, the two of them had no way of containing their range of actions. In fact, they didn't really care at all. Due to that, Crumb ended up crashing into Genturu one time and blasted the latter's black armor open. If not for his strengthened defense, he would have been instantly retired. In another instance, Yudo's summoned army of dragon knights was almost decimated when Kisuke started grabbing and throwing them toward Crumb in an attempt to distract him. If he wasn't careful and didn't retreat in time, Kisuke could have mistakenly got hold of him and used him as a frisbee. I never thought it'd be to this extent. If individuals like that can run around brandishing their power, how on earth is this world still in one piece? Riveria muttered, already feeling numb after watching for a few seconds. Sakura looked toward her and commented, "Oh? You're taking it a lot easier compared to Line-chan." Line-chan? Do you mean Line Arsh? Sakura nodded. She went with Kisuke to the Dazara region, isn't she? Ever since establishing communications to that side, we've been able to talk from time to time and I've been tutoring her with what she needs to know with her healing magic and some tips on how to properly examine the physical characteristics of different beings. I see. No wonder. Riveria realized what she just said might cause a misunderstanding and immediately added, I mean she's talented and there's no denying that. Envious. Riveria was a bit startled at her question but after a few seconds of silence, she could only smile wryly. I'd be lying if I say I'm not. Then let me tell you that she only received our help because she earned our trust. You, on the other hand. Well, I'm sure you already understand. I do. She would have to have done something very substantial to be able to earn your trust. And if I were to guess, it might be some sort of sacrifice that showed resolution and sincerity on her side. I, on the other hand, am only here out of convenience. As expected. Yoruchi-chan and Serafal-sama indeed didn't hide it from you, the real reason you're here. Riveria nodded while looking up to the screen where things are only intensifying. Yes. I'm only here to make sure that the long-range teleportation magic is working as intended. Well, now I know it's actually a gate that connects two worlds. Yet you still agreed despite the obvious dangers. Because Serafal offered me something that I couldn't reject. And obvious dangers? I'm not that good at noticing those. You're giving me too much credit. I don't think so. You should have understood the underlying problems when you're offered something you can't refuse. Still, there's also no denying that you're trusted. You wouldn't be here if that's not the case. Line-chan is lucky and managed to grab the opportunity that presented itself to her even though she didn't understand it in the beginning. You're also on the same stage so it'll be up to you on how you'll spin this further to your advantage. Riveria still stayed silent, but she understood what Sakura was saying. Meanwhile, Kisuke caught Ria's strengthened power of destruction that was capable of seriously injuring a god with his hands mid-flight towards Tiamat and threw it towards Crumb, who was chasing him. The sheer disrespect. Muttered Cleria with amusement. In response, the evil dragon opened his mouth and fired off a compressed fire breath to intercept the power of destruction, which exploded without it doing anything substantial. After that, Kisuke and Crumb left the area, leaving the dumbfounded Rias behind. Chapter 883, Chapter 883 Urahara Shouten vs Team Gremory Part 5. While leaving Rias indignant and Yudo feeling helpless, the moment that everyone was anticipating had finally happened. The two most prominent battlefronts got close to each other. Even though not entirely within their intentions, the four of them got close enough to be within each other's range and there was really nothing that's stopping them from confronting their enemy. Vasco gathered his strength and slashed horizontally towards Athena. However, the latter didn't have any plans to block and instead aimed her sword toward the person chasing after Kisuke. Kisuke didn't need any cues and followed up by punching the flat side of Vasco's Durandal too, transferring a massive amount of vibrations into Vasco's hands. Due to the unexpected effect, Vasco hurriedly loosened his grip on his sword and redirected his holy power into his arm to shake off the destructive force trying to tear him apart. This, however, gave Kisuke an opening to send out another punch towards his chest. Thankfully, he wasn't alone either as Crumb burst into action. Athena had underestimated Crumb's defense and strength, with the latter catching her sword with his bare hands. Because of that slight oversight, Athena was a little bit late to react when Crumb pulled her sword and she wasn't able to let go of it in time, causing her to be thrown towards Kisuke. With a split-second decision, Kisuke retracted his arm and redirected it towards the incoming Athena. Athena didn't want any further mistakes and reoriented her body while letting go of her sword. Athena stepped on Kisuke's arm and with the two's coordinated movements, Athena dashed towards Crumb while Kisuke gave her a boost by swinging his arm towards the direction she wanted to go. Crumb was caught surprised by the sudden speed at which Athena came hurtling back and hastily let go of the sword he was holding to defend from Athena's threatening punch overflowing with divine power by crossing his arms. Athena's fist landed on Crumb's arms, but alas, that wasn't all there was to it as her divine power exploded out in a beam of golden light, pushing the evil dragon to crash into the ground once again. Vasco, meanwhile, wasn't staying still and had had enough time for the time Crumb given him for his retaliation. Clutching the Duradel too that seemed small with his build, Vasco did an overhead slash using his vast strength and a truly abnormal amount of holy power. The sword was so fast and lethal that Kisuke could only clasp it by putting his hands together. Even then, the sword almost cut Kisuke's face open. Kisuke was surprised by the power behind the sword, but he was mostly shocked at how the vibrations he sent through the sword, hoping to break it at least, was immediately dispelled. "You are truly as great as they say, old man." With a large grin on his face, Vasco replied, "Thank you for the compliment. It's just that I've already come across someone who uses the same technique as you in the past." Calling it the same is a vast overstatement, because yours is ridiculously more powerful than his. If I wasn't careful, I would have instantly lost my arm. It then became a contest of strength between them, but due to Kisuke's unfavorable position and stance, he was on the losing side. Nevertheless, that didn't last long when Vasco was forced to break the stalemate by kicking Kisuke away and rapidly bending his back to avoid the golden longsword that was flying toward his face. Before she'd left to chase after Crom, Athena had kicked her sword in exchange for Kisuke giving himself an opening for Vasco to take advantage of while supporting her. It was also because Kisuke felt this action of hers that he retained the stalemate instead of disengaging. Unfortunately, Vasco reacted faster than he thought, or he could have detained the Durandal too a bit longer. Before the longsword went past Vasco's head, Kisuke grabbed its grip and forcefully swung it downwards. In response, Vasco flipped backward while also kicking Kisuke's arm away before taking some distance from him to reset the battlefield. The moment Vasco and Kisuke stopped to take a breather, the audience who had been silenced by their display erupted into cheers. In just a few seconds, the situation of the match drastically changed without either side giving up any advantages. "Partner, what do you think of the match now? We should be also focusing on Team Rias Gremory's king, but I can't help but glue my eyes to these four. I can't blame you, partner. It really is a fresh sight. In most of the matches, mostly everyone was trying to overpower each other when they fought and only employed strategy to gain an advantage for the whole match. This time, however, is something very rare. While not as flashy as the most prominent matches, we can see the grace of movement from these contenders. Thankfully, we have a replay system to follow their movements, or else, these legends would just appear as flashing lights to us." Vasco still had a large smile on his face, gearing up for the next round. But unexpectedly for him, Kisuke's eyes closed before the entire blood construct behind him disappeared along with his bloody aura retracting, returning to his default state. The way he matched the frequency of my attack with his own holy power. What a monstrous control. Despite that, he still has that explosive strength and vast aura to back up his polished swordsmanship. It's as if I'm fighting against Zaraki, but this time, he is properly trained in the way of the sword. He is, without a doubt, an exceptional genius that has invested years in martial arts. Kisuke thought while looking at the long sword in his hand. If it was pure martial arts, he'd have no way of contending against him. However, Kisuke's talent lay in creating and not fighting. He had his own way to do things. Vasco's smile also disappeared as he asked, "What's wrong? Don't tell me that you're already stopping here." Kisuke shook his head, "Nope. I just thought that facing you with an incomplete skill would be too arrogant of me." Without thinking too much about it, Kisuke injected his own power into Athena's divine weapon. And a second later, he was surprised to find out that the long sword began to change its shape and now had become a katana suitable for his hand. What was more surprising was that he had a feeling that he could use his Zanpakuto techniques with it, so he immediately tested it out by swinging it towards Vasco and a crimson arc immediately emerged from it. Vasco didn't even attempt to block it and just shifted his body to the side before looking back and seeing the crimson arc cleave the mountain in twain before disappearing. Kisuke, on the other hand, quickly turned around and called out to Athena, who was engaging with Crom, "Oi, Athena-san. Do you have more of these? Give me one." Athena, already shocked by what he did, disengaged and shouted back, "There's only one of those. And how can you even activate it in the first place? Are you a deity or something? My father is a human and my mother is a proud devil." "I don't think that's the case." Kisuke answered normally. "No. My point is that only those with divine power could activate my myriad aegis. So how are you doing it?" Kisuke just shrugged his shoulders and turned back to Vasco, who was now making an amused expression, "Who knows? It's your thing, so you'd have a better idea." Chapter 884, Urahara Shouten vs Team Gremory 6. Kisuke had already gotten what he wanted to know and ignored Athena's incessant questions to instead face Vasco. Although it was revealed to the whole world that he could use a weapon that could only be activated by divine power, instead of making things clear, it only further fogged everyone's perception of his true abilities. As the two of them took their stances, no further words were needed and both of them dashed at each other. Vasco's greatsword looked like a one-handed sword due to his build, and it wasn't the slightest inferior to the speed of Kisuke's katana. As they were about to hit each other's blade, Vasco anticipated the shock and braced himself accordingly. However, the moment they met, Vasco's Durandal too went through Kisuke's katana and slashed through him. Vasco immediately figured out that it was an afterimage, but he had already took this into account, so the palm of his free hand turned towards his back along with his head, and a wave of pure holy power emerged from his hand before he could even see Kisuke from the corner of his eyes, attempting to slice his back. The beam of light went through Kisuke's stomach and came out of his back. Vasco saw Kisuke's expression change and also felt the resistance, so he was sure it wasn't an afterimage. However, something felt weird about the situation and he immediately turned his head back to the front, only to see Kisuke stepping on his sword with a grin on his face and his katana about to reach his neck. Vasco hurriedly pulled all the holy power he could manage in that instant and invested everything on his neck, bolstering its defense to an unbelievable level. Kisuke's katana met Vasco's neck, brimming with holy power, and as if a metal-to-metal clash just happened, a loud clang was heard throughout the whole battlefield. Even then, Vasco felt that something was still wrong, as Kisuke's strike was weaker than he expected. Nonetheless, he can't forever be on the defensive, so he turned his sword upward and put his strength into the arm that was holding it. But before he could swipe it up to cut Kisuke, Vasco felt something pierce through the skin on his back and had no signs of stopping. For the first time, Vasco felt the threat of death in this match and instantly jumped forward before the foreign object could pierce through his heart. 10 meters or so away, Vasco stopped and turned around to see that Kisuke he pierced through the stomach had the blade of a katana sticking out from its chest. Finally, the jigai couldn't maintain its form and popped like a balloon, revealing the real Kisuke behind it thrusting his blade. As for the jigai that was stepping on Vasco's sword, it also popped when it received damage from Vasco passing through it. Vasco breathed a sigh of relief. But when he saw Kisuke sheathing his katana in the scabbard that had appeared out of nowhere, he shuddered and thought, I have to dodge it. Unfortunately for him, he was standing right where Kisuke had been standing earlier, and a magic circle suddenly appeared beneath his feet before chains made out of magic power instantly wrapped around his legs. The chains weren't strong enough to contain someone like Vasco and could only hold him for a second. However, that 1 second was enough for Vasco to forego dodging and do his best to defend, since it was already too late. Vasco gritted his teeth and raised his Durandal 2 horizontally and transferred as much holy power in it as possible. Hitetsum, Nagiri, the first, killing stroke. Kisuke softly muttered as he pulled his blade out. After that, there was only silence. Even the other 3 battles happening around the battlefield stopped to see what was going on. While Kisuke was putting his blade back to its sheath, the overwhelming amount of holy power around Vasco also began retracting. Kisuke turned to his side and Vasco started chuckling, so all of that was to create an opportunity for that one single strike. Magnificent. From his left shoulder until his right flank, a single cut emerged from Vasco's large body and a large amount of blood spurted out from it. However, the most surprising thing is that the Durandal 2 was cut cleanly in half along with his body, and when its split half dropped to the ground, Vasco began turning into golden motes of light, signaling the retiring system taking over. Vasco was eliminated. As if on cue, Rias and Gasper were also already at the limit of their stamina and their transformation was undone. While they had some of the most destructive firepower, they also had the worst fuel consumption. With Vasco out of the scene and the rest of her teammates busy with their own battles, Rias already knew that this was it. But until the end, throughout the whole match, nothing went according to her plan. Before she could declare her surrender, Kisuke beat her to it by raising his hand first and saying, I surrender. What? Not just Rias, but everyone on the field almost couldn't believe what they'd just heard. On the outside, the audience that was still cheering for the amazing duel was instantly silenced by his declaration. In spite of that, the retiring system didn't have a will of its own, and after hearing that command, it ended the match and began ejecting everyone in the field. What's the meaning of this? Crum calmly asked Athena. Athena shook her head with a dry smile, I don't know. None of us truly knows what he's thinking. But I can assure you that this isn't him mocking you or your teammates. Everything is probably for his own benefit. Crum sighed, but the rage he was bottling up started to evaporate. I see. I hope we can face each other on the battlefield again. I also want a rematch with him. It's my loss this time. The next battlefield is probably nearer than you think, but this time, we'll probably be on the same side. Are you talking about the Alliance of Hell? Athena shook her head but didn't elaborate her answer, it's just a guess at this point. While leaving Crum confused, both of them disappeared. Yuto and Genshiro are standing side by side while branding the scenery in their minds. This. I assume it's for a good reason. Yuto muttered. Genshiro deactivated his balance breaker and shrugged his shoulders, most probably, but I don't know him well enough to be sure. Aside from those who are close to him, he's a big enigma. I just hope this isn't one of his pranks. If it is, it's just so tasteless that it's not even infuriating, just disrespectful. If we're going to use my time with him as a metric, I don't think that's the case. If you say so, then I'll believe you. Soon enough, the two of them also disappeared. Rias was about to shout her grievances at him for stepping on her pride, but before she could say anything, Kisuke turned and waved at her, I'll formally apologize later to you and everyone on your team. Either way, this match was our defeat, even if I didn't admit defeat. Editors. 28th00, I wonder how badly he rigged those bets this time. Well, he was already planning on dropping out, since there wasn't really any more reason to continue, but man, everyone is gonna feel jilted. Chapter 885 Reincarnated Elf. There are multiple reasons why Kisuke had declared his surrender, but the biggest cause was that it wasn't worth it anymore to continue what he wanted to happen when there was already a better and cheaper option. And while in the match, Kisuke had felt Tartarus move and he couldn't be caught in a match when things finally exploded. It'll probably be fair to say that after Athena and Nyx's reveal, they'd probably time it when I'm busy. Kisuke watched as the scenery beyond the window changed as the train he was riding appeared above the vast Gremry territory. Upon a single glance, Kisuke immediately saw the difference between this and the Belial territory, at least 1,000 times richer. It has been a week since their team's match against Rias Gremry and he's on the way to the Gremry mansion to issue his formal apology. However, that wasn't the real reason he was there. It's still really hard to get used to this form of transportation, said Riveria, who was beside him and also looking out of the window. It's convenient transportation that uses magic. If this was the human world, it'd take a few hours on a plane. Riveria looked at him and said, "You mean that flying piece of metal?" I understood how it works, but I still can't wrap my head around the enormous force it could generate on its wings without the use of magic. In hindsight, you're the same as the inhabitants of the human world. You've only ever known one face of the world you're living in. Riveria became quiet for a moment to digest his short words. I see. So I'm like those that would have thought magic is fantastical the first time I saw it. For you, it won't actually take long to get used to all of this. Although you did have quite the stern belief of how the world worked back then, I took my time breaking those notions. Riveria sneered at him and said, "Took your time? You outright almost made someone insane. If it wasn't for our familia that had been open-minded from the start, you could have made enemies everywhere. Don't underestimate a god's pride. Not that I'm saying that Loki is not prideful. Besides." Riveria then turned her head to the side and a pair of black bat-like wings behind her. "There's no way I wouldn't get used to this fast. It's too convenient." Kisuke looked at her wings and asked, "How are you feeling?" "I'm feeling fine." Riveria thought about it again and said, "I'm actually feeling so fine that it's scary. Heightened physical power that's on par with a level 3 and magic power that's equivalent to a level 5. The fact that I got those without any difficulty, I can't help but worry." "So you're not impressed by night vision and flight?" "I am. But it's really worrying. It's as if I'm doing something wrong." "You already went through the various tests I took this morning, didn't you? Could you reassure me that nothing is wrong?" Kisuke looked at Riveria's genuinely worried expression and asked, "What's wrong? It's not like you to get worried like this. I know where you're coming from, but I think you're over-exaggerating." Riveria shook her head and looked back to the beautiful scenery. "I saw someone get drunk with the power they suddenly gained in the past. I kept telling myself that there was no way something like that was going to happen to me even if we were in the same situation. However, I was still young back then and the sight of himself, destroying everything around him, including himself and his loved ones, left quite a strong image that I haven't been able to shake since then." "You don't have to shake it away." Kisuke turned his sights back outside. "Just think of it as a good reminder to not lose control of yourself," and Kisuke thought to himself, "And if you can look past that fear, you may be able to achieve something amazing. I can't really tell you everything I found out since you won't understand most of it anyway, but to answer your concern and confusion, reincarnating you into a devil filled most of what was taken back from you." Riveria stared at him curiously and waited. "Your body is the vessel for your soul. While the fauna primarily evolves the soul, the body has to be shaped to contain it. For each level, your soul would undergo a change. Your body, however, can't change that fast, so in response, as you fought for the excelia needed for the next evolution, you also improved your body, which represented your stats. The best analogy to understand it, though not entirely accurate and oversimplified, would be a cup containing water with the cup as your body and water as your soul. Every time you level, the water slowly fills up, but before it could spill, the cup also enlarges to contain it. When your level was reset, the water returned to its initial levels, but the cup remained unchanged. In the process of reincarnating, aside from some changes to the cup, its size hasn't changed, even if it was mostly empty till now. The reason why you have the abilities you have now is that I'm substituting my demonic power to fill up that cup. In other words, I'm just returning what you had before, albeit not entirely the same." Riveria looked at her hands and muttered, "I see. So that's how it is." Even though it should be very similar to my own level back then, it felt very unfamiliar. She then looked back to Kisuke to ask, "But is it fine for me to take the position of queen? From my understanding, that position is basically your right-hand man. Shouldn't that be someone from your group? No one among them could actually become my servant, as every single one of them has developed so that reincarnating to a devil would only bring more problems than benefits." For this whole week, Riveria had been studying all sorts of things, but mainly how the factions work and affect the day-to-day life of people, and there's one thing she concluded but wasn't so sure about it: so your group was already an abnormality, even by this world's standard. That's too much. We're just a bit more unique than the rest. But enough about that. I'm actually surprised that you accepted. You thought that I'd be clinging to the fact that I'm an elf. I might have. If I didn't bury myself among all those materials for the whole week. Oh. What changed your mind? 'Cause I can safely assume that it's not for immediate power. It's because I don't want to lose. Not to you, and not to this world. If I continue clinging to my not-so-important race, I'd feel too small. So now that you went ahead with it, how do you feel? I feel like I stepped over a ridge. Somehow, I have a feeling that things will be a lot easier from now on. Riveria then displayed a big teasing smile on her face and asked, now that I've become your servant, should I call you master? Kisuke chuckled and replied, yours is a stark contrast to Medusa. I like the sarcastic tone though, so please go ahead. Chapter 886, Chapter 886 Regrettable Elf. Hey, Kisuke. You mentioned it was a mansion, asked Riveria while standing in front of the enormous structure. This is a castle. It's technically a castle, and it's even wider inside. But most of the locals here refer to it as the Gremory Mansion. Whether it's something that they came up with themselves or someone pushed for it from the background, I don't know. Kisuke and Riveria were currently being escorted through the wide drawbridge by several Gremory agents. After some security clearances, they went through the front door where Yuto Kiba and Zenobia Korda were waiting. Good morning. Welcome to the Gremory estate. Yuto greeted them with a refreshing smile. Good day to you too, Kiba-san, Korda-san. It has been a while. Yes. It has been a while. Zenobia then turned to the agents around them and said, we'll take it from here. Thank you for the hard work. The agents nodded before all of them exited the castle to resume their duties. After all of them went away, Yuto stepped in front of Riveria and introduced himself. Excuse me, but I believe we haven't met before. It's nice to meet you. I'm Yuto Kiba, Knight of Rias Gremory. And I'm Zenobia Korda, Knight of Issei Hayadu. Glad to make your acquaintance. The elf in a black suit and high heels slightly bowed her head and responded, it's also a pleasure to meet you. I'm Riveria Joe's Alf, Queen of Kisuke Urahara. Yuto and Zenobia had their eyes wide open when they heard her and looked at each to make sure that they weren't hearing things. Meanwhile, Riveria took a peek at Kisuke to ask him if she was doing it right. Although he did say that a normal introduction is fine, she's still worried knowing that the Gremory is one of the 72 pillars of the underworld. Kisuke patted her shoulder to reassure her and addressed the two knights. Surprise, no need to be surprised. Even though I'm like this, I'm still the heir to the house of Belial. This is the least I can do. Yuto immediately started shaking his head. No. We apologize. We didn't mean to demean you. We were surprised that you actually established your own peerage when we thought you couldn't possibly be pressured into making one. Riveria furrowed her brows and asked Kisuke, just what could you have possibly done for them to react this way? While Yuto could only smile wryly, Zenobia didn't have the same reservations and answered bluntly, there's just too many to list. Overall, he's so eccentric that there's no use questioning his actions. Even in today's meeting, I'm expecting him to do some things out of the norm, and one of those is insisting that he's just a small store owner. Offended, Kisuke immediately corrected her, hey. I'm a humble candy store owner before everything else. But Zenobia just rudely pointed at him and turned to Riveria with a "see" expression. So it wasn't just your disguise? Kisuke responded with a shocked expression, hey. Weren't we doing business when we met? That's my primary job, you know. Riveria recalled the small shop that Hestia Familia had beside the abandoned church and sneered at him, well, you're clearly not very good at it. Without any rebuttal for that, Kisuke decided not to pull his punches and took out a deck of pictures and gave it to Riveria. Riveria doesn't know what these are, but she became careful and turned around so that only she could see them. As she went through the pictures, however, her body began shaking and seething in embarrassment. You bastard. Since when did you take these, you perverted bastard? It was the pictures of their date, but not the normally captured ones. Instead, all of it was her blunders, with the worst ones being when she was in the clothing shop and was sneakily trying out some risque choices. You're slandering me, Kisuke replied with a grin. I never peeked. You were just wrong to trust that clerk. But don't worry, I made sure to ask her not to take anything when you were not completely dressed. With a flushed face and ears, Riveria shoved a photo of her in black underwear with an expression similar to what she's making now. This is completely dressed. But instead of a reply, Riveria was only met with silence, with Kisuke just staring at the photo with a serious expression. What's wrong? This is the first time I've seen it, Kisuke answered honestly. Huh. Although I have them printed out, I haven't actually seen any of them due to how busy I was this past week. Riveria hurriedly took her photo back. Why you? Thank you for the treat. Riveria swung her foot and kicked Kisuke's shin in retaliation, but she'd forgotten that something like this had already happened in the past. As soon as her foot made contact, she was reminded as the pain assaulted her toes. Once again, kuh. She groaned in pain. Why does it always end up like this? She questioned her reality. Yuto and Zenobia peeked at each other and both of them concluded that this regrettable elf could be trusted to some extent. Everyone's waiting inside, so I'd like us to go in now, but if you want to rest for a bit, we could lead you to a private room. Yuto returned to the topic at hand before Kisuke, the elf, and Zenobia derailed it further. She'll be fine. Please lead the way. Kisuke looked around the hall and found that most of those present were familiar faces. As the head of the house, Kisuke first greeted Zeoticus before everyone else. This is our second time meeting, Zeoticus-sama. I'm glad that you're in good health. Zeoticus shook Kisuke's hand and replied, the first time was the class observation day, wasn't it? I've always wanted to talk to you regarding various topics, but you seem to be a busy man, so I was reluctant to arrange anything. I'm happy that you're here, regardless of the reason. Thank you very much for your kind words. Letting out a small laugh from the side, the head's wife interjected, please be at ease, dear. Today is just an informal meeting among friends. Your mother has also taken care of me in the past, so let's not treat each other as strangers. So Venelana-sama knew my mother. Indeed. Zeoticus nodded in agreement while adding, Venelana was a bit of a tomboy back in the day and would always ask Sarah for treatment since she could keep her injuries from the Bailho. Riveria wondered why he had stopped talking, but she immediately figured out the answer when she saw Venelana's hand hovering on Zeoticus' side. Ahem. Zeoticus feigned a cough to diffuse the situation and changed the topic. Kisuke-kun, would you mind introducing the lady beside you? Pardon us. This is Riveria Joe's Alf, the first member of my peerage. While Zeoticus and Venelana were not really surprised, those of his peers who knew him well enough didn't have the same stoic reaction. Except for Issei, who muttered loudly, a new girlfriend. Riveria, who had stepped forward to introduce herself, almost tripped over nothing. Normally, Kisuke would have teased her here, however, he didn't have enough attention to give her when Benihime was suddenly pulling out a lot of his energy reserves for her own use. Hey. What's going on? I found something interesting while exploring the realm of the dead. I'm currently fighting over 1,000 devils and grim reapers to get to that interesting thing. I'll give you the cue to open a spatial rift for me to escape once I get my hands on it. Chapter 887, Chapter 887 Black Coffin. Couldn't you have at least told me what you were going to do before you sprung this on me? That's no good. I'm actually quite deep within the realm of the dead and any attempts to contact you would have alerted them. What was so interesting for you to take this risk? I'm not sure, but it looked like fun to have. And probably the main crux of their artificial devil factory. That's an important one. Could you hold on for a little bit longer? The most that I can do is to bring you to my side, and I'm not exactly in a convenient location. You're in Gremory Castle, aren't you? It's not really an inconvenient place, so just do it. I'm about to grab this thing, by the way. If you say so. Is something the matter? Out of all the people in the room, there was only one person who noticed their conversation. Valerie Teeps, a damper and the owner of the Sephiroth Grawl. Kisuke smiled at her and said, I shouldn't be surprised, but could you actually hear us? Valerie hurriedly shook her head in defense, please don't misunderstand. I could only tell that you're talking with someone through your soul and not the actual contents of your conversation. Though it seems like you can tell the state of my conversation partner for you to have asked that. Valerie didn't deny it and explained, you have an unusually good connection with that person, so it's being conveyed quite clearly. Issei instantly guessed that the person Kisuke is talking to needs help based on their conversation and approached him. Kisuke, do you need our help? I know you're strong, but there's a limit to what two people could do. Heh. You won't even ask if I'm doing something nasty. But Issei just brushed off his words and said, I'd be the first one to stop you. That's what friends are there for, right? Kisuke still had the same smile on his face, but a glint of killing intent appeared in his eyes while looking at Issei, not to brag, but you might end up dead. Of course, this didn't escape most of the people in the room's notice, with some of them even taking a stance against Kisuke. Issei, on the other hand, just shrugged his shoulders and responded, I may not know what you're up to these days. And maybe even in the past. However, I'm pretty sure that you still have the moral bottom line that you wouldn't break. I remembered when we were kids that if one is going to acquire power, it is not just for protecting those important to you, but also to protect your bottom line. I never understood what you meant back then, but I do now. Issei's expression then turned into a grin before continuing, besides, those girls probably wouldn't have followed you if you were not a good guy. Kisuke's killing intent disappeared as he sighed, where did the innocent and perverted kid back then go? I don't think innocent and perverted should be in the same sentence, retorted Vale, who was leaning on the wall. Issei ignored him, so, do you need our assistance? Thanks for the offer, but what I actually need is permission. Kisuke then turned to Zeoticus and said, my companion said she found something interesting in the realm of the dead, but she's in a deadlock. I want to summon her, but there is no more time to move somewhere else. May I open a summoning gate here? Zeoticus, without asking anything further, nodded, we're technically already at war with Hades, so it doesn't matter. And if it's something interesting, it might help us with the upcoming battle. Go ahead. You may use this hall. I also don't mind if you rough it up a bit. Zeoticus then turned around and began commanding the servants to exit the place and evacuate the non-combatants just in case it may turn into a battle and also reduce the eyes that could see this interesting thing. Thank you very much. Kisuke prepared to summon Benihime to his side while the others made defensive maneuvers around him without any question. Out of those in the room, only Milikas needed some protection and Graphia could easily handle that. But while he was preparing the magic, Kisuke frowned. Just where are you? Why is it so hard to bend the space there? Probably in the deepest part. I had to go through countless security measures. The corner of Kisuke's mouth twitched as he knew exactly why she did it despite the risk. Aren't you having too much fun? Hey, life is too short. That doesn't apply to you. But seriously. I need that exit now. They already know that I'm talking with someone else and Hades, along with some other gods, are probably coming, so they're setting up a confinement spell. Hold on. The space around you is reinforced so it'll be hard to pull you out immediately. Kisuke then looked around and saw the figure he needed. Pendragon-san, I might need a bit of your assistance. The blonde siblings both pointed to themselves and asked, me. The younger Pendragon-san. The younger sister who was wearing sorcerer attire ran forward and said, call me Luffy. Then Luffy-san, I heard from Kuroka that you're good with space magic. Luffy proudly thumped her chest and said, the best in our team. I'll return the favor later so please handle the extraction. I want your autograph. What? Your autograph. Luffy repeated with shining eyes. Well, that's an expensive one, but you have the deal. Great. Luffy didn't request anything else and started asking Kisuke about the specifics of her assistance. To the side, Lint Selzen asked Ravel and Gasper about Kisuke's autograph. Is it that valuable? His autograph, I mean. Ravel crossed her arms and nodded. Out of all Ape Dragon characters, the one he's based on is one of the popular ones. Despite that, only Benia has his autograph and is being treated as some kind of heirloom. Eh? You mean that atrocious signature she kept parading around? Ravel and Gasper hurriedly covered her mouth and looked towards Kisuke. Upon seeing that he wasn't paying attention, however, they sighed in relief. Don't ever say that, even if it's true. Or you won't even know what'll hit you. Ravel reprimanded her with a very soft voice. Gasper nodded vigorously and whispered, that's right. He's capable, but also incredibly petty. What should I do next? Asked Luffy, but there wasn't any reply, so she looked at him making a weird smile. What's wrong? Nothing. It's just that some kids have just entered my naughty list. Why are you suddenly playing Santa? Luffy wanted to ask, but she didn't because that smile of his gave her shivers. After a few minutes of adjustments, Kisuke and Luffy were finally able to extract Benihime along with a cold black coffin that exuded a dense demonic power. But along with it, something also awakened in the deepest part of the Gremory Castle. Chapter 888, Chapter 888 Runia's Gremory. Benihime, wearing a white V-neck shirt, blue skinny jeans, and a fox mask over her face, stepped away from the coffin while carrying her katana. Kisuke followed her to ask her for the complete story first before examining the coffin because he found Benihime's seal on it while also leaving Luffy to reinforce and remove the traces of the summoning. What exactly is that? No. Since it's a coffin, who exactly is that? Asked Kisuke while analyzing the demonic power that's coming off from it. It's unusually dense but also a bit different that of normal demonic power. I don't know. Benihime shrugged her shoulders. When I arrived, some of Hades' men seemed to be extracting blood samples from it. I took a peek and the only thing I could figure out was that it was a woman. I'm not really sure if she's a devil despite all of that demonic power, and the most surprising of all was that she's still alive, even though her body was already half decayed. It must be an agonizing torture to be kept alive that way. Kisuke thought about it for a moment while Benihime was unsealing the coffin from her position and a certain person came to mind, which made him open his eyes wide. Could it be? Benihime, don't release the seal. Kisuke turned around and saw that Riveria approached the coffin out of curiosity while no one else did because they were still in their defensive position. Riveria stopped her steps and turned around with confusion. However, Kisuke couldn't continue his words when a mass of demonic power exploded under them, crushing through all the floors and arriving in the hall. A young-looking beautiful woman with lavender eyes and bright crimson eyes tied in a two-sided updo and a small crown-like accessory on the top of her head. P-progenitor. Zeoticus exclaimed upon seeing the woman covered with a very dense crimson demonic power that's only second to what a super devil could emit. However, the newcomer ignored his call and only set her eyes upon the coffin with great concern reflected on her eyes. And upon seeing Riveria who was closest to it, she immediately marked her a threat to the coffin and instantly took action. Instead of a normal set of devil wings, hers was made from pure crimson demonic power that she emitted. These crimson wings then flapped, instantly propelling her forward in an attempt to remove the threat. All of a sudden, a man with pale blonde hair wearing an oriental outfit appeared in front of the green-haired elf. However, that didn't matter as he was only added to the list of threats. Extending her hand out, it was covered by her demonic power and formed into a set of large claws that was in no way inferior to Crom's or maybe even sharper. Everyone else in the room tried to take action, with Issei even going straight into his Cardinal Crimson promotion form, Valley into his Imperio Juggernaut overdrive mode, and Vasco releasing a massive amount of holy power in an attempt to stop the clash. But even then, they were already too late and saw Kisuke sighing to himself. It wouldn't be wrong to say that he was pissed, however, not at the incoming enemy, but at his own inadequacy. He'd already promised Riveria's protection and safety, and he wasn't even bringing her anywhere dangerous, yet here he is, blocking an attack that would instantly kill her when something like this shouldn't happen in the first place. With that brief frustration taking over within him for an instant, he ended up going a bit overboard. As Kisuke took a stance to throw a punch, the sclera of his eyes turned black and his pupils golden, with a single angular horn sprouting on the right side of his head. His hair also grew longer, along with the right half of his body being covered with hollow matter, transforming his right arm into something more monstrous. Everyone was speechless with his sudden transformation. However, he's still not done, as 5 blood drums linked together appeared behind him, with 3 of them instantly opened into eyes, abruptly spreading out an immense oppressive aura in all directions. Graphia, Zeoticus, and Venelana hurriedly deployed multiple barriers to protect everyone, and those who could still move also did the same. Issei still wanted to jump in to stop them, but he was stopped by Valley and Vasco, who both had cold sweat drenching their backs. After being drowned with Kisuke's killing intent and pressure, the crimson-haired girl finally fully woke up and realized what she was doing. And when she saw the men in front of her gathering something extremely dangerous in his transformed hand, she stopped her flight in panic and yelled, "Surrender, W8. Stop. Stop." Not just those around, but even Kisuke was taken aback by her sudden change in demeanor that resembled that of a child. What? Kisuke was confused because she didn't seem to be acting, and he was pretty confident in his ability to read expressions. "I won't attack. I'm stopping now. So let's have a truce. Please put that dangerous thing away. It's scary." While the girl landed her feet on the ground, Kisuke also slowly retracted the Gran Rey Zero he'd been gathering in his right hand that he wanted to use to blast her into non-existence. "She looks like a kid. She acts like a kid. I can't really hit a kid without a better reason, can I?" Unlike Sarah Fall, who had a pronounced childish side to her, the one in front of him was undeniably childish, which doesn't make sense. He called her progenitor, didn't he? Then the one in the coffin is really... If Kisuke's guess was correct, then he could understand the actions of the girl in front of him. The girl sighed in relief but didn't dare approach him any further. "Who are you?" But Kisuke stayed silent, with his transformation spreading slowly throughout his whole body as he continued to stare down the girl. Kisuke's heavy intimidation didn't just work on the girl, but on all of those around him. But even with a palpitating heart, Zeoticus had to do something, or at least say something to defuse the situation. Although, before he could step up, another young woman with ponytailed crimson hair silently appeared beside them and blocked him with her arm. "Mother. Let them be. Just focus on protecting Milikas and Venelana," replied the woman. Zeoticus wanted to object, but he trusted his mother's judgment in the end. Just why did she wake up now? Is it because of that coffin? He asked himself while looking at the confrontation. Hello, asked the girl in front of Kisuke. "Big brother, who are you?" The members of the Gremry family except for Milikas almost retorted, but they were able to collectively calm themselves, partly thanks to the scary aura coming off of Kisuke. As Kisuke's second horn fully formed and the other half of his body became fully white, he finally answered, "Shouldn't you be saying something first?" The girl thought for a bit before realizing it. Where are my manners? I sincerely apologize for attacking first, big brother. I'm Runia's Gremry. She introduced herself before pointing towards the coffin behind him, and the one behind you is my mother. Those who already knew who Runia's was were stunned at her announcement. Runia's? Why does that name sound familiar? Asked Crom, who'd already returned to his human form. Runia's Gremry, the original Gremry, answered Vasco, who didn't ease up. The original Gremry? That's Ria's ancestor. So she's still alive, muttered Issei, but then he recalled what she'd just said. Wait. Her mother. Then inside that coffin is. There's only one mother all of the 72 original devils ever knew. Val sighed while also taking back his armor, trying to withstand Kisuke's pressure dryly. Should I say that as expected of his companion? To just swipe the coffin containing the mother of all devils and my great-grandmother. Lilith. Muttered Issei. However, that wasn't the most interesting thing for Vasco. More importantly, what is Kisuke Urahara? A smile flashed across Crom's face and said, who knows? Only one thing that I'm sure of is that he has been holding back. Chapter 889, Chapter 889 Mother of All Devils. While Kisuke and Runia's were still having a standoff, Benihime silently pulled the stunned Riveria to the side. After the former sent a stream of energy to the latter to help her block the oppressive aura, Riveria was finally able to recall how to breathe and panted hard while holding her chest in pain. Benihime patted her back and comforted her. There. Take it easy. You're safe now. Still confused about what was happening, Riveria returned her blurry sight back to the confrontation and the first thing she saw was Kisuke's monstrous form. What is going on? Benihime didn't say anything and just allowed her to stare at Kisuke, wanting to know what was going to be her initial reaction. Knowing her origin, Benihime didn't think she'd have a positive response to this. What is he? Riveria softly asked while trying to focus her mind. Benihime got closer to her left ear and whispered, "You don't know. In your world, that's the very definition of a monster." Riveria's expression instantly became darker as she calmed the rhythm of her breathing. Under the mask, a small smile formed on her mouth, however, her eyes didn't say the same as she gave her a stare full of disappointment. But that's until she felt the movement of demonic power on Riveria's arm and a magic blade instantly extended from her hand. Benihime bent her back away to dodge the blade that cut the corner of her mask before jumping away to secure some space from the angry elf. How rude of you to attack someone who'd just saved your life." Riveria shook her head to shake away the dizziness she was feeling and stared back at the fox-masked woman. "I'm just returning the rudeness of you calling a friend of mine a monster. And if someone saved me, it would be Kisuke, who went in front of me." The disappointment immediately left Benihime's eyes with a chuckle. "Well, I guess that's true." She then looked at Kisuke, who was already looking in their direction, and winked at him. "You fufu, and now that I've brought this interesting thing, my job here is done." After saying that, Benihime disappeared with a very familiar flash step, instantly leaving the scene after bringing Kisuke some trouble. But before her aura completely left, Benihime left a few words only for Riveria to hear. "Aren't you one lucky girl?" For him to reveal some of the cards he had been keeping for an emergency just to protect you from a bit of danger. Riveria's eyes went wide open and her mind went blank. She didn't know, but that didn't mean that she didn't have any ideas about what was inside the coffin. She'd brought this thing here knowing it might cause problems. Just where did she inherit that fondness of messing with everyone? Meanwhile, Kisuke didn't want to admit it himself. But even if that's the case, it's a good opportunity to meet an original devil. Kisuke returned his sights to the already restless, young devil. A few seconds more passed and then the oppressive aura Kisuke had been releasing finally receded, with him returning to his original form. But instead of talking to Runia's, Kisuke placed his right hand on his nape to grab something before throwing it toward Riveria. As it traveled through the air, the thing he threw sparkled in a green light, and when it reached in front of the elf, it stopped before forming a series of green hexagonal shields around her. "Stay there for now. But if things go south, those shields should be able to protect you for a good while." But instead of being glad, Riveria only felt bad and frustrated. This helplessness. "It's been a while. But as I expected, I still hate it," she thought while looking at the hexagonal shields revolving around her. She recalled Benihime's words and got a bit embarrassed before sighing in frustration. "I will have to apologize later. But the better thing to do is to work on myself so that I won't need any saving in the first place." After making sure that the Milanescudo was properly integrated on Riveria and changed its state into automatic activation, Kisuke turned back and raised his right hand, pouring out the unique energy that he'd finally decided to call Origin, since it's a mixture of everything he knew how to use. Kurohitsuji. The oppression momentarily returned and Runia's prepared to defend herself as she saw jet black walls rise up from the floor, covering both her, Kisuke, and the coffin. "What are you doing?" Runia's was about to bash through the forming walls, but Kisuke stopped her by saying, "Making a private place to talk." The claws and wings she'd brought out again were taken back and formed into a thin film of dense demonic power around her. As soon as the black walls connected, they also extended to form a ceiling and a floor, completely sealing the two people in the coffin away from the world. "I understand that you would want to protect your mother, but why did you suddenly attack?" Kisuke started while stepping away from the coffin. At this point, Benihime's seal on it was already gone. Runia's approached the coffin and answered, "Because I was half asleep. The moment I felt my mother's presence and how someone unknown was beside her, I automatically assumed the worst." Opening the coffin, Runia's beautiful face couldn't help but grimace. "How awful." Kisuke returned and took a peek, and even he couldn't maintain a stoic expression. "I think it's a few more degrees than that. This is quite the distasteful torture." With only a few strands of black hair hanging from her scalp, Lilith was a half-dried-up corpse with her flesh gone from her lower stomach until her feet and her almost rotting organs hanging out. But despite all of this, she was still breathing and her was heart beating, albeit very softly and slowly. "Whoever did this to her did a great job in keeping her alive," added Kisuke in a sarcastic tone. Runia's gritted her teeth and gently touched Lilith's face. "Unforgivable." Kisuke stared at the shaking Runia's for a few moments before saying, "My companion grabbed her from the depths of the realm of the dead, but I doubt that it was Hades and his happy friends who did this considering the age of the spell placed on her." "Why are you so sure it wasn't them who did this?" asked Runia's with glowing lavender eyes. Kisuke closed his eyes and answered, "Because they are using her to create more devils that will work under them." The moment she heard that, Runia's aura exploded outwards, cracking the jet black walls just from the initial impact. Kisuke sighed and patted her shoulder. "Calm down for now. The fact that they've only started doing this recently meant that they didn't have her that long. Though that doesn't really change the fact that they're doing something nasty." But while saying this, a certain individual entered his head. Kuratsuchi-san would have done it too, I guess. Runia's aura abated, but the intensity around her hasn't disappeared. I'm going to destroy them. That sounds fun, but the issue here isn't them, but Lilith-san. Kisuke then looked towards Lilith and said, I present you two choices. One, and the easier one of the two, is death. The other one. Well, I can see a way for restoration. It's not going to be easy or cheap, though. Runias looked at him in shock. Restoration? You mean healing her? You can do that. Please dash. Hold on. Kisuke interrupted her by putting his hand in front of her face. I'm not asking you. Heh. I told you, right? This is distasteful torture. What is torture if you can't feel it? While still confused, Runia suddenly heard a woman's voice resounding in her head. What's the price of restoration? Chapter 890. Chapter 890. Hope for restoration. Runia snapped her head back to Lilith and saw that nothing was different and thought that she was just imagining things, until Kisuke answered, your full cooperation. Without sugarcoating it, I'll technically be your new owner. I'd like to negotiate, Lilith replied back, making Runia's further speechless and confused. Please go ahead and tell me what you think. I'm willing to make a few concessions. Runia's head finally caught up and jumped towards Kisuke while grabbing his collar. Wait. What do you mean you're the new owner? What are you trying to do? Runia's, Lilith called her name, but she still didn't let go of Kisuke. I won't allow it. Kisuke stared down at her and replied, I'm not asking you. Naturally, Runia's couldn't accept that kind of answer and raised her voice. Even if you're not asking me, taking full control of her just because you can heal her is too much. I'm not running a charity here, Kisuke replied coldly. Besides, you don't have the right to decide for her. I don't. But that doesn't mean we have to listen to you. Runia's turned to Lilith and said, Mother, we have a lot more options than what he's offering. Not to mention, there's no guarantee any of what he's saying is true. From this point on, Kisuke decided to stay quiet. If they want to, they can indeed seek help outside of their own. However, Kisuke also knew that Lilith was aware of her surroundings despite her current state. Aside from him, I don't know anyone that could help me or even want to reveal my current situation to. What? Runia's let go of Kisuke. How can you be so sure, Mother? I'm not, but I'm sure that I know more than you. Runia's, Lilith didn't allow her to interrupt. Looking at you right now, you probably put yourself into deep sleep after the Great War. You haven't changed much since then. I see that you're still that playful kid. Runia's became quiet as that's exactly what she did. To preserve her own mind and maturity, she slept for centuries, only waking up when there was something going on. It was unknown why she chose to do this, but this was the main reason why Kisuke was weirded out by her. No wonder. Thought Kisuke while looking at Runia's and also figuring out how he could make use of this to his advantage. I don't remember how I ended up like this because it was only recently that I woke up to rise of him holding onto me and Hades just now. Both of them tried to restore me to some degree because I'm more useful to them, complete, but their researchers that came from various backgrounds failed to do anything. In which case, I doubt anyone else out there could properly help me. But while they weren't able to do anything, Hades has been very vocal about a certain individual that he wanted to take in from at some point. I suppose that's me. Dark green oriental clothing and striking green and white striped bucket hat covering his pale blonde hair. Hades would often mention a genius that could help him progress in a lot of things relating to the soul. But alas, the two of you are enemies due to a certain prophecy that a god beside him kept mentioning. Hades thought of that. Looks like the documents I passed to both Azazel and Dylan were leaked to him. Kisuke thought for a bit before replying with a chuckle. I never expected him to think so highly of me. So please, let me ask this before we start our negotiation. Do you really have a way to restore me? From the looks of it, you're currently in a time seal which binds you to the very state you're currently in. Any attempt of healing or even killing you would be very hard as you would only revert back in time. Still, it allows you to retain your consciousness and sense of mind, so you're not entirely covered by this spell. That's also what Rizavim's men and Hades figured out, except for the latter since I never revealed that I'm conscious of what's happening around me. With that in mind, the first thing I could think of is to take advantage of that hole and break the seal from there, added Kisuke. Nevertheless, he doubts something like that would work since the seal was sophisticated enough to leave her mind alone, so it probably had a failsafe around there, and probing that part may cause some accidents. Even then, Kisuke had to give her an answer that was concrete and believable to gain her trust. If that doesn't work, reversing causality should work, since it goes directly against the concept of time. After that, the restoration itself can be started. It'll take many tests and experiments to achieve this, but it shouldn't be impossible. Is that so? Then if you're successful in restoring me, I'll give my all to you and only you. Mother. Runia's muttered on the side while gritting her teeth. She never hated her immaturity until now. But in exchange, please allow me to roam around on my own feet. I want to see and experience the world, even if it's just a small part of it. Kisuke could finally understand her desperation, so she just wanted a bit of freedom. Just how shitty was her life for her to request something so small in exchange for fully controlling her? Kisuke nodded. How about we talk about this more once we are sure to succeed in your restoration? What? Runia's reacted strongly. Mother was just asking something very trivial, yet you want to delay this. Kisuke's hand moved so fast and silently, without any hints of malicious threat, that Runia's failed to react when Kisuke flicked her forehead, sending her flying back. OUCH. Are you an idiot? I'm delaying it because she's asking for too little. While I'd take all the advantages that I can get, I'll never sell an overpriced product. And besides, even though I want her to have a positive outlook on this, I also don't want her to have any false hope. I was able to give an answer, but that's just after my initial observations. Runia slowly stood up and pouted as she nursed the lump on her forehead. Can you really help, Mother? It might prove difficult, but I can. At least from what I'm seeing now. Who are you anyway? And why are you at the heart of my territory? Kisuke Urahara. I can at least say that I'm on friendly enough terms with the Gremory household to be invited over. Chapter 891, Chapter 891 Private Meeting. Half an hour had already elapsed when the black box began receding, revealing Kisuke, Runia's, and the coffin with no apparent changes compared to when they were trapped. Runia's was the first one to move and walk towards Zeoticus, Vanillana, Kaisis, Graphia, and Mil Icas huddled together. The surroundings were still a mess with furniture broken and pieces of wood and concrete scattered around from Runia's emerging from the lower floors. Zeoticus, however, was reluctant to call any guards and servants to clean up due to how sensitive this matter is. Kaisis, Zeoticus. Follow me. Runia's commanded with an unusually serious tone that the latter never heard before. Kaisis nodded and said, understood. Zeoticus, meanwhile, looked towards Kisuke, who was putting his arm forward before unknown runes lit up on it and extended into the air before forming a magic circle twice as tall as him. Kisuke then directed that magic circle towards the coffin, letting it pass through it and disappear on the other side. He wanted to ask where he is taking the coffin, but with Runia's just walking away from it casually, she probably had an explanation and instructions regarding it. Progenitor, if I may, I'd like to bring my wife along. That's fine, Runia's answered shortly. Zeoticus and Vanillana nodded at each other before the latter turned to Graphia. Graphia, I'll leave the cleaning up to you. Make sure none of this goes out. I will do my utmost. Graphia bowed and saw them leaving through the doors leading to the inner halls. After taking care of the coffin, Kisuke approached Rias, Issei's, and Vala's group with Riveria on the side as if nothing has happened. Yo, it's great to see that everyone's getting along just fine. Kisuke greeted them with a smile. The contrasting image of his cheerful demeanor and demolished surroundings gave a surreal feeling to those who were not used to his antics. What's this? He's scary. Bova Tannen, the third son of the former Dragon King Tannen, muttered while hiding behind Crom. It's funny to see Bova-san being scared like this while he usually acts like a delinquent, whispered Lint to Valerie. Gasper also heard her words and added, he's really scary though. I want to forget what happened earlier too. You're as ridiculous as ever. You're just going to pretend like nothing happened? Valley asked with a chuckle. But Kisuke just shrugged his shoulders and replied, what is there to pretend? It was already a settled matter and it's not like I'm the one who made a mess of this place. That is true. Well then, Kisuke turned to Rias, but before he could continue, she interrupted him, wait. Before you say what you want, let's move to a different place. Your companion here was telling us a very interesting story, so we'd like to hear more of it. Besides, you're not here just to apologize to my team, are you? You didn't tell me to hide where I came from, so it's fine, right? Riveria asked. That's fine. Kisuke nodded and didn't deny Rias' words, please lead the way. In reality, however, Riveria and Kisuke had already talked about what they could reveal to them before they arrived and just pretended that Riveria was just casually mentioning things. While she doesn't know what Kisuke was planning, she guessed that this is in relation to what Line mentioned about the Age of Gods. While walking through the busy hall, Kisuke looked around once again and reviewed each group. On Ria's team, all of her teammates aside from her queen, Tsubaki Shinra, and Rook, Lugaru were present. On Issei's side, only Ravel, Zenobia, and Bovo were present while only the Pendragon siblings came with Valley. Aren't you going to ask what happened with the coffin or what I talked about with your ancestor? Asked Kisuke to Rias, who's walking in front. Without stopping or turning in his direction, she answered, you already said that it's settled. And if I'm going to hear about it, it'll come from my father, so I'll spare you the effort of explaining it half-heartedly. I'm thankful. It's really a pain to talk about it. Rias led everyone to an inner garden with maids setting up the table for everyone to have a small snack to accompany their discussions. After everyone settled on their spots, Kisuke finally issued his formal apology and explained that they still would have won the match, because Nyx and Seekvera's barrier went against the rules of the raiding game. Its isolation effect was so strong that even the retiring system hardly worked inside of it, and no one really noticed it immediately due to how flashy the other battlefronts were. So from the start, they'd already lost the match and Kisuke just played along to gather some information about Vasco and Crom. Rias accepted it before she started complaining. "You didn't really have to apologize for that, since I don't think it's any better than being declared as winners after wiping the floor with us. Though I would have really appreciated it if you wouldn't have left me alone to deal with the media. It was a literal hell to deal with them when I didn't know exactly what was going on." "No way," Kisuke instantly rejected that notion. "The media aside, the reason I left as soon as the match ended and refused to give any interviews is that there are other people there that I really don't want to get caught with." "It's Indra, isn't it?" Issei muttered. "Yep, nice guess. Were you invited?" Issei sighed as he nodded. "He did ask me to join him in a war against Shiva, but I refused. Of course, I could only do that because I had the Gremory and Bale households behind me. Being a public figure also helped. I got the same invitation too." Valley interjected, "But I'm an honorary officer of Grigori, so he can't really force me either. Though that's probably going to be hard for you with the Belial's current state." Valley then recalled the fox-masked woman who apparently snatched Lilith's coffin and added, "And you being so secretive of your own forces, regardless of their strength and influence. As such, the easiest way is to avoid him like the plague. Thankfully, he likes extending his invitation personally, so it's easy to spot him." Soon after, the main point of discussion moved to Riveria and the world where she came from. Riveria would patiently answer any and each of their questions, and the rules of her world appears to fascinate everyone listening. Meanwhile, Kisuke asked Issei and Vala to follow him for a bit, and Rias asked one of the maids to lead them to a private room since she guessed that this is probably the real reason why he came to their place. After checking the room and setting up a barrier to avoid any information leaks, Kisuke asked the two heavenly dragons and their hosts with a large grin, "Say, would you like to invade the other world with me? It has been a while since we've talked, but this is the first thing you say." An exasperated sigh was heard from Drake. Chapter 892 Devil Magician Pact. Half an hour later, Kisuke, Issei, and Valley returned without much change in their demeanor. Rias, however, noted sweat on Issei's forehead and thought, were they doing some physical activities? Rias secretly called one of the servants that are closely stationed in the room they used and asked if there was anything noteworthy that happened. As the servant answered that he only heard silence, a few questions popped into Ria's head, but she didn't think about it any further. "If it was something important, he'll talk about it with me." The three of them then joined the lively discussion and no one asked them what they talked about. As soon as Kisuke sat down, however, Luffei excitedly raised her voice to him, "Kisuke-sama. Instead of bringing Riveria-sama to Grauzauberer, please let me bring her to Golden Dawn instead." The Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. Kisuke thought about it for a moment. Isn't that the famous but relatively new magician organization? Yes. It's the organization where I came from. Luffei answered with shining eyes. "From the discussion just now, I figured that Riveria-sama's main interest in magic lies in the modern subject, and I can safely assure you that we won't be behind any other organization in terms of our study and advancement in that field. But it was already arranged for her to attend Grauzauberer. She even has Seraphal's endorsement." "That may be the case, but please consider it. While Grauzauberer is indeed a great one with a long history, their main subject is occult. It's a great subject, but interest is as important as aptitude, and maybe even more in some cases." Kisuke went silent and looked at Riveria. Riveria, on the other hand, could only shake her head since she didn't really know anything and could only follow his opinion on this matter. "And if it's Seraphal-sama's endorsement, it'll work as intended in the Golden Dawn. As a matter of fact, they invited me over to become a mentor, and if you'll allow this, I could become her exclusive mentor. No offense intended to the Great Devil, but I doubt Mephisto-sama could give the attention you wanted from him. He's a busy man, after all." Valen nodded as he added to her sales pitch, "I also can assure you that she can be a better mentor than even Mephistopheli's right hand, Laviana Rennie. She's a genius for a reason." "The Ice Princess, huh?" Kisuke muttered. But while what they were saying was reasonable and even enticing for someone in Riveria's situation, he couldn't understand their insistence and instead asked, "What's in it for you?" Luffei's cheerful expression immediately changed into a serious one and bowed down. "Please sign a Devil Magician Pact with me, Kisuke-sama." As soon as everyone heard this, an audible sigh could be heard and Kisuke turned in Ravel's direction, as expected. "It was him you wanted to enter a pact with." "Oh. You wanted to make a pact with her?" asked Kisuke curiously. Ravel immediately shook her head. "Not quite. I wanted Issei-san to sign a pact with her since she's the greatest candidate I could think of. And when we asked her about this, she refused and said that there was already someone in her mind. Luffei-san didn't tell us who it was, but we could easily guess, and it was confirmed just now. If I recall correctly, there are 3 main reasons why a magician would make a pact with a devil." Kisuke tried to pull out the information he saw in a book once about this topic. Protection. The first is to use them as a bodyguard. When the time comes, Having a powerful devil behind their back will allow a magician to talk with their opponents if they are caught up in a quarrel. Second is information. Magicians make pacts because they want to attain the techniques and knowledge of devils. To make it clearer, the technique standards of the underworld. These things will play a large role when magicians do their research. Also, by making a pact with a devil, they will be allowed to get items or resources cheaper by having an equal exchange. Lastly, public eminence. They make a pact with the devil for their own status. Making a pact with a powerful devil will bring great fortune and success to them. Information, is it? Kisuke muttered to himself while still thinking about Lu Fei's offer. Lu Fei thought that he was thinking that she was only after his techniques and technology, so she pulled out a book and a handheld monocle from her inventory and passed it to Kisuke. Please take a look at this. Kisuke received the book with a brown cover without anything written on it and the monocle. He first curiously opened the book and was greeted by unknown characters that he hadn't seen before. From that point, Kisuke was able to guess the function of the monocle and placed it in front of his right eye to view the book. As he expected, the gibberish letters were transformed into the familiar English alphabet. While browsing through the book, small talks began around him, but not with Lu Fei and Riveria, who were waiting for him to finish. Kisuke spent a quarter of an hour going through it and sighed. Do you have any idea what this entails? Kisuke's pause was him stopping himself from saying the danger this poses. Lu Fei nodded, of course. It's the reason why I created the original encryption on it and only used it this one time. Kisuke and Lu Fei's exchange gathered everyone's curiosity once again, but the former ignored them. Who else knows about this? No one else, even my closest friends and family. Lu Fei gave an answer that widened Valley and Arthur's eyes. But why give it to me? To show you that I can offer you something in this pact. You just gave me an offer that I'm not allowed to refuse. He wanted to say it out loud, but he was concerned about how the others would react and he wanted to downplay the situation even a little bit. The book he received contained a certain teleportation spell. But it wasn't the normal transposition magic that uses and locks into coordinates to transfer. Instead, it's used to target a consciousness or mind, which is much more abstract than souls, to make a successful transfer. To explain how it was any different from normal teleportation magic, one has to first know about the ways to prevent the magic from being cast in the first place, which is largely divided into two categories, space lock and space misinformation. The first one, space lock, was easier to use since it's basically just reinforcing the information of space through a barrier so that no changes could be allowed to it, making a transfer essentially impossible. However, as easy as it was to set up, it only needed brute force to break through, so it was only used to lock down a certain area temporarily. To permanently secure a location from transfers, the second category is used in tandem with the space lock. From the name itself, space misinformation hides the area through a barrier that causes chaos in space. If there's an attempt to teleport into that protected space without resolving and calculating the correct values needed to teleport, the teleport could find him or herself stuck somewhere unknown, or worse, the dimensional gap where most living beings could only survive for a few seconds before they forcefully decay and get subsumed. Even Kisuke's Mars base was secured through a space misinformation by placing the entire place in the realm between the real world and dimensional gap, which is small, but also infinite. As a result of this, anyone could only teleport in and out of it through a previous place, incomplete solution, and that's the teleportation platform in it. To complete the solution, the other half of it was embedded in his own soul's right arm, which he used to take away Lilith's coffin. If his arm were to be severed or he becomes unconscious, the key will rearrange into something unintelligible. However, Lu Fei's teleportation magic bypasses that misinformation entirely, and as long as someone's consciousness was marked by this magic, the user could easily teleport to the target's side. While the book is missing the crucial parts and it's obvious to Kisuke that Lu Fei is still refining the magic, if completed and learned, it's quite possible that most if not all barriers that could trap him or her would become ineffective as long as someone marked is outside of it. I can't refuse this because of the risk of someone else getting a hold of this ridiculous magic. Not until I could devise a countermeasure against it. Kisuke looked at her again, who was patiently anticipating a positive response, and thought, nope. She doesn't understand the full potential and dangers of this magic since she readily showed this to me without any signs of working on a counterspell. Chapter 893 Soul Gear. Kisuke sighed once again and turned towards Rias. Gremory-san, do you mind throwing a bit of your magic in my direction? Rias didn't question him and simply pointed her finger towards him before a ball of destruction the size of a baseball came flying out. Kisuke threw the book he had at the incoming projectile and the collision resulted in the book's complete annihilation. Thank you. You're welcome. Kisuke then stood up while turning back to Lu Fei with a big smile and putting forward his hand. Let's sign this pact. Please take care of me. Lu Fei's serious expression instantly changed to that of extreme delight. Let's get along well, Kisuke-sama. Then let's strike the iron while it's hot. Kisuke turned to everyone else. Everyone, we'll take our leave for now. Thank you for having us, although things went awry from the start. Gremory-san, please do tell Runia-san that she can contact me anytime. She'll understand what I mean. I'll make sure that your message is relayed. Rias also stood up. We'd like to discuss a few more things with you, but we can't keep you here since you're a busy man. With that said, you're also very welcome to visit the Gremory household anytime. I think we could cooperate on several things. I do have some things in mind, but I'll save it for now since the Alliance of Hell's all-out attack is just around the corner. Sadly, I can only wish you good luck when they start acting since I'll be somewhere else. That's really a shame. I don't know what you'll be doing at that time, but I bid you good luck too. Thank you very much. Do you also mind if we teleport out of here? I'm sure that there would be a lot of people waiting for us, so I'd like to be saved from all the trouble they'll be bringing. I don't mind. Please be my guest. Valisama, Nisama. I'll be leaving for a while. Lu Fei also bid her farewell to her comrades. Valin nodded and said, we'll contact you whenever there's something important. Take your time. Be careful out there. If there's an emergency on your side, I'll come as quickly as possible. Arthur added. Meanwhile, Kisuke also finished his magic circle and already had Riveria on his side. We'll be going back to the Belial Manor before going to the Golden Dawn. It's still a bit early, but since the Alliance of Hell's attack is just around the corner, most eyes will be taken off of us and it should be a good chance to strengthen the Belial's influence with anyone too late to stop it. So we'll be cancelling our previous arrangement with Mephistopheles, asked Cleria while dealing with some paperwork. Lu Fei became instantly worried. What? You already arranged a meeting with Mephisto-sama? Wait. Isn't that bad? What we'll be doing is just plain rude and may even cause negative sentiments between the Belial house and Grauzoberer. It's fine. I wouldn't have accepted your offer if I didn't have something to settle this. Kisuke consoled her while patting her head. Lu Fei was a bit shocked by the sudden feeling on top of her head, but she didn't say anything. She strangely didn't hate it in the first place. Cleria put down her pen and looked at Kisuke. Is that so? Then we will need to do it fast since the time of the meeting is fast approaching. Do you want me to give them a call for now? Kisuke didn't say a word and instead took out a compiled set of papers and a silver dagger with a very simplistic design. Cleria received both of them and checked the papers first and saw a bunch of blueprints for some unknown types of machinery. This is equipment that we'll need for the mass production of that dagger. Although that's not all of it since I'll be providing the crucial pieces of equipment myself. Cleria put aside the papers and picked up the dagger to inspect it. Aside from the soft magic power it was emitting and how it was trying to entangle her demonic power in a way that she could easily resist, there was nothing strange or special that she could see about it. What is this? And why take it out now? This is an artificial sacred gear that anyone can use, but I'd like to call it a soul gear. Cleria almost dropped the dagger, but fortunately, she was able to grab hold of it again. A artificial sacred gear. And mass production. Is this the Grigori's? It's not. I developed that myself. Compared to Grigori's and Heaven's, however, it's a lot weaker to start out with. Even then, its potential is way beyond those two. It may look like a dagger right now, but it could change its shape depending on how the host would like to use it and could even develop unique capabilities in the long run. What sort of change? Give me an example. It's shaped like a dagger, but depending on its owner, it may become a shield or a ring and develop a healing ability. If lucky and fated, it could even develop an ability that's similar to what the Longinus have right now. That's ridiculous. Cleria became nervous while holding the dagger that could shape the entire future of this world. Is there some sort of side effect from using this? Aside from a really slow development if the user is just an average person and the chances of it reaching the Longinus level being the same as winning the lottery a few times in a row, there's really nothing. Kisuke shrugged his shoulders. After all, it was created through the fusion of sacred gear and Zanpakuto technology. Cleria chuckled, but it didn't match her expression. This will definitely cause a war. It definitely would if not for the looming threat called Alliance of Hell and the otherworldly invasion. Please give that dagger to Mephistopheles-san and promise him that he could have the first batch to test things out if he could back the Belial house. After that, send a similar proposal to the Citri and Gremory house. As long as we can expand our influence while everybody else's attention is somewhere else, the chances of war diminish. The Citri isn't going to be a problem, but the Gremory. Isn't that too risky? Even though you're best friends with Issei-kun. It'll be fine. I met their progenitor today, so I'll be asking her to approve of this. The progenitor? Did you mean Runia's Gremory? She's still alive. Cleria couldn't keep up with all the news today, and that's just from Kisuke going out to Gremory territory today. Yes. It's the same person. If that's not enough to stop the threat of conflict, I'll be publishing the core basics of this technology for the others to play with. There shouldn't be any reason for them to look at us after that, but I'd like to keep that as the last resort. Alright. For now, please let me drop everything and cancel all my appointments to work on this. Cleria exited the room feeling dizzy. While she didn't want to think about the grim future, she couldn't exactly ignore what Kisuke had given her, and it'd be better to make some policy changes in anticipation of the storm it'll eventually cause. Sarah. Your son. He's single-handedly changing the world. Meanwhile, Riveria was confused about what was going on and looked toward Lu Fei, who had cold sweat dripping down her forehead. What's wrong? Are you all right? And nothing. I just thought that the human world should adapt to magic soon, since that's the only way that I could think of to offset all of this. Please don't worry. Kisuke interrupted them. I've already thought of several countermeasures to avoid any abuses of power resulting from these soul gears. Anyone who will start a war using this will be promptly removed by everyone else. That's reassuring, but you're not the only one who'll be able to manufacture this once you publish your research. You misunderstand. For a few decades to centuries at least, soul gears will be exclusively from the Belial house. Although I'll be publishing the core basics, that doesn't mean I'll do the same for the prerequisite technologies that are needed. And I won't be publishing any Zanpakuto-related information, so good luck with them. But while Kisuke was busy laying down all the traps he needed for any sort of situation that he could anticipate, things were heating up in the Dazara region with an explosion of divine power, locking the whole region down and sending massive waves of panic, not just among the residents of the lower world, but also those who came down for entertainment. Chapter 894, Chapter 894 God's Descent. Yoruchi and Seraphol were in Freya's room on the top floor of Babel once again to update them on the current situation of the expedition team and to rest for a bit from monitoring them. Aside from the good things that happened with Line and Tenestra's addition, it also caused the other familiars to become concerned. Huh? Loki muttered while going through the report. That's to be expected. Everyone thought that magic was tied to their level, and here comes someone who can easily use it despite being a level 1. Freya commented while looking down on the city of Orario from her glass window. For their whole life, they believed in levels. The higher it is, the stronger they are. So the moment they saw a crack in that faith and argument, they started panicking and lost sight of their futures. Thankfully, however, my children could easily deal with that. Loki threw the report down the table and leaned back with a sigh. That's only natural. What they believed in from the start wasn't their strength nor their level, but you. Their blind faith and love exempted them from this. That really sounds impressive. Seraphol nodded in agreement, but with a cult-like mindset. As strong as their minds are, they are also the first one to fall when their belief is broken. Speaking from experience, ask Yoruchi. They are a pain to deal with, but easy enough once you find the crux to their belief. Freya wanted to defend her children some more, but small tremors in the earth had suddenly begun. Everyone became silent and stayed in their positions for a few seconds until the tremors started getting stronger and the bookshelves in Freya's room were about to topple. I'm reinforcing the tower. Seraphol declared with a magic circle appearing beneath her feet and extending out of the tower. Even then, the shaking only continued to get stronger, and Seraphol had to extend her reinforcement throughout the entire city, the nearby fishing town of Melon, and the newly constructed factory, research, and development building for magic vehicles. Yoruchi stood up from her seat and caught Freya, who was about to lose her balance. Thank you. But she ignored her and started muttering with a serious expression, an earthquake. But what's below us? Her thought process, however, was interrupted by a magic circle appearing on the table, displaying a hologram of Medusa. 3 gods have descended. We will move to resolve the issue as originally planned. At that moment, a wave of divine power that came from the west suddenly washed over the entire region, jolting all the divines within it. What was that? Loki stood up in panic while trying to figure out whose divine power was unleashed and why it was having such a massive effect. Freya, with a similarly serious expression, looked at Yoruchi, who had an amused one. What do you know about this? Yoruchi escorted Freya to take a seat while answering. I don't want to repeat my explanation, so we should wait for our guest first before starting. Besides, the stage is still being prepared. Loki and Freya looked at each and gave up. Since they're so at ease of what's happening, they didn't want to look like paranoid individuals. Just make sure that those in the dungeon are safe. I just activated a barrier for their camp. But if they choose to venture outside despite the dangers, it'll be up to them, replied Yoruchi. Well, I guess that's fine. A few minutes later, a group of out-of-breath deities came to Freya's room with Hephaestus in the lead. Freya. Loki. We have to pull them out of the dungeon now. Where's ? What the group saw was Loki, Freya, Yoruchi, and Seraphol just chilling with some alcohol and some fresh raw fish. Loki very much liked the expression they were making and greeted them with a shit-eating grin. Yo, were you lot running a marathon? Some really weird timing, I must say. And if you're here to invite me, I refuse. A nerve visibly bulged in Hephaestus' forehead as she stomped her way in. Marathon. Do you still have the time to joke around? Are you not aware of what's going on? Some idiot. No. Several idiots decided to go against the pact and came down with their real bodies. The dungeon surely won't stay quiet with them down here. Following Hephaestus were the rest of the gods that agreed to the expedition, namely, Hermes, Takamikazuchi, Mayak, and Ganesha. All of them had a fed-up expression. Is there anything you want to drink? Freya, meanwhile, calmly stood up and went towards her wine shelf. Don't answer that. I only have wines. Seeing this, Hermes sighed and took off his hat while patting Hephaestus' shoulder. Let's sit down for now. Loki and Freya wouldn't be acting like this if the situation were that grave. He then looked at Yuruchi and Serafal with a serious expression, and from the looks of it, they were waiting for our arrival. Let's hear what they have to say. Takumi Azuchi, Mayak, and Ganesha still have complicated expressions because they still didn't know the fate of their children, but they didn't have a choice but to nod and follow Hermes' lead. Please don't worry about the expedition. We already made sure that they'd have a safe point if this were to happen. Unless they wanted to brave the dangers, nothing bad would have happened to them. Yuruchi first addressed everyone's concern because Hermes kept glaring at her. Aside from Hermes, the newcomers opened their eyes wide in shock. If this were to happen, muttered the former. Although he was able to hide his own feelings, he had the same reaction as the rest, so you already anticipated this situation where gods wouldn't know what to do. Yuruchi shrugged her shoulders and picked up her glass. To anticipate it, we'd need to have a good source of information. It's our luck that we just have those. On this one, Loki was the first one who disagreed. Luck. If something like this could be done through luck, then there's nothing impossible in this world. Freya then sat back down and added, aren't you all curious why the both of us who were openly antagonistic suddenly started working together and supported Hestia and Artemis Familia? You'll probably get your answer soon. All sorts of questions started popping out from the newcomers, but Yuruchi and Serafal only gave noncommittal answers. But just when they were about to lose their patience, the table lit up once again with magic circle, showing an image of Medusa. The stage has been set. Aside from Kuroka, no one knew what was going on until now. Great! Serafal excitedly exclaimed and snapped her fingers. From that sound, 3 floating screens suddenly appeared in front of everyone depicting 3 different terrains. But instead of the terrain, what the gods noticed first were their fellow deities who were brimming with divine power. Is that Aruna, Askin, and Osiris, muttered Hephaestus. So it was these 3 reckless idiots, commented Ganesha. He was not at all surprised that Serafal's magic was capable of emulating the gods' power because he'd already received a comprehensive report about her. But his real concern was the girls who were facing these gods. What's the meaning of this? Are they trying to throw their lives away? Chapter 895, Askin vs. Kaneko and Kuroka Part 1. A few minutes ago, Askin was still relishing in the fact that he and the other 2 gods were able to bring forth their original avatars from heaven by using mortal souls to act as an anchor and cover the scent of his divine will. Through connecting the souls of the children connected to him through Falna, the god of rain, thunder, and lightning was able to descend without many reactions from the dungeon. The work that Osiris and Aruna put into this is just wonderful. It's a good thing that I'm the first one to volunteer to join this experiment, as I can imagine the jealous faces of those who chose to sit back in fear of the consequences. Askin thought while chuckling to himself. Askin appeared to be a light blue-haired middle-aged man wearing a white suit. He had matching blue eyes and a thin blue mustache. Thanks to the divine power he was emitting, a regal aura was also surrounding him, giving him the look of authority. However, he couldn't enjoy the situation and thought about being a hero anymore, due to finding himself on top of a vast forest and below a purple sky with a pair of black and white cat people standing and talking in front of him. "Ne-sama. Do you mind explaining the situation now? You and Medusa suddenly pulled all of us out of the dungeon and teleported us to this raiding game space," the white one asked. "There's really no other explanation other than that, nya." The black one rudely pointed her finger towards Askin without looking at him. "He wants to cheat his way through, but he's also a very convenient adversary for us, nya. Don't you want to test your limits?" The white one looked at Askin for a very brief moment out of curiosity, but immediately returned her sights to the black one. "Where are the others?" A bit of annoyance rose through Askin's mind, but he immediately calmed himself down, because he's the big guy and today's a monumental day. "Children, tell me where we are." But as if they didn't hear him speak, the 2 cat people continued to ignore him. "They are also taking care of the other cheaters, nya. Though I'm a bit worried about Sona-chan since she's all alone and the matchup could be bad." "Bad? How bad?" "She's against a god of sea and Medusa-chan actually put her and him in a sea stage, nya." The white thought about it for a moment before nodding. "There shouldn't be any problem." "Eh? How can you be so sure?" "Actually, all this while, Sona-san has been holding herself back. I don't know what she's trying to keep hidden, but I think this will be her chance to let loose." At this point, Askin finally lost his patience and raised his arm toward them. Within a few seconds, a large magic circle appeared in the sky above the cat people before a pillar of blue lightning struck down. Kuroka and Kaneko instantly looked up when they felt power converge above them and hurriedly jumped back to avoid the lightning that created a crater on the ground. "Oh! Looks like the 2 of you have some abilities. Good job avoiding death, but there won't be next time. Answer me, children. Where are we?" Contrary to his expectations, Kuroka and Kaneko only looked at him briefly once again before returning to what they were discussing. "Holding back, nya. I can only think of one thing, but I heard it's very dangerous." "Well, Sarah-chan should be watching her closely." Anyways, do you want to go first, or should we do it together? You'll let me do it first. Don't look down on yourself. Aside from experience, you can already match my battle prowess, yeah. And if we go even more technical, you're much more capable of destruction than me, since I'm more of a controller. Askin snapped and his pride hurt. I don't care anymore. I'll figure it out myself. Raising his arm once again, magic circles formed in the sky once again, but this time there were 5 of them, covering a much larger area. However, as the lightning struck down, he didn't see any panicked movements that he'd seen earlier. Instead, both of them disappeared and it was already too late for him to realize that there was a fist coming straight towards his face, wah-dash. With enough force to blow off the head of a high-level adventurer, Kaneko successfully landed a punch on the arrogant god's face, but she felt like she was punching an insanely hard brick wall even though she sent him flying. Is this a god's basic defense or is he just sturdier than normal? She asked herself, but she's leaning towards the former. Askin stopped himself in midair while holding his bleeding red nose with a face full of hate. You imbecile. Unforgivable. This time, without any gesture, Askin's blue eyes lit up and several smaller magic circles appeared and surrounded Kaneko instantly and each of them sent out a bolt of lightning. But the same as before, Kaneko disappeared from her spot and reappeared behind Askin. Even then, a god was still a god and he immediately figured out the weakness of the strange instant acceleration and was able to turn around to block a leg sweep from the white cat with his left arm. Kaneko had sent a considerable force behind her kick and was surprised that she wasn't even able to move the blue-haired god. Askin used this slight lapse in concentration and counterattacked with his right fist aiming for Kaneko's stretched-out leg. Kaneko realized the threat behind the punch that could cave her knee in and hurriedly rotated her body to dodge it and used the air as a foothold to initiate a flash step to retreat and gain some distance. Nevertheless, Kaneko's flash step wasn't as refined as Kisuke's nor Yuruchi's, so she made so much noise that it was easy for her opponent to predict where she'd be stepping out. And as Kaneko did, she noticed that several magic circles were already pointed in her direction, ready to fry her. Kaneko gritted her teeth and balled herself up while summoning her soul gear. Tens of lightning bolts struck Kaneko and momentarily covered her with blinding light. Askin knew that he'd hit her this time but something felt weird, so he kept his senses heightened in case another surprise attack appeared and he was especially wary of the black cat. Still nothing from her. Who are these people anyway? They aren't deities yet. She was able to exchange fists with me. Askin's bolts of lightning finally let up, but he could only narrow his brows as he saw the little girl of before had transformed into a mature form with 4 metallic white wings sprouting white flames behind her, white gauntlets, boots, and a chest plate. Askin also noticed the 4 white tails swaying behind her and asked, "Just what are you people?" Now that the euphoria of descending had faded, he could now think calmly and it was only now that he found the entire situation extremely weird. Chapter 896, Chapter 896 Askin vs Kaneko and Kuroka Part 2. I've never heard of mortals like you. Where did you come from and just what is this place? How did you trap me in here? Askin asked while releasing a bit of his divine power, contemplating whether he should summon his divine armament. Unfortunately for him, Kaneko didn't have a habit of answering any of her opponent's questions or explaining what was happening, unlike a certain candy shop owner. Disappearing from her spot, Kaneko reappeared at Askin's side, but the latter already knew where she was coming out so he was able to prepare a defensive stance. She's much faster than before, but this move still has the same execution, he thought while preparing to receive Kaneko's kick and figuring out the path for his counterattack. But the moment Kaneko's leg landed on his arm, he found himself unable to act anymore as the force behind it was several times stronger, bending his arm in a weird direction and sending him flying. Askin was confused by the sudden spike in her strength because he had never met and fought with anyone like that, but he didn't have any time to think about this as he saw Kaneko already under him and about to punch a hole through his stomach. Askin did his best to rotate the midsection of his body to avoid the punch and was successful in doing so. And using the momentum of his dodge, he whipped his leg out towards Kaneko's face, but he was shocked to see that Kaneko had caught it with her free hand easily before he was swung and thrown towards the ground. This time, he didn't have any spare energy to alter his trajectory or momentum and crashed into the ground with a force that was enough to break several of his ribs, some of them piercing his lungs and making him cough up blood. Kaneko looked down at the dust she'd kicked up and waited for it to settle, until she saw the god in the middle of the crater who was already on his feet while wheezing. After this instance, Kaneko became much more comfortable and confident with her own strength. Askin, on the other hand, began to regenerate his wounds, but the rageful expression he was making was now contorting his face to an extreme degree. Don't look down on me. At the same time he raised his voice, he also unlocked the full capabilities of his divine avatar and emitted a golden pillar around him that pierced through the sky and reached the outer boundaries of the artificial space. The golden pillar of divine power pushed both Kaneko and Kuroka away due to its intensity, and even put several cracks in the boundary that made it look like the pillar would break free. Luckily, that didn't happen and soon the cracks in space began to heal themselves. Thank goodness that we asked Dofus-chan to handle the artificial spaces, since we didn't have the devil manpower to maintain something like this. Kuroka thought while returning her sights towards the god that was already fully healed. That looks bad, yeah. And he still hasn't pulled out any of his weapons. With Chiron's actual ability, she'd be able to defeat him as long as she doesn't allow him to get any more advantages, but I doubt that, yeah. What should I do, I wonder? Kuroka became worried about the well-being of her sister, but she couldn't interfere that easily or this whole thing would lose its purpose. Kaneko, on the other hand, raised her guard up and swallowed a mouthful of saliva as she became a bit nervous and fearful of the aura he was emitting. But while contemplating what she should do next, the initiative was taken away from her when Askin suddenly became covered with electric arcs and suddenly appeared right in front of Kaneko with a sudden acceleration. Kaneko hurriedly put both of her arms forward in a defensive block, but this time, she was already too late as she'd underestimated the speed of Askin's arm. The god's fist went through before Kaneko could close her arms and she was hit directly on her chest. Gah! As if payback from earlier, several of Kaneko's ribs were broken and she lost the ability to breathe momentarily, while her chest plate crumbled into pieces. Thanks to her soul gear, she didn't suffer from any more damage. Nonetheless, Askin isn't done yet as he poised himself to send out another but a more devastating attack. Seeing this, Kaneko bit her tongue in an attempt to regain her senses and shouted, "Panzer!" Kaneko's armor then began to move at blinding speeds and seemed to add more material out of nowhere, with her boots and leg guards entirely moving up to her arms and her wings moving in front of her, creating a massive kite shield that spanned her whole body. In response, Askin only further gritted his teeth and put more strength behind his punch since he knew that she had no way of retaliating. But before his fist could land on the shield, a force field met it first and exploded outwards, significantly reducing the force behind his fist and even burning his arm, a reactive armor. Askin hurriedly pulled back to avoid any further damage to his arm. Kaneko, meanwhile, bounced back and crashed into the ground, mowing down trees in her way. But thanks to the spherical barrier around her, she was relatively unharmed. The kite shield then split into two and floated towards her sides, revealing the giant mechanical arm that almost touched the ground even while she was standing upright. Askin saw a white flame lit up on Kaneko's chest, but he didn't think much about it and raised his burnt arm. As soon as Kaneko perceived this, she became wary of the sky, but she was wrong about it as the magic circle emerged in front of the god and it was incomparable to the previous ones. Kaneko didn't want to risk it, so she intended to dodge. But just as she was about to move away, she felt her legs stuck in their places. Kaneko instantly looked down and saw a thin layer of water wrapped around her legs. When did he die? Askin muttered with a crazed grin as a mass of blinding lightning was ejected from his entire arm. Kaneko panicked, but there was already no other way. The two halves of the kite shield floated in front of her and a translucent blue barrier appeared once again. Gritting her teeth, Kaneko put her mechanical arms behind the shield as they caught on fire with white flames that extended around the edges of the shield. I've never absorbed energy to this degree before, but if I can't dodge. The lightning slammed into the translucent barrier first, and like in the previous instance, a reactive explosion pushed back the lightning a bit. However, it wasn't able to do anything to stop the 4-foot-wide beam-like destruction as it blasted through the barrier with ease and reached the shield. With her first layer of defense broken, Kaneko began sliding backward with the feathers on her legs disappearing. Ghhhhhhh. The kite shield started cracking from pressure, but the white flames on its edges were also set in motion as they began encroaching towards the middle and silently eating the lightning. Askin didn't know what's going on anymore, but the white flames were giving him some weird premonitions. Nevertheless, he continued releasing his divine power, albeit, he couldn't really do this for long, so he instead intensified his attack for a more instantaneous power in exchange for the duration. I have to kill her now. But contrary to his expectations, Kaneko kept holding on, and he also noticed that her ears and tails had now also caught aflame the white fire too, and a fifth tail made out of the same white fire had started to extend too. HNNGGG. Askin put more power into his lightning and almost broke Kaneko's shield. Even then the white flame only burned more intensely as her sixth and seventh tails also began to emerge. What's this? Confusion took hold of Askin's mind because he'd already estimated how much Kaneko could take from their previous exchange. Something's not right. She should have already fallen long ago. Chapter 897, Askin vs Kaneko and Kuroka Part 3. The lightning beams that Kaneko was not capable of eating were deflected to the sides and resulted in the ground around her melting. While Askin was investing more and more of his divine power, Kaneko's temporary capacity was already beyond her limits, and because of this, veins and muscles began to pop and rupture all over her body. While she was frantically moving her healing key around her body, it wasn't enough to offset the damages she was receiving. Even then, Kaneko persevered. Because the moment Askin's pressure on her weakened, it'd be the moment of her counterattack. I just have to hold on. She thought while blood was already trying to seep through her orifices. And after a few very long seconds, Kaneko's gamble emerged victorious, with Askin's attack finally ceasing due to him fearing an overheat would only bite him back if he's not sure he could finish her off. Not to mention, the black cat was still watching from afar, which he already assumed had a similar strength as the white one in front of him. Kaneko, on the other hand, was not as calm as him, with a big grin that was a little crazed forming on her face. Chance. As the last bit of the lightning beam began to dissipate, the blue translucent barrier re-emerged, but instead of protecting her, it exploded towards the direction of attack, dispersing it completely, culverin. Instead of returning to her sides like before, the gigantic kite shield broke up into pieces and started to fuse with the mechanical arms as Kaneko raised them in front of her. Within just a second, the mechanical arms fused together and formed a large rectangular gun barrel and pointed it towards Askin. Kaneko's seventh white flame tail then rapidly receded as Ki filled up the inside of the barrel and overloaded it. Fire! Return fire in the form of a bluish-white beam of pure destructive Ki pierced through the air and approached Askin, and he estimated this to be as strong as his previous attack, if not stronger. Ku. But as he was not fettered like Kaneko was earlier, Askin was able to dodge the beam of destruction despite being surprised. However, Kaneko wouldn't waste this chance, and she still wasn't done yet. Bloom. 30 meters after passing by Askin, Kaneko's attack exploded into hundreds of smaller pieces and each of them started to homing in towards Askin. The deity looked behind him and clicked his tongue in annoyance. Electric arcs began to cover his whole body, resulting in an overall improvement in his physical parameters, especially his speed, and he started dodging these bluish-white bullets that weren't very strong by themselves, but could be dangerous if he were to be stunned by being hit by a few of them, and the rest decimated him. Askin kept twisting his body to dodge and zapping the bullets to destroy them, but after almost a minute of doing so, he figured that this wasn't the way. Southwest He flew close to the ground in an attempt to make them crash into themselves. Although he was fast after strengthening himself, he couldn't outfly the bullets as they were pure energy, so he still had to zap them and dodge. Inevitably, however, a few of these bullets still hit him. They were not strong individually as expected, but a wrong hit could still be dangerous. It'll be too tiring if I keep dodging all of them. I should let the non-dangerous one through since they aren't going to hurt me anyway. But that line of thinking was what Kaneko was waiting for. As soon as she saw him change his approach, Kaneko muttered, "Blitz." Askin heard her soft voice but decided not to act on it because he'd already flown quite far away from her. And if she were to catch up using her flash step, he'd be able to immediately respond. I first have to deal with these annoying things. More than a twelfth of the bullets had already been dealt with, and it also seemed like he had already reached the edge of this artificial space, so he had to turn around. Just a few more seconds. He thought to himself while letting one bullet approaching from behind hit him. But before it could make contact, a sudden premonition of death sprouted in his consciousness, and he immediately abandoned what he was doing to hurriedly change the trajectory of his flight. An instant later, that bullet that he let come near him cut from his left shoulder until his right flank where his neck had just been if he didn't move away. Gah. He immediately turned around and saw the bullet was actually his opponent, who unknowingly already caught up to him. How? The flaming cat's strange armor had changed once again, and this time it was focused on her lower body with chakram blades made out of white flames rotating fiercely on the side of her ankles. For Askin, this type of armament was a pretty common one among the deities, and most of them are called chariot. At that point, he finally understood how her armor works. Askin thought that Kaneko would continue the attack, but he was shocked to see her retreat with an excessive speed before disappearing among the bullets that were still chasing after him. Of course, he tried to search for her, but her aura seemed to have completely disappeared among the surroundings, and the only thing he could do now is to do what he had already been doing, taking care of all of the homing bullets. But before he could readjust his senses, another threat of death emerged from behind him. In response, he deployed a magic circle behind him and a layer of water covered his back. The attack he had been waiting for, however, was not what he was expecting, as he felt a normal bullet hit him from that direction. With this very short lapse of concentration, however, it was already too late for him to realize that the blades of white flame were about to cut his head in half. Without much choice, Askin used his right hand to catch the blade. As a result, 4 of his fingers were instantly detached from his hand, but in exchange, he was able to push himself away from the drop kick of death. Seeing his blood splattered, Askin finally lost it. Unforgivable. With an explosion of divine power, another golden pillar covered his body, this time, however, blasting through the artificial space and reaching the outside world. This explosion forced Kaneko to retreat back and reconsider her options as she saw a warhammer and an axe forming in both of his hands. Chapter 898, Chapter 898 Askin vs Kaneko and Kuroka Part 4. The thin deity's muscles instantly doubled in size as he held a warhammer with 2 blunt sides in his left hand and a battle axe with 2 bladed sides in his right hand. While his right hand was missing 4 fingers, the axe seemed to be magnetized to his palm. In addition to that, there was a floating and glowing ring in front of his right eye that looked like a spectacle without any glass. Kaneko knew that this was the real part of the battle, and although it seemed like a lot of things had happened, it had only been a few minutes since the battle started. Kaneko took a deep breath and accelerated forward with blinding speed, leaving a trail of white light in her wake. Kaneko then split into many pieces, creating clones of herself, and began revolving around the stationary Askin. The same as before, Kaneko was able to hide her real self, and nothing could point out her location if one didn't leave a marker on her. After seeing no action from him, Kaneko sent out 3 of her clones, with each of them attacking from different directions to test the waters. But without even seeing these clones, Askin twisted his body a bit and dodged all the incoming chakrams with ease. What? At the same time, rain clouds started converging, and as Kaneko sent out more clones without risking herself, as a strong rain also began to fall, drowning out the sounds everywhere. Kaneko was initially on guard against the rain, but stopped thinking about it after carefully inspecting its effects, which didn't seem to be any different from a normal rain. Should I go all in before he can get used to this and think of a countermeasure, or wait for an opportunity that I don't even know will come? While weighing her options, Kaneko suddenly saw the unmoving Askin smirk as he locked eyes with the real her for a moment. He knew. Kaneko wanted to get away, but it was already too late as the raindrops around her suddenly became sharp blades that stopped her retreat. She wanted to force her way through even if it meant receiving numerous cuts, but that was the wrong decision she made, as she should have just increased her defense. As she tried to burn away the raindrops in front of her and the rest chased after her, it was already too late for her to realize that Askin, with renewed agility, appeared right on top of her with his warhammer covered in lightning about to swing down. P-Pen's dash. Kaneko tried to change once again, but a full mode change was already impossible to finish, so she could only cross her arms in defense. Although some of her armor returned to her arms, it was still too much for her. The bones in her arms were instantly shattered along with the armor pieces at the moment of impact, and the force of the hammer went through to her chest, breaking her ribs, rupturing her lungs and momentarily sending her heart into shock. Nevertheless, that wasn't the end, as a large bolt of lightning came down and struck both Askin and Kaneko. The deity thought that he could finally kill this resilient and hateful cat, but the moment the lightning hit them, black flames bloomed from Kaneko's chest, repelling most of the lightning away from her. Another strange flame. Now I'm really curious as to who these children are and where they have come from. Kaneko crashed to the ground, and along the way, the raindrop blades cut through her clothes, skin, and flesh. But thanks to her natural defenses, all of them were just flesh wounds and no vitals were damaged. Kaneko had already lost consciousness, but the white flames continued to burn strong and were attempting to repair her wounds while also devouring the raindrops. I see. It's eating away at my divine power and converting it into something useful for its master. Askin's conclusion only strengthened his resolve to kill Kaneko due to her being a threat to divine power, which no one else should be able to take advantage of aside from the deities. I'll end this devil no matter what. Askin prepared both his warhammer and axe while thinking of reducing her to a lump of lifeless flesh. But before he could do so, a black sword approached his neck from behind and he was able to block it with his axe. You two really do like coming up from behind. Anything new? Kuroka smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes as she replied, Oh. Are you asking for something new? I'll give you that. The black sword suddenly extended by splitting itself into pieces and wrapped around Askin by being connected by black flames. A thin veil of water instantly covered Askin as he looked down at the blades trying to pierce his skin. I see, that last bit was your flames. This is new, but nothing else. Askin then commanded the raindrops to solidify and converge to form numerous blades around Kuroka. Making sure that she didn't have any paths of retreat, the blades launched towards her. But the moment they pierced her, Kuroka's body became foggy and disappeared, leaving her sword behind. The next moment, the deity heard Kuroka's voice from behind, so that ring around your eye is what gave away Chiron's position. What a convenient item. Askin immediately turned around with fear on his face. What? How did you avoid revealing the truth? Bloodlust from Kuroka then suddenly spiked up as she chuckled. Truth. So that's what you call it. Easy, I just have to create a convincing lie that you'll think is the truth. Tisk. Askin clicked his tongue loudly and used his physical strength to break the sword that was tying him. He was able to easily do so, but that only left questions in Askin's mind. However, he didn't want to lose his initiative as he did with Kaneko, as he might not be as lucky this time. Slamming his axe and warhammer together, Askin created a torrent of water and lightning that surrounded him as a pseudo-armor of both elements covered his body. But when he was about to launch himself towards the smiling Kuroka, something imploded inside of him and he lost control of his divine power. As if someone hit him on the back of his head, Askin became dizzy and started coughing up blood with the two elements around him dispersing. What? Kuroka walked through the air and slowly approached him with very slow steps. Although I did say that I'd let Chiron fight on her own, I never said anything about not fighting alongside her. Askin was still trying to figure out what was going on and raised his hands to see the blood on them. At that point, the tears of blood had also begun to seep through his eyes along with uncontrollable bleeding from his nose and ears. Although he heard her clearly, he didn't have time to think about Kuroka's very contradictory statements. Kuroka didn't mind that and continued, Sure, Chiron fought you alone, but that doesn't mean I was just standing there doing nothing. Kuroka reached him, but instead of stopping, she started walking around him. You see, I'm also a fighter like my dear sister. But unlike her, I don't really like frontal confrontations and am more adept at working my skills from afar. You're just a coward. Askin finally replied. He was still trying to figure out what's wrong, but it seems that his opponent was about to explain what's happening, so he chose to listen. Kuroka only laughed at his remark. Thank you for the compliment, Nya. I like being a coward, because that's how I survived until now while protecting my sister from the shadows. Moving on way before this confrontation, I had already begun researching gods and thankfully enough, I had a lot of materials that just walked about the earth. Even though their abilities were sealed and what they were using to move around was just an imitation of their original flesh, I was still able to learn a lot, yeah. But before I continue down this line, I'd like to say that I'm a pretty good practitioner of both Jujitsu, yokai techniques, and Senjutsu, ki techniques, and that I'm capable of creating poisons that will only affect a specific race. Kuroka was once again in front of him, so Askin looked up to her in disbelief. Pea poison. Impossible. Since when? Right. I thought so too, since gods are supposedly pure and nothing can taint them. But, you see, I was able to work around that, nya. Askin swallowed a mouthful of bloody saliva in nervousness but still refused to believe that what was destroying him right now is poison. Impossible. Never. Nothing foreign can change or affect a god's body. That's where the main point of gods are unchanging beings came from after all, he thought to himself. That's correct, isn't it? No poison nor medicine should be able to change a god's body. Nya. Kuroka correctly guessed what he's thinking while also thinking to herself, Kisuke might be able to do it though. He's a strange one in many ways. Askin's entire strength and power had already left his body and he began to fall down. In response, Kuroka controlled her sword to bind him again while continuing her little speech. However, that rule doesn't apply to your divine power. Kuroka walked towards him and got near enough that she was able to reach him. Askin saw her arm extend out and became fearful. Why you? Stay away from me. Kuroka ignored his words and lifted his chin with her fingers. I have all the knowledge needed to figure out the way around a god's body, but that wasn't enough to create a working poison. But thanks to you ignoring me this whole time as you fought Chiron, I was able to observe the movement and attributes of your divine power, so much in fact, that I was able to infect the surrounding magic power so that when you took that in to replenish your divine power, it wouldn't be considered as something foreign. Askin was finally beginning to understand where this was going, but that only increased the terror he was feeling. As you replenish your divine power with magic power, you also took in the poison that I had been secretly creating from the start. And here you are, already feeling its effects. However, Kuroka's next sentence gave a bit of hope to Askin and he started struggling. But you see, this isn't a particularly great poison since it could only restrict your divine power for a few minutes at most and you'd certainly return to normal after that. In addition to that, this poison that I painstakingly prepared can only affect you since every god has a different form of divine power and I'm not confident that I'd be able to create a universal poison. What do you want? Askin tried to negotiate to buy some time. Me. Just one thing, nya. A smile finally emerged on Askin's face. What is it? Tell me. I'll do my best to fulfill it. Before that, I'd like to ask something. Go ahead. Ask it. A second later, Askin saw Kuroka's gentle smile change to that of a cruel one that finally matched her golden eyes. I heard that by being able to bring your original avatar down to the lower world, you'd also be forfeiting the protection you're receiving from the system. I wonder if that's true. Askin's face instantly fell. How did you know? This is the main reason why only Askin, aside from Osiris and Aruna, was the one who descended, because everyone else was afraid that if something was capable of killing them in the lower world, it'd be a true death. Askin thought that they were too cowardly and idiotic for believing something could kill gods like them and simply dismissed them as inferior to him. At this moment, however, he was already regretting it dearly. Please. Spare me. Didn't I say that I only want one thing? For hurting my dear little sister, I want to hear your screams as you embrace death, nya. A small black flame suddenly emerged from Kuroka's palm that was holding Askin's chin up. It then traveled through her middle finger and reached Askin's chin before combusting. Please. Spare me. I'll do anything you want. Askin didn't stop pleading for his life. Kuroka didn't say anything and let go of him while the black flames instantly covered his whole body. But instead of a burning sensation, Askin felt that the flames began to compress him. He thought that he was just imagining this until the compression became painful as it began to crush his bones and flesh slowly. Kuroka's smile disappeared as she flew down to Kaneko with a sad expression. I should have done something better to protect her. It's also my mistake to wait until the last moment to move. Kuroka gently picked up the unconscious Kaneko while the white flames were still raging around her. But the flames that were usually ferocious predators became docile like a house cat when Kuroka touched them. The both of them disappeared from the artificial space, leaving behind the screams of extreme agony from the god that's slowly being reduced to a lump of mangled flesh. Chapter 899, Chapter 899 Hermes' Delight and Disappointment. On the top floor of Babel, only the sounds that came from the screens could be heard after Kaneko and Kuroka's victory over Askin. And the one who broke that silence was Seraphal with a bit of a disappointed tone, so she couldn't use her attack-oriented form nor any of the special actions of any of her other forms. There were even a few windows of opportunity where she could have used the Titan Slayer of her javelin form and could have ended it then and there, but she totally missed those. Yoruchi shook her head. I'm sure she saw some of those, but you see, she and the other girls have developed the bad habit of copying how Kisuke does things. Serafal turned to her and asked, is that why you stopped all the sparring sessions and just let them focus on monster hunting? I mean, there was already no point. Yuruchi nodded her head. Instead of learning something new, they were only getting used to us no matter how severe or strict we were. Even though we kept pouring on killing intent, they knew deep in their hearts that they wouldn't die, so they ended up adopting Kisuke's tactic of observing everything first before acting. Serafal touched her chin and returned her sight to the screen. I see. That only works because Kiten sees the situation differently and he's already anticipating most of what could happen. To those girls, it only ends up with them being frustratingly careful and hesitant. They're just talking normally. And Askin could have been dealt with easier, muttered Takamikazuchi on the side with cold sweat running down his forehead. Although he was significantly stronger than Askin, being a bona fide combat god, he was still very unsettled with the fact that someone could actually kill a god without being a deity themselves. Of course, all of the guest deities had similar thoughts to him, but each were minutely different. Mayak, while concerned, was largely relieved that one of the problems was dealt with. Ganesha, on the other hand, was also the same, but also full of interest with his eyes shining like the stars after witnessing that a mortal was capable of slaying a god. As a god of the masses, he finds this incredibly uplifting, aside from being somewhat concerning, magnificent. In the first place, Ganesha already had a positive impression of the Hestia and Artemis familias because of the technologies that they provided to enrich people's lives. It was the main reason why he agreed for his children to join the expedition. Ignoring him, Hephaestus could only sigh and say, so it was to this extent. I already thought that Kisuke Urahara was extremely strange, but to think it extended to his entire group. You're not surprised? Asked Loki. I am. But I already expected something like this when he created those things. Even I, with my full capabilities as a goddess, couldn't have forged a weapon that could potentially evolve to be on par with a divine armament, or even surpass it. The next time I see him, I'll ask him to make me one. Not just the guests but also Loki and Freya were speechless at Hephaestus' remark. And why wouldn't they be? After all, she's one of the few deities that forged some of the strongest divine weapons in heaven. You're giving it too much credit, Hephaestus-sama. Soul gears only grow stronger alongside its user and you can create those quite easily. Besides, Bel Krenel also received the same thing and it isn't as powerful as the one Kaneko used, replied Yuruchi with a small chuckle. Indeed. I could make one, but it won't grow to be as powerful as that. Even if it can only happen in a very specific situation and the rarest of the rare, it's still a treasure. Should I also ask him to make me one? Freya asked with interest. I'll definitely force him to give me one if Hephaestus is saying that, Loki muttered to herself. At that moment, the extremely quiet Hermes finally made his voice heard. Isn't this great? Yuruchi and Serafal turned in his direction with questioning looks. This is great. Hermes repeated himself while standing up. With your strength, the last trial finally wouldn't be a problem. You can become the beacon of this world's inhabitants. Yuruchi and Serafal were obviously not amused at this god's musing. What? Are you actually worried that you won't be able to deal with that? Rest assured, as you're undoubtedly the strongest beings in the lower world aside from gods themselves. Yuruchi clicked her tongue, tch. And I was wondering what you're going to say. Unfortunately for you, we won't do anything against the Black Dragon or any other trial that might come up from the dungeon. It's not our place to interfere. What? Hermes was surprised. But why wouldn't you use that power to save everyone? First of all, we're not heroes. Second, as I've said, we can't interfere with that. Yuruchi then looked straight into his eyes that were already glazed with craze. Third, do you actually know what happens after the world is saved? Stunned and shocked, Hermes didn't actually know the answer to that. All this while, he thought that after taking care of the biggest threat, it'd be the revival of the age of heroes and prosperity would come after. But with how Yuruchi worded and toned her question, it seems that there was more to it. Yuruchi smirked at his obvious response and continued, see. You actually don't know beyond what you're expecting to happen. Why don't you ask who you are working for about it? Arenas or Zeus? Either way, it's very obvious that you only have a half-assed knowledge of things going on. What are you saying? This time, it was Serafal who replied while looking at Loki and Freya, who has a small smile on their faces. Well, we don't really know what's going to happen either, since all the gods who seem to know about it don't want to say anything, not even to their fellow gods. Returning her sights back to Hermes, Serafal continued, but that doesn't mean we didn't do any investigation, so we have some guesses. If we're not wrong, the moment this world is saved, it'll be the moment it'll end. Hermes wanted to say more, but before he could speak, a magic circle appeared underneath him and he was forcefully teleported outside of Babel. Yuruchi looked at Serafal, who looked annoyed. You actually lost your patience. I just really hate people like him who move in the shadows and act as if they know everything. Most of the time, they start an even bigger problem that everyone else has to deal with, and I'm surely not doing that favor for him. Seraphol just sighed and returned her attention back to the screens, more specifically at Aquino, Irina, and Osiris's battle, with the former two already laying on the ground with a pool of blood while the deity still had no significant damage done to him. They lost, huh? Nothing can be done about that. He was a really bad match for both of them. Chapter 900 Dragon Ladies vs Osiris. When Yoruchi and Sona started talking about Osiris' battle, the deities also looked towards the middle screen. Osiris was currently looking down at the strange beings with wings sprouting from their backs. Everyone thought that they were the newly discovered Xenos that were capable of hiding their appearances, but both of their attacks have some trace of divinities in them, making them question what their real identity was. They also glanced at the last screen, which was showing a girl sporting a different set of wings and also possessing a darker shade of divinity. If Kaneko and Kuroka's battle broke their common sense, the other two fronts broke their understanding of the world. Just what are they? Loki asked. She knew that they wouldn't provide any concrete answers, but she couldn't contain her curiosity anymore, and that was the same for the rest of the deities. It's true that Kisuke, Kaneko, and Kuroka's existence were too strange for Loki and Freya, but they could easily accept them as beings that they hadn't encountered before. However, the power that was exuding from Irina, Aquino, and Sona seemed to be closely related to the gods, but they, as gods, didn't know anything about it. In hindsight, they'd have more questions on the latter. Are gods from their side capable of imparting their divinity to others? But why and how? Freya asked herself, and Loki had a similar question in her head. The rest, however, could only stare with confusion. There's no point in answering that, but I'll give you the assurance that they're not the descendants of gods, answered Yoruchi while standing up. It wouldn't be a good idea to leave the situation be. Osiris is the god of the dead, life, resurrection, and the afterlife. What is his actual weakness? During their short encounter, Aquino and Irina did their best to fight Osiris. However, what happened couldn't even be called a fight, as Osiris just stood still while receiving the attacks of the dragon-powered angel and fallen angel. Osiris received injuries, and he was even surprised that they could hurt him that much. Even then, these injuries were healed in just the span of a few seconds, no matter how disastrous they were. But that wasn't the end of it, as the injuries that he respectively received from the girls were actually returned to them, greatly incapacitating them just as the battle had started. Aquino and Irina tried to find a work around his reflection ability, but even with their abilities, they couldn't find a way to even stop receiving the injuries for him. Osiris, on the other hand, was greatly intrigued by their strange abilities that could be the antithesis to many things. Too bad for them, it was him they came across. Aside from that, he just quietly studied and figured out what they could do. It didn't take too long when Aquino and Irina stopped attacking him and just focused on defending. At that point, Osiris also adjusted his strategy and recklessly charged at them without any care for the injuries he was receiving in the process, since even those were passed on to the poor girls who didn't know how to deal with it. At one point, Aquino and Irina wanted to pour their everything to annihilate Osiris without a trace, but they stopped due to fear of him actually surviving and those wounds returning to them, which would spell their instant deaths. Without being able to do anything substantial or give everything they have and learned, Osiris was able to knock them out in their own pool of blood. There's really only one thing that Osiris is afraid of, and that's the gods of death. Freya answered Yoruchi's question. He's an immortal that will always be reborn after death, but death is something he's not capable of resisting. I see. So that's why he's always scrambling to leave whenever there's a divinity of death in the surrounding, muttered Mike to himself. A grin emerged from Yoruchi's mouth and said, Sarah-chan, ask Medusa to pull Aquino and Irina out and bring me in. Seraphol chuckled and sent a signal to Medusa. If it wasn't for the advantage he has over Aquino and Irina, I would almost feel sorry for him. And if you're the one who goes in, I'll actually feel sorry for him and he'd wish he's dead after a few centuries. If you actually feel sorry, then don't try trapping the guy in a coffin where all of his senses would be sealed for eternity. Seraphol didn't say anything else and just sent Yoruchi in. The other gods, however, are very nervous at what she just said. Saratan. Can you really do that? Asked Loki. Aside from being undying, there's nothing special about him. If it were me, I'll freeze him along with the entire artificial space in a block of ice and toss it out in the vast expanse of outer space. Considering his ability, it'd only take a few millennium to melt the ice and escape. Though he'd probably have drifted far enough by that point that he wouldn't even know which direction he even came from. Turning her head to everyone, Seraphol gave them a bright smile. I can't really trap someone for eternity, so please don't worry about it. That beautiful and mesmerizing smile, however, only sent a non-existent cold wind down to their spines. I definitely don't want to become her enemy, everyone unanimously thought. Although I can't feel the aura she was emitting from when Kisuke and her sparred last time, their powers were definitely compressed to a very small area if she's saying she can freeze that entire place into a block of ice. Loki thought to herself, knowing that she was still underestimating her, she's certainly at Scotty's level or more. But what terrified Loki more was the fact that they were still improving, unlike them, the eternally unchanging gods. The gods had all the time they needed to further satisfy their curiosity. For now, they wanted the current situation to be resolved first before they could calmly think about what's happening and what their future entails. But they were in for another shock when Yoruichi pulled out her kodachi and Osiris started running away like a frightened mouse.